Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Some creatures were jumping around the stone. The man was standing next to this crystal, while the viewers were trying to figure out what he was doing there. The creatures stood in front of him. Suddenly, one of them opened its mouth wide. The monster instantly jumped off the ground. The man's eyes opened wider. These animals began to eat the stone. The young man, opening his mouth in surprise, assumed that he also needed to start eating stones, and messages appeared in the chat that they understood why the player stood still. The guy, closing his mouth, tried to figure out if he could eat these stones the same way as these strange creatures, and then the viewers wrote that apparently the streamer was really going to do it. The man began to stuff pieces of this crystal into his mouth, because he knew that he had to climb this tower and do everything to survive. A piece went down his throat. Opening his mouth wide, the guy screamed just like these monsters, because he decided to destroy this tower. There was a smile on his face. The woman sitting next to him noted that it was really hard to find a job lately. She, bringing the cup to her mouth, said that the interlocutor, since he never got his hands dirty like the others, would be able to succeed in everything he did. The hero, blushing, explained that this was not entirely true, because the CEO simply liked his personality. The girl, exhaling, said that if only the other guys had the same heart, everything would be better, and the protagonist asked what had happened to them. She, putting the cup on the saucer, explained that their director was not feeling very well. The woman, opening her mouth, said that this shelter was a private organization that existed at their expense, and if the director retired, the shelter would last a maximum of 3 years. The young man's gaze dropped downwards. The door to one of the rooms opened. The hero immediately collapsed onto the bed. Several photos appeared, each showing different stages of this person's life, from birth to getting a prestigious job, and the guy remembered that the director gave him this name so that he would live a successful life. The young man, burying his face in the pillow, did not understand what this gave him, because even if he worked 1,000 days at the kiosk, there would simply not be enough money to support the shelter. Turning over, the protagonist realized that the shelter had 3 years left, and tried to understand if there were any ways for him to become rich during this time. A video from one of the platforms was shown on the phone, the title of which spoke of 3 ways to make money. The guy, opening his mouth, noted that he always had to stumble upon the awakened. His gaze was directed forward when he was visited by thoughts of these people. The young man put his finger to one of the videos, the title of which spoke of the income of such people. The host, holding the microphone to his mouth, said that he had a question for them, the 2 awakened ones who had passed the tower after so many trials. The man, opening his mouth wide, asked about the biggest change in their lives. The guest, raising his hands, noted that this might sound arrogant. Smiling, the awakened one said about some popo. The hero, looking at the screen, understood that such people rake in money with a shovel, but could not understand who these popoi were. Some structure appeared and the protagonist remembered that 7 years ago this tower suddenly appeared. The man was sucked into the portal and the guy knew that this structure chose people randomly. The comrade tried to save the girl. A broken phone appeared and the protagonist realized that only a few managed to return and no one knew what was happening in the tower. Imagining a man who takes the microphone away from himself, the guy knew that this was because those who returned from there did not give any comments. Someone was looking at the tower. The hero understood that the people who returned from there, they call awakened. Someone appeared with a gear in his hands and the young man also remembered that their bodies contain mana, which contributed to the progress of mankind, since magical engineering is a skill that should not exist in the real world, but it does thanks to the powers of the awakened, and that is why such people are in great demand in many companies. The man was blinded by many camera flashes when businessmen shouted at him requests to come to their company, because they will pay more than any other. The hero, closing his eyes, said that he envied them and he would really like to find some kind of entrance to this tower, since he understood that these people earn a lot of money, since they are living energy generators. A notification with his name suddenly appeared on his phone. The guy immediately got up, trying to understand what it was. More notifications started appearing on the screen that his character had entered the first floor and was quickly going through them all the way to the 100th, as well as messages about receiving rewards and a large number of items received. The young man, his mouth open in surprise, assumed that he had been hacked, as he did not understand what was happening. The hero brought his finger to the screen, deciding to close everything. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist screamed that he had pressed the wrong button. Looking at the phone, the man wanted to turn it off. The guy was already reaching for the button, when suddenly a question was heard from it about whether the stream was going on. There was an image of his face on the screen, and the streamer asked if he really couldn't come back. The young man, his eyes wide open, could not believe that it was his face. The man fought off the attack. Immediately after, the awakened one was already swinging an axe, when the hero realized that the face and speech definitely belonged to him, but he just could not remember it. There was blood on the blade of the weapon. A man stood on a cliff. The creature jumped, screaming something. The player, opening his mouth wide, screamed in fear. The protagonist, remembering the man from the interview, thought about what he was talking about these popoi then. The creature, opening his mouth wide, screamed again and a notification appeared that it was eating rocks with its strong teeth. The hero, raising his hand to his face, tried to understand what kind of window it was. Because could it be that this was why the man stopped talking about it, and immediately noticed that there were a lot of such windows here. The man stood in front of a chest, asking if this was his reward. Only after the awakened one stood in front of a pillar with arrows and the protagonist realized that they were giving him information about rewards and showing him the way. His mouth opened wide. Introducing himself and the tower, the young man assumed that this was a video of his future conquest of the tower. But the awakened never talk about the tower, and therefore there is no information or strategies for conquering it, and immediately realized that all this is now in his hands. The worker pointed his finger somewhere and asked him to sign. The protagonist started working out in the gym, as he knew the portal would open in 2 years and he needed to start in better shape than in the video. Writing down the information in his notebook, the young man knew that if he studied all the videos, then clearing the tower would be a breeze. Smiling, the guy thanked the buyer. Looking ahead, the worker asked if she needed the package. The protagonist was kneeling at home. His hands were folded in front of him as he prayed for the portal to be given to him today. Closing his eyes, the young man shouted that he quit his job last month to wait for him and now he really needed money. His hand reached for the phone. The guy, looking at him, suggested that perhaps he had misunderstood the video. Shaking his head, the young man said that this simply could not be. Remembering the woman, the protagonist knew that if this was just a mistake, then their shelter could soon close. His mouth dropped open. Immediately after, the protagonist pursed his lower lip. Raising his hands, the guy said that he was just worried about not knowing the exact time. Grabbing his shoulder, the hero thought about doing some stretching. Suddenly, something began to appear in his room. The young man immediately turned around, thinking it was the wind. A portal was opening behind him. His mouth immediately fell open in surprise. The guy raised his hand. Opening his eyes wider, the protagonist asked if it was a portal. These gates appeared and words were heard from them telling him to come in. The hero, smiling, understood that even if he had not been called, he would not have run away. His leg moved forward. Immediately after, a system window appeared with a choice of difficulty level. The guy brought his hand to it. Clenching his fist, the hero realized that he would finally be able to get into the tower and mentally asked the director to wait a little longer. His finger reached for the button with a choice of difficult level. Opening his mouth wide, the young man shouted that he would do it. A slightly blurry wall appeared. A second later, it was already clearer. The user opened his eyes. His mouth suddenly opened wide. Rubbing his neck, the guy noted that this was the same cave from the video. His gaze dropped to the notification that said the stream had started and the statistics. Getting up, the young man realized that he did not have his phone with him, which he needed to check the video. The hero, tilting his head, thought that most likely everything would be fine, because he had to watch them for the past 2 years. Falling coins appeared and the protagonist remembered that on the first floor, participants are given an hour before the test begins and during that hour, the streamer must communicate with viewers and receive coins from them. Having imagined the people who give money, the young man also knew that the viewers are other awakened ones who remained in the tower. People who choose a broadcast to watch also appeared and the guy realized that based on the list of streams, they choose a broadcast and sponsor a streamer of a lower rank than themselves. Coins appeared falling on his hand and the protagonist thought that the reason for all this is the coins, and if a viewer sponsors a stream, and it goes up to the floor above, the sponsor will receive coins. A smiling user appeared and the young man also realized that it is quite possible that the viewers are just bored. The young man suddenly bowed, as the first viewer entered the stream and immediately a message appeared in the chat that at least he was not shy like others and immediately this person sponsored him for 1 coin. Smiling, the guy thanked the viewer for the sponsorship and asked if he could use this coin in the store and immediately thought that he needed to make a good impression and immediately messages appeared in the chat that he was fast, because he was able to find the store so quickly. The protagonist bowed again, thanking the viewer and realized that it was really good that he had a chance to watch all those videos and immediately a question appeared about what he would spend the coin on. The hero, looking up, said that he would have to wait for now, because he should not spend it right now, since he still does not know what enemy he will have to face during the test. In the chat the viewer wrote that he finally came across a worthy user and immediately subscribed to him. The guy, smiling broadly, thanked the user for subscribing. Looking ahead, the young man realized that he did not even expect to receive a subscription from a spendthrift so early, and immediately a message appeared that the viewer would watch other guys for now. The protagonist, waving his hand, said that they would see each other soon. Smiling, the hero understood that this was a really great start, because if he continued in the same spirit, he might soon have the opportunity to receive a reward for subscribers. His name appeared and a star opposite, and the user remembered that receiving a subscription from a viewer was equivalent to adding him to his favorites list, and according to the rules of the tower system, as soon as he subscribed to one person, he cannot subscribe to another until the first subscription was cancelled. Another crossed out star appeared under this star. A chest also appeared, and the young man thought that in addition, for every 100,000th subscriber, the streamer receives a special reward, which greatly helps in moving up the tower. The hero raised his hand to the system window, which said his statistics. While stretching his arms, the guy realized that this should be enough, as he managed to get a lot of attention just for choosing a high difficulty level, and suddenly messages appeared that something should appear soon, as it is a high difficulty. The protagonist, looking away, asked what they meant, as he knew he had to pretend to be stupid, and immediately messages appeared that they should stop, because the streamer might get upset. The guy raised his hand to his face after a message appeared that he could be kicked if someone didn't like him. A certain silhouette appeared behind the tower, and the user realized that there was an admin who was watching the tower and controlling him, and it was because of him that information about the tower was not being spread. An eye appeared above the awakened ones, and the streamer remembered that the reason they were not saying anything about the tower was not because they wanted to keep the information to themselves, but because the admin had silenced them, and also realized that before watching those videos he also thought that the awakened ones were hiding everything on purpose. The hero, looking at the timer, noted that the time had almost come. Immediately after, the guy slapped himself on the cheeks. The protagonist, raising his hand, said that he would start getting ready and also apologized for not being able to read the chat yet, and messages appeared that apparently a newbie had appeared who was worried about them, and then the first viewer rejoined. A blue glow began to appear near the stone after a notification that he needed to eliminate the enemies that would appear on the way. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, tried to understand what might appear and suggested that they could be kobolds, since the portals were quite small. 3 pairs of red eyes appeared. They were some white creatures. The young man looked at them when a viewer wrote that 3 such enemies are equivalent to death. Looking at the enemy, the hero remembered that popoi are creatures that look cute, but their teeth are strong enough to chew the strongest metals, and during an attack their jaw resembles a shark's, and they are also extremely sensitive to the blood of their fellows. A dead monster appeared, and the streamer realized that they are masters in finding and attacking the one who killed a representative of their species. Suddenly, the creatures began to run around the stone, and someone's message immediately appeared that he just happened to see something that he did not want to see on the first floor, and the protagonist realized that such a reaction is far from surprising, because every viewer at least once came across such monsters and most likely they suffered from them. Having introduced 2 popoi, the guy asked the viewers if they were really that dangerous. There were reports that when they wanted to fight, their fur got tangled so that they became immune to sword attacks, and also that they devoured everything in their path. The first viewer wrote that he wanted to check if everything was the same with the other newcomers. The hero, sticking out his tongue, assumed that this person would come back to him later. Looking at the running monsters, the young man understood that 3 such opponents should not have appeared on the first floor at once, as this was too many. The streamer, closing his eyes, realized that he needed to remember their behavior, their methods of communication, their habitat, and immediately tried to understand why they did not react to him. Leaning over, the user assumed that they did not even see him. The popoi continued to run around the stone. One of them ran around his sneaker. His eyes suddenly opened wider. Looking at them, the young man realized that they knew exactly about his greeting, and their movement changed because of him. The guy put his hand on his knee. The hero, continuing to look at them, knew that he needed to try to imitate their behavior so that they would perceive him as their ally, and messages with many questions appeared in the chat. The young man was already near the stone and understood that he might seem crazy to them, but this is the best that can be done at the moment, and messages appeared in the chat that he would hardly be able to do anything. Following them, the streamer decided to fight as a last resort. Someone was sitting in front of the monitor. A man appeared who was killing a monster in the chat, and they wrote that he fought much better than expected. The man, sitting on a chair, noted that he was smart, and added that he should be subscribed. A notification appeared on the screen that a subscription was impossible, since he was still subscribed to another streamer. The viewer, smiling, noted that she should have checked in automatically after the death of the previous person and assumed that he was still alive. Still sitting on the chair, the man could not believe that there were even more viewers than there were. The first beast jumped, shouting something. The second also jumped. The last one repeated after them. The young man, jumping after them, also shouted, and messages appeared in the chat that he, instead of killing the monsters, became one of them. A notification appeared near him that his first subscriber sponsored him for another 10 coins and sent a voice message that he was a real psycho. Still walking around the stone, the guy knew that it was a mana stone, and popoi usually quenched their hunger with such crystals. These stones appeared in different objects, and the streamer remembered that such a material is used to make magical items, and is also a source of energy in magical engineering. Having imagined the evil creatures, the user knew that they perform a kind of ritual when they find rare food, and they will always perform this ritual when they find a mana stone. However, these wary monsters will start circling around the food instead of starting their ritual if an outsider approaches, and so most people remain unenlightened. Smiling, the boy realized that they recognized him after his great efforts, and even invited him to their meal, which he simply cannot refuse. Looking at them, the young man thought that they must be very happy. Drops of sweat flowed down his face. One of them immediately fell to the ground. The Popoy quickly turned around. One of them opened his mouth wide and messages appeared in the chat that the viewers were really scared to see it. The hero, with his mouth open, thought that these creatures were really disgusting. The creature suddenly jumped. The protagonist's eyes immediately opened wider. Popoy began to eat stones and then viewers began to write that they threw stones at them when they ran away. The guy, with his mouth open, assumed that he would also have to eat this stone, and questions appeared in the chat about whether he was really going to do this. The young man put his hand on the stone. Sweat ran down his face when the streamer realized that only a person would not eat him to avoid death. The user began to stuff stones into his mouth, and viewers wrote in the chat that he was really crazy. The first piece went down his throat. Continuing to eat, the hero thought that it was not so difficult, because the crystal melts in the mouth, like chocolate, and also refreshes and tastes very pleasant, and thanks to it, energy seems to build up throughout the body. The fragments were lying on the ground. Suddenly, a bright glow began to emanate from it. The guy looked at his hands in surprise when people wrote questions in the chat about what happened to him. The monsters began to circle around him, and viewers wrote that he should not move. One of them immediately jumped, and someone wrote that he was probably finished. Popo were sitting on his shoulders and users wrote questions about what was happening. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of his face, which said that the test was over and the path to the second floor was open. The hero immediately smiled. Falling back, the guy said that he survived. The monsters also began to fall. A window with his stream appeared and someone asked if he really managed to pass the test in such a way. Popo looked down. The young man suddenly jumped up screaming. The streamer, with his mouth open, asked if he had been knocked out. The creatures were standing in front of him. The protagonist, pointing at himself, asked them if they were worried about him. The creatures, with their mouths open, screamed. They continued jumping around him. The guy stroked one of them and thanked him. His eyes suddenly opened wide when people started writing that it was truly amazing. The hero stood up and greeted the viewers. Looking at the chat, the young man realized that it was flying so fast that he simply could not keep up with it, and a window with statistics immediately appeared. One of the lines said that the number of active viewers was 127 awakened. The guy's mouth immediately opened wide. The tower appeared and his scream was heard. The user, rubbing his neck, said that he was just lucky, because if it weren't for the viewers, he wouldn't have been able to cope, and the chat was surprised by such unexpected gratitude. Remembering how he went for the creatures, the guy realized that it was a mana stone and Popo usually quenched their hunger with them. Opening his mouth, the guy understood that they would not believe him if he said that he knew the nature of the monsters well and replied that it came out on a hunch, and messages appeared in the chat asking him to tell them the truth. Having picked up one of them, the hero explained that he just wanted to be friends with them, because he thought that he would die if he attacked. Remembering their red eyes, the young man reminded that the description said that it was necessary to eliminate the enemies. Remembering how they jumped, the guy said that this still did not mean killing them, so he just wanted to turn them into allies, and messages appeared in the chat that this was indeed logical. Lowering the creature to the ground, the protagonist explained that if he wanted to get along with them, he should first understand them, so he just had to repeat after them, and in the end he was just lucky, while the viewers wrote that this was real luck. His gaze was directed somewhere to the side, when thoughts came to his head that even if they did not fully believe him, but had already let everything slide, then he just needed to continue to match the image of a newbie, and therefore he needed to pretend that he did not know about the rewards. Looking at the portal, the hero said that he would go to the second floor, and messages appeared in the chat asking whether he had forgotten about a certain reward. Looking at the system window, the young man asked again about the rewards, and the viewers answered that there was one on each floor and he just needed to look. Immediately, something began to appear under his hand. It was a white gift box and messages appeared asking why everything was done so nicely. The streamer, opening the box, decided to do it now. There were some objects inside. Taking one of them in his hand, the protagonist realized that the reward was different from the one in the video, and instead of a sword he got this, and said that he needed to look at each of these gifts, and the viewers asked him to do it faster. The monsters suddenly soared into the air. The guy, opening his mouth wide, asked them to wait, and the viewers wrote that apparently this was food for them. Looking at the item, the young man realized that it looked like a mana stone and he managed to get it already on the first floor, and also remembered that the usual mana stone is bright and blue, and this one is white. Imagining it, the streamer knew that such things can be bought in the store, starting from the 10th floor, but such stones are too wasteful to give to Popoy, because they cost about 5,000 coins. The young man, closing his eyes, apologized to the creatures and explained that he would give them something better later. The guy looked up when he received messages that he was really not going to check the information about the items. He had another gift in his hand when one of the viewers wrote that he needed to think about what he wanted to know about the item. He had a voucher in his hands and a notification appeared that thanks to this thing he had the opportunity to change his game name. The viewers were surprised by such a reward on the first floor. Putting it in his pocket, the hero said that he was not sure if it was good and decided to put it aside and go further, since he understood that it could only be used after the 5th floor, and messages appeared in the chat that he would definitely need to use it. Immediately after, the protagonist took out a bag. The bag began to disappear when viewers wrote that this was given to everyone. Smiling broadly, the young man said that he would now head to the 2nd floor. One of the creatures was looking in the other direction. It suddenly jumped into the air. The other two also turned around. The guy, raising his hand, shouted that they needed to go the wrong way. The protagonist, looking away, asked if the viewers knew why these beasts were behaving this way, but the chat answered that they didn't know. The popo were jumping near a certain wall. They were looking straight at it. Suddenly, one of them opened his mouth and disgusted messages appeared in the chat. The monster began to gnaw the wall and the viewer assumed that this was a sign of protest because the streamer did not give them those shining stones. Leaning over, the young man realized that they simply sensed something and assumed that there would be another mana stone there. There was a large hole in the wall. The guy, opening his mouth, understood that they wanted him to follow them. The hero, already on the ground, said that he would follow them, but the viewers could not understand why he was behaving so strangely and not going into the portal. Crawling forward, the young man noted that this place was tighter than expected, and messages appeared in the chat asking if he was okay. The streamer, with his mouth slightly open, answered affirmatively, and one of the viewers wrote that he had just seen him scratch his elbow. Continuing to crawl, the protagonist realized that he felt good and for some reason it didn't hurt that much here and it seemed as if the protruding stones were giving him a light massage. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, received messages asking when he would get there and immediately answered that he would speed up a little. His eyes suddenly opened wider and the viewers began to laugh. The young man, with his mouth wide open, screamed loudly. Looking at his hand, the young man asked what was happening to him, and messages with various jokes appeared in the chat. Remembering how he glowed after the mana stone, the streamer realized that this was the same feeling as then, because Popoi began to glow after they ate that crystal. The hero, with his mouth slightly open, said that he would just continue on his way, and in the chat people wrote that they did not understand anything. His legs showed up when he thought that it was most likely the power of a knight. Imagining 3 different awakened, the protagonist remembered that the 5th floor is also known as the job change room, since users choose their path there. Knights specialize in close combat and have developed physical strength. Mages specialize in a wide range of communication magic, and you can also become a magical engineer, useful in any field. But you can choose one of the 3 and there are also non-combat professions that are not very popular, since they are useless for passing tests. Looking at the glowing hand, the hero realized that this power that he had to activate right now is similar to the power of a knight who strengthens his body with an aura located inside. Suddenly, the guy clenched his fist with force. The creatures stood in the center of the cave. The young man began to crawl towards them and someone wrote in the chat that there was something lying on the floor. The streamer, with his mouth slightly open, asked what it was. There was some kind of necklace lying on the ground. Picking it up, the protagonist noted that it looked like an item, and the chat wrote that the monsters called him to show this thing. They began to jump for this thing. The guy's gaze was directed straight at this pendant, and suddenly a notification appeared that this was a rare rank item that would be destroyed after saving the user from death once. His mouth opened wide and the chat was filled with many messages asking how this could be. Looking at it, the young man said that one look was enough to understand that this thing was good enough, and the chat continued to be surprised by such a valuable item on the 1st floor. Remembering the frame from the video, the hero realized that the streamer used this talisman to survive on the 15th floor and this item is received after the 10th floor, and he happened to find it on the 1st. Closing his eyes, the protagonist knew that it was too early. The guy looked up, because he received a message from the first viewer to put it on himself, and in the chat, people began to write that they knew the nickname of this sponsor. Putting it on his neck, the streamer also realized that this message from the viewer raised the interest of the others. Turning around, the young man said that he would now go back to the portal. His legs were illuminated by blue light. In front of him was this portal. The guy, opening his mouth, asked the monsters if they would definitely go with him. Smiling, the hero noted that he did not want to leave them here. The streamer, raising his fist to his mouth, read the messages that he would definitely cope, because he had the best pets. Looking up, the protagonist said that it was time for him to head forward. His leg immediately rose. The user was walking straight to the portal. A gate appeared in another location. A leg appeared from it. The wind immediately blew on him. The young man, wiping sweat from his face, tried to understand what kind of place this was. A tower appeared in the distance. His mouth was slightly open. Approaching the wall, the streamer said that they first needed to look around. Some symbols appeared in front of him. Immediately, a notification appeared right on the wall that he needed to remember the spilled blood of those who are called heroes. The guy, smiling, said that he was a little creepy because of this, and it looked like they were trying to scare him. But in the chat, people agreed with him. His head immediately turned. Opposite another inscription, a system window appeared with words about how there is both nobility and dishonor in efforts, so you shouldn't think that all efforts are the same. Frowning, The protagonist understood that this was true, because the same efforts do not necessarily lead to the same result. Imagining the cutlery, the young man remembered that in his world he was born with a dirty spoon. But all efforts are still efforts, and it is better to try than not try at all. His gaze was directed somewhere ahead. Suddenly, a system window appeared near him, which said that the test would begin in 10 minutes, and he would need to survive for 30 minutes against the monsters that would stand in his way. The guy, looking away, understood that he had no time to waste. Smiling, the streamer noted that his test would begin soon and he should check the store, while the chat began to write about the dangerous monsters of this test. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man understood that since this was a high difficulty, if he was unlucky, he would come across red bears, and if not, 2 sea snakes. Having imagined such a bear, the hero remembered that the whole body of this enemy emits flames and it can spit fire, while having huge dimensions, and against it you can hide behind a shield and try to hold out for 30 minutes. He also imagined a second possible opponent and realized that they may seem strong, but outside the water they are not capable of much, and you will only need to avoid their tail, which they will try to strangle him with. And if he comes across a sea snake, you can just buy a weapon and defeat it. Rubbing his chin, the protagonist hoped that everything will go as expected, and also thought that if you remember the unpredictable experience from the first floor, then there is a high probability that here everything will not go according to plan. Smiling, the hero realized that everything will be fine, because they simply cannot give him an impassable test already on the second floor, and immediately a message about the beginning of the test appeared. A small portal appeared in front of him. Frowning, the streamer assumed that it would be a sea snake, since the gate appeared small. Looking at how the portal grew, the protagonist assumed that it would be a red bear after all, and messages appeared in the chat telling him to buy equipment faster. The gate suddenly grew even larger. His eyes were wide open. In front of him was a portal of gigantic size. Opening his mouth, the guy could not understand why it became so big. His eyes immediately opened even wider. A huge leg appeared from the gate. It stomped on the ground. The monster, opening its mouth, roared loudly. The streamer, looking up, could not believe that his enemy would be a dragon turtle, and people in the chat also began to wonder. Browsing through the store, the hero realized that he hoped that this would not happen, but the worst happened, and also remembered that he had about 300 coins, and people in the chat began to laugh at him. The protagonist quickly bought a one-handed axe for 200 coins. This weapon appeared in his hand, and a system window with the characteristics of this equipment appeared, and the viewers asked if he was really going to kill the opponent. Raising the axe behind his back, the young man remembered that if he killed monsters during streams, he received rewards. The enemy's eyes were glowing bright red. The guy immediately rushed to attack, and in the chat, the viewers asked if he was really going to fight head-on. The monster raised one leg. It immediately lowered it, and the viewers assumed that the streamer had already died. Clouds of raised dust appeared. The hero plunged the axe into the turtle's leg, and the viewers in the chat began to laugh at him again. Looking at the hand, the protagonist realized that he could not defeat it with one blow, and he should try to climb onto its back, and also thought that he did not know how much power was received from that mana stone. The monster looked at him. Suddenly, a bright beam burst out of the enemy's mouth. The fighter parried the beam with an axe, and the viewers in the chat began to be perplexed by this. Jumping to the ground, the guy knew that if there was a red bear in front of him, he would be able to withstand it by simply blocking its attacks. But he also managed to learn the manner of attacks of such an enemy. Grinning, the warrior understood that he had an opportunity to defeat this enemy and get a hidden reward. The monster was still looking at him. The streamer quickly ran under it. His hand tightened on the handle of the axe. The protagonist immediately raised his weapon to strike. The blade pierced the enemy's leg. The turtle, opening its mouth wide, growled, and in the chat they wrote that it was apparently in pain. The guy dodged her next attack. Looking back, the young man knew that he could not let her know his next move. The man was to the left of the enemy. Looking back, the warrior assumed that she was probably thinking about how to catch him. Suddenly, one of her paws disappeared. The same happened with the second one. The shell fell to the ground. In the chat, viewers assumed that the monster was simply restoring health. Imagining the two awakened, the fighter remembered that the reason why it was so difficult to defeat the dragon turtle was because of its fighting style, because it was able to heal itself, hiding in a strong shell, and therefore too often you just have to sit and wait for it to crawl out again. The hero stood in front of her, while people in the chat wrote questions about whether the streamer really had to fight such an enemy already at the second level. Suddenly, the young man disappeared. The fighter quickly jumped on the opponent's shell. His hand grabbed one of the spikes. The boy, kneeling down, realized that he had managed to climb up here at the moment when the turtle hit its paws, and the viewers in the chat had messages suggesting that this place might be safe. Imagining a glowing spike, the protagonist realized that a large number of people who encountered such an enemy might think that they would be safe if they climbed up, but the spikes protruding from the shell could start to glow red and explode. Running further along the back, the young man knew that he just needed to find a weak spot. A system window appeared near him saying that someone from the chat had sponsored him for 10 coins and sent a message that he should get down from there, because the spikes explode. Noticing one of the spikes, the fighter realized that he had managed to find a weak spot. Immediately after, the hero raised his axe to attack. The axe slightly cut through this spike. The young man swung for another blow. That thorn snapped right away. The guy put his hand on his side and someone in the chat wrote that they wanted to know what he was thinking about. The turtle's head suddenly began to show. Its eyes were still glowing bright red. Standing on its back, the warrior assumed that it was trying to throw him off by crashing into the wall. Taking hold of the spike, the fighter realized that he had one last chance. Swinging for another blow, the streamer hoped that it would work. The guy drove the spike inside with an axe. The creature suddenly opened its mouth wide and growled. A bright flash appeared on its shell. Clouds of dust rose into the air, and messages appeared in the chat that apparently he managed to kill such an enemy. The spikes of the monster were visible, while people in the chat did not understand what happened. The hero took a step forward. Jaja grabbed his other hand with one hand, after which one of the people wrote that he believed in him from the very beginning. The monster lay motionless on the ground. The young man stood in front of the dragon turtle. Without expressing any emotions, the fighter thought that it was a risky adventure that he barely managed. The man remembered the moment when he was on the turtle. Taking one spike in his hand, the protagonist thought that this spike of the dragon turtle explodes when a stream of mana is directed into it. Squeezing the spike tighter, the protagonist thought that he needed to pour mana into it, which he received from absorbing the mana stone. The dark-haired man swung his weapon. Hitting the weapon on the spike, the boy thought that this was all in order to blow up the turtle. Squeezing his eyes shut, Jeju realized that he himself almost suffered from the explosion. The young man also stood in front of the amazed one. In an instant, the spawn opened its eyes. Grabbing the handle of the weapon, the guy said that it was time to finish. The protagonist raised the weapon up, while system notifications appeared that the test was passed, for which the player received a hidden reward. The fighter clenched his fist and rejoiced at being able to get the hidden reward, while the person in the chat wrote that he got goosebumps from watching the stream from the second floor. A happy Popa appeared. Looking at his little friends, the warrior assumed that they wanted to eat it. While the little friends were drooling, it was said that mana was usually accumulated and stored in the monsters of the tower. For Popoi, the dragon turtle was like a huge lump of mana. Smiling, the dark-haired one allowed them to eat it. The little monsters rushed to eat the spikes of the dragon turtle. The player grimaced, while the person in the chat asked if he really killed the dragon turtle on the second floor. The protagonist closed his eyes, while the viewers in the chat accused him of being a hacker. Looking somewhere to the side, the warrior thought that he did not think the excuse about luck would sound plausible. Putting the weapon on the ground in front of him, the player thought that he would go straight ahead, saying that it was nonsense. He just thought that he could knock him down, so he decided to try. Looking at the screen with the chat, Jaja thought he understood that the viewers were watching him not because they were being sucked up to, but because of the terrifying difficulties that he was going through on the stream, creating interesting ways to solve problems. Looking at the number of viewers and coins, the protagonist thought that the number of viewers confirmed this. It was surprising that almost 200 people were watching him, when only on the second floor. The young man smiled slightly. Poking at the screen, the dark-haired man said that first they should check the rewards. The man was glad when the phrase appeared on the screen that he received a reward for reaching 100 subscribers. Smiling, the fighter said that first they should look at the reward for completing the floor. A box with a red ribbon appeared. Next to the box was a yellow backpack. A bag of coins and a spatial backpack appeared, along with system notifications about the ranks of the items. Looking at the bag, the dark-haired one thought that the coins were a standard reward. This was to be expected, but the backpack was only given to the lucky ones, so it was not bad. The viewers would definitely be satisfied. Taking the blue stone, the boy thought that it would be better not to show the description of the mana stone on the stream. Putting the artifact in the backpack, the fighter thought that the mana stones would come in handy when he climbed to the 10th floor, but each mana stone has a different structure, so it is too risky to eat everything in a row. Pressing something on the screen, the warrior realized that he needed to set a different topic of conversation before the viewers started discussing the mana stone, saying out loud that they needed to look at the hidden reward. Some stone fell down. The player looked at the item in surprise. A certain rune was visible, while a system notification with the characteristics of the item appeared. Having put the reward in the backpack, the protagonist said that it was a good thing, it should be kept for now. Jaja was suddenly very scared. Rubbing his face with his hand, the young man said that he felt unwell. Pressing something on the screen again, the guy said that he should look at the next reward, after which a system notification appeared with congratulations on receiving 100 subscribers. A list with a choice of blessings of different characteristics appeared, while the viewers argued in the chat which was better to take. Pursing his lips, the protagonist thought about the fact that blessings are peculiar passive skills that greatly increase the statistics associated with them. Of all of them, mana helps mages and magic engineers the most, but since mana plays a small role at the very beginning, no one talks about it in the chat. The hero pressed one of the buttons. Putting his hand forward, he said that he would choose this one. The fighter smiled with his eyes closed. Imagining the hero holding the book, the warrior thought that the path of magic engineers is filled with obstacles and mysteries. No matter how hard you try, the skills of the class are not applicable everywhere, so most people regret choosing this class. Imagining the boy holding the sign in his hands, the player thought that usually magic engineers are perceived as non-combat units, support for the team, or just creators. Smiling, the dark-haired man thought that only at the very beginning. Remembering the video with the animals, Jeju realized that he clearly remembered the character from the video. The hero used magic power. A powerful surge of power of a genius magic engineer was shown. The protagonist clenched his hands into fists. Looking at his little friends, the player thought that he would never be able to create his own magic weapon, like the genius from America. The man took one popa in his hands. Holding everyone in his arms, the dark-haired man thought that he could try to repeat and imitate the inventions, with due diligence. The magic engineer smiled. The next thing he did was hug all the popa. Sighing, the warrior said that it was time, because he was already at his limit. The protagonist entered the portal. 2 sculptures appeared in front of the building. Squeezing his hand, the magician said that this was much better. Smiling widely, Jeju was glad that all the wounds quickly disappeared. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around, reading the system notification that the 3rd floor test was about to begin. Scratching his chin, the guy thought that the 1st and 2nd floors were much more difficult than he saw in the video. But the 3rd floor seemed to be little different. The boy crossed his arms over his chest, wondering what would happen if the 3rd floor was the same difficulty. Yongsik, with his mouth slightly open, thanked for the donation of 10 coins. Rubbing his neck, the newcomer was glad that he went to the 3rd floor. The magic engineer was very surprised. The stranger also did not understand what was happening. The guys, taken aback, both realized that it seemed to be the same difficulty here, because the test requires teamwork. Jeju looked at the awakened one who approached and thought that it was the same difficulty here, because the test requires teamwork. His gaze slid over the stranger. He smiled nervously and extended his hand. Judging by the way he was shaking, the 2nd floor was not easy for him. The hero smiled confusedly and greeted him in return. A handshake took place. The guy with tears in his eyes pressed himself to the player and asked if he was a streamer. The hero answered and asked if it was really that hard for him. The stranger stepped back and raised his hands, asked for forgiveness. His reaction was completely justified, because he probably met a person in the tower for the first time. The guy began to wipe away his tears and say that he did not have much experience. The chat showed itself and began to analyze his reaction. After a while, the player smiled, put his hand on his chest and introduced himself as Yongsik. Jeju awkwardly squeezed his neck and introduced himself in response. Yongsik laughed and noted that the player had an interesting name. He replied that he was often told that. The adventurer looked away, trying to ask again with some request. One of the popa jumped on the owner's head. The guy apologized and asked about the animals. Jeju smiled cheerfully and asked if the audience enlightened him. Yongsik leaned over and said that the audience was going crazy. Everyone was asking what the popa were doing here. The hero stroked one of the animals and said that he had been traveling with them since the 1st floor. The chat laughed at this omission. The player stood up, his face expressed thoughtfulness. Suddenly the earth trembled. Several stone giants in the form of statues began to rise from the ground. The men trembled. Jeju gritted his teeth and suggested talking later. A stone staff hit the ground. The statues stood up to their full height. A timer appeared near their heads. The hero began to take out his weapon, analyzing that since the 3rd floor had the same difficulty, the weaknesses of the defenders would be the same. The statues of the defenders guard the 3rd floor, and people often say that the real tests begin here. On low difficulty there will be 1 statue, on medium difficulty there will be 2. His hand squeezed the shaft of the weapon. On high difficulty there are also 2 statues. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. The defenders were already attacking. Jeju knew that if he did not defeat both at the same time, they would come to life. The eyes of the statues lit up red. The chat began to accumulate enthusiasm for the battle. The giant raised his spear to strike. After hitting the ground, deep cracks ran along the ground. The shock wave raised dust on the battlefield. Yonsuk was thrown back and he screamed, closing his eyes. A second later, he woke up, raised himself up and started asking where Mr. Jeju had gone. Someone started guessing that the streamer had died, but then the stream itself would have ended. The frame from above showed that the awakened one was running straight towards 2 giants. They tried to crush him with a shield. The blow created a powerful bang and blew up the dust from the ground. The newbie screamed in horror, seeing this picture. The statue slowly raised the shield back to its chest. Only an earthen crack remained at the place where it had hit. At that moment, Jeju went behind the creature and swung his axe. He jumped. His arms and legs were filled with power to allow the player to jump high. The chat noticed that he was now shining brighter than on the 2nd floor. A moment later, the streamer deals the first crushing blow to the stone. The giant's leg is cut off and his body begins to lose balance. The surviving defender extends his palm to his comrade. He picks him up and doesn't let him fall, which was very nobly appreciated by the viewers in the chat. Jaja landed and looked at this picture in surprise. He understood that the statue would come to life again if nothing was done with the second one. The warrior began to do a breathing exercise to collect himself and think. He couldn't let them come back to life. So the man makes a powerful dash forward. Again he cuts the shin of the giant who helped his comrade. Many immediately notice the villainous nature of the character. The axe plunges into the next target. It is pulled out and again swings. The power saturates the hands and weapon. Jaja hits again. And both statues begin to fall. Left without legs, they fall on their stomachs. A dense wall of dust rises. The wind blows it away and the viewers see a frame of a perfect cut on the stump of the leg. Jaja takes a safe position and looks down on his brainchild. Then he jumps down to the lying statues. Yansik runs up to the streamer, still trying to call out to him. He looks at the fallen defenders in shock and asks who the hero is, and the chat bursts into laughter, because this test was meant to be for two. At that moment, the head of the statue moves. Jeju immediately senses a threat. The creature's eyes glow red again. The player turns to the newbie and shouts at him to take care of himself. The newbie, however, was standing like a pillar at that moment. With a stupid expression on his face, he turns around and asks what he wanted to tell him. But instead of the hero, a huge stone spear was flying at him. Jeju reached out his hand to it and shouted for him to duck already. The spear was filled with magic and began to sparkle with energy. The streamer crushed the player with his weight, and an explosion sounded right in front of them. A shadow began to loom over the two survivors. Both statues began to slowly rise to their feet. Their eyes glowed red. The awakened thought he couldn't have known that the defenders would throw a spear, so it wasn't enough to just knock them down. He got into a fighting stance and took out his axe again, deciding that he needed to finish off the enemies. The statues held their positions imperturbably. Jeju made an angry expression. The chat was filled with excitement. The guy made a dash and ran forward. Jumped on top. Huge red eyes looked at him from behind the shield. His left hand extended its fingers and the man froze. For a moment, to sit down and very quickly run from a low stance. Then he jumped from the edge of the stone. In flight, the warrior was completely covered in blue mana. His axe was already ready to strike. The awakened was approaching the golem's face. A powerful blow cut off his body. Stone blocks began to fall to the ground. Jeju hung on the remains of the torso and looked down on the fallen body. The stone hand of the second statue reached out to him. The hero managed to jump off at the moment of impact. He was rolling down the body of the first defender straight into the trap of the remaining defender. He couldn't dodge, he had to do something. The guy looked away and reminded himself that he didn't have time to think now. The broken statue was already starting to revive. The streamer looked angrily at the remaining one and swung his axe. He had to finish him off in time. The player pushed off and jumped. With the first blow, he knocked off the creature's hand. The blow was so strong that a crack went along the statue's shoulder right to his throat. At that moment, the torso of his brother fell on him and both began to fall. Jeju immediately jumped to the ground and ran. A huge mass of stones crashed to the ground behind him. The head of the still living statue tried to move. But there was no strength left, and so the red eyes gradually began to fade. After the system completely faded, it sent a task that the hero had passed the test. While the streamer was epically moving away from the killed defenders, messages from sponsors began to appear around him. The hero stretched his neck and tiredly closed his eyes. He could continue to adhere to the old strategy, destroying the red eye, the weak point of the defenders, but he just needed to destroy the statues to pass the floor. The streamer smiled and asked if he had made the viewers wait for too long. Someone said that his noodles had not even had time to cook. Then the host shook his head. He still could not find the portal. The chat noticed that only at such moments did he look like a real newbie. While the guy was looking around, Yansik reached out his hand to him. Jeju decided that he would just pretend to be a newbie sometimes. He turned and looked at his partner in the test. He clenched his fists and hysterically began to ask to talk to him for a little. But the streamer had already wasted a lot of time on the third floor, so he just needed to go up quickly. He gave the guy a fake smile and suggested they talk another time. They would probably have a chance. After these words he ran away. Yansik looked after him in shock. He had a feeling that the hero had abandoned him. At this time, Jeju reached the ruined temple. He began to climb the steps. A scroll was neatly lying on the altar. The guy opened it and began to read carefully. They were expecting their destruction. The story began. The audience saw a city engulfed in fire and corpses in the streets, heard the cries of starving children and the spirits of fallen soldiers wandering around the empire. It was the 957th year of the Estrad Empire. The mad ruler triumphantly proclaimed the beheading of a young general who had returned from the war. The reason for this was simple. He did not listen and acted arbitrarily. For this he was executed, and if a wanderer reads this text, he needs to take this advice: never anger the emperor. Jaja smiled calmly. The chat began to guess and try to understand what it meant. The hero, obviously, should not understand the meaning of this text now, but it was a hint to pass the 5th floor. At that moment, a space portal opened behind him. The streamer opened the system window and said that he first needed to check the reward. A box with a gift appeared in his hands from the void. Inside was a bag of coins, which provoked laughter in the chat. The guy looked at the small bag with embarrassment, and remembered that on high difficulty they gave as many as 3 items. But it turned out that after the bag disintegrated, as many as 5,000 coins were added to the player's inventory, which drove the entire chat crazy. Jaju winked at the chat and began to joke about how he was worried about 1 coin. The number of active viewers was 211. Near the portal, the guy thought, the increase in the number of viewers, most likely, happened because of the cross-stream with Yansik, and earnings of 5,600 coins. If on the 5th floor there are only coins, then he will have to learn more about magical engineering. The streamer turned around. The chat noticed that his popoi had become quiet. Their small bodies were shaking. Popoi were sprawled on the ground. They were clearly overcome by something. The guy approached his pets and asked if they were sick. The animals did not answer in any way, but only continued to speak their strange language with their strange words. The streamer nervously looked at them and asked the chat if anyone knew why they were behaving so strangely, but they wrote to him that he was the first person who was able to tame these animals. The host looked at one message. Someone suggested that they were simply hungry. On the 2nd floor, the hero remembered they ate a whole shell. He reached into his bottomless backpack, deciding to test one theory just in case. He found a small stone in the inventory, and the owner handed it to Popo. He brought it closer. The animal sniffed. Jeju sighed sadly and scratched his head. He no longer thought that it was hunger. A new user sponsored the stream and suggested going up to the 5th floor first. The host looked at the message in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Those who knew appeared in the chat, but were silent. Suddenly the guy shuddered, realizing that there was someone on the 5th floor who could look at Popo. The streamer immediately grabbed his little animals in his arms and said that he would run to the 4th floor as soon as possible, since the kids were so unwell. At that moment, a tired Yamsi climbed the stairs and asked him to wait. The newcomer was covered in sweat and began to beg him to give him just a minute. The hero calmly looked at him and said that he had an emergency here. The player came closer. He understood that he was already getting on his nerves, but suddenly he bowed. He decided that he should thank the streamer, because he passed this floor only thanks to him. Yansik smiled stupidly and said thank you very much again. Jeju looked at him in surprise. He covered his mouth with his hand in embarrassment and closed his eyes. He smiled and replied that he was always happy to help, and then said goodbye. The player was happy and agreed to see him later. The streamer turned around and walked towards the portal. He came out on the other side. Opposite him, there were discs attached to the wall. The system announced that the 4th floor test was starting. If he could not destroy the seal, he would remain on the 4th floor forever. Jeju looked around tiredly. He noticed that the developers were writing this in a soft form, but in fact, otherwise, only death would await him here. His finger began to type something in the system window. Even if the streamer spent coins on food, it would not last long and he would remain on the floor and die. After thinking for a while, he walked forward. He left the animals in a pile behind him and approached the inscription on the wall. It was written in an unknown language. The guy looked at the discs and assumed that for a high difficulty there would be about 1,000 crystals. In the chat they began to write that 6 hours are enough to solve this problem. Jaju opened the store. He was interested in what he could offer in this case. The system began to adjust the offers. Unlike the other floors, the goods on the 4th floor offer a wide variety of food and all sorts of vital items to attract the user instead of weapons and protection. The 4th floor is a battle against time, and if the user relaxes due to the availability of food and a lot of time, then he will definitely get stuck here and sign his own death warrant. He closed his eyes and sighed. He does not really need any of this now, so he will not spend coins, and he does not have many of them. The chat began to resent the fact that he just ignored the chicken. Many began to demand mukbang. Popa at this time continued to suffer. The host said that he wants to save the money for later, and his kids are sick. The guy approached the shapes on the wall. On the 4th floor you need to study the inscriptions on the crystals to understand the pattern and find the right color. His hand touched one shape. The crystals changed color as soon as you touched them. The shape hummed and filled with red light. A symbol appeared on it. The streamer tiredly looked at the huge wall. He was ashamed that this had caused him difficulty before. He touched a new shape. The crystal filled with green light. Its symbol meant that it had a different order of colors. At first, his brain melted from trying to remember all these inscriptions that he had never seen before. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he replaced the letters with numbers. It was easier to remember. He touched a new crystal. From now on everything will only get more difficult. When he touched it, a crystal nearby lit up. The really annoying part of this floor is that some crystal can spontaneously change color. The chat began to write that he was shaking every time he watched the passage of the 4th floor. The hero looked closely at the complex structure. For him it was just an annoying Rubik's Cube that had to be assembled. He continued to click on crystals of different colors in a complex sequence. The chat even began to think that he was simply clicking everything randomly. Jeju nodded and continued his work. After a while, a whole row lit up blue, which shocked the viewers. The guy smiled embarrassedly. The first stage was completed. Everything went according to the plan that he remembered, and now if he continues in the same spirit, he will finish within an hour or even half an hour. The chat began to doubt the hero's success. But his pace only began to increase, and there were almost 6 hours left. A few minutes later, the crystals flashed different colors. The streamer was called crazy. Everyone was shocked. Jeju took a deep breath. All the colors were glowing blue, except for one crystal. He slapped it, and it began to turn blue. The portal opened. The system reported that the test was passed and the path to the 5th floor would be open. New donations poured in. The guy smiled sheepishly and thought about what a genius he was for simply memorizing all the answers in bed. The hero smiled and began to accept and read out the donations. Then he was going to quickly check the rewards and continue on his way. There was a new bag in the box, and again completely alone. Jeju took it and again received 5,000 coins. With 10,000 he would be able to get a heroic rank skill book. Indignation poured in the chat. The bag began to crumble. The host understood that he needed to hurry because his pets were not feeling well. He hugged them and ran with them to the 5th floor. The guy looked forward seriously. He was already passing quickly enough, so everything was fine and he should not rush. He stood up and went forward. In his head he told himself that he just needed to not give up on the 5th floor. Entering the portal, the system announced the beginning of the 5th floor test. Jeju hung in a pleasant emptiness. From that moment on, the audience could not move to him, and he would be given a week in the time of the world of Astraud. The player would become the owner of one picture of the destroyed world of Astraud. In addition to him, there would be another owner of the picture. The system reported that there were 2 ways to pass the floor. You need to either reach the selected end, or kill another user. It was a bright day in the Empire. A leg fell from the bed. A guy in rich clothes sat up and looked in front of him. The whole room trembled. The young man picked up a book and began to leaf through it. It was 944, February 20th. Now the guy is 10 years old. He asked his father for a magical animal as a birthday present, but instead he received a slap in the face, and the condemning look of his older brother broke his heart. What went wrong? 2 days later, the descent to the basement opened. The young man created a secret space under his room without his father's knowledge. He offered Fordrick a gold coin for his help, but he did not accept it. In the future he would give him a magical animal. The boy decided that today he would sleep peacefully. The red-haired gentleman sighed heavily. The hero knew who he was copying now. He imagined the sour face of the second heir to the Astraud Empire, Koli. The emperor discovered the magical animal that the prince was raising, so the prince had to burn it with his own hands. The hero slammed the book shut. He also earned the nickname Executioner, throwing tantrums in a drunken stupor. Jeju looked at his book in surprise. The system showed the conditions of his stay on this floor. He was supposed to become the emperor, but seizing the throne by force would not be accepted as the correct ending. The prince leaned on the table and drooped. Considering that this task was too difficult, the chat began to echo this thought and laugh at the forceful methods of solving problems that the host uses. The streamer looked into the void in confusion. He did not understand why he needed to play as the second executioner prince, who was as far away from the throne as the moon. It would be better if he really became a magical engineer, as he planned. The reality on the 5th floor is an alternative one, so in the present time, barely a minute will pass before the transition to the 6th floor, and viewers will not be able to leave the stream for the entire week of the test. Jeju thoughtfully looked at the 2 ways to achieve the goal. The system warned that if another user reaches the end first, the player will feel the destruction of this world with his whole body. Then the guy's eyes opened wide, and the chat could not even laugh at such a terrible thought. The streamer waved his hands and asked the guys in the chat not to quarrel, otherwise he will ban them. Then his attention was drawn to the system window. It was necessary to choose the desired power. The hero froze and began to think. Depending on the choice, a figure is given that users must copy on the 5th floor, and if the user chose high difficulty, he is assigned a significant historical figure of the Astraud Empire. Magic abilities are prescribed for the chief mage of the Empire, magic engineering for the platinum engineers of the Empire, and physical strength for its guards. There are also high non-combat classes, or the paths of the killer, but their abilities are much lower than those listed above, so few choose them. Jeju folded his arms on his chest and began to think further. Everyone in the chat suggested their own option to choose. The guy's eyes sparkled. He decided to choose magic engineering. The guy began to make a choice with a smile, thereby confirming the proposed option of power associated with a magical animal. The chat did not understand at all what it was, and the explanations came too late. The system reported confirmation, and Jeju tensed up, because this was not what he wanted at all. Laughter began in the chat. The irritated streamer began to swear and wave his hands while he was being pulled into the portal. He demanded to give him a magic engineer. Now his character was banging his head on his hands. He was still puzzled as to how he got a magical animal instead of a magical engineer. He put his hand on his head and decided that it was too late for him to get carried away. He needed to think about what he could do. If the end goal was easy, he would simply achieve it. For example, if he became a magical engineer, he would finish the test by creating an invention. But if the goal was difficult, it could be achieved by killing another player, and for such a crazy goal as becoming an emperor, this option seemed like the right choice. The hero spent the first day getting used to his new body. It was important for users to read their character's diary to get information about themselves and their situation. The hero looked puzzled. He turned around when a servant entered his room and bowed. The prince looked at him and ordered Fordrick to be called. His natural acting was noted in the chat. He put his hand on the diary, after reading which he should understand what Fordrick was planning. A man entered the room, bowed and asked if his master had called him. Was it really about a magical animal? The guy was a little confused, but said that it was so. The servants nodded. The man with the scar assumed that the master would ask about this, so he prepared himself. He pointed back and said that this animal came from the north. The servant brought a box covered with a white cloth into the room. Without thinking twice, he pulled it off. And in the cage were his popa. The man began to tell that they are known for their evil nature, but they are now behaving suspiciously quietly, and therefore this made their work easier. Jeju looked at his pets in shock and noticed that they are somehow not energetic. Fordrick looked at the cage and said that he asked the hunters, but they do not understand the reason for their painful condition. Having checked himself, he could only assume that they absorbed too many mana stones, so he needs to continue to watch them. Then the chat realized how much these animals ate during their past adventures. The prince looked questioningly in the direction of the scream. The man grabbed his body and asked how it happened that his body was now emitting mana. What had happened during the month he had been in the north? The streamer brushed his hand away and replied that his body was fine and that he should not worry. The subordinate did not calm down and shouted that usually people explode from the mana inside them. By pure chance, the host's life was not in danger. The mana had entered his head, and for now, even if he began to get nervous or angry, he would quickly come to his senses. But if it got worse, his emotions could get out of control. A bead of sweat rolled down his face. Fordrick declared that the prince could no longer absorb mana. The young man found the strength to smile, put his hand on the man's shoulder, and say that he would take this into account. The servant bowed and said that he would go then. He put his hand on his chest and added that the first prince had recently started making strange movements, so he asked his master to be careful. The hero smiled at him and thanked him for his concern and clarified that he would transfer these magical animals to the basement himself. Fordrick bowed. He was Kaoli's only advisor. He was his mother's personal knight, Empress Preds. He finished his activities as a knight when she left this world and specially became an advisor to young Kaoli. The guy leaned on the table and began to think about magic stones. He remembered the battle with the turtle. In theory, he should have trembled in fear from its appearance. He took the cage, much more alarmed by the words that the first prince was planning something. Passing by the shelves with books, the prince stopped and thought that in a week he needed to defeat the first prince and become the emperor. It was easier to kill the enemy, but if you reach the end in another way, you can get a better reward. His finger touched the right book. The cabinet shuddered and began to move. Under it, it hid a secret passage to the basement. With a sad face, Kaoli lowered the animals from the north into the dark basement. The viewers saw a dark room with a bunch of cages. A system window appeared near the face. In one of the cages sat a cheerful dog. It seemed that instead of weariness and fear, they felt happiness, seeing their owner. These were the animals that Kaoli kept. He put the cage with Popa. He turned away with tears in his eyes and said that he would leave them here, because he did not know what awaited him outside. This caused a violent reaction in the chat. The animals trembled and tears appeared in the corners of their big eyes. Then the guy was distracted by the store, thinking that he could try to buy a skill book for Popo. What was good about them was that the streamer did not need to read them. He clicked on buy. The content of these books went directly to his head and therefore everything became much easier. The guy closed his eyes and scratched his chin. He didn't find anything that would work for his pets. After buying his basic animal magic skill leveled up by 1, the chat asked if he noticed any changes. The host smiled and noted that he didn't really feel the changes, but the skill was cheap. Jaju got out and blocked the passage with a closet. He needed to go somewhere else. The chat asked him to cheer up. The guy looked ahead and thought that his opponent most likely chose the knight or mage class. The main mages have their own research room, and the knight captains have their own training ground. He looked around. If you think in terms of rewards, then he needs to hinder the other streamer as much as possible. After a while, the man began to take his sword out of its sheath. With a quick series of blows, he chopped the scarecrow into a bunch of small pieces. The debris began to fall to the ground. The man laughed and thought that this was just madness. Sung Jae looked at his sword contentedly. He only used the skill book, but it felt like he had been training for decades. He swung the sword and his level began to rise only from them. His smile and gaze became crazier. He thought he was lucky. He chose a high difficulty from the first floor, so he was able to get a lot of donations on the second floor with his kendo skills. This player easily defeated all the monsters. and on the third floor he used another participant as a human shield and quickly completed the level. He thought that the viewers would throw him because of killing another participant, but in the end he only received more donations for persistence, and despite the fact that he barely finished the floor 30 minutes before the end of the countdown. Now the streamer was smiling and the viewer warned that a guest had come to him. The knight looked at the stranger. In the chat they began to write that they had already seen him. Prince Koli smiled at him with a tired face and came closer. Sung Jae stared at him in surprise. The chat began to order everyone to kneel before him. The man immediately knelt down and said that it was a great honor to meet him, but he himself was angry, not understanding what he had forgotten here, because he was sure that he had read the diary correctly, so why was he here? The gentleman held his hands behind his back and ordered the warrior to stand up. He was pleased to watch the training in the name of the empire. Sung Jae frowned forward and replied that he was only playing a role. He himself began to think if there was a streamer in front of him, but decided that he most likely chose a mage or a knight, like him. He introduced his character. He used a sword and was a great master, a black lion, an honest man who hated liars. At first it was difficult to get used to his speech, but the streamer quickly adapted, copying the behavior of other knights. Sung Jae sheathed his sword and asked what brought the gentleman to this place filled with sweat. His spectators noted that he played cool. The prince suddenly laughed cheerfully, and said that he remembered what kind of alcohol he liked and asked if he was the one who burst into tears at his last birthday party when he couldn't find his favorite alcohol at the banquet. The player immediately became embarrassed, and someone noted that he would have been figured out by now if he hadn't talked to the NPC. The red-haired youth smiled and said that he thought about sending him his favorite drink, but he didn't really understand it, because he completely forgot the name and asked if he could remind him of it. Sung Jae was all flustered, not knowing what to say. He looked at the chat and mentally asked for help. The warrior bowed and said that the drink was called Pertale. His Highness smiled. The name seemed familiar to him and said that he would send it tomorrow. The streamer smiled nervously at him and said that he would try his best for the good of the empire. The gentleman smiled slyly and even grimly. He completely forgot to ask something. He extended his hand and asked what his Korean name was. The knight chuckled nervously and said that this guy was just crazy. The veins on his face bulged, and he asked who was in front of him and who he was. Jaja smiled slyly and introduced himself as a prince again. Then the user began to emit an ominous aura. He approached the hero and began to ask why, since he was a prince, he did not bring an advisor for protection and why he was provoking him alone. He pointed to the side and asked how he knew he was playing a role. He tried to act naturally. Jaja looked at the camera and asked if he had any reason to answer. He stuck out his tongue and thought to himself that the introvert prince wrote down every little thing in his diary. Sung Jae was all amused. He waved his hand and asked what his guys were saying. Both streamers smiled nervously. The knight quoted from his chat that Kaoli is a weakling without any talent who can die from one swing of a sword. But then the hero decided to parry and said that he felt this vulgarity and frivolity from the very beginning. He would like to pretend that he does not notice anything, but the disgusting smell stuck in his nose. Sung Jae had already grabbed the sword, smiled and said that the guy was already a corpse. Then Fordrick jumped out and screamed, asking how to understand this. He jumped up to the gentleman, began to shake him and ask if he was okay. He clenched his fists and shouted that he saw with his own eyes how this man raised a sword at him. Kaoli smiled nervously and explained that he just wanted to see his mastery of the sword, so he asked him to demonstrate his skills. The second streamer could only agree. In the chat they noted that one swing separated the guy from going to the 6th floor. Fordrick looked angrily at the knight. He felt the bloodlust from him. He sighed and put his hand on the warrior's shoulder and asked him to be careful in the future, if he did not want to be accused of attempting to assassinate the prince. Then the gentleman leaned over and continued to talk about tearing off a limb, tying the body to a horse, which is then sent around the city. Sung Jae bowed and said that he acted rashly, but since the prince wanted to spare him, he would not develop this topic. So the streamer was left alone with this failure. Fordrick took the prince aside and noticed that the Black Lion had never done anything like that before. Something was wrong. The hero asked if that was why he kept him in check, to which the advisor replied that he was very sorry that the heart of the empire, the great master, the Black Lion, had behaved so frivolously. The man turned around abruptly. The prince assumed that he missed the old days. The former knight looked ahead gloomily. He smiled and put his hand on his chest. He found this remark very malicious. He explained that he did not remember anything that happened before taking the oath of allegiance to the Empress of Preds. Kaoli smiled tenderly and nodded understandingly. The couple stopped at the turn. The guy said that he would wander around the area, because the room was somehow boring, but he asked not to worry about him and go about his business. Fordrick bowed and asked to be careful, because a clash with the prince could bring a lot of trouble. With this, the advisor turned and walked away. The streamer went forward. He lost much more time than he expected. He needs to visit the workshop of magic engineers tomorrow. The chat asked what Jeju will do now. Veins on his face swelled from anger. The guy straightened his shoulders and declared that he was going to achieve the chosen ending. The chat accepted this decision as very controversial. The streamer looked ahead. He understood that there must be another way instead of killing. Sung Jae came to the archive and was given the documents on Mr. Froderick that he asked for. The knight took the folder and thanked him. There was a smile on his face. The streamer considered himself very lucky. But before that, he stood in front of the chat window in complete confusion and asked what to do. He cried and shouted that if the second streamer prince orders to kill him, then he is finished. The chat began to consider Jeju crazy since he did not kill their streamer while he had a great chance. Here the knight froze. A message from a viewer appeared, who made fun of him and said that he would tell him how to finish off Jeju. First he needed to go to the administration office and collect information about the second prince, and at the same time collect information on Froderick. Now he was leafing through the documents and studying everything carefully. The system grouped all the information. Sung Jae glanced at the messages in the chat. Everyone began to remember how Jeju was able to tame Popoy and not die. The warrior clenched his fists and asked if the hero's identity was important in his mission. His main assistant answered that of course it was important. Then he asked to come to the edge of the gate. The black lion made his way through the bushes. The guy in the chat said that there should be a chapel ahead. When the building appeared among the foliage, the viewer told him to go there. The man smiled. Now he knew that this method only works when the enemy's identity is known. He clenched his fist and mentally began to threaten the hero. An hour ago, he was walking down the corridor, when he suddenly noticed something ahead. Jeju was heading towards him along the empty corridor. Sung Jae smiled contentedly. The players came face to face again. The hero learned that the second streamer had checked his background, but he asked him to stop playing and asked if he was not popular enough. Kaoli shuddered when his user was called by name. The man trembled with pleasure. His guess was confirmed. He immediately turned around and ran away. Sung Jae ran and grinned widely. He told himself that this was the end and he would not die here. Now he ran through the forest. He learned about the hidden place on the 5th floor that the viewers told him about. He made his way through the bushes and looked ahead. If he revealed the name of his opponent in the chapel, he could instantly pass the test. His hand fell on the door. Such an easy passage would cost the opportunity to raise the skill level. In addition, in case of a mistake he would receive a serious penalty, and this method is not particularly recommended. But who cares about raising their skill level when their life is at stake? There was a magic bowl in front of them. The streamer put his hands in the water and pulled out a glowing key. He sat down with it on his knee in front of the statue. A system notification appeared in front of his face. It informed him that his wisdom would be tested. He needed to pronounce the name of the participant who was undergoing the same test. The man clenched his teeth and said the name Jeju. A stupid smile froze on his face. He began to wait for an answer. All he had to do was confirm his option. His finger pressed yes. Everything around him trembled. The statue's eyes lit up red. The system reported that this answer was incorrect, and now the streamer would be cursed by an evil spirit that laughs at wisdom. The character was covered in red mana. The curse was the loss of all learned skills. The knight raised his hands to the heavens and screamed, falling to his knees. His screams were heard from the chapel throughout the forest. At the moment when Sung Jae ran away from the hero, the chat was already saying goodbye to him. He sighed and mentally said, "Thank God this guy is such a simpleton." He smiled and fixed his hair. The chat did not understand what kind of expression he was. The host calmly walked down the corridor in the other direction. He opened the door to the room. There was a backpack near the bed. The guy began to slowly rummage through it. Someone realized what he was up to. In his hand was a ticket for changing a nickname. The streamer, without thinking, tears it in two. The keyboard opens. You need to enter a new nickname. The chat began to suggest ideas for new nicknames. The best solution was to call himself Jeju number 2. The chat took it all too ambiguously. The prince slapped his hands together. Since his opponent has the role of a great master, he must learn 5 sword skills of the first knight of the empire, if the player remembers everything correctly. He smiled slyly. He knew that all the learned skills of the opponent will be cancelled. After losing a skill, the player is forced to rebuy skill books, and if there are no rich sponsors among his viewers, he will not reach the ending. Kaoli shook his head and closed his eyes. The chat was still discussing his new nickname. The streamer could not stand it, and tearfully began to ask what was wrong with his new name. He was in a hurry, and could not think of a normal nickname. Jeju2 is a simple nickname, and is not much different from his previous one. The dejected guy stood up. He began to ask himself if this was too hasty a decision, but in fairness, time was really pressing for him. Then an unknown person with a painfully familiar voice, as the chat noted, began to break into the room. The prince went out into the corridor and asked what was going on. The guards, all embarrassed, held the great master. They reported that he wanted to talk to him. They asked him to come tomorrow, since it was late, but the sir refused to listen. Sung Jae smiled nervously and asked if the prince had a minute. Kaoli looked at him sullenly and told him to let him pass. The chat immediately found a bunch of logical errors that could cost him dearly. The door slammed shut. Sung Jae began to approach his enemy and curse him. He pursed his lips and asked who he was. Kaoli smiled and reminded him that he had already told him. The sword master grabbed the back of the chair, and with a scream, he threw it at the lord. Jeju easily dodged. The enemy slowly began to draw his sword. He declared that in any case, everything would end like this. The black lion drew his blade and rushed to attack. The host easily dodged the first attack. The opponent moved like an ignoramus. Was it all because his skills were gone? He caught the master's hand and immediately broke it. Sung Jae looked at him angrily, cursed, and tried to break free. His hand was shaking and already covered in sweat. Jeju pulled the fighter to his feet and said that he would still be useful to him, and therefore he would let him live. He twisted his hand even harder, leaned towards his ear, and sternly ordered him not to take his mercy for weakness. He let go of the weakling, and he fell to the ground from helplessness. The prince stretched his hand and said that if the great master understood everything, then he should get out. The opponent jumped up and walked away. Jeju stretched his neck and thought that Sung Jae would not bother him anymore. But he shouldn't have pressed him so hard. The chat began to ask what his plan was. The hero leaned over and said that he would think about it, and that he could kill the enemy at any time. Everyone asked him to forget about it, because the streamer still had 6 days left. Jeju fell face down into the pillow and thought that if the current emperor did not die, there would be no next emperor. He looked inside himself with an empty gaze. But even if the reigning emperor suddenly died, the first prince was next in line. The best option would be to study magical engineering before the last day. His eyes gradually began to close, and then he would get rid of another streamer. But then he would have to give up the rewards for reaching the ending. He remembered his first attempt. The guy with the scar on his face was practicing with an axe. It was his first attempt. He wiped the sweat from his face and asked if the guys were sure it was an axe. It was too heavy for him, and in general he got it for no reason. It was too difficult to control, but the viewers told him to stop whining. The guy smiled and said that he was just curious and promised to try. The chat noted his good awareness. The background became too noisy. The warrior looked at the crowd, not understanding what happened. Then the guy was embarrassed when one of the viewers wrote that the player was just looking for an excuse to get distracted. He looked at the chat. Someone said that most likely there was an event going on, and he needed to go check it out. The character Kaoli was sitting in court with handcuffs on his hands. The player was surprised that he could see the court. He clapped his hands and asked the guys to share information with him. The guy happily jumped when one of the viewers allowed him to go and see what was going on there. The knight entered the building and headed towards the crowd of aristocrats. A red-haired man appeared behind him. He approached the black wolf Alec, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked what happened. Jeju shuddered in fear when Count Xian explained that he had not heard the news that the imperial trial would soon take place. The chat began to think that everything was planned this way. The count shook his head to make sure there were no extra eyes and ears. He leaned towards the knight and whispered that the second prince had been taken into custody and accused of murdering the emperor. The man smiled and said that it was for the best, because there was no need to cast pearls before swine. No one would benefit from the second prince. The crowd gradually began to enter the hall to witness the trial of the prince. The count said that all the emperor's relatives and aristocracy had come. The streamer looked ahead in surprise and said that it was clear to him. Someone pushed the hero while passing by. The dejected Frederick bowed before the master and asked for forgiveness. The former knight began to make his way further through the crowd. His face was like that of a dying man. The chat was filled with sympathy for him. The emperor didn't trust anyone, so he placed his knights everywhere, so his sudden death at the hands of strangers really seems suspicious. In addition, all the knights guarding him were converted beastmen. The weak prince could hardly cope with them. The hero decided that it was worth listening to what the court would say. Everyone sat down in their places. Jeju sat on one of the benches. The chat began to build their theories. Alec looked ahead carefully. Since the case was quite serious, the courtroom was almost completely full. All the main magicians, great masters and nobles of all stripes were gathered here, but no one saw a single magical engineer. The judge rang the bell. He put it on the table, said that he understood that today the highborn nobility was present at the trial. The guy put his hand on his chest and said that the Estrade court judges everyone fairly, and if someone becomes the initiator of disorder, he will be punished to the fullest extent regardless of status. The chat immediately found him very charismatic. From the lower podium stood up the representative of the commoners' cane. From the middle podium stood up and bowed Marquis Krauts from the nobility. Someone in the chat wrote that he had a wig and he was asked how he knew this. Jeju choked when he read that another player had taken it off his NPC during boredom. From the high podium stood up the Grand Duke Magnus, who would take the place of the emperor for the hearing. All the representatives straightened up. The judge ordered the jury to follow the teachings of the goddess of justice and ordered them to swear that they would judge impartially and not give in to emotions. Each representative swore to do their duty. The chat began to laugh at the commoner, because he did not know manners at all. The secretary placed his hands on the table, and before they could continue, he ordered that it be noted that this trial had been hastily organized because the defendant had been caught red-handed, so the evidence had not been collected thoroughly enough, and the defendant had not confessed to the crime. The man straightened up and asked for understanding because this trial was needed for the official record. Everyone looked at the judge. The hero suggested that in this case they did not need to prove the fact of the crime. Someone called it a falsified trial. The defendant stood up and was asked to take his place in the courtroom. The prince slowly walked to his place. He came out, and his voice was shaking. Then he lowered his eyes, and the judge said that he must understand that in connection with the proven fact of the crime, the question of the suspect's identity is not before the court, and the lawyer will not be present at the trial. The prince was sweating all over and said yes with difficulty. The secretary picked up the document and announced that the crime occurred in the following way. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the second prince went to the sleeping emperor's room and asked for an audience. He talked with him in the waiting room for about 30 minutes. The judge looked at the guard and asked if the witness confirmed what was said. The beast man looked sternly ahead and answered yes. When the sounds from the waiting room stopped, the guard knights opened the door with suspicion. They opened both doors and saw a corpse in front of them. The emperor was lying on the floor in a pool of his own blood, and in front of him was only the prince. He was trembling and crying. Everyone began to exchange glances and whisper. The second prince stood and trembled with fear. Out of nerves, he clutched the shirt on his left hand. After investigating the cause of death, it turned out that the tea that the emperor drank with pleasure contained powdered lapa leaves, and the same powder was found on the clothes of the second prince. The judge looked around the room and asked if there were any objections or additions to what was said. The prince trembled again and said no. The judge nodded and said that was all. The crowd broke away from the stands and began to shout loudly. Jeju froze in horror. He did not understand how this action could be called a trial. He clenched his fist. Magnus leaned on his fist in boredom and ordered to stop this farce. He turned to the gods and assumed that they were laughing. Kaoli was shaking all over. They ordered to tie him to horses and drag him throughout the empire. Let all the inhabitants know what happens to those who take the life of a ruler, then he will confess to the gods of his crime and beg their forgiveness. Magnus frowned and asked if everyone agreed with this. Cain clenched his fist and said goose. The Marquis nodded his head and also agreed. At that moment Froderick jumped up and shouted that this was all nonsense. Magnus looked at him and asked if the trial had really screwed up somewhere. The former knight looked at everyone and stated that no matter how serious the circumstances of the case were, the investigation was not conducted properly, and was done in a hurry, as if in an attempt to hide something, as if someone insisted on it. Magnus shook his head. The advisor asked to understand that this was not at all typical of the second prince's normal daily routine. But the duke asked if he really wanted him to reconsider the results of the investigation because of his personal feelings. He waved his hand and ordered Kaoli to be taken away. Two beast men approached the little prince. Froderick collapsed on a chair, clutching his head. Jeju watched what was happening with a gloomy expression. He looked sadly to the side and asked the guys, "What kind of world is this?" He gritted his teeth and said that he would never agree to such an outrageous test. He stood up and shouted for the audience to just wait until he destroyed this tower, and told the admins everything. One wrote in the chat and asked if the hero could take responsibility for these words. So Jeju woke up from a nightmare in Kaoli's body. He began to think about the trial from his dream. He stretched his neck and thought that he was very moved by the results of that hearing from those videos. He was asked what he would do. The guy smiled and said that he had decided everything. His brows furrowed. The hero decided that he had a loophole. After that, the prince took up the book and began to look for information about the beast men. The reason why Kaoli was so fixated on animal magic lies in the emperor. There was nothing in Kaoli's video, so he would have to figure it out himself. Jeju diligently read every line. After a while, his patience and perseverance began to flare up. The master whined that there was too little information about this in the diary, and thought that he could ask Froderick, and as soon as he was mentioned, he immediately entered the room. Jeju shuddered with fear, not expecting the servant to enter. He coughed into his fist and said that he had a question. The streamer looked ahead. When as a child the young man asked for a magical animal, his father slapped him. Does the master remember him crying? The advisor bowed his head and said that he remembered every detail related to the master. In the chat he was called a real dad. Kaoli waved his hand and said that when he asked why his father was angry, the knight promised that he would find out. But he still did not tell the reason. Is it time to find out? The man's face became sad and he began his slow story. So the streamer left the room. In the chat they asked if he was really going to the emperor. He walked with his eyes closed, and in the chat everyone tried to stop him. Jeju smiled slyly and was glad that everyone reacted negatively, as it should be in his plan. The emperor began to lose his mind after the death of the empress. He believed that someone was responsible for her death, and eventually stopped trusting anyone. He loved his wife so much that such hatred for the child she abandoned seemed illogical. Froderick kept looking at the floor and talking. That the magical animal the boy wanted to receive as a birthday present was too dangerous for the young prince. The streamer looked ahead carefully. The chat said that he had already entered the emperor's territory. Beastmen were standing in front of the door. The youth stopped before entering. He would turn off the chat because he would need to concentrate as much as possible. A riot had started in the chat. Jeju smiled coquettishly and asked not to be angry because they would see everything when the time came. The guy warmed up after turning off the chat and tried to concentrate. His eyes filled with mana. Instead of the shy and gloomy Kaoli, a changed Kaoli would come to the emperor, which he would even be surprised at. The guard looked at the approaching prince, who said that they were working at dawn. The guy put his hands on his hips and said that he came to ask for an audience with his majesty. The guards closed the passage and said that it was impossible now. The streamer asked, even for the prince of the empire? The soldier frowned and replied that he did not allow any exceptions. Jeju took a deep breath. He knew that beast men did not show emotions. He screamed at the top of his lungs, addressing the emperor directly, since he had something to tell him. The young man froze and remained standing on half-bent legs. The plan worked and the door opened. The guard approached the prince and invited him to wait in the reception room. The audience began to watch as the prince's shadow penetrated the emperor's office. After a while, he was already sitting at the table and smiling nervously. The hero closed his eyes and repeated the character's legend to himself. The door from the bedroom opened. Emperor Radiac came out to meet his son. He became interested in what the prince was looking for him. Jeju stood up and bowed to his father and asked what was so strange about his son wanting to see his father. The emperor chuckled and asked since when did he treat him like a father? The young man smiled and explained that it had always been like that. Radiac propped his head up with his fist. He always emphasized that there should be a solid foundation behind any words. Kaoli smiled and said that he knew that his majesty had secretly assigned beastmen to him. But was it because he was worried about him? The lord smiled and noted that this was a bold assumption. The son leaned towards him and explained that it was important how he understood it, because if this was an act of parental love, then he, as a son, would follow it. He was embarrassed, because he learned about the beast chasing him from chatter in the chat room. The man exhaled. He sat down more comfortably on the sofa and asked if that was all he wanted to tell him. The hero glanced at the guard and asked them to leave so they wouldn't overhear their conversation. Radiac adjusted the ring and asked for a reason to leave. The prince smiled sheepishly and said that he felt awkward. The streamer felt dark mana in the room between them. The emperor waved to the guard and asked them to leave. The man smiled and concluded that his son knew everything. But could he now hear the real reason why they should be escorted? Jeju smiled and said that if this ring really magically controlled the beast men, then they could leave them alone. He pointed to the ring and declared that it was not real. The emperor pulled his hand back and sat up straight. He looked at his son defiantly and asked what proof he had, because everything he said now would decide his fate. The hero reached into his inside pocket and said that to be honest, he had another ring. He took out a piece of paper and read that the first Prince Slan was the first to receive his recognition and approval 3 years ago for his bravery and leadership, thanks to which victory was achieved in the battle on the eastern plain of Lavalik. During the victory celebration, an unfortunate incident occurred. The drunk first prince spilled alcohol on his father. Radiac frowned and ordered him to stop. He asked if his son wanted to try to convince him with what was written in the document. Streamer put the document away and explained that this was what was recorded in the documents, and now he would add from himself. The first prince wiped the alcohol with his handkerchief and discreetly took off his ring. Then he changed it for a fake and hid the real ring in his handkerchief. Radiac blushed and said that these were just guesses from beginning to end, whereas even one piece of evidence for what was said. The guy got nervous. He asked himself to calm down because the emperor had no reason to be angry and nothing to lose. He said that they were not needed. The man already knows all this, doesn't he? Suddenly the emperor laughed as he hadn't done for a long time. The hero put his hands on the table and asked if he could consider himself living a little longer, and the father said yes. Because he didn't know that the second prince had an ace up his sleeve all this time, and he pretended not to know anything for so long. But since he came now, it means he needs something from him? The streamer clenched his fist and said the right thing. He straightened up and said that he wanted to become the emperor. Radiac smiled evilly and said that there was only room for one emperor in the empire. Jeju calmly looked at him and said that he knew. Then a sly smile appeared on his face, and he politely asked the emperor to die. One of the viewers burst into deep laughter in his bedroom. The hero's stream was on his screen. The man smiled and began to swear at the player. He watched the footage with him and noticed that he had no equal. After which he created a donation for 1,000 coins and said that he had been waiting for someone like him for a long time, and finally such a player appeared. The voice input began. The sponsor clenched his fist and shouted Jaja's name. The hero was showered with coins, and the viewer asked him to kill everyone in this empire. The streamer smiled tiredly and noted that the others probably found it unpleasant to sit with the chat turned off, but many understood that the situation required it. The guy began to read new messages in the chat. He was again asked what he would do next. The hero smiled and replied that he would go have breakfast and then start learning skills. The sun was already high in the sky. The prince was walking in the yard and looking for a workshop. He was glad that he could finally study magical engineering. While the streamer was thinking, someone came up to him from behind and asked what he was doing here. The elephant smiled at his younger brother. The host frowned and said that he had the same question for him. The chat was instantly filled with hatred for the first prince. The boy smiled and noticed that his brother's manners had deteriorated since their last meeting. Had his father finally not driven him away? And he was glad. Jeju immediately thought that the prince must have gotten the information from the beastmen under his control with the stolen ring. The boy frowned inside. He assumed that Slan was interested in what they had talked about with the emperor, and therefore had come here unable to wait any longer. Kaoli looked away in embarrassment, and said that today at dawn he had indeed met with the emperor. The first prince immediately blushed. His foolish brother immediately realized that he had received information about this from someone. He trembled and said that Kaoli used to hide behind Fordrick's back, trembling in fear, and now dared to speak to him as an equal. The chat began to incite him to hit this man. Suddenly Slan raised his hand to slap. But Master Bran was watching this whole scene and ordered him to stop. He pulled out his pipe and asked what kind of noise they were making in front of his workshop. The first prince looked at him and replied that it was none of his business, to which the master said that they had stopped by his workshop and were sorting things out. The elephant blushed and said that only Bran was being rude to him. The old man grinned and asked if he was not even an emperor yet, but was already asking for respect. The chat immediately appreciated this approach to the conversation and loved the character. The engineer came closer and said that if he wanted to gain his respect, then he should not have made a mess in front of his workshop. Someone said that he was not a man, but a legend. The prince gritted his teeth in anger. His eyes filled with blood and he replied that he would never forget such humiliation. The engineer closed his eyes and lit his pipe, and told him to do what he wanted, but he would not care, even if he spat on his grave. He introduced the graves and promised that he would carve something very unpleasant for him on his grave. The master's hand trembled with anger. He bulged his eyes and decided that as soon as he became the emperor, he would finish him off first. He wanted to see how he would try to talk with a severed head. He turned around and almost ran away, saying how disgusted he was here. Bran shouted after him that he was also disgusted and asked not to come here anymore. Kaoli smiled and said a big thank you for helping with his brother, but the engineer referred to a completely different reason, not wanting to acknowledge the act of help, as the chat noted. He turned around and went inside. The prince said that he wanted to ask the master for something, but he only joked that if this was in order to kill the first prince, then he refuses. The hero followed the engineer inside and shouted not at all. The old man replied that if he insisted, he could think about it, but if he wanted to look around, then let him go. The streamer froze in the passage, not expecting such a turn of events. His foot stepped inside. A painfully pleasant smell of oil hit his nose. The chat began to ask, was Jaju really going to study magical engineering? There were a lot of incredible inventions and objects lying everywhere. The hero paid attention to the system window that appeared. It reported that the player entered the territory of the character associated with magical engineering. He opened the store. He noticed that all the skills not related to his main profession were very expensive. The user continued to scroll through the store. While the chat discussed the specifics of engineering, someone even got dizzy from the heap of names. Then suddenly a purchase was made despite the requests of the players. The chat screamed. Many began to demand the return of their sponsorship money. The prince gloomily looked at the chat, condemning him. Unable to bear it, he began to kick the most offended from the chat. He was glad that he could use them as an illustrative example. Someone immediately noticed that he liked the firmness of this streamer. The presenter was about to use the skill book. A magic circle with a bunch of pumping appeared around him. A level was added to all the characteristics. Then the guy's body shuddered. A feeling arose that he was about to vomit from the fact that he learned 4 skills at once. He did not feel that he understood them at all. The hero began to carefully inhale the air and tell himself that even with incomplete knowledge, he would be able to imitate skills if he did not create them from scratch. Judge walked forward and grabbed his head. Now he needed to raise the skill level. The door in front slammed shut. The prince warned that he would stay in the workshop for a while, but the door remained closed. The guy came up and knocked on it. Bran looked out and asked if he really wanted something from him. Kaoli beamed and said that he wanted to ask him for a favor. Everyone in the chat was surprised at such sudden politeness. The door opened a little more. The engineer offered to come in. He turned around and wandered forward. The young man apologized for the intrusion. Meanwhile, the elephant was running around the palace. He heard that his brother had met his father in the morning, so he thought that he would be hiding something. There was a nervous smile on the guy's face. Perhaps, of course, the second prince had plucked up his courage, but overall he had not changed at all. Having relaxed a little, the elephant smiled menacingly and said that it would be better for poor Kaoli to continue sitting in his room. His ring glowed red. The first prince declared that now his brother would watch his coronation from the grave. The couple went down to the workshop. The old man turned around and asked what the sweet young man was doing in such a place. The hero looked at him and said that he would like to use the workshop. Bran invited him to the table and warned that if he was just going to play, then no, because a magic workshop is not a playground for him. The host said that he has a basic understanding of the subject, so there is no need to worry about it. He is a little embarrassed to talk, but he also has basic knowledge of thermodynamics and mechanics of materials. The engineer narrowed his eyes. It was interesting for him. He took a pen out of the inkwell and asked to wait a second. On the sheet, he drew a magic circle. Satisfied, he handed it to the guy and asked if he could interpret it. Jeju took the sheet confusedly and said that he would try. The man moved a chair and told the young man to sit down. He pointed to the sheet and said that this circle is often used to create a material and is called Leighton. He asked to solve it. The streamer looked at the sheet thoughtfully. Now he knew that Leighton is used as a replacement for steel, and 3 materials that are used in the circle. The engineer stepped back and began to watch from the side. After a while, the prince put down the pen and said that he was finished. The engineer looked. It was a shame, but only half true. The guy was upset and asked if he really can't use the workshop now. The chat was very surprised that their streamer could screw up. Bran pulled out his pipe and said that even if it was only half true, the interpretation was quite tolerable. Kaoli smiled. The engineer said that the guy could use it as much as he wanted. He pointed the pipe at the young man and told him to think again, because such a young guy should not delve into magical engineering, especially a prince. Jeju only smiled broadly in response, and said that he was counting on the instructions of the new teacher. Bran went upstairs and promised to do everything so that the first prince did not come close here, and now nothing would distract the streamer from studying magical engineering. He waved his hand and asked the viewers to be understanding if they got a little bored. Jeju's days were spent studying, working and caring for Popol. He worked hard on the mechanisms, and the system reported that he had 1 day and 16 hours left. At this time, someone came down to the workshop. The advisor froze in the passage and called the prince. The streamer turned around in surprise and Fordrick said that the emperor was killed. The hero immediately stood up. The 5th day began, and the chat began to rejoice at the farewell to magical engineering. The advisor smiled nervously and said that they had to find out who the suspect was. The investigation had not yet begun. A squad came to the workshop and the priest said that the second prince of Kaoli would answer before the law and God. The advisor blocked their hand and asked what all this meant. The priest raised his hand and said that he was arresting the emperor's killer. The streamer was put in shackles. Due to the exceptional nature of the situation, they insistently asked the criminal to confess his sins in the courtroom. The guards led Jeju to court. The hearing had not yet begun, and they had already managed to label him a criminal. He was sure that the priest was the first prince's man. The old man pointed at him with his hand and ordered the soldiers to take the criminal away. Fordrick tried to stand up for his ward. He shouted that he could not be detained without evidence. After a while, everyone gathered in court, like last time. The judge rang the bell. He put it on the table and said that he understood that highborn nobility was present at the trial today. Kaoli looked at the judge coldly. The secretary's words and their order completely matched his speech on the video. It was as if it was predetermined. The prince came to the podium. He was asked to introduce himself. The streamer noticed the dark energy from the stands. He understood how the second prince felt last time. The hero gritted his teeth and thought that things were bad. He looked at Kaoli and thought that most of the nobles in the hall were on the side of the first prince. He was dragged here by force, where there was not a single ally, and he was obviously considered a criminal. The red-haired man looked ahead tiredly. When Jeju thought that he was standing too fearlessly for such a position, did he really have a way out of this situation? The hero clenched his fist. The man approached the prince and asked if he understood that in connection with the confirmed fact of the crime, the question of the suspect's identity was not before the court and the lawyer would not be present at the trial, he confirmed. The brunette frowned and declared that the crime occurred today at 2 a.m., when Prince Toprox went to the room to the sleeping emperor and asked him for an audience. They talked for about 30 minutes. The guard confirmed what was said. The prince tensed when the witness said that at some point the sounds from the reception room stopped. Then they opened the door. Kaoli closed his eyes and thought, so this is it, the famous show trial to accuse and eliminate the rival. The red-haired man cast a hard shadow. He raised his head when he was called. The trial presented the prince putting poison in the emperor's drink. The man said that the powder of lapla leaves was found in the tea and the same powder was found on the clothes of the second prince. The red-haired man raised his head when asked if he had any objections or additions to what was said, and asked if they would listen to him. The brunette nodded and told him to begin. Kaoli looked at him and said that he did not kill his father. The duke hit the wall and screamed that this was simply disgusting. Magnus gritted his teeth and quoted the emperor, asking where is the evidence for his words. If there is none, then the trial is over. Kaoli calmly opened his mouth and said that he has no evidence but he has a witness. The boy raised his head and said that he would bet his head if they questioned his words even a little. The duke slammed his hand against the wall and said that they would listen to him as his last wish before he died and ordered that this witness be called. Footsteps were heard in the castle. The man ran forward. The nobleman covered his mouth in shock. The others remained silent as well. The men whispered and asked how this trial could take place. They said that he had abandoned them. The pendant swung around the emperor's neck. Radiac smiled at those present. The audience watched in surprise as the emperor approached, not understanding what was happening. The man raised his head and looked at them. He smiled and said that he was glad to see them in good health. Now he could see that he and the elephant had gotten along well over the past year. The Duke recoiled, shocked to see the Emperor standing before him. He was covered in sweat, and wondered what had happened. Why was he alive? Radiac opened his mouth and called out to Magnus. The blond man stared at him, and noted that he had become more handsome since their last meeting. He looked at the man coldly and asked since when should he look up to him. Magnus jumped up from his seat. He ran from the stands like the other lords. The old man fell to the floor in reverence. The other nobles followed his example and shouted that they bowed humbly before him for the honor of the empire and for the good of the people. Kaoli looked at the satisfied emperor with bewilderment, and it seemed to him that he was having fun. In the comments they wrote that he had crazy charisma. Radiac walked forward and said that there were places in the empire where taxes had increased significantly. He approached the Duke. The man looked at him coldly and said that he was completely disappointed. The emperor turned around and told Magnus to stand up, because it was not proper for a Grand Duke to wipe the dust off the floor in front of so many people. In the comments they wrote that he seemed to be playing the bad guy. Another user confirmed that this was how he picked up girls. The man approached the brunette and called out to him. In the chat they gave advice on how to pick up a girl in the style of a bad guy. An empty chair was waiting in the wings when Radiac asked who should sit on the throne. The blonde looked at his subordinate with a grin and asked if he would mind if he passed the sentence. Of course, he did not object. The emperor gestured for the throne to be brought to him and noted that everyone had somehow become gloomy. The throne was ready and the blonde noted that his introduction had dragged on. He sat down in his rightful place and said that it was time to begin the normal hearing. The men stood as if they had fallen into a daze when the emperor asked Krauts to outline the stated theses in general terms. He looked at his colleague tensely. He looked down and thought that he should not have cooperated with Magnus. The man remembered how they sat in the living room and he asked the Duke to take care of him. He opened the chest with a smile and said not to worry and to trust him, accepting a small gift as a token of gratitude. The old man blushed. Today he was shaking all over and wondered how he could have trusted him. Radiac sighed in irritation and said that he was no use. Kane jumped when he was called and asked to briefly recount what the emperor had missed. The brunette modestly stepped forward and said that at the moment the second prince of Kaoli was under arrest on charges of murdering the emperor, and now the accused was granted the right to call a witness. The blond man raised his hand and pronounced a verdict on the matter, that the prince was not guilty. The lords bowed when the emperor asked if they had any objections, and exclaimed that it was a wise decision. Radiac rose from his throne and said that from what had happened in his absence, the Grand Duke Magnus had done a lot of bad things. He walked forward and said that from this moment on, he would relieve him of his powers as a judge, who had been blessed by the goddess of justice. The man approached his subordinate and asked if he had any objections, and he agreed. The emperor frowned and said that was good, now he could do what he wanted. He raised his hand and said that the Duke had sworn to judge impartially, without relying on emotion. Radiac gave him a powerful slap. Then he raised his hand again and reminded him how he had told him to watch the other nobles and public opinion, which he had failed to do. The nobles trembled as the sounds of slaps were heard. The blond man was stretching his arm and said that Magnus had united with the elephant and become a rat that had started devouring the empire, so he was truly disappointed. The old man started crying and shouting that it was a misunderstanding. He had lost sleep worrying about the people going hungry. The man looked at him with a steely gaze and asked if that was why he had signed a document to raise the price of 10 types of grain and sent it to the elephant. The Duke looked at him in despair when the emperor said that he saw no remorse or responsibility in his words. The boys stood up when His Majesty called them. Magnus cried when Radiac said that from now on he was declared a first-class criminal, so they should take him away like a dog and lock him in a dungeon. Alec and Linahai grabbed the Duke, who screamed how dare they and swore that it was someone's plot. Radiac looked down at him and said nothing. The boys were taking the old man away. He was screaming and begging to be let go. The emperor pursed his lips and thought. He looked at Kaoli and thought that he had listened to this conspiracy. 4 days ago, the emperor's reception room. He frowned and asked if he was really telling him to kill himself. The red-haired man sighed and confirmed. Radiac folded his arms when the red-haired man said that he was running out of patience watching his brother's pathetic actions. The emperor leaned back on the sofa and said that he did not understand how this related to his death. The prince lowered his head and explained that if he died, his brother would most likely try to eliminate him, simply because he was an eyesore. The man frowned and asked what next? The boy looked up and said that this behavior was akin to childishness. Before that he would want to humiliate him publicly by accusing him of his death and holding an open hearing. Radiac smiled and noted that apparently he had some kind of plan to overcome this situation. Kaoli bowed in gratitude. He smiled and confirmed his words. The emperor smiled. The red-haired man looked at him with weariness when the man said that it was time to end this trial and ordered him to be released from custody. Radiac raised his hand and shouted to arrest the first Prince Slan for attempting to murder the emperor. Slan indignantly demanded to be released immediately. Jeju watched this farce gloomily. The eldest prince, breaking free from the hands of the guards, asked if he was really dealing with deaf people. The blonde pulled his hand out of the hands of one of the knights, while the chat began to mock him. Slan looked at his father and shouted that this was all part of that Kaori creature's insidious plan. But the emperor gloomily looked at the young man and asked if he looked like his father now. The prince winced when Radiac asked why he didn't call him by his proper name. The young man bowed, asking for forgiveness from his majesty, and the commentators began to giggle that he almost wet his pants. After which he looked angrily at his brother, but he only sighed, deciding to let the blonde freak out. Then the hero winced when he saw a notification about a donation, and it turned out to be a banned viewer who was asking for forgiveness. But the player closed these messages with a smile, while the chat was discussing this event. The king raised his hand to start the trial, but his youngest son interrupted him. Jeju extended his palm towards the elephant, and said that he himself had recently stood behind the accused podium, and if he was asked if he felt insulted, then yes, that was exactly it. Whispers ran through the hall that the guy would be in trouble, since he interrupted the emperor. But Radiac with a smirk allowed the second prince to continue. The protagonist bowed and thanked the ruler, after which he began to say that, based on all of the above, he would like to personally prove the guilt of the elephant. He asked for a chance to prove his innocence, and bring the true criminal to justice. The audience admired him. The emperor crossed his legs and gave permission. The people in the hall were shocked by this. The young man grinned, thanked his father, and thought to himself that it was hard to believe, if the emperor everyone knew was in front of them, he would have quickly thrown the impudent man out of here for such liberty. But this was all part of the plan. The player extended his hand towards the defendant, and announced the beginning of the hearing. The guy demanded that the blonde, trembling with anger, confirm his name, and when he was indignant, he asked again. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and reminded that, according to the law created by the will of God, refusal to answer could lead to a decision without consideration of the case, so he insisted on an answer. The prince clenched his fists. And with a face red with anger, he confirmed his name. Then the younger one asked permission to go straight to the main question. Jeju put his hands on his hips and asked if the heir had attempted to kill the emperor. The blonde did not answer. The hero frowned and repeated his question. The elephant slammed his fist on the table. With wild eyes, the blonde shouted that this was nonsense. The young man's face expressed triumph, and he asked if the prince had evidence to refute the accusations, and to himself he thought that under normal circumstances, a demand to present evidence of innocence would be, at the very least, ridiculous. But he knew how his brother would react under such pressure. The elephant began to laugh, which surprised the audience. The prince laughed out loud. After which he looked at the younger one and laughed at the attempts of this impudent scoundrel to imitate their father. The blonde approached the player closely, and with a mocking look he clarified whether the little one really wanted to take the place of the emperor. The elephant put his hand on the guy's shoulder. The heir arched his eyebrows and said that if he fell to his knees right now and began to beg for forgiveness, he could even take pity. But Jeju threw the prince's hand off his shoulder and reminded him that a trial was underway. The protagonist looked at his opponent with irritation, because he knew that if the innocent Kaoli, who was easily manipulated, stood in front of him, he would believe his only brother. Empire, 944th year, February 19th, the birthday of the younger prince. Little Kaoli told his older brother that his father had been sad lately, and he wanted to know what to do to make him happy. The elephant smiled widely and said that his father loved magical animals, so he would be very happy if the little one asked for a magical animal for his birthday. Empire, 1944, February 20th. Kaoli was 10 years old when he asked his father for a magical animal as a birthday present, but instead he received a slap in the face. Empire, 1944, February 21st. Fordrick asked in surprise what happened, told him not to worry, and promised to find out what went wrong, but for some reason his attempts to calm him down only made the tears flow harder. Empire, 1944, February 22nd. Kaoli created a secret space under his room without his father's knowledge, and offered a gold coin to Fordrick for his help, but he did not accept it. In the future he gave the prince many magical animals, and he thought that he would sleep peacefully tonight. Empire, year 944, 29th of February. The secret space was gradually filling up with magical animals, but for some reason Fordrick told the principal to keep it a secret from his father, and he was sure that he would like them. Empire, year 948, 12th of May. Kaoli could not believe it. His father found the magical animals that he raised and became terribly angry. The boy trembled when he received the order from him to burn them with his own hands. The prince did not understand how he found out. After all, he had not told anyone except his brother, or it was Fordrick who told him, but the boy did not want to think about it, much less believe it. Empire, year 948, 23rd of May. In the end Kaoli burned all his magical animals. That same evening he went to a commoner's bar, where no one could recognize him, and got drunk. Then he promised himself to raise magical animals again, but not to tell his brother about it. Next to the boy sat the hunters of magical beasts and bragged about the results of today's hunt. Without noticing it, the prince threw his mug and screamed. Waking up after the beating, Kaoli saw Fordrick next to him. Empire, soon to be the 8th year, June 23rd, Kaoli could no longer trust anyone. It seemed that magical animals were better than people. And now he remembered all this. The elephant began to wave his hands at the proposal to continue the trial, and agreed, offering to listen to the evidence. He called the beast man guarding the reception room as a witness. When the guard approached, Jeju asked him to take his place. As soon as he sat down, the eldest prince said that he would ask him a question himself. He put his hand in his pocket, and taking out a handkerchief with something hidden inside, he asked whom the beast man saw with his own eyes. The young man wiped his face with a grin, clarifying that he was talking about the emperor's reception room. The blonde glanced at the handkerchief, inside of which lay the ring that controlled the beast man. He looked at the witness, knowing that it was easy to control their speech. Looking at the younger one, Slan was sure that he was the only one who would lose today. The guard began to speak, but he named the eldest heir. The blonde stared at him in fear, and asked him to repeat. The beast man turned to the defendant, and repeated that, blessed by the goddess of victory, Enian, and with all the honor of a knight, he confidently stated that it was Prince Slan. The youth trembled, and they asked him what was the matter. The emperor smiled, his ring glowing, when he noticed that his son looked as if he was upset about something. A mocking look was written on Radiac's face as he continued to ask the heir what was bothering him. It dawned on the frightened boy that the real ring was now in the hands of the emperor. He lowered his head and hands. The ring fell out of the handkerchief and rolled across the floor. The artifact stopped at the protagonist's feet. He picked up the ring, and showing it to the blonde, he announced that he himself had handed over the evidence of his guilt to the court, saving him the trouble of searching. Sweat was pouring down Slan's face when he was accused of attempting to assassinate the emperor. Jeju turned to the ruler and noticed that the ring the defendant was holding was painfully familiar, and he wanted to know if he had anything to say to him. The emperor raised his hand and confirmed that the artifact was identical in appearance to the ring with which he controlled the beast men, and which was created by Master Bran. Slan shuddered when his father added that the fake, made by a greedy student using stolen designs, was not even close to the original created by his teacher. The commentators in the chat roared with laughter. Radiac looked gloomily at the defendant and asked him to stop tarnishing his name. The protagonist raised his hand and asked if His Majesty would mind if he made the final verdict, and he allowed it. The blonde clenched his teeth. Then he yelled that he would not accept it, especially this court that did not adhere to any rules. The heir pointed his finger at his brother, and added that this arrogant scoundrel had no right to judge him. Then he pointed his finger at his debtors, adding that these people were behaving like innocent lambs after they themselves took money from him. The blonde did not want to accept any of this. The player sighed tiredly. The elephant lost his composure, that he even admitted to giving bribes, and asked out loud for permission to ask the audience, since he had gone so far. Everyone in the hall tensed up when the question was asked if any of them wanted to speak on the defense side. But the answer was deathly silence. The player declared that no one, so with the judge's permission he would make the final verdict, and he even pitied the poor guy, because even his comrades, bought for money, turned away at the most crucial moment, and the outcome was obvious. The guards grabbed the prince again when the order was given to immediately arrest him, since the charges of attempted murder were confirmed, and he began to demand that he be released immediately, while the chat was making fun of him. At this time, Jeju put his palm to his chest and asked if he could give the criminal a message before he was taken away, and the emperor asked why. The young man honestly answered that he would like to get back a little for the false accusation. The veins on the face of the now former heir bulged when he heard that his father allowed this, but even the chat supported the player. The protagonist approached his brother, warming his wrists, and advised him to perceive this as partial retribution for everything he did to him. The elephant looked at the younger one in fear. The player swung his fist, warning that it would hurt a little. When Jeju brought the first blow down on the blonde's head, the commentators noticed how his hand was glowing with mana, but remained on his side. The hero swung again, saying that firstly, the elder laughed in the face of the imperial law and the will of the goddess of justice. The young man clenched his fist for a second blow, and continued that secondly, the prince used his title for his own gain, which was disappointing. The fist fell right on Slan's nose. He grabbed his face, while the younger added the third point. The emperor even covered his face with his hand when his son said that out of his own greed, the heir tried to kill their father, which was no longer disappointing, but disgusting. The player let go of the blonde, and announced that the message had been conveyed. The guy frowned, and announced that it was time for sentencing. The protagonist stood over the fallen prince, and announced that he had committed a crime unacceptable for his title. Tears streamed down the villain's face when he heard that all the villagers had to know about his sins, so the criminal had to be tied to horses and dragged through the settlements. After which Jeju bowed to the emperor, and added that they asked the gods for justice and forgiveness, and let the court and judge pass a fair sentence, and that was it. The hero glanced sideways at the blonde, realizing that he was one step away from the chosen ending. Radiac announced with a smile that he considered the decision fair, and asked what the others thought. The jury immediately jumped up from their seats, and with a bow acknowledged the decision as wonderful. The ruler waved his hand and announced that he was announcing the sentence. The elephant looked at his father in horror when he announced that the trial was over. The culprit was to be tied to horses and dragged through all the cities of the empire, but he added something of his own. The face of the eldest prince turned white when he heard that his corpse would be beheaded and hung from the highest point of each city for a month. The criminal was dragged along with his terrible screams, and the emperor declared that everyone was equal before the law, and that the trial was over. The blonde literally sobbed when he was led out of the hall. The ruler rose to his feet, intending to dismiss those present, but Jeju stopped him. Pressing his palm to his chest, the hero asked if he could talk to his father, as the second prince, and not follow, since the trial was over. Radiac rubbed his chin, and clarified whether this was somehow connected with the trial. The youth calmly answered that it was not, but it had to be voiced now, and the emperor agreed to listen. The player stepped forward, and first of all apologized for talking about an unrelated topic, which was the reason he wanted to voice it now. The guy spread his hands, and reminded that in this room were people who were moving their empire to prosperity. He looked at his son with a lordly frown and hurried him. The protagonist looked straight at Radiac, and stated that he allowed himself the courage to say that he wanted to get closer to the gods who looked down on him. Jeju declared that he wanted to become the son of the Astraud Empire, and asked for permission. In front of the gods of the empire, and in the name of the empire, the center of this world. He addressed the only higher power, the son of the empire, the emperor. He asked to become the next ruler, while offering his father to step down. Radiac grinned. Then he burst out laughing, calling the situation very funny. The emperor rose to his feet, and said that Kaoli's words were devoid of persuasiveness and justification. But when the ruler placed his hand on his son's shoulder, he admitted that he liked this demand for the first time. He turned to the dumbfounded observers and asked for forgiveness, since he did not think that this would happen in such a place. Radiac raised his palm and announced that this was his last order as emperor, and the viewers in the chat were delighted. The emperor announced that he was passing the title of Emperor Astraud to the second prince. Even the player himself was surprised. The guy, putting his hand on his chest, realized that it was finally over. They were still standing in the center of the large hall. The young man looked at his hand. Particles of his skin and clothes began to rise into the air. The hero, looking around, realized that everything was starting to disappear. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. The protagonist found himself in a white space and thought that this was the work of the administrator. A notification immediately appeared near him congratulating him on successfully completing the 5th floor. The guy, opening his mouth, asked if this was the administrator, and a notification immediately appeared with an affirmative answer. The young man, crossing his arms over his chest, asked what the administrator wanted from him, and immediately a multitude of messages began to appear asking him to become one of them. These notifications swirled around him. The hero grabbed his head. All these messages immediately changed color to red, and they said that death would await him in case of refusal. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, screamed that he refused. The color of the room around him began to change to black. The user, raising his head, read the question about whether he really did not worry about his future at all, and immediately reminded that the administrator was going to kill him in case of refusal. White eyes appeared, and he received a message that they would be waiting for him on the 10th floor. The young man agreed to extend the test. The entire hall began to recover. The man's eyes were hidden behind his hair. His eyes suddenly opened wide when messages began to appear in the chat that they all did not understand where his broadcast had disappeared. Someone put a hand on his shoulder. The emperor, slightly opening his mouth, explained that this was what his son wanted, but seemed surprised and asked if he wanted to say anything. The boy turned his head towards him. The hero, looking down, apologized. The man, removing his hand, noted that from now on, it was not his son's status to apologize. Winking, the father explained that he was no longer the emperor in these parts. The young man continued to look at him silently. The protagonist, slightly opening his mouth, replied that he would take this into account. The father, hugging his son, said that they would celebrate today. Raising his other hand, the man shouted a question about who wanted to drink with them, because they simply could not miss such a wonderful opportunity, and messages appeared in the chat that he had become too friendly. Evening had already arrived in the kingdom. The prince was walking through the prison grounds. The boy, bowing his head, said that this made no sense. His gaze suddenly rose. The heir, opening his mouth wide, shouted a question about whether the jailer was laughing at him. A hand suddenly pressed his face. The streamer, having removed this person from himself, understood that now was not the time for this, while in the chat people were asking when this boring broadcast would end. Throwing his head back, the user asked them not to say that and remembered that they had told him to trust them. A notification about losing immediately appeared in front of him. He was grabbed by the hand when another message appeared that his opponent had reached the goal first and received the ending of the emperor's kingdom. The prince's eyes suddenly turned red after a notification appeared that since he had failed to go all the way, he would have to feel the end of the world with his whole body. The man clenched his teeth in fear. The hero walked along one of the corridors of the castle, when they wrote in the chat that this was indeed the legendary stream of the 5th floor. The servants, bowing, greeted the emperor, and the viewers wrote that he at least looked at them. The guy, looking out the window, thought that the party had already begun. Imagining his father, the protagonist realized that he had received permission from Radiac, but first he needed to finish something and then go there. The young man stood in front of a door. Immediately after, the user took hold of the door handle. In front of him was a long, bright corridor, and the viewers asked him what he was doing there. The man walked forward. His feet walked on the carpets. The guy looked up. The hero, looking at the picture, explained that it just seemed to him that he needed to come here first. Memories of sitting on the bed appeared in his head. This broadcast was on the phone. The protagonist was crying. Looking at the phone, the young man said that if he got to the 5th floor, he would definitely help him. The user closed his eyes. Leaving, the guy said that now they were waiting for him and it was time for him to go, while in the chat, people began to write that all this was not real. Flashes of fireworks appeared over the castle, and the hero realized that the viewers were right and this world was not real at all. Putting his hand on his chest, the protagonist also knew that he was not this prince. Smiling, the player hoped that he would now be happy as an emperor. His hand was already on the door handle. Behind the door was his father with the servants. His room appeared and a notification appeared that he still had 17 hours left. The emperor's eyes turned white. The hero, lying on the bed, tried to ask for water, and in the chat people also wrote that he apparently got very drunk. Remembering how they poured him alcohol, the protagonist assumed that he simply overdid it with these celebrations and could not refuse when he was offered. Suddenly, the guy covered his mouth with his hand and the viewers asked him not to do this in front of them. The young man extended his finger to some notification. Immediately after, the signal disappeared on the broadcast. Closing his eyes, the hero understood that a catastrophe had almost happened and remembered that the invisibility mode turns off the video, leaving an hour active, but there is also no sound. Wiping his head, the user read a message about spending the coins that were given to him yesterday. Closing his eyes, the guy apologized for not remembering this, and messages appeared in the chat that the sponsor really should not have done this while he was drunk. The streamer, reaching out to the system window, said that his brain simply did not work. Opening his eyes, the user looked at the message that they had earned about 16,000 coins. Bending over, the protagonist asked how much they donated yesterday, and the viewers in the chat began to laugh at him. Suddenly, another system window appeared near him with a message that he was sponsored for another 10,000 coins. This message suddenly changed and there was a message congratulating him on his excellent work. The guy was still looking up when viewers wrote about the sponsor giving money as if it was pennies for him. Bowing, the young man shouted words of gratitude to all those people and also thought that he was finally recognized, and since this person donated so much within the 5th floor, it means his efforts paid off. Smiling, the hero noted that he would visit a couple more places before leaving this floor, and the audience reminded him not to forget about the awards. The father was sitting with a book. The man took off his glasses. The emperor, coming to him, said that he was finally able to see him. Radiac, sitting on the couch, noted that his son should have rested a little more, because he had a lot to prepare for. The latter replied that he was fine, because he just had to meet the former emperor first. The father, putting his hand on the book, said that apparently the heir wanted to talk to him about something. The son, opening his mouth, explained that this was nonsense and added that he had recently reread the diary and wanted to ask about something. The guy, looking down, said that in childhood, when he was caught with magical animals, the emperor reacted extremely negatively and asked why he did this and how he angered him. The man looked at him silently. Radiac closed his eyes and noted that he probably still didn't know, since Fordrick hadn't told him. The king opened his eyes and noted that there was no point in hiding it any longer. Memories of going down to the warehouse immediately appeared in his head. He remembered one of the animals in the cage and said that, looking at his unusual collection of magical animals, he saw animals among them that were ready to go mad. The guy, looking down, replied that he understood everything, and the man continued to talk about how he thought it was because he had no experience in raising magical animals. Looking away, the former emperor explained that he had soon found out that this was the work of someone, and now his son most likely understood who exactly. Radiac, opening his mouth, noted that he was tormented by mixed emotions, but that was the main reason. Imagining his mother in front of his son, the former emperor explained that he saw his mother in him, and that this pathetic behavior that made him so easy to manipulate was something he simply could not stand. Taking the book, the father noted that if he had satisfied his curiosity, he should go, since he had a busy schedule and should not waste time. Bowing, the son replied that he would come to see him again. His hand was already reaching for the door. The man looked away when he was called. The hero, bowing, thanked him for raising and loving this disgusting son until the very end. Radiac did not open his mouth. Covering his face with the book, the man noted that he had changed a lot since becoming an emperor. Opening his mouth, Radiac said that he still had a lot to teach him. The young man, walking down the street, was talking about how he had finally managed to close this plot hole and reminded that he still had to say goodbye to someone and come back, while people continued to laugh at him in the chat, and a question also appeared about why he hadn't taken the knight's weapon with him, because physical strength is very important at the beginning of the game. The guy, raising his hands, answered that he didn't want to, while viewers wrote that he apparently preferred magical engineering. Walking down the street, the protagonist was talking about how his profession was really a cool topic, while messages appeared in the chat about how it was only for him. Someone, holding a pipe in his hand, asked about who had come to him. The old man, raising it to his mouth, asked about whether the light of the empire itself had really descended upon him. The protagonist, coming closer, explained that he came to express his gratitude and asked about his health. The master asked him to stop these pointless worries, because he lost to him in a battle of drinks. The young man, rubbing the back of his head, apologized for crossing the line. Bran, turning around, said that they should finish with the lyrics and asked if he came for those gloves. The guest answered in the affirmative. Turning around, the blacksmith explained that the thing was a little unstable, and therefore he should be careful with it. Walking further, the old man noted that he did not know why the emperor needed such a dangerous thing, but he could take it. Suddenly the master turned around. The hero, bowing, asked him to stay healthy and create many more good inventions. Bran, waving his hand, shouted a question about what he was doing, because did the emperor really have to apologize? The young man listened to his words, smiling, about whether they would never see each other again. He already had a box with magical inventions in his hands. A notification appeared next to him that he had 13 hours left, and then the guy realized that after this time of testing, all this would disappear. Imagining the bloody traces of the body, the protagonist knew that the unfair death of the prince would again become part of history. Looking up, the guy hoped that the time spent on the 5th floor had at least some meaning. The stairs of the 3rd floor appeared. Someone stepped on it. The player, his mouth wide open, asked why it was so difficult for him, and the viewers in the chat answered that he himself had chosen a high difficulty. Looking to the side, the fighter asked where the portal was, and messages appeared in the chat that the player was apparently blind. Taking the scroll in his hands, the young man thought that all these people were creatures, because he was the one who had to risk his life in this place. The sun symbol appeared, and it was said that for the first time in history, a just ruler without a shadow of wrongdoing, a wise emperor full of courage, ascended the throne. Happy people appeared, and it was said that all the inhabitants praised him. Bowing nobles were also shown, and it was said that even they bowed in fear and respect. Trumpets rose into the air, and immediately messages appeared in the chat that there was a different story before, and perhaps this was some kind of mistake. A new emperor appeared, and it was written that if a wanderer reads this text, then he should never play with the kind heart of their ruler, and the viewers were perplexed by what was happening, because they had never seen this. Someone wrote another line on the sheet. It was Fordrick. The guy, walking down the corridor, realized that since this was already the end, he should check the pets. Opening his mouth wide, the young man called the servant, and in the chat they began to ask why he was screaming so much. The man bowed and asked why he had called him, and the audience was surprised by his quick appearance. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, asked if he had found out why the Popoi were in such a state, and he answered in the negative, adding that they were not showing symptoms of madness and that there were currently no anomalies, so he had nothing to worry about. The hero, raising his hand to his face, said that he could go in that case. The servant bowed to him again. Smiling broadly, the guy noted that since there were no problems, he could simply take these animals, and the chat began to praise him. A room with monsters appeared. His pets were also sitting in one of the cages. One of them opened its eyes. The young man, bending over, asked how they were feeling, and the audience wrote that they seemed to be fine. Raising his hands to the cage, the guy said that he would open them now and thought that Fordrick had taken good care of them. One of the monsters started licking his hand when he said that he would open them soon. They suddenly jumped. 3 beasts were already sitting on his body. One of them was smiling, and messages appeared in the chat saying that they were now jealous of him. The hero, opening the system window, noted that he should finish what he was doing and decided to turn off the chat for a while, and the viewers asked if he really didn't want to spend his last hours here causing chaos and fun. Right after that, the guy released the beasts in one of the rooms. His glove was already lying on the table. Looking down, the young man understood that this thing was too unstable, as Bran had said, and if a mistake was made, something dangerous could happen to him. But he also needed to try to figure out the magic circle, even if it was too difficult. Holding the screwdriver in his hand, the guy realized that after fixing one part, another one breaks, and if he fixes it, a third problem will appear, and this is just an endless circle of breakdowns, which makes him respect Reynold even more. Having imagined this person, the hero remembered that he was a magical engineer, about whom he managed to learn from his videos, and the history of magical engineering in the tower was divided into 2 completely different parts after his appearance. Looking at the glove, the protagonist knew that he was not a genius like this man, but he just cannot give up. A certain blue glow appeared in the glove, and the user assumed that he managed to finish, and a notification immediately appeared that he had 10 more minutes left. Putting it on his hand, the young man noted that in this form it can already be used. His eyes immediately closed. The light began to spread across the object. It began to glow even brighter. Clenching his fist, the guy noticed that there was still a small delay. Smiling, the hero thought that this artifact was much more useful than expected. Behind him, some kind of clock suddenly appeared and a notification that the chat pause time was over and it would be turned on again. Smiling widely, the guy apologized and explained that he just needed to focus, but realized that he simply forgot about them, and various messages from offended viewers appeared in the chat. His appearance began to change after the countdown of the last 5 seconds began. A portal began to appear. Everything around him also disappeared and a message appeared that he had reached the end and passed the tests, and therefore the path to the 6th floor would open, and also a notification that the user was deactivated, since the transfer of viewers of another stream of this floor began. His mouth opened wide due to numerous notifications about new viewers joining, and many messages from new people appeared in the chat. Smiling, the hero realized that many viewers came from that user and he did not want to resolve the atmosphere in the chat, and said that he would turn off the chat for viewers who had added within the last 12 hours, and viewers wrote that it was much better this way. Rubbing the back of his head, the protagonist noted that they all should calm down a little, since they needed to check the Naruto. His finger was already on the system window. The gift appeared again. This box fell right in front of him. A lot of messages about sponsorship and questions about why this gift was so huge began to appear in front of him. Then the young man said that he should raise the limit on voice messages to 500 coins. Closing his eyes, the protagonist knew that they would not immediately donate more than 500 coins, considering that they came from another streamer. But then a message appeared that someone sponsored him for 1,000 coins and asked him to open a chat for them. The guy, smiling widely, answered negatively and added that he should move on to opening the reward, and the viewers began to talk about his imperial determination. There were some clothes lying there and people in the chat assumed that these things should have some special properties. The user, taking it in his hands, explained that he simply did not have the option to get additional information, so it was most likely ordinary clothes, and people began to wonder about such a reward for the one who became the ruler of the 5th floor. Looking down, the boy thought that they were just provoking him. Remembering his video on his phone, the boy assumed that this was some kind of message from the administrator, since he was trying to tell him that he had to be the same person as in the streams he had watched before getting into the tower. Putting his things on the floor, the hero knew that he was hinting that he was not allowed to do whatever he wanted. One of the monsters tried to eat the clothes. His face immediately twisted because of the taste, when the boy screamed at him not to eat it. Taking the gift in his hand, the boy said that he was going to open the next box. His gaze dropped down. In front of him appeared some leather shoes of heroic rank, which had the ability to control hardness, size, invisibility, as well as color and texture camouflage. Putting them on, the protagonist couldn't understand what the admin was thinking, while people in the chat were surprised by such a rare item as a reward for completing the 5th floor. Raising one leg, the user realized that there was a reason why no one on the stream was particularly surprised by heroic rank items, since they were very difficult to control. A man appeared on the phone, trying to run up the wall and shouting that he would show them a Spider-Man run, which really looked difficult. Suddenly, one of his legs slipped. The player began to fall down, screaming loudly. The young man, closing his eyes, remembered that he himself could not use them in the video, and therefore had to watch lessons from others. His eyes opened. The boots began to turn into his regular sneakers. The guy adjusted them when the viewers tried to understand how he could wear them like that if they were so uncomfortable. The hero, smiling broadly, said that he thought they would be fine and also realized that their only downside was their bad reputation and that it was probably helped by the fact that they had eaten the mana stone. His hand reached into the box again. There was already a bag with 5,000 coins in it, and the viewers in the chat began to write that this was indeed a large amount. As the bag was disappearing, the protagonist thought that he should figure out the skills for improvement, and remembered that with such a number of coins he would only be able to buy it on the 10th floor. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that the 6th floor with a group test was now waiting for him. Looking at the beasts, the guy thought that those people would go crazy when they saw them. Opening the backpack, the young man asked them to get inside, and the people in the chat began to be perplexed by his decision. The monsters immediately jumped into it. Turning around, the hero said that it was time for him to go, and in the chat, people began to talk about what would await him on the next floors. Looking into the portal, the user understood that it did not matter what would be there, because they could try as much as they wanted. A certain forest and 3 people appeared, and notifications began to appear that 4 participants had already reached the 6th floor and they needed to survive 5 waves. The man, with his mouth open, began to talk about the test. Not far from them, the protagonist appeared. The knight, waving his hand at him, asked him to come to the fire, because it was cold here, and in the chat, they began to talk about how they did not like this man. The young man, approaching them, noted that apparently he had to come here last and greeted everyone. Looking at the 2 people, the guy assumed that the muscular one was a knight, and the person next to him, apparently a magician. He also glanced at the girl. His eyes opened wider when he was asked about something. She, looking at him, asked if he had really seen a person for the first time. The protagonist, smiling, apologized and explained that she just had an interesting mask, and also realized that he knew about her rude nature. People in the chat began to wonder because of her behavior. The knight, raising his hands, noted that whether they liked it or not, they needed to go through this test together, and they should not quarrel because of this. Looking to the side, the man also added that since a newcomer had come to them, they should introduce themselves, and the viewers were writing that they did not like this streamer at all. Smiling broadly, the fighter introduced himself and said that he was 26 years old, his job was a health coach. Pointing his finger at himself, the warrior also added that he was a knight with a high difficulty, and therefore received the role of a great sword master on the 5th floor, and his skills could be relied on. The magician, taking hold of the hood, also said his name and noted that he would play his roles so that they could not worry, and reminded that he would not adjust to anyone, so as soon as everything was over, they would go their separate ways. The knight, clapping, noted that now it was the student's turn. The young man thought that judging by the attitude, there were disagreements between them, and the people in the chat continued to get mad because of his behavior. The girl, clenching her fist, introduced herself and added that she could not go into details, but had managed to study a little how to hit and take hits. The young man glanced in their direction when they said it was his turn. The hero, smiling, said his name and added that in the real world he worked as a salesman in a store, and here he is a magical engineer. Someone suddenly shouted a question about whether he really chose this bad profession. The knight, with his mouth open, shouted that people with such a profession do not fight on the front lines. The fighter, raising his hand, asked what he was thinking, because were his viewers really villains? The protagonist replied that he made this decision himself. People in the chat asked why he spoke about them like that. The knight, putting his hand on his forehead, said that because of this you can just go crazy, because didn't the viewers try to convince him otherwise? The girl, looking ahead, asked why it was important, because the three of them could handle it, and he was too worried about trifles. The man, with his mouth wide open, shouted that apparently due to her age she did not understand, and the girl thought that magical engineering really sucks. The magician, raising his hand to his face, noted that the schoolgirl was right, because he really should stop wasting time and they should move on to discussing the plan. The warrior raised his hand and suggested that they first look at the situation. A fire appeared in the center, and the man said that they were surrounded by tuan, and it might seem like a normal fog, but when he touched it, he realized that it was as thick as a wall, and in other words, these were the boundaries of the floor. After introducing all the users, the warrior also said that since the knight and the girl were in close combat, they would fight at the front, and he, as a mage, should support the center, while the non-combat class youth would help those who needed help in the back. Kanhyuk raised his hand to his face and noted that it sounded good and that they should stick to this strategy for now, and added that in that case, the problem of the non-combat team member would be solved. The hero, closing his eyes, realized that they really hadn't had any wrong reaction, because that's how magic engineers are perceived now. Looking at the notification, the guy thought that they shouldn't have any problems anyway. The message said that there were 7 seconds left until the wave. A silhouette appeared from behind the fog. His limb was visible, and people wrote in the chat that something was definitely wrong in this place. The blade of the sword began to rise. The knight, holding the sword in front of him, asked if they were starting. The girl, looking at the system window, noted that everyone in the chat was saying that this was strange and that they needed to wait, and the magician agreed with her. The man, pointing his finger at himself, explained that he was the 6th great master on the 5th floor. Rushing into the attack, the fighter shouted that the one who struck first would win. His blade collided with the enemy's limb. The warrior, with his eyes wide open, could not understand why the ghostly type was so hard. Suddenly, the monster swung to strike. His blade immediately jumped out of his hands. The monster immediately grabbed him. The man, raising his hands, screamed for him to put it down. His eyes suddenly opened wide. The girl, looking up, screamed for the enemy to let him go, and the chat laughed at the fact that the health coach himself lost his health. The man continued to scream while kicking. The creature hid in the fog again. The limbs began to let go of the knight. He immediately fell to the ground. His mouth opened in fear. The monster loomed over him, and the chat began to write that this was a truly devilish creature. The hero, examining the enemy's head, realized that it was a cleaner that should not have appeared on the 6th floor, and despite the fact that they are the lowest-ranking inhabitants of the Devil region, they are still monsters, not lower than the 25th floor. The guy, looking to the side, knew that this fight would be one-sided for the recently awakened, who only found themselves on this floor. The young man, opening his mouth, understood that although he expected that this would be a difficulty for a team game, he did not count on the admin to play with the difficulty again. The man, sitting on the ground, said something about the enemy. The creature suddenly began to twitch its antennae. It immediately leaned forward. The monster was about to eat this knight. Its eyes turned white with fear. Squinting, the fighter understood that imminent death awaited him. Suddenly, someone's hand appeared. Someone grabbed the cockroach by one of its teeth. It was that schoolgirl. She looked forward. A shudder ran through the enemy's body. The fighter immediately clenched his fist with force. After this blow, the monster's blood spurted out, and the viewers wrote that she apparently managed to smash the enemy's head with a normal blow of the hand. The enemy's head immediately flew back and a message appeared that they had successfully passed the first war and were given 30 minutes before the start of the next one. The warrior, shaking her hand, said that now all her clothes were dirty, and in the chat, people were surprised by her strength. Turning around, she asked if the old man had written a will and reminded him that she had told them to wait because events were developing unusually. Looking in his direction, the schoolgirl noted that he was just a weakling who only knew how to do nonsense. Leaving, she said that everything irritated her. Continuing to walk forward, the girl said that such weak and incompetent adults like him, who only know how to talk, are the most pathetic creatures. The young man, looking at her, remembered that in his video this person was already a famous awakened, and the viewers wrote that she was apparently very angry at that night. The girl stared at something. Looking at his hand, the schoolgirl thought about magical engineering. Turning away, she realized that he was just a pathetic weakling. Siha, looking away, also thought that something about him seemed familiar, as if they had seen each other before. The protagonist looked back. Jeju put his foot on the body of the slain monster. Looking down, the protagonist was glad that for now he did not have to make his move. Looking away, the protagonist noticed a system message that a user, some viewer, wrote something about a schoolgirl, and the commentators were perplexed by what was happening. Looking at Sei's face, the viewers expressed the opinion that the mood of the stream was reminiscent of a proud father watching his daughter. Making a cute expression, the guy saw messages that he was the emperor of the stream. Stretching out his hand, Jinsu asked the schoolgirl why he came to the 5th floor, to which she replied that it was none of his business, and at this time, the commentators wrote that the atmosphere in the magician's chat was rather sad. Looking at how the man put his hand to his chin, the viewers could not understand how they could still have a discussion about whether the cleaner can be classified as an arthropod. Kanhyuk lowered his head. Jeju opened his mouth and asked the other man if he had gotten better after his recent injury, to which he replied that he had. Placing one hand on the other, the knight heard a request to look at his wounds, to which the commentators expressed the opinion that there was no need to be so cruel to a wounded man. Looking at the young man's tear-stained face, the viewers were upset by what they saw. Looking down, the protagonist asked his comrade to endure despite the pain. A moment later, a bright light began to appear from the protagonist's hand. Heart-rending screams were heard in the dense forest. Opening his mouth, the boy said that the wound would hurt, but it was better than suffering from blood loss. Pointing his finger, Jinsu asked if the glove was made using magical engineering. Putting his hand to his chin, the man inquired about how difficult it was to make such an item. Opening his mouth, the boy explained that it was quite difficult, to which the interlocutor said that he should learn the basics after he reached the 10th floor, and the audience laughed at the man's words. The boys were discussing something animatedly. With her hands folded, Seiha thought that it was nothing special even though it required magical engineering skills to create. Raising his hand, the mage asked the girl to stand forward and the boy to stand back. Looking at the line Kanhyuk, Jinsu noticed that his mental trauma was too severe. Seeing the knight's tearful eyes, the man said that in this state, this person would only get in their way, so it would be better for him to stay here. Some creatures were visible in the fog, after which a system message appeared, which said that the second wave was starting. Looking at the huge bugs, the viewers wrote that it would be a good idea to call the pest control service. Someone quickly ran forward. Siha jumped over the monsters. The girl smashed the monster's head with one blow. The second enemy looked ahead. Sparks flew from the lady's eyes. The next blow hit the opponent's face. Looking at the bloody creature, the commentators admired the strength of the young lady, after which a message appeared, which contained a hint that the next phase would begin in 30 minutes. The girl, shaking off her clothes again, screamed that her clothes were dirty again. The hero realized that this person was able to go through 2 waves on her own. Remembering the footage from the stream on the phone, the protagonist realized that back then she was called the gift of close combat for a reason. Remembering her face, the guy knew that this was a player who easily climbed to the 4th floor on pure luck and sponsorships. He also imagined someone reaching out to her and realized that on the 5th floor, Siha had played a commoner and while wandering the streets, had stumbled upon a reclusive master who had taught her close combat, thus helping her awaken. He also remembered her glowing fist and thought that after that, rumors of a skinny girl capable of delivering incredible blows gave rise to the nickname of the gifted close combatant, which spread throughout the tower, and he knew that she was from the same generation as him, but he did not expect that they would meet under such circumstances. 4 small bugs appeared above someone's finger, and the person said that since there were 2 monsters now, there would be 4 in the next wave. The 2 of them turned towards him, listening to the words that the schoolgirl would have to hold them off at the front line while she was supported from behind, while the protagonist had to take care of those who could rush forward. The magician, smiling, noted that he was counting on them, because he would finally be able to save face, and immediately a message appeared stating that there were 0 seconds left until the start of the third wave. The three of them looked in the same direction. 2 more bugs appeared. The girl, looking ahead, did not understand why there were only 2 monsters if the third wave had already begun. Stretching her shoulder, she said that she would first beat those who crawled out first. Immediately after, the fighter rushed forward. The young man, with his mouth slightly open, asked if everything would be okay with her, because he felt uneasy somehow. The magician, standing next to him, agreed with him and asked why there were only 2 bugs. The guy's gaze suddenly darted to the side. The hero had to dodge a sudden blow. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized that there were not 2 cleaners on this wave. Looking into the fog, the fighter realized that this was just how many came out at once. The warrior turned around when they shouted at him to step back. A fireball appeared in front of the magician while he was casting a spell. Immediately after, this projectile flew forward. The monster simply scratched its head. The man's mouth opened wide. Raising his hand, the fighter shouted that his attack did not work at all, and people in the chat laughed at him. The young man put his hand on his shoulder. The hero, adjusting his glove, said that he would figure it out himself, and the viewers began to write that they had been waiting for him to come out for a long time. The girl at that time attacked one of the monsters. She jumped back, trying to understand how her comrades were doing and if they were okay. Her gaze darted to the side, as someone shouted that the attack had not worked at all. Turning around, the fighter realized that there really were 2 more cleaners somewhere. The monster's head appeared. The monster was already approaching her. Looking in its direction, the schoolgirl realized that she had lost her vigilance, and she simply did not have time to counterattack. Covering herself with her hands, she realized that she only had to defend herself. Her eyes suddenly opened. The beetle was still standing above her. There was someone behind him. The young man, opening his mouth, asked if everything was okay with her, because blood seemed to have splashed on her, and in the chat they wrote that they believed in him. The main character took a step forward. Monsters came out to meet him. Usually, when going against them for the first time, magicians can become an easy target. The monster waved its antennae. Jeju swung his fist. The insect blocked his attack. These creatures have the ability to fly at high speed, and their body is covered in a hard shell, impenetrable even to steel weapons. The beetle trembled. On the other hand, this was all they had. The glove was covered in a blue aura. The guy pierced the beast's head through and through. His hand was covered in blue blood. His eyes glowed. The young man lowered his bloody hand. The monster fell to the ground and trembled in convulsions. The player turned his head and decided that his ally would easily deal with the rest of the enemies. Suddenly, the monster attacked Sei. The newcomer got into a fighting stance and realized that he would not have time to help her. Fire appeared under his feet. The protagonist decided to connect the acceleration from his boots. After a sharp dash forward, a cloud of dust appeared above the ground. Jeju approached the enemy closely. He managed to punch a hole in the body of the insect. The beetle bowed its head in front of him and died. Smiling, the guy noticed that he accidentally splashed his girlfriend with blood and asked if everything was okay. The audience was shocked. Surprised, her eyes widened. The girl wondered what it was and realized that she did not even notice anything. The system reported that there were 30 minutes left until the 4th wave. The young man tightly closed his eyes. The woman's eyes turned white with discontent. Covered in sweat, the player decided to pretend that nothing was happening, and realized that he should not cross his ally's gaze under any circumstances. Sitting by the fire, the newcomer wanted to change the subject and asked if his comrade had any strong magic. Shinsu raised his hand and apologized, since this was the best thing he managed to learn on the floor. The man put his hands on his knees and asked how a magic engineer could be faster than a knight. The main character replied that it was just an accident. Smiling awkwardly, the warrior suggested that his friends try harder and said that, despite the fact that their prospects were not the best, they were quite strong guys, so there was nothing to worry about. All the members of the squad looked at him nervously and said nothing. Jeju winced when the system reported that there were 2 minutes left until the 4th wave, and suggested that they take up positions. Kanhyeop clenched his fist and said that this time there would only be 8 cleaners, so they would quickly deal with them. The magician frowned sternly and added that there would be 8 of them on each side. The heroes stood with their backs to each other to control the entire space. The guy looked away and was indignant that not only had the monsters changed, but their number had not doubled, but had been squared. The young man gritted his teeth and concluded that someone clearly did not want them to clear this floor so easily. The player hit the monster with his fist. Siha struck her enemy with her elbow. The knight ran away from the monster in horror. The girl hit the insect hard to save it. There were 30 minutes left until the 5th wave. Flames rose into the air from the fire. The squad members frowned in worry. They all imagined what awaited them in the 5th wave. The newbie imagined a crowd of bugs and calculated that 16 squared was 256 cleaners. Putting his hand to his forehead, Jinsu said that he would go crazy and told about the viewers complaining to the administrator, but their complaints were ignored. The warrior opened his mouth wide and loudly asked what this meant, the man asked him not to shout and said that he could not do anything about it. The protagonist put on the glove when there were 26 seconds left until the 5th wave. Jeju pursed his lips and realized that this was the only way to win. The guy stood up. Kan Hyuk asked him what happened. The guy stepped forward and asked the others to move away and lie down on the ground. His glove caught fire. The young man said that he would not warn twice. A huge crowd of monsters approached him. The player raised his hand in front of him and cast a spell. The girl pressed the knight's head to the ground. A powerful wave of energy crashed down on the monsters. The recoil moved the newcomer from his place. His boots released claws and sank them into the ground. The protagonist trembled and realized that he could not withstand such a force. Jeju waved his hand and decided that he needed to finish with one blow. A beam of bright energy engulfed the insects. A blinding light illuminated their faces. The shock wave ground their bodies into powder. A cloud of dust and smoke dissipated. Cracked earth was in front of the heroes. The squad members looked forward in surprise because they could not believe that their comrade killed the cleaners with one attack. Siha looked at his back and wondered who he really was. The guy bowed his head and took off his equipment. The bloody glove fell to the ground. The young man covered his mouth with his hand to stop the bleeding. The spectators were very worried about him. The player looked at his hand and realized that he had used much more magic power than he expected. A magic stone fell out of the glove. The newbie realized that this blow had used all his strength, and concluded that without the blessing, he would have lost consciousness before he killed everyone. The protagonist was kneeling. The system reported that the test was passed and that the path to the 7th floor would be open. The spectators were delighted. Jeju stood up. The guy looked away when he was called. The squad members asked if everything was okay with him. The young man wiped his chin and replied that everything was fine. The girl frowned and said that her friend would not be coughing up blood if everything was fine. Jinsu took his arm. The player explained that this was just a side effect of the depletion of magical power, and added that there was nothing to worry about. The woman shook in irritation when she was told not to worry. The awakened one crossed her arms and said that she was not worried at all. The audience laughed at her. The mage asked if everything was okay. The newbie looked away and confirmed it. One of the users asked who he was. The squad members approached the portal. The protagonist asked his comrades to move on and said that he needed to check the reward. The men nodded awkwardly. Jeju wondered what was wrong and thought that the test was over and that they could leave safely. Kan Hyuk gritted his teeth and decided to discuss what happened. The schoolgirl covered her face with her hand and walked up to her friend. She took off her black mask. Seiha opened her mouth wide and said that they needed to talk. The audience was shocked. The guy's eyes widened in surprise when the girl asked what his real name was. The young man frowned and asked what she was talking about. He pointed at himself and explained that he had given his real name. The woman said that people on her stream had reported that there were no results for that name. The player gaped in shock and remembered that he had been assigned a number when choosing his name. The commentators laughed at him. The awakened crossed her arms. The newbie thought about how her stream viewers were very loyal, just like Jinsu. The knight looked at the system window tensely. The same could not be said about him. Frowning, the protagonist doubted that many of them would switch to his stream, and wondered if he should say something to see how other users would react. Jeju explained that they needed to add a 2 at the end. The schoolgirl gritted her teeth and asked what it meant. The commentators laughed at the situation. A lot of notifications appeared that someone had joined the broadcast. The guy scratched his ear and decided to turn them off. With his mouth wide open, the warrior apologized and said that all his viewers were leaving. The boy figured that was to be expected. The swordsman smiled when the player said that he would put a block on the entrance. The newbie opened the system window in front of him and concluded that it would be difficult for him to get a reward for subscribers on this floor, since there were not that many new viewers. The donator thanked him for saving Sei. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and said that there was nothing wrong with that, because they needed to clear the floor anyway. Smiling widely, Kan Hyuk thanked the viewers who returned to him and promised to work harder. The knight narrowed his eyes in displeasure and realized that he had almost lost all of his subscribers. Jinsu rubbed his hands together and explained that they couldn't just stay here. Jeju frowned tensely when the man suggested that they check their rewards and go their separate ways. A gift box fell to the ground. The mage asked his comrade to open it. The guy closed his eyes and agreed. The viewers wondered why their idol was taking so long to do so. The young man looked down and thought that the reward wouldn't be too big, since there were other streamers around. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked if they hadn't met before. Another box fell in front of her. The guy's mouth dropped open in shock. A box appeared under everyone's feet, but the squad members noticed that their friend had a reward for level 6 in contribution. The player pulled the ribbon. The newcomer looked back and asked if something was wrong. The sorcerer explained that they were just curious why he was the only one with a unique box. The warrior gritted his teeth in displeasure and was outraged by his greed. A bright light burst out of the box. The protagonist took out the leather gloves of the Master of the Seven Snakes, which increased magical power. Jeju put them on and decided not to refuse the gift. The system activated the set effect. The viewers worried about him. Jinsu scratched his chin and said that his viewers considered this a useless item. Kanhyuk was outraged that these very ordinary-looking gloves have a heroic rank. The man folded his hands behind his back and decided to check his rewards. The knight wanted to try to talk to his comrades. The warrior brought his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. The swordsman smiled awkwardly and explained that his viewers want the streamer to remove the entry restriction. The guy replied that he would not do this because they would offend his old subscribers. Gritting his teeth, the tank mentally called him smug and thought that he could not continue to stream with such an audience. The young man took out a bag with 5,000 coins. The box began to disintegrate into light particles. The heroes approached the portal. The magician thanked his friend for his help. The sorcerer said that he would also like to study magical engineering. The player scratched his head and asked the guys not to thank him, because he also wanted to survive. Jinsu waved his hand and promised to see him on other floors. Kanhyuk nodded silently. Then he entered the portal. The commentators laughed at him. Closing his eyes and smiling, the newcomer said that this was only their first meeting, and suggested that on other floors they could become enemies. The main character bent down and decided to take the glove when it cooled down and go to the next floor. The backpack fell to the ground. Jeju opened it. Blue eyes appeared in the darkness. Popo jumped out and jumped high into the air. The glove lay on the ground. The guy realized that they smelled magic and mistook it for food. The boy opened his mouth in shock and realized that he couldn't let them eat it because he had worked on it for so long. The player grabbed the monsters. The newbie hugged them and explained that they couldn't eat his equipment. The beasts looked at him sadly. The magic engineer said that it wouldn't work on him. Suddenly, Sihe came up to him from behind. The protagonist looked back and began to stutter, not knowing what to say to him. The girl narrowed her eyes suspiciously. The fluffy balls looked at her in confusion. Suddenly, they began to shine. The woman's eyes widened in surprise and she blushed. The awakened one opened her mouth in horror. The schoolgirl raised her hand and tried to say something, but decided to pretend that everything was fine. She abruptly jumped into the portal and promised to see him again. The spectators laughed at her. Standing in the middle of the field, Jeju wondered what that was. The boy picked up the glove and thought that he was too late, so he needed to hurry to the next floor. The commentators were worried about the state of his body. The boy put Popo back in the backpack and asked them not to eat his artifacts. The player approached the portal and said that it was time for him to go. The newbie closed his eyes when the user wrote that a psychological battle would await him on the 7th floor. Somewhere on the floor there was a stone. The man approached it. The stranger put his hand on the stone and thought about it. He smiled slyly and decided to do it. At this time, the magic engineer extended his hand to the portal and thought that he knew a lot about the 7th floor test thanks to the video. He was enveloped in bright energy. The protagonist looked forward when the system reported that 2 people entered the floor. In the center of the room there was a statue of liars, imbued with a devilish joke. The viewers called it creepy. Jeju walked forward tensely. The stranger looked back. The man with bruises under his eyes looked at his partner. The guy's eyes widened in surprise and remembered him. During the old broadcast, the young man frowned and said that this couldn't be true. The man shook off his suit and said that he was not going to harm him, so he could go about his business. The player pointed to the corpses and asked why his ally killed people who were not involved in the test. The villain's eyes flashed and asked if he really wanted to join them. The newcomer shuddered in fear and clenched his teeth. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The magic engineer realized that this was too dangerous. The stranger smiled and asked his name. The protagonist smiled nervously in response and introduced himself. Jisuk put his hand to his chest and said his name. Jaju approached him and asked what he did before entering the tower. The man said that they hadn't even checked the details of the test yet, and asked if it was too early for such questions. Approaching the stone, the guy thought that this was the person he would most like to hit if he met him, and decided that this was the worst possible opponent. The young man put his hand on the monument, and remembered that they were waiting for a psychological game where they need to catch the opponent in a lie or deceive him with their own lies. 3 eyes were depicted on the stone. The system informed the users of the rules of the 7th floor test. The player looked away and asked if his partner really went to the tower of his own free will. The awakened one asked if it mattered. The newbie asked him not to avoid the answer. The hunter frowned and answered in the affirmative. The magic engineer looked down and wondered if this was true. The protagonist narrowed his eyes sternly. The villain crossed his arms over his chest. Jeju wondered in his mind what question he needed to ask him to catch him in a lie. Jisuk pointed to the side and decided to go to another board when they had 1 minute left before the test began. Suddenly, the statue shuddered. The sculpture pointed a finger at one of the test participants. The man scratched his chin thoughtfully. The system asked him to ask a question. The guy frowned tensely when the awakened one asked if they had known each other before. The young man clenched his fist and concluded that it was obvious from his first reaction. The player looked away and answered in the negative, deciding that his opponent could not know for sure. The hunter pressed the button and declared that it was a lie. The blue eye on the forehead of the statue shone. The audience was shocked. The sculpture pointed a finger at the second participant and asked him to ask a question. The newcomer asked if his opponent was ready to kill people even if the test did not require it. The villain smiled and confirmed it. The eye continued to glow, but nothing else happened. Jisuk picked up the stone. He smirked and asked if his opponent knew what was waiting for them on the 7th floor. The magic engineer frowned and called his question stupid. The man inserted the stone into the hole and said that this was also a lie. The statue opened its second eye, confirming that he was right. The awakened one crossed his arms over his chest. The protagonist wondered how much he had managed to learn in such a short period of time. Jeju gritted his teeth and guessed that his emotions from the meeting were too obvious. There were 3 empty sockets on the panel. The guy thought that his opponent noticed that he had not studied anything when he entered the 7th floor. The young man raised his eyebrows and asked if the opponent could even kill his own wife if he had to. The hunter frowned sternly and called his question pointless. The scoundrel put his hand to his chest and said that his opponent didn't even know if he had a wife. The player asked him to just answer the question. Jisuk looked down and said that he couldn't do that to his beloved. The newbie pursed his lips. The magic engineer inserted the stone and said that it was a lie. The man's eyes widened in shock. The statue opened a red eye. The audience was perplexed. The awakened one turned his head and asked if his opponent knew that he had a wife. The protagonist frowned and confirmed it. The participants looked at the sculpture, but nothing happened. The commentators concluded that they actually knew each other before the tower. Jeju looked down and said that it was his turn. The guy gritted his teeth and wondered what would happen if his opponent's wife followed him up the tower and stood in his way. The young man glared at him and asked if that was enough of a reason to kill her. The player frowned sternly and asked if his opponent could cut her in half and scatter the remains on the street or not. The scoundrel narrowed his eyes and said that his questions were going too far. The newbie repeated his question with a stern frown and thought about how the system determines lies based on facts, and also takes into account their mindset and thoughts. Jiziak lowered his hands. The man shook his head and said that he couldn't do it. Smiling, the magic engineer said that he didn't expect any other answer and explained that if it was love, then it was impossible. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and said that his answer was a lie. He inserted the stone into the hole. The awakened one stared at him in shock. Jeju realized that this was the man who would definitely kill his beloved who stood in his way. The hunter raised his eyebrows in fear. The statue closed one eye. At the same time, it turned red. The villain covered his face with his hand. The viewer assumed that the participant might stop lying altogether, since his true identity was revealed. Jisuk smirked and called his opponent funny. The commentators were horrified by his words. The man smiled slyly. The awakened one raised 2 fingers and asked if this was really the second time his opponent had ended up in this tower. The guy's eyes widened tensely and his lips pursed. The young man gritted his teeth and replied that this was not true at all. The hunter placed his hand on his belt and scratched his chin. The villain narrowed his eyes and asked him to stop lying. He inserted the last stone into the socket. Suddenly, an earthquake began in the testing room. The statue swung the axe. It rose to its feet. The sculpture leaned towards the participant. All of its eyes lit up red. Jisuk opened his mouth in horror and asked what it meant. The system reported that the devil would punish him. Static appeared on the phone screen. A voice asked if the player wanted to take the place of the administrator. Someone extended a hand to him and offered him to make all his dreams come true. The newcomer silently opened his mouth. His eyes lit up. The magic engineer realized that he was no longer the same streamer. The statue clutched the weapon in its hands. The system took into account what the participants were thinking, and if the main character felt like he was here for the second time, his opponent would win. Jeju frowned and decided that the man from the video was not his real self. The man trembled with fear. A tentacle crawled out from behind the monument. It grabbed the awakened one's hand. Another tentacle grabbed his leg. The hunter looked up in horror. The sculpture swung its sword. The villain looked away and asked who his opponent really was. The guy frowned sternly and asked if it mattered. Jisuk, immobilized by the tentacles, confirmed it. The young man looked ahead and said he didn't know the answer to that question. In the memory, the player was standing in the middle of a forest. The man was sitting on a tree root. The newcomer asked why he was climbing the tower. The awakened one leaned on his hand and said that his life was incredibly boring. The hunter looked down and added that he didn't feel anything no matter what happened. The villain washed his bloody hands with water. Standing next to him, the magic engineer asked if his ally understood that his loved one had died because of him. Jisuk looked up and said that relationships weren't that important in this tower. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that they knew each other in the past. The statue raised its axe. It raised the weapon over the player's head. A powerful blow left a deep wound on the man's shoulder. Jeju turned away and thought that he also did not know what the result would be. The audience was tense. The man's corpse lay in a pool of blood. The guy wondered if his wife would be happy or even more unhappy. The sculpture smiled slyly and raised its spear. The statue was kneeling in front of the pool of blood. The young man thought that all he did was get rid of the unhappy future he saw. The audience discussed the experiment on the monkeys. The player wondered what to do with them. A portal opened in front of him. The system reported that the user successfully passed the 7th floor test. The newbie looked at the system window and decided to check the rewards. The donors asked him to unban them in the chat. Frowning, the magic engineer said that he would not do this, and decided that something bad could happen if he unbanned them. The protagonist put on his gloves. The bracers of the Master of the 7 Snakes lit up. The audience decided that the administrators were simply laughing at their idol. Jeju put on the wristbands and realized that the spell cancellation was actually a desired ability. The guy clenched his fist and was indignant that they were black. His eyes lit up. The equipment instantly changed its color. The young man took a bag of gold. The commentators wondered why his rewards always included 5,000 coins. The player approached the portal and concluded that it was time for him to go to the next floor. He was enveloped in a bright light. The audience was burning with impatience. The sun's rays illuminated the forest. The system reported that the test of the 8th floor had begun. The newcomer squinted and complained that his thoughts were confused. The magic engineer brought his hand to his forehead. The system asked him to defeat all the enemies that would appear on the way. The backpack fell to the ground. The protagonist sat down by a tree and sighed heavily. He closed his eyes. The wind blew and the grass rustled. Only 30 seconds left. The pulp came out of the forest and looked menacingly at the prey. Jeju narrowed his eyes. The monsters surrounded him from all sides. They looked unhappy. The beast suddenly began to tremble. The fluffy lump jumped into the air and screamed loudly. The pulp pounced on the guy. They frowned furiously and opened their mouths. The monster closed its eyes and pressed itself against the boy's chest. Its relatives began to rub against him. The player hugged them all. The commentators envied their idol. The animal's eyes sparkled. The newbie assumed that this was all because he learned the basics about magical animals. The magical engineer raised his eyebrows and realized that he could feel their emotions. The fluffy balls smiled widely and were happy to see him. The backpack opened by itself. The Popa pushed their owner in the back. The monster jumped on his shoulders. The protagonist grabbed one of them in his arms and said that it could be dangerous. The beast climbed onto his head. Jeju asked what happened. The guy closed his eyes and realized that they were just jealous. The system considered the test passed, and a portal opened in front of him. The fluffy lumps jumped to the ground. The cheeks of one of them turned red. Pope closed his eyes and smiled. The young man assumed that now the same thing was happening as on the first floor. The monster beamed with joy. Since there was no hostility coming from them, the system counted this as getting rid of enemies. The player clicked on the notification and wanted to see the rewards. A scroll fell out of the rift. It fell to the ground in front of the newbie's feet. The magic engineer opened it. The parchment depicted the branches of the world tree, and it was written that it would grow again until it was broken, and that lives would mourn its death more than anyone else. The scroll evaporated from the protagonist's hands. Jaja looked at the forest and realized that Forin and Forden were the name of the world tree, one of the factors that confused the fate of the world of Astraud. The viewers did not understand what was going on at all. The crown of the tree covered the sun. After the world tree that suppressed the devil spirit fell, Astraud plunged into complete chaos, and the test of the 25th floor would just take place there. The guy walked through the clearing, filled with popoi. The young man lay down on the grass and apologized to the subscribers that he needed to take a nap. The player closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. The monsters immediately surrounded him. Hearing their screams, the newcomer closed his eyes and thought that he wanted to sleep a little more. The beast jumped on his chest. The viewers called them very cute. The magic engineer got up from the ground, and the fluffy balls immediately ran in different directions. The protagonist picked up his backpack and realized it was time to hit the road. Jaja looked back when he heard the cries of his pets. Polpa looked at him sadly. The commentators asked if the streamer couldn't take them all with him. Approaching the portal, the guy wished them good luck and thought about how difficult it was to set off on a journey to the world tree. The young man waved his hand and entered the portal. Magic energy swirled in a whirlwind. A torch was burning on the wall. The system reported that the test participants needed to break the seal to open the exit to the next floor. The player looked up in surprise. The notification prompted him to make the crystals on each wall the same color. The newbie smiled nervously and thought that the administrator would not give him any peace. There was another person standing next to the wall. The magic engineer approached him and said hello. The stranger smiled and greeted him. She took off her hood. The girl put her hand to her chest and asked if there were real pope on her ally's head. The woman grabbed his hand and asked how they managed to get along. Looking away, the protagonist smelled a strange aroma and suggested that they take the test first. Spreading her arms, the participant apologized and asked his name. Jeju said his name and asked a counter question. Closing her eyes, Haeyoung called him cute and also introduced herself. The guy was surprised that they had to end up in the same group and cross paths here. In the memory, the girl smirked and asked how exactly he wanted to die, burn alive or drown. The woman narrowed her eyes slyly. The young man was amazed that she cared about the popoi, and not the difficulty level of this test, and thought about how many met their sad end after meeting her. The player asked if the ally could make all 100 crystals of one color on her own. The witch clenched her fists and decided to try to do it, since the subscribers were helping her. The newbie pressed a button and realized that he should not attract her attention to himself, even though he knew the scheme of this test. The crystals turned different colors. The viewers did not understand why their idol was deliberately interfering. The magic engineer looked around and realized that 40 minutes had already passed. The awakened one asked why nothing was working here. The protagonist began to randomly press the buttons and assumed that his ally was doing nothing on purpose. But they could not get stuck here because they suspected each other. All the crystals on one of the walls turned green. Jeju turned around and asked his friend to move away. Haeyoung said that she was too uncomfortable asking him for help. Raising his hand, the guy replied that everything was fine and explained that they had to complete this test to move on. On the other wall, all the buttons lit up red. The rest of the crystals in the room turned blue and yellow. The young man put his hands on his waist. The system reported that there were 20 minutes left. The girl lowered the corners of her lips and said that it couldn't be. The woman hugged her comrade and asked if he was some kind of genius to have managed to do it so quickly. The player said that she knew that it wasn't so. The witch smiled and asked what that meant. The newbie pushed her away and expressed confidence that everything was clear to her anyway. The magic engineer frowned and assumed that an hour would be too much for her to solve all 4 walls. The awakened one narrowed her eyes slyly and grinned. In the memory, Haeyoung looked back when the protagonist asked her how long it took her to get through the 5th floor. The girl scratched her cheek and decided that she was just lucky to have completed the test in half an hour. The man raised his hand and asked her not to lie, since it took her no more than 10 minutes. The woman looked away and stuck her tongue out at him. The witch covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. Putting her hand on her waist, the awakened one asked who her ally really was and suggested that it was not his first time in this tower. Jeju frowned and asked if that was possible. Winking at him, Haeyoung decided that it was impossible and explained that her subscribers were suspicious. The guy said that he would have killed her if he had been through the tower for the second time. The girl twirled a strand of hair in her hand and asked if this was a matter of reincarnation or regression. The young man frowned sternly and asked if she had any reason to think so. The woman remembered watching the broadcast and said that she had watched his test on the 7th floor when donors gave her a coupon for a replay. The player inserted a stone into the hole. The witch explained that he looked like he knew something about this tower. Jisuk's eyes widened in shock. The awakened one concluded that her ally knew a lot about this person. Looking sternly ahead, the newcomer remembered that this participant could pursue him to the end of the tower, and he did not need that at all, and decided to do everything to avoid it. The magic engineer lowered the corners of his lips and promised to tell her everything, but she would have to give him something in return. Haeyoung smiled and asked what he wanted. The protagonist turned away and asked her to give him her cape. The girl froze like a stone and asked if this was some kind of joke. Jeju replied that he was completely serious. The woman frowned in displeasure and said that she would never leave him alone if this was a joke. She picked up the cape. The witch took it off and asked if her ally was happy. All the spectators were delighted. Raising his hand, the guy realized that he should not fall for her appearance, and asked her to give him the cape. The awakened one narrowed her eyes indignantly. Haeyoung handed over the equipment, and explained that it had a mana-boosting function. The young man thought that this was exactly why he needed it. The player put on the cloak. The girl asked him to answer the question. The newbie adjusted the cape and said that it was not about reincarnation or going back in time. The magic engineer frowned sternly. The protagonist imagined the tower and realized that he knew more about its structure than anyone else. Hands showered coins on people. The structure of the tower defied logic. Without donations from viewers, it was becoming increasingly difficult to climb higher, so the streamers on the first floors had to just beg for mercy. Kanhye closed his eyes and burst into tears. If he made a mistake, then the people who like to watch when the streamer dies or gets damaged will gather together. Jeju confidently looked ahead and called himself a person who knows everything about the tower. The woman frowned and asked if he knew other users' information as well. The guy shrugged and said that she could think whatever she wanted. The witch closed her eyes and noticed that her ally had skipped the part about how that was possible. The young man raised his hand and said that he had answered her question, and that was a secret. The awakened bowed her head and froze in place. A smirk appeared on her face. The popoy hid behind their owner and trembled with fear. Haeyoung wiped away her tears and said that she would never believe her ally. Her cheeks turned red. The girl said that she liked men who had a lot of secrets. The monsters jumped onto the player's hands, and he wondered if anyone would doubt that they were a witch. The newcomer explained that it was time for him to go. The woman raised her hand and asked him to state his real name. The magic engineer's eyes widened intensely, and the audience advised him to run away from there. The protagonist immediately jumped into the portal. Clouds floated above the city. The system greeted the user in the free zone of the 10th floor. Jeju found himself in a narrow alley. A notification suggested that he now had the opportunity to watch streamers' broadcasts who were below the 10th floor. The guy looked at the system window and asked his subscribers for forgiveness, since he needed to look around first. The young man launched Pope into the bag and asked them to stay there for a while. The player put on the hood and went outside. Noble people were walking along the sidewalk. The newcomer frowned and thought that something was wrong here. Suddenly, the girl crashed into a passerby. The child fell to the ground. The man threw a menacing look at her. A crowd gathered around. The magic engineer realized that he could not save a commoner who touched a nobleman. The aristocrat extended his hand. The girl closed her eyes in fear. The stranger patted her head and asked if everything was okay and asked her to be careful in crowded places. The passerby helped her up and told her that she had nothing to be afraid of because in the future she could hold a position even higher than his own, since their empire was ruled by Emperor Kaoli. The protagonist frowned and wondered how a nobleman could get along with an ordinary child. Jeju turned away and concluded that something had changed here. There was a fountain in the center of the park. Pigeons were pecking at crumbs scattered on the ground. A man was sitting next to him with a bag of bread. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. The boy gave him a stern look. The young man sat down next to him and asked if he minded. Looking up at the sky, the player remembered meeting the administrator right in this park and asked how long the stranger had lived there. The old man smiled and said he didn't remember. The newcomer asked if he was happy. The local threw down some crumbs and said he had no emotions left. Water flowed down the fountain. In the memory, the stranger extended his hand to the magical engineer and offered him the position of administrator. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and agreed. The bag of crumbs fell to the ground. The pigeons immediately flew into the air. Suddenly, the man grabbed one of them. Jeju turned his head and asked what the administrator was thinking. The old man threw him an angry look. The guy looked at the troops from the fortress wall, but he knew that he had just spoken to an observer. The commander waved his hand and asked who dared to look down on Tarek. The soldiers raised their fists and shouted. The young man gritted his teeth and realized that this was the destroyed Teruha. The monster stepped on the root of a tree. This was the location where the 15th floor trial was taking place. The monsters opened their mouths. This place fell before the demons. The beasts rushed towards the people. Each of them was at a level that none of the users who reached the 15th floor could even scratch. The warrior cut off the enemy's head. The soldier dealt a powerful blow to the monster. Dead monsters fell onto the snow one after another. The player opened his mouth in surprise. No one died, but this was not the end. The newbie noticed something strange on the mountain. There was no end to the waves of enemies. A giant plant was growing on the cliff. The bud opened and bared its sharp fangs. A poisonous cloud burst out of its mouth. The beasts continued to appear endlessly from the core. Something flew out of the flower. It was a nightmare that would not end until Teruha completely fell. The demon collapsed to the ground. His body began to change. The monster's eyes lit up. Even after defeat, the nightmare would not end. The warrior opened his mouth wide and greeted the god who challenged them. The soldiers rushed forward, praising their city. The monster grabbed the enemy's weapon. The beast struck the enemy with its claws. The demon sank its teeth into the swordsman's chest. The terrible monsters began to kill and devour everyone in their path. Their relatives began to climb the fortress wall. The protagonist looked down over the fence. Suddenly, he turned around when he heard some noise. The monster opened its ugly mouth in front of him. Jeju fell to the ground. The man grabbed the dove's body and asked how it felt to see his destiny. The guy got to his feet and said that he would not change his mind even if he continued to play with him. The old man replied that he simply showed his future. The young man frowned and explained that the villain should know that he had managed to change the future shown to him last time. The stranger smiled and said that this was why he needed to become an administrator. The player opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was different from the man in the video. The administrator closed his eyes and asked why he thought he had gotten those videos. The newbie gritted his teeth and said that he would still decline the offer and would not give in to these threats, because it was much better to pass all the tests. The observer twisted his head and asked if he was not at all interested in what was hidden behind those videos. The magical engineer narrowed his eyes and asked him to tell him about it. The man released the dove and asked who the administrators were. The protagonist replied that they were the ones who looked after and managed the tower. The old man turned away and asked if he really thought the world of Overpowered was created for the entertainment of users. Jeju looked down and thought that he wouldn't have bothered to pretend to be the prince if he thought the world of the 5th floor was fake. The stranger looked up and explained that there were several other users who could have gotten the post before him. The boy raised his hand and asked if the new admin was replacing the existing one. The observer folded his hands behind his back and replied that there could only be one admin, and anyone who gave up their position would lose their life. The man raised his leg and explained that he had done everything he could, but every time the world of Overpowered was restored to order, it was destroyed again and again. The old man slammed his foot down hard. A powerful sound wave emanated from his feet. The stranger complained that every time he fixed one hole, another one appeared, and the boy's mouth dropped in surprise and he asked if it was really that hard to fix something that was broken. The observer snapped his fingers and realized that he was getting too emotional in front of him. The world shook. The man explained that the administrator was like a pitcher filled with water, and Overpowered was the water that needed to be poured in. The old man's eyes widened and he said that he had been playing the role of this pitcher for too long. His body began to melt. The stranger added that he did not even remember the reason why he became the administrator in the first place. A dove's head appeared in place of his head. The observer admitted that he had no love, no hate, no sadness towards people left, and all that was left was a sense of duty. The player asked if all the other administrators had also gone crazy. The man looked around and replied that they would all have the same sense of duty as he did. The cracked pitcher filled with water. It was very similar to obsessive-compulsive disorder, but it was all in vain. The old man decided that his friend could handle this role much better. The newcomer frowned and asked what the point of those videos was. In the memory, the magic engineer looked at the system window. The stranger explained that it was his own future, which he sent to the past himself. The pigeons walked around the square. The protagonist asked why this was necessary. The observer said that looking into someone's thoughts was the same as trying to dig into someone's soul. Jeju smiled and asked if he really didn't know why his future version sent these videos. Looking back, the man asked if it mattered, and stated that his personality and the personality of the administrator from the video were the same person. The guy's eyes sparkled, thinking that this was not true at all, and decided to ask one more thing. In the past, the nobleman stroked the girl's head. The young man asked if there was a reason why the atmosphere of the 10th floor, which he knew, had changed after the test on the 5th floor. The cunning old man extended his hand and explained that he had managed to cope with the role of the administrator better than anyone else, and that the results of his actions surprisingly corresponded to that role. The stranger sat down on the bench and added that he managed to fix this tangled world. The observer scratched his chin and concluded that it would never change. The player clenched his fist and realized that what happened on the 5th floor coincided with the changes seen in the video. The newbie raised his hand and called out to the administrator. The magic engineer showed him an obscene gesture and cursed him. The young man quickly typed on the keyboard. The girl said with a smile that she liked men with secrets. The main character juggled furry monsters, telling his name to the beauty, but she did not believe that his name was Jeju. Soha, the protagonist's first subscriber, clenched her teeth and, cursing loudly, asked who this stranger was who decided to suddenly hit on the guy. The player rushed into the portal. He raised his middle finger and said that he was not going to agree to anything. The admin sighed heavily and replied that the young man was not in a state of dialogue. Then he leaned down, waving his arms. The protagonist gritted his teeth, looking at him with confusion. Suddenly, the man turned into a dove. Then the bird flew into the sky. The admin's clothes began to evaporate, and Jeju assumed that he was not the one who sent those videos. He remembered looking at the screen. There were pulp in the protagonist's backpack, and he thought that he should continue climbing to find the answer. Then the monster jumped on the guy's shoulder and licked his face. He stroked the furry friend and asked if it was trying to calm him down. The player then looked at the screen and came to the conclusion that nothing would change if he did nothing. There was information about the stream, and the guy thought that he had many more subscribers than he expected, and those people who only got to the 10th floor cannot watch the stream of another user who is on the 10th floor. He smiled and said that it was even stranger that someone stayed with him after seeing him dancing with Popeye on the 1st floor. The main character touched his chin when she said about the chance to get trending. He thought that exposing his stream to a wide audience could be dangerous. Then the young man pressed the cancel button. He looked up and smiled, seeing users entering the chat. He shook his head, saying that he turned off the stream because he had something to sort out. The player looked at the comment from the clan with a serious face. Then he looked up and thought with a smile that all the messages were friend requests and clan invitations, but he didn't need to be associated with a clan right now. Jeju took off his backpack and said that before going to the 11th floor, there were some things to settle here since it was the first time he had the opportunity to be in the free zone. Energy streams appeared around the guy while he was thinking about how there were 100 channels per country, and he had been on one all this time, and the only thing that changed when changing the channel was the users next to the streamer in the tower, and the location and people of Stroud remained the same as in the game. He imagined a city street and added that there were no useful materials for magic engineering now. He wondered if the image of the workshop had changed. The protagonist passed by the townspeople. He was wearing white sneakers. Then he approached a large workshop and thought that the magic engineering industry in the Empire was concentrated in the first workshop on the main street. The players remembered how this building used to look like when Bran owned this workshop. The player opened the door and asked if there was anyone inside. The blacksmith stretched and yawned, saying that they don't take orders. He looked at the player in shock, who replied that he didn't come for a commission, and asked if Bran was there. The man touched his face and asked why Jeju was looking for the best craftsman in the Empire here, when he should be in the palace. He put his hands on his waist, and the player asked if the blacksmith could let him use the workshop and materials, since he needed to fix something. The man raised his hand and said that it was interesting, because travelers are usually not interested in magical engineering. They then shook hands and told each other their names. The player smiled awkwardly when Crane noted his unusual name. The boy then opened his backpack to show what he wanted to fix. It was a glove, and the craftsman said that it seemed to have been made in a hurry, and that extremely dangerous magic was circulating in the item. He crossed his arms and told Jeju not to forget to buy a magic stone so that he could check the quality of the work. The boy looked at him and said that he would go get a magic stone then. Carts and people were driving along the street, while the protagonist was thinking about the fact that starting from the 10th floor, a free auction house appears in the community tab, where users can sell and buy items, but only those items that match the player's level can be seen there, so finding something like magic stones is quite problematic. The boy walked forward, thinking that in addition to the free auction house, there is a real auction house where you can also find stones. He looked up, standing between the buildings, and thought that the disadvantage of this auction is that he will not have access to information about the item, so he will have to rely on his eyes. He imagined the crystal and thought that he wanted to buy a bloodstone, but it was hard to get just by sweating. Suddenly, someone reached out to the boy and called him loudly. The knight put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he was a mage. He then turned around and called Soyan. The girl hugged his hand and he said that he tried to help an inexperienced mage. The boy gritted his teeth when the strangers asked if he was going to the auction house. The stranger said with a smile that it was not worth going there, and he was not allowed in, although he had 10,000 coins in his account, and you cannot see the item information there. He grinned slyly and thought that he could convince Jeju to join once he earned his trust, because he needed a mage in his team. He extended his hand forward, inviting the protagonist to join their party. They went up to the 12th floor, so they can easily pass the 11th. The protagonist furrowed his brows and thought that it sounded plausible because from the 10th floor onwards, once the player goes up a floor, they can return to the free zone of the 10th. He then turned away and said that he could handle it himself, and that he had some things to do. Seoyun grabbed his hand and asked if they could talk somewhere quietly. The boy threw her away and said that it was okay and that he was not a mage. The girl closed her eyes and screamed. The knight hugged her and asked why the player hit the girl. Jeju's sweat dropped and thought that she reminded him of Haeyoung, so he overreacted a bit without realizing it. He apologized to Seoyun and then said goodbye. He turned away from them, gritting his teeth in anger because these players did not even try to speak quietly, discussing him behind his back. The knight frowned and thought that the protagonist would hardly be able to enter the auction house. The guards crossed their spears, telling the traveler to prove his worth. A screen appeared in front of the protagonist. He pressed a button to display his amount of coins. The boy looked up, where the system reported that he had more than 40,000 coins, and the guards invited him inside. The knight and Soyan opened their mouths in shock. The streamer turned around and nodded silently. Then he walked inside. The boy walked through the Selenian auction house. The girl smiled and asked if it was his first time here, and he confirmed it. She handed him a document where he had to write information to identify himself. Jeju opened his mouth in surprise, looking down. He brought a pen to the paper. The protagonist looked serious, while his streamer's viewers laughed at him. The girl smiled when the boy said that he was done. The name Kim Jeju was visible on the piece of paper. Then a note appeared saying that it was invalid. The employee frowned in confusion. She handed him the document and asked him to sign it again. The boy wrote a different version of his name. The girl smiled widely and said that the verification was complete, but the boy needed to wait in the waiting room for a while until the auction began. He scratched his face when she asked him to leave his robe there. It was for security reasons. There were many people in the room discussing the fact that Emperor Kaoli reduced the income tax for commoners. The player was going down the stairs and thinking about how nobles and commoners communicated without any prejudices, and he could not get used to it. Suddenly, he looked to the side, noticing something. A streamer approached someone from behind and said hello. Siha turned around abruptly and asked what the protagonist was doing here. He came closer to her and asked if he could sit next to her, and the girl agreed. The protagonist sat down on a chair and apologized to her with a smile. A waitress came up to them and asked if they wanted a drink while they waited, and the player asked for just water. Siha raised her hand and asked for a cup of cocoa. The waitress placed the drinks on their table. The players sat across from each other. Jeju looked away when the girl called him. He told her with a smile that he was there to buy a magic stone. He raised his hands and added that he needed the item for his glove. His girlfriend drank the cocoa and remembered the last time. They sat in silence across from each other, and the audience mentioned the awkwardness of that meeting. Siha suddenly blushed and thanked the protagonist for that time. He raised his hand and replied that he only did what he had to. He then waved his hands and sweated, thinking that he should change the subject. The girl looked at him seriously when he asked if there was a reason why she continued to wear the school uniform. She placed her hand on her chest and replied that these clothes hold memories. The boy smiled and replied that it made sense then. He imagined his friend and thought that even in the video, she always wore a school uniform, and it was obvious that there must be a reason for that. The boy smiled and thought that it would be nice to befriend Siha before she gained great power after the 5th floor. Looking straight ahead, he asked if she wanted to befriend him. The girl blushed, looking at the notification from the system. The protagonist placed his hand on his chest and said that even if they did not become friends in the conventional sense of the word, They could become partners who would help each other when needed. Seha frowned, looking at Jeju. She touched the screen with her finger, and the system reported that it had accepted the friend request. The player placed the mug on the plate. Her cheeks blushed, and she asked how the protagonist was able to befriend Popoy. She opened her mouth in anger when he said it was a secret. They looked at each other and someone's voice announced that the auction was about to begin and that the participants should go to the bidding room. The girl stood up abruptly. She turned around and said that it really pissed her off. The player watched her go with a smile. He also stood up and said that he had to go because he didn't want to be late. The guests went into the room. The streamer looked away. He sat down in a chair. Suddenly, a bell rang. Raiden put his hand on his chest and introduced himself as the host of the midday auction. He smiled and said that this auction is for royalty, nobles and commoners to understand each other without regard for social status. Jeju held a number in his hand and the host added that travelers are also welcome to enter because God is fair to everyone. Raiden looked straight ahead and said that the procedure is simple and they call out the starting price and then the bidders can add. If after 3 repetitions the price is not increased, the lot will go to the one who gave the highest bid. Then he pointed his hand at the first lot and said that it is the egg of a red earth dragon. The guy touched his face and thought that he has learned the basics of interacting with magical beasts. It will not be difficult. But the dragon breathes fire, and when it is fully grown it will be 3 meters long. It is dangerous to carry one with you because it will stand out too much. The hammer fell and Raiden announced that the red dragon egg was sold for 6,000 coins. He wiped his sweaty face with a napkin and announced that he would now present the 8th item, a very mysterious lot. The mannequin was wearing a pendant belonging to the daughter of the royal family, Cloudy, and the maker was unknown, as were the materials. The jewelry contained a red stone, and the host announced that the starting price was 10,000 coins. Suddenly, the guy opened his mouth wide, shouting the starting bid. He raised his number, covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek, and he thought that this was the red stone he was looking for. Raiden raised his hand and shouted that they had the first bid, and complimented the traveler's taste. Jeju gritted his teeth and thought that the stone expert would not be able to determine the material, because bloodstone is not precious. The man raised his hand to his mouth, and asked who wanted to bid 11,000 coins. Suddenly, someone raised their hand and made a new bid. Grace covered her face with a fan and Raiden said that she was a famous jewelry lover, a respected young lady. The protagonist looked at her and thought that she was the youngest daughter of a family that owned a jewelry business. Suddenly, the young lady winked at the player. He smiled awkwardly. Then he raised his number and bid 1,000 higher with a crazy smile, after which the auction participants shouted out loud the prices. Raiden touched his face and asked if the protagonist would raise the bid, which had already exceeded 20,000 coins. The young man looked down and thought that the bloodstone was a very valuable item, but he would not lose anything if he did not get it now. Suddenly, the guest with number 70 raised his number. Siha, with a serious face, bid 21,000 coins. She and Gray looked at each other, and then took turns raising their bids. The host wiped the sweat from his face and said that it was a fierce battle. Seha smiled when he informed her that she had won. The man then bowed and thanked all the guests, and wished them a pleasant evening. Jeju looked at his hand and thought that he was upset that he couldn't get the bloodstone, but at least he got a not-so-bad item for 6,000 coins. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face in the distance. She was twirling a necklace on her finger, asking why the protagonist was so late. He looked at the necklace she handed him, dumbfounded. She furrowed her brows and asked what was with that look. Seha opened her mouth wide and said that she wouldn't ask for it back. She then turned away and added that it was obvious that it was a magic stone because the protagonist suddenly started betting when he wasn't interested in other jewelry, and he mentioned that she spent a lot of money on it. She blushed and replied that they should be friends and friends give each other gifts. She then raised her hand and said goodbye to the guy. Turning around, she asked Jeju not to try to pretend he didn't know her when they met again. The protagonist looked at the decoration and assumed she wanted to be friends with him because of the previous trial. He gritted his teeth and thought that 30,000 was not such a big price to pay for saving a life, but he had no idea what Seha was thinking. The player stretched while on the street. She then turned around and said that the protagonist probably didn't understand anything. She remembered walking down the street. The schoolgirl clutched a piece of paper and said that school uniforms were very expensive. She then put her hand on the door. A tall guy came out of the building. She turned around when he told her to be a good girl and listened to the principal. Seha looked straight ahead and said her name. She then entered the room and said that her school warned her that she needed to buy a school uniform, but she didn't have enough money. The woman smiled and said that she shouldn't worry. There was an envelope on the table, and she said that the guy had left some money for the students to buy uniforms for the new semester, and maybe it was because he was embarrassed, but he asked her to keep it a secret. The schoolgirl gaped in shock and asked who it was. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She remembered the face of the boy she had met at the entrance. Then she sighed heavily. Siha frowned and said that Jeju didn't need to know about it. The blacksmith turned around and said that there was still 1 day left until the end of the agreed upon time. The protagonist looked at him and said that the item the craftsman was currently working on seemed familiar. A white glove was visible, which had undergone quite a lot of changes. Cray crossed his arms and said that engineers really enjoyed working on the most meticulous tasks. The boy showed the decoration and said that he was lucky. The master took the necklace, and the protagonist said that since the bloodstone was smaller than he thought, he came in to have the blacksmith adjust the size. The man put on his glasses and said that there was no need to worry about it. Then he took the tweezers and added that based on the structure of the glove, he had already figured out where the stone should fit. Cray pulled the crystal out of the jewelry. Examining the stone, he said that he simply added a mechanism so that the glove itself would adjust to them. In his other hand, he held the glove, saying that it would be better if Jaju saw everything with his own eyes. He brought his finger to the button on the glove. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. A hole for the magic stone appeared. The master placed the crystal there. The item was immediately fixed. He smiled and said that now the player does not need to worry about the size of the stone, and can safely use any, and to change it, you just need to press the same button twice. The protagonist blushed and said that he really didn't have to worry about the size of the stones and their shape, but it looked like a very expensive job. The blacksmith raised his hand and told the boy not to worry. He smiled and said that he had fun and that was enough for him. He then placed the stone in the boy's hand and said that he would need another hour to finish it. Jeju went outside. He closed his eyes and shook his head. A portal appeared in front of the gate. It was shining brightly. He turned around and said that he would go straight to the 11th floor tomorrow. The protagonist was lying in bed. His eyes were closed. Suddenly, a furry beast jumped on him and screamed loudly. Another monster was lying under the blanket. It opened its eyes wide when it saw the player. Then the popo opened its fanged mouth wide and stuck out its tongue. The protagonist, whose face was covered in drool, opened his eyes while the monster looked at him cutely. The boy sat up while the pet rubbed itself against him. He looked at the beasts and realized that they were hungry. Wiping his face with his hand, he decided to start the live stream first. The guy looked up in shock when he saw that he already had 200 viewers who were somehow awake. He put his hand in his backpack and thought that he had almost 300 subscribers, so most of them seemed to be waiting for a chance to join. Jaju brought a stone to the monsters. Then he threw it, telling them to eat. The streamer was putting on his robe. He looked away when someone in the comments asked if he had named his glove. He raised his hand. The boy remembered putting on the finished glove. He looked at it and thought that it was much more comfortable to wear. The craftsman smiled widely and concluded that the client liked everything. The streamer sweated and said that he wanted to at least pay for the consumables, but Cray shook his head. The boy smiled and said that he didn't even have anything to say. The man raised one finger and said that the glove needed a name, because even the most luxurious item couldn't be without a name. Jaja smiled and said that he would think about it. The sign of the workshop was visible. The player clenched his hand into a fist. He looked straight ahead and decided to make an effort to come up with a name for the item. There was a portal next to the gate. The townspeople were walking around it. It was a portal to the 11th floor. None of the residents of Astraud see the portal and everyone entering it. The protagonist was in a hood, thinking that he had changed the channel, but there were still a lot of people here. He walked up to the portal and thought that there would be a lot of co-op challenges starting from the 11th floor, so users often form a party by looking at the recruitment page in the community tab. He remembered the guy eating the rock and thought that he wanted to work together with those who had been watching his streams since the first floor. The streamer remembered the bald man and thought that since he didn't know what tricks the admin would pull on the 11th floor, he should check first. He looked down and thought that if he formed a party and those people got sucked into the same level manipulation, it would be bad. The guy put his hand up to the portal. The system said to choose a difficulty level, and Jaja thought that users who had become stronger and more confident than the 5th floor were increasing the difficulty level, while those who were scared by the viewer's words were decreasing it for the sake of survival. The main character put his hand up to the screen and said that he didn't need to worry about it. He chose a hard difficulty level. Standing in front of the portal, he said it was time to begin. There were two people standing on an island in the middle of the water. Someone opened his mouth wide, shouting loudly that the answer would not fall from the sky. The other person also shouted loudly that they should guess before it came down here. Suddenly, a portal appeared on the island. A guy's head appeared. The two knights turned around abruptly. The protagonist walked forward and raised his hand. The system provided information about the test. The girl smiled and asked if Jeju was a mage. The other guy pointed at him and called him over. The protagonist noticed a weapon in the sand and thought that the two-handed swordsman and the spear owner were happy to see a man in mage clothes. The stranger gritted his teeth and asked if the protagonist was a mage. He shook his head and replied that he was a magic engineer. The knight's mouth dropped open in shock. The girl smiled awkwardly and explained that they were in a difficult situation. She looked at the player and asked how many support items he had. She closed her eyes in disappointment when he replied that he had one. The boy looked up and thought that the test was about to begin. All three of them were looking at the water. The boy closed his eyes and shouted that he was ready for 10 sea beasts, but not this one. Suddenly, foam appeared on the water. The spearwoman trembled in fear and cursed loudly. The swordsman sweated and said that he hoped to escape safely from the clan, but in the end, he would die so stupidly. Jeju stood behind them, thinking about their bad reactions. He gritted his teeth and assumed that the administrator did something again. There were waves in the sea. The protagonist sweated, hearing a familiar sound. A monster with red eyes crawled out of the water. A huge turtle opened its mouth wide and screamed loudly. The protagonist's face was serious, and his partner screamed in fear. Gray liquid was running down the player's hand, and he thought that he shouldn't draw too much attention by using his glove. A weapon appeared in his hand. The players looked at Jeju in shock, who told them to move away. He frowned and added that he would deal with the turtle himself. The protagonist took a few steps forward. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked what kind of nonsense this was. Jeju swung his axe. The spearman clenched his teeth tensely. The spectators decided that he was scared. The monster opened its mouth and roared loudly. The boy waved his hand and shouted that he had no time to explain, and asked his comrades to stand behind him if they did not want to die. The monster's eyes flashed with fire and rushed forward. A powerful explosion was heard on the shore. The beast raised its head and looked around. The squad members ran away from it. The turtle went after them. The young man thought that his comrades were acting like bait, and decided that it would be even better this way. A blue aura lit up around him, and the player made a dash forward. He quickly found himself at the reptile's front paw. The newcomer swung the burning axe. The magic engineer struck. The handle of his weapon broke in half. The blade flew up and spun in the air. It stuck in the sand, and the monster roared furiously. The protagonist looked at the broken axe and assumed that his weapon was not durable enough. His fist was enveloped in light particles. The blade sticking out of the sand trembled. It immediately flew up. Magically, the weapon was intact. The audience was delighted. The monster frowned in displeasure. The turtle hid its head in its shell. The commentators realized that it had switched to healing mode. The reptile removed its paws. Its body emitted a huge amount of energy. Looking at it from the side, Jeju realized that the enemy was unable to go into the water because he was forced to quickly hide, and thought that he would not be able to follow it if that happened. The boy approached him and offered his help, but the boy said that it was too dangerous and asked his ally to stay there. The audience suggested that he just enjoy this spectacle. The young man made several jumps and landed on the monster's back. The player scratched his head and realized that he had to use all his strength on the second floor to climb onto the enemy, and now he just needed to jump. The monster turned around and looked at him. The beast moved, and the newcomer almost fell off it. Holding an axe in his hands, the magic engineer noticed a spike and concluded that it was the right size. The protagonist immediately chopped it off. The turtle raised its head and shuddered. A red spot appeared in place of the severed spike. Jeju decided that his enemy was furious. The guy ran forward and thought that he needed to hurry, because the reptile was about to explode. The guys opened their mouths in fear. The young man realized that they would not be able to avoid the explosion. The spike in his hand glowed. The player threw it into the air. He ran to the edge of the shell. The newbie pushed off him. The magic engineer jumped high into the air. The protagonist did a somersault in the air and saw a falling spike. Jeju swung his axe while upside down. Blue energy enveloped the handle of the weapon. The guy opened his eyes wide and thought that his baseball experience was limited to arcade games. He managed to hit the spike with the blade of the axe. The needle bounced off and rushed forward. It pierced the thick shell of the monster. Bright red cracks appeared on it. A loud explosion was heard on the battlefield. The young man landed on the sand. The player looked around tensely. The corpse of the monster lay on the ground, smoke coming from it. The newbie put the axe on his shoulder and said that he made it just in time. The system reported that the path to the 12th floor was open. The weapon melted in his hands. The audience was happy that their idol was so cool. The gloves and bracers also began to melt. The magic engineer looked away when he was called. The guys bowed and thanked him for saving them. They smiled widely and admitted that they were ready to accept their death. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that they still had to pass the test and asked his allies to just move on. Scratching the back of his head, the boy replied that he was very grateful and wanted to know the name of the savior. Jeju opened his eyes wide and asked him to silently go about his business. The commentators laughed at him. The squad members entered the red portal. The guy thought about how he had chased them away not because of his name, and decided that these jokes were driving him crazy. The young man brought his hand to his mouth and wanted to see the reward. A system window appeared in front of him. The 11th floor turned out to be normal, but the 9th was with a difficulty changed by the administrator. The player did not want to attract even more attention with a huge reward in the box. The newbie clicked on the notification. 2 boxes landed in front of him. The audience realized that people would be shocked if they saw them. The magic engineer opened the wooden box. The protagonist scratched his chin and decided that 1,000 coins, a voucher, and a low-level magic stone were a fairly common reward for the 11th floor. Jeju approached the gift box and wanted to open it. The bag with 5,000 coins glowed. The commentators laughed. The guy put his hand in the box. He took something out and opened his mouth in surprise. In his hands was the leather coat of the Master of the Seven Snakes. The audience wanted the idol to put it on as soon as possible. The young man immediately fulfilled their will and pulled on the cape. The player looked at the long sleeves and concluded that the equipment was too big for him. The cloak immediately shortened when the newbie decided to adjust the length and change the texture so as not to stand out too much. A hood appeared behind his back. The new coat shone on him. Subscribers wrote that it looks quite stylish. Putting his hand in the backpack, the magic engineer said that he needed to check something and apologized for having to go through the 11th floor again. Someone suggested that the administrator was just playing with him. The protagonist put on his hood and explained that before going across the stone bridge, he needed to knock on it. Blood splashed around the axe after the blow. Jeju stood in front of the monster's corpse. The system reported that the test was completed. The guy looked down and realized that the difficulty remained the same. The squad members thanked him for his help. The cloak protected the owner from a strong wave. The young man decided that this equipment could still be useful. The player entered the portal because he wanted to go to a quieter place. Another awakened tried to stop him to at least find out his name. The newcomer approached the bench near the fountain. The magic engineer sat on it and felt uneasy, because this is the place where they first met the administrator. But this is the quietest place he knows. His backpack suddenly shook. Popa climbed out. The monsters jumped to the ground. The animals ran somewhere to the side. They were beaming with joy. The main character asked them not to go far. Jeju crossed his arms over his chest and smiled broadly. Taking off his hood, the guy wanted to give his friends names and asked if the subscribers had any ideas. The viewers immediately laughed. The fluffy balls began to dance. The young man explained that he was very attached to them and could not call them all the same. A subscriber sent a donation and suggested indecent names. The player frowned sternly and said that it was disgusting. The newbie looked at the sky. The commentators began to offer their own options for names. The magic engineer opened a system window in front of him. The cost of books related to the history of magical beasts and people was written there. Smiling, the main character wondered who would spend money on buying such skills, and realized that he would do it only in order to give names to his pets. Several books appeared in front of him. The system reported that the purchase was successful. A blue aura enveloped Jeju. A notification told him that the books he read raised his skill level. The boy put his hand to his head and was glad that he did not have to read the books himself, because the fatigue from absorbing knowledge was still a problem. The upset Popa surrounded him. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and noticed that they gave him a completely different feeling than before, because of the skill books. The player stroked the monster. It rose to its feet and declared that it had made a decision. The newbie imagined the goddess of love and decided to name one of the beasts Laha, because he likes to eat and make sure everyone is well fed. The magic engineer remembered the image of the god of courage and named the second pet Kodin, because this name suits the brave ones who take on the responsibility of protecting others in times of danger. The protagonist imagined the goddess of wisdom and named the last Popa Birin, because she is the most caring and tactful of them all. The happy monsters jumped into their owner's arms. Jeju hugged them, and the commentators noticed that they seemed to understand their owner's words. Raising his hand to his mouth, the guy remembered that he was on air and said that now that all his business was done, it was time for him to go to the 12th floor. The young man opened his backpack and called all the animals by name. They immediately jumped into the bag, and the viewers asked how long their idol was going to carry the pets on his shoulders. The player put on his hood and explained that he needed to remain inconspicuous until at least the 15th floor, so they would have to sit there for a while longer. The newcomer looked around and thought that he himself felt awkward about Popoi being forced to sit in a bag. Clouds floated above the field. The system reported that 4 people had entered the floor. Someone turned their head and noticed that the last participant had arrived. The magic engineer came out of the portal and concluded that he was the last to arrive. Jae-yun smiled and greeted him. The protagonist shook his hand and introduced himself. The boy looked around and asked what the sounds were. Seo-hyun put her hands on her hips and said that he imagined it and greeted Jeju. The boy said that he was looking forward to working together and concluded that they already knew each other. The girl smiled widely and explained that they met on the 10th floor and formed a group. She noticed that their ally looked rather unusual. The young man put his hand on his belt and replied that it was an accident. The spectators laughed. The swordsman opened his mouth in surprise. His eyes sparkled. The player wondered why he was staring at him like that. The newcomer scratched the back of his head and asked out loud. The knight raised his hands and asked if the ally had just said his real name. Frowning, the magic engineer confirmed it and asked what was wrong with him. The warrior smiled widely and asked if this was the emperor in front of him. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. He immediately shut his comrade's mouth. Jeju's eyes flashed and asked him not to say anything else. The swordsman bent down and froze when the boy asked him not to kneel. The boy covered his face with his hand and asked him to just introduce himself. After saluting, Sanjun said his name and said that it was a pleasure to meet him. The woman approached her ally and concluded that they knew each other. The player was surprised that he had met someone from his viewers and thought that he should have moved to a foreign channel. The night broke out in a cold sweat. The newcomer explained that they had crossed paths on the 11th floor. Seo-hyun closed her eyes and said that this was much better than going through the trial with a stranger. Approaching her comrade, Jaeyoung remembered that he had recently bragged about his cool equipment and asked why he suddenly felt so anxious. The warrior raised his hands in fear when the magic engineer asked him to be silent. The protagonist raised his hand to his mouth and asked if his comrades were in a clan. The girl scratched her head and replied that life within the clan was not for them. The boy explained that they did not help them at all, but asked for donations to the treasury, so they had to leave. Jeju raised his hand and asked if this was their first time conquering the 12th floor. The answer was yes. The boy asked what about the streams. The spearman put his hand to his neck and told him that they had turned off the stream a long time ago because they had too few subscribers, who only insulted them and did not donate. Frowning, the young man concluded that they had almost given up, and thought about how hard it was to get information about the 12th floor without being in a clan. The knight was wearing a breastplate on his chest. The player realized that this floor was a real test for any melee class, so it would be very difficult for them the first time. The newbie turned to his subscriber and asked how he coped before he got here. Remembering the system window in front of him, Sanjun told him about being expelled from the clan and having to wander around looking for a comrade or subordinate from the first floor, and said that he managed to stumble upon the Emperor's stream. Coins began to fall on him. The warrior said that thanks to donations, he was able to buy equipment. The boy raised his thumb and said that he reached the 12th floor and was stuck here. The magic engineer could not understand whether he was lucky or not. Jaehyun raised his hand and suggested discussing the plan of action, because there were only 10 minutes left before the test. The knight frowned menacingly and asked how his comrade dared to order in the presence of the emperor. The protagonist replied that everything was fine and asked if he had tried to pass the 12th floor. The swordsman smiled widely and confirmed this. Jeju offered him to decide what to do and asked if there were any objections. The fighter threw a stern look at his friend when he jokingly called him a young army officer. The warrior opened his mouth in shock and asked if a person who specializes in engineering could reach a floor with a high difficulty. Sangjun was angry. The boy decided that they always had the same reaction to this. The leader asked if he had any useful tools. The boy put on a glove and explained that it was made for support, but it also had the function of a magic gun and increasing strength. The knight closed his eyes and suggested that he should have chosen a different class instead of doing something weird. Seo-hyun asked him not to say stupid things. The girl put her hand to her chest and said that unfortunately, her class is inconvenient to work here because there are no places to hide. The player concluded that her skills would be useless in fighting monsters. The swordsman raised his hand and asked if he could make a plan for their actions. Everyone agreed. The fighter knelt down on one knee and asked everyone to look at him. He laid out rocks on the ground and explained that the tanks would be at the front to block the enemy. Their ally would be supporting them from the center, and the assassin would be attacking the enemy from behind. Sangjun gritted his teeth and asked his friends not to rely too much on their skills in this test, because their opponents would most likely be yetis or poison hounds. The monsters were shrouded in a red haze and could easily adapt to any conditions. Placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, the boy said that none of them would fall for the same trick twice, and explained that this was especially important if they were counting on their skill with weapons, since the movements were always the same. Jaehyun, opening his mouth wide, shouted that he had learned these skills on the 5th floor and asked if he should forget about them and rely only on his own strength. The knight shook his head and said that there was no point in continuing this conversation. The magic engineer looked at them from the side and realized that they were not very willing to cooperate. The fighter approached his comrade and called out to him. The warrior came close to his ear and asked if he would be able to clear this level alone. The protagonist replied that it was not good to complete group levels alone. The swordsman opened his mouth in displeasure and was indignant. Jeju asked him to be silent, because otherwise they would never meet again. Sanjun closed his eyes and said that he understood everything. The audience laughed. The guy looked up tensely and noticed that they only had 23 seconds left. The squad members stood to the side. The young man shouted that the time was almost up and asked them to take positions. Enemies were approaching from behind the horizon. The yeti bared his fangs and growled. The monster's eyes lit up. They opened their mouths wide and began to scream. The boy clenched his teeth and ordered everyone to raise their weapons. His hand trembled. The knight was very worried because it was already the 12th floor. The player placed a hand on his shoulder and asked him to calm down because no one would get hurt. The fighter picked up his sword and shield and asked if everything would be okay. The newbie confirmed it. The commentators were in awe of him. Jaehyun pulled a spear out of the ground and asked why they were so afraid of creatures that didn't even have a weapon. Smiling confidently, the warrior said that he thought it would be another dragon turtle and asked how many enemies there were. Seo-hyun replied that there were 16 and that they couldn't take their eyes off their boss. The spearman looked at his hand and declared that they would each take on 4 opponents. Rushing forward, the boy shouted that he would take on the monster and asked his friends to prepare bags of money. The girl called him crazy. Sang-jun frowned and asked what to do next if their formation was destroyed. The magic engineer suggested just observing the situation. The protagonist frowned sternly, realizing that there were those who ignored the warnings of others and had to suffer the consequences of their actions, and decided that this confidence could be a problem. The knight approached the enemies. Jeju thought that he should allow him to make a mistake so that he would not die later. The Yeti raised his hand. He clenched his teeth in anger. The monster spread its arms and roared loudly. The fighter's eyes widened in fear and he flinched. The monster, enveloped in ominous energy, took a step towards him. The spearman froze in front of him, holding a weapon in his hands. The beast looked at him with a finger and said something in its own language. Even the audience did not understand it. Shaking his head, the guy said that he did not know what it meant, and thought that he felt the same emotions as in the case of Popol. A crowd of Yeti surrounded the squad. These creatures naturally weaken with age and die when they lose their leadership position, and instead of feeling fear, they are fired up with the will to fight. Smiling, Jae-hyun called them funny and wondered why they were provoking the ones standing in front of them. The boy raised the spear in his hands and realized that he could not embarrass himself in front of everyone by simply avoiding a fight. The knight rushed forward. The commentators were in anticipation. The fighter gripped the shaft with all his strength. He aimed the tip straight at the monster's chest. The monster easily dodged his attack. The warrior clenched his teeth in tension. The spearman swung his leg, but the beast dodged this attack as well. The squad member frowned menacingly and asked why even simple attacks did not work. The audience was outraged that Sang-jun's plan was completely ignored. The tip of the spear emitted a bright energy. Jeju ran forward and wondered if his skills would work. The boy swung his weapon and decided that the only way to kill the enemy was to use skills. Dark waves of energy appeared in front of the Yeti. The knight thought that this skill was perfect for blinding the enemy and attacking unexpectedly. The fighter smiled widely and assumed that the enemy closed his eyes because his aura was too bright. The warrior threw his spear, wanting to finish him off right now, but missed. The spearman looked up in fear. The monster grinned viciously and stepped on his weapon. Then the monster swung its fist. It was right above the squad member's head. A sound of impact was heard. Jeju opened one eye, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist blocked the enemy's attack with an axe. The boy's eyes widened in horror when Jeju asked him to leave. The knight crawled to the side. The boot claws dug into the ground. The boy realized that his opponent was very strong, and decided that he needed to be finished off as soon as possible. The young man put his leg back to hold back the onslaught. The beast swung its second fist. The player's blue eyes shone. He dealt a powerful blow to the enemy's chest. The Yeti opened its mouth in amazement and stepped back. The blade of the axe left a huge wound on its body. The monster fell to the ground, blood spurted. The newcomer put the axe on his shoulder. The spectators were shocked by the power of the Lahanta set. The magic engineer frowned menacingly. The monsters opened their mouths in fear. The protagonist rushed towards them and thought about finishing off the rest of the enemies while they were perplexed by the death of the leader. Several blows were heard, and traces of fresh blood appeared on the ground. Jeju closed his eyes and raised his head. The bloody weapon melted in his hands. Portals appeared on the field. The system counted the test as passed. The guy approached his comrades and praised them for their excellent work. The commentators asked if their comrade hadn't done all the work for them. The guys smiled widely and thanked him. Seo-hyun assumed that he was a pro who had already reached the 19th floor and gone back down. The girl closed her eyes and understood why Sang-jun was acting like that. The young man scratched his cheek and confirmed it. Holding Jaehyun's arm, the woman thanked her ally for helping her pass the test and said that her partner was only causing trouble. The heroes approached the portal. The boy looked back and asked what the word the Yeti was repeating meant. The assassin asked if it was really that important. Looking down, the knight confirmed it and realized that he could not forget the monster's cold gaze when it stood in his way. The player pursed his lips and remembered the first time he heard the word in a video and said it meant child. The fighter's mouth dropped open in surprise when he heard himself called a child. The warrior blushed in embarrassment and thanked his ally for helping him. The spearman immediately jumped into the portal, and the audience began to laugh at him. Seo-hyun waved her hand and said that she had to go too, and suggested that they meet next time and eat something delicious. The newbie silently scratched the back of his head, and the commentators asked him not to forget that he still had a long way to go. Sang-jun closed his eyes and concluded that even those who met the emperor for the first time could not help but fall under his spell. Scratching his cheek, the boy decided that it was time for him to leave too, and assumed that the audience was probably cursing at him now. The knight approached the portal, and the magic engineer asked if he really started watching it from the first floor. The fighter turned away and said no, explaining that he was curious to see the streamer kill the dragon turtle on the second floor. The warrior winced as the protagonist thanked him. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise, and Jeju said that he really appreciated his friend watching and donating, suggesting that it must have been hard for him to do so. Smiling widely, Sanjun asked what the hell he was talking about and explained that he only found out about people living in the tower thanks to his stream. The boy knelt down and hoped that his idol would make it to the 100th floor and live a happy life. The boy raised his hands and asked him not to do that. The young man opened his mouth in horror and screamed. His pupils narrowed. The knight's eyes sparkled with joy. The fighter jumped up. The warrior lunged forward and jumped into the portal. The player looked at him in shock. The chat exploded with laughter. The newbie closed his eyes and decided to leave after checking the rewards. The magic engineer pressed the confirm button. A bag of gold and a book appeared in his hands. The protagonist thought that the reward corresponded to the difficulty level and decided that he did not need sword art at all. Jeju looked at the sky and wanted to go on a journey. The viewers asked him not to be upset. Approaching the portal, the guy said that he was not upset at all because of this, and explained that he needed to change the channel and go to the 13th floor. A blizzard raged over the snow fields. People were sitting and warming themselves by the fire. The stranger grinned and said that a new friend had arrived. The young man came out of the blue portal. The commentators asked if the streamer was ashamed of Korea since he went to the American server. The player approached the other participants and said hello. Smiling, the man asked if this was his first time on the 13th floor, and noticed that, judging by the movements of his mouth, their ally did not speak English. Scratching the back of his head, the newcomer confirmed this and remembered that his facial expressions remained the same, despite the fact that his speech was being translated automatically. Raising his hand, the knight asked which Korea exactly he was from, north or south, but immediately said that it was a joke. The heroes shook hands and introduced themselves. The warrior asked if he had a broadcast. Shaking his head, the magic engineer replied that he had no viewers, adding that it was embarrassing. The commentators were disappointed with such an answer. The fighter waved his hand at his comrades and decided to introduce them. The squad members nodded silently. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought about how he had just met them, but he did not doubt for a second that this man would be the one to introduce them. Jeju frowned and realized that it was obvious that these people were not strangers at all. The viewer noticed that their team was formed in such a way that they could clear the floor by themselves. The boy imagined the grinning people and realized that they were the Black Scorpion, one of the vile clans that seemed benevolent at first, but committed evil deeds when the test began. The man covered his face with his hand in fear. Such groups would either make mistakes on purpose or let the killer sick the monsters on the others to take money for saving them. Blood splattered. Unlike the others, the Black Scorpion took all the items from those who came without coins and killed them without caring about the consequences. Kottner waved his hand and asked his ally to sit down. The boy wondered what he should do and assumed that there must be a way to disperse from them peacefully. The man raised his eyebrows and asked what his class was. The player answered this question. The knight smiled and said that in that case he could cover their backs. The newcomer thought that they were so friendly because they already considered him a weak prey. The last member of the squad came out of the portal. The warrior rushed to him and asked if he was okay. It turned out that this member escaped to the 13th floor from the battle that broke out on the 12th floor. The fighter put his hand on his ally's shoulder and asked why he did not escape to the 10th floor. Jake replied that they were in cahoots and that one of them blocked the passage to the 10th floor. The villain opened his mouth wide and was indignant at almost being killed. His comrade laughed. The boy frowned sternly and asked if there was anything funny about this. The bandit explained that his friend was just happy that he managed to escape. The knight's mouth opened in surprise. The spectators called him very unlucky. The boys got up from the log with just under 3 minutes left before the test began. Kottner waved his hand and asked everyone to take positions. The warrior asked if they didn't need to come up with a plan first. Without turning around, the man replied that they had already decided on everything and asked his ally to help the magic engineer. The fighter opened his mouth wide and tried to object. The snow-covered branches shook and crunched. The monster slammed its paw on the ground. The poisonous hounds stuck out their tongues and came forward. Their green saliva dripped onto the snow. The swordsman suggested retreating. The squad leader gritted his teeth and thought about killing 12 enemies, then letting the rest slip behind him and then begin to act. The monster opened its crazy eyes wide. The protagonist jumped forward. The beast separated from the pack and stood alone. Blood sprayed into the air. The corpse fell in front of the Black Scorpion members. Jeju put his hand on his belt and asked what they were doing and whether they were really in the clouds during the battle. Holding his sword in front of him, the villain said that the ally was just behind them. The guy asked if it mattered. The predators pounced on him from behind. The poisonous hound opened its mouth to grab him by the hood. Sharp spikes pierced the monsters' bodies. Putting the axe on his shoulder, the young man was indignant that the team had no desire to fight and suggested that they swing the sword at least once. The bandit frowned and asked what kind of cloak he had. The player raised his hand and replied that it was an ordinary item. The spectators called it too modest. With his mouth wide open, Kottner asked his comrades to pull themselves together and thought that this man was much more dangerous than the monsters. The squad members stood behind their boss. The newcomer looked back and realized that the monsters had noticed the danger emanating from him, because these creatures have very well-developed intuition. The enemies surrounded the magical engineer from all sides. The protagonist looked down at them and asked what they were planning now. The predators widened their eyes in fear and retreated. The man's eyes lit up and he asked if this was a criminal. The poison hounds bared their teeth, and Jeju assumed that the enemy would not believe anything he said. The squad leader opened his mouth in anger and shouted that everything he had said so far was a lie. The boy rolled his eyes and said that was not true. The sword hit the ground, and the villain said that the lot onto items he was wearing were known to make snake-like hissing sounds. The boy picked up the axe and asked what that had to do with magical engineering. The bandit pointed at him and explained that when a person who was not of the knight class put on a lot onto set, their body could not withstand it. The squad members gaped, and their comrades said that the jokes were over. The assassin went invisible and the tank raised his shield. Kottner raised his sword in front of him and asked if he thought this was the first time they had dealt with people like that. The man smiled slyly and stated that his team always survived after meeting them. Jake looked around and wondered what was going on. The weapon in the player's hands melted. He asked if he thought his words about the class were a lie. The criminal turned to his comrade and asked if the glove had just turned into a lot onto axe. The squad leader smirked and confirmed it, telling them that they were rare items that could only drop from the 20th floor onwards, and their price could easily reach several thousand coins. The assassin narrowed his eyes slyly when he heard that they were a heroic class. The newbie put his backpack on the ground. The villain sighed and assumed that this action meant that the enemy had decided to surrender. The magic engineer rolled up his sleeves and asked if they had gotten that impression just because of what they saw with their own eyes. The protagonist put on the glove and decided to make them believe him. Jeju raised his hand and declared that he would prove that his words were not a lie. The audience was delighted. The magic stones in the glove glowed. The bandit frowned and said that the enemy was just wasting their time. The poison hounds bared their fangs and rushed forward. The guy stamped his foot on the snow. The monsters suddenly shuddered and gritted their teeth. They raised their heads and looked around. The monster looked away in surprise. The silhouette of the young man appeared in his eyes. The player hit him with his fist with force. The wounded dog trembled. The predator tucked its tail in fear when it saw the corpse of its relative. The newcomer threw a menacing look at him. Kothner gritted his teeth and thought that at this rate the situation could become very dangerous. At this time, the assassin was sitting on the branches of a tree. The poison hounds came forward. The magic engineer frowned and noticed that they were gathering together because they felt threatened. The protagonist raised his hand in front of him and decided that it would be even better this way. A powerful wave of energy crashed down on the monsters. A giant trace of the attack and cracks appeared on the ground. Smiling, Jeju realized that this glove was more stable, although the combat power was weaker than during the battle with the cleaners, and thought about the fact that there was still a lot of mana left in his body, which meant that the equipment consumed much less energy. Standing on the snow, the guy realized that the recoil had become less, so he did not have to brace his feet on the ground. The assassin swung his dagger and decided that this was a great chance to strike when the enemy dealt with the poisonous hounds. A member of the Black Scorpion jumped off the branch. The assassin approached the target and raised the knife above his head. Its tip sparkled. The young man's cloak immediately threw him back. The system reported that the test was passed. The squad members looked at the portal in surprise. They immediately ran, screaming in fear. The player jumped up from his seat. Landing in front of the portal, the newcomer asked where they were going and concluded that they had something else to discuss. The mage's mouth dropped open in shock. The magic engineer pointed at the portal and asked Jake to leave. The boy bowed in fear and thanked him. The protagonist smiled widely and explained that they would not waste much time if everyone else cooperated. Jeju narrowed his eyes and asked the villains to voice their objections if they had any and thought about how he would not kill them so easily. The boy picked up his bag and smiled. The young man reached into the backpack and asked how many coins the Black Scorpion members had. The boy shuddered and backed away. The knight waved his hand and suggested that there was some misunderstanding. The player stated that this was not the case and asked him to sit down. Putting his hand on his belt, the newcomer realized that he wouldn't have mentioned their clan's name if they were just a gang of criminals, and remembered that they would soon reach the 20th floor and become very famous. The mage tried to say that it was a joke, but the cloak covered his mouth. The villain was in the air. The magic engineer wanted to set some rules so that they would be more accommodating, and thought about how in the video their team committed arson and murder, and this did not seem like a joke. The sorcerer's eyes turned bloodshot. The protagonist asked them to open their mouths only when they were asked a question. Jeju frowned and also asked them not to lie. The cloak threw the mage to the ground. He rose to his feet and trembled with fear. The guy hoped that they understood each other. Jeju extended his index finger and said that he would set some rules to make them more accommodating, then named the first one, which was to only open their mouths when answering a question. Squinting, the protagonist added that they should not lie while answering. Suddenly, a mark from a blow appeared. A dark aura surrounded the protagonist's body, and he hoped that they understood each other. The guy sharply clenched his jaw. Frowning menacingly, the young man shouted that he was a bastard and asked who he was looking down on. Waving his hand, the player exclaimed that this creature even took off its glove, and then offered to quickly finish him off and take the items. Sweat poured down the users' faces, and one of them wondered why everyone was so scared. The guy opened his jaw in confusion, and the young man wondered where they were looking. Opening his mouth, the teenager clarified what they were looking at. A moment later, the player's eyes widened in surprise. Jaju suddenly grabbed the user's tongue and noted that he would show what happens to those who break the rules, and the chat wondered why he was so good at controlling the tentacles. Black tentacles appeared and loud screams were heard. A second later, the guy's limb fell to the ground. The protagonist, looking forward, said that violators are not worth treating like people, and at that moment, viewers wrote that he was just a naughty child in comparison. A black trace was visible, and the protagonist said that if there were any objections, then let them voice them now. Spreading his arms in different directions, the awakened one believed that they had nothing to say, after which the commentators noted that they seemed to be able to talk. The young man opened his jaw in fear, and then Jaja asked if anyone had a potion and asked to take care of the guy. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and said that Kotner should come forward. Sweat trickled down the teenager's cheek and he clarified what the protagonist had in mind. Then the awakened one lifted the corners of his lips. The traveler, with his thumb extended, exclaimed that to others he was disgusting and a criminal that no one wanted to deal with, but he was sure that he was a good leader to his comrades, and the audience wondered if this was a compliment or an insult. Jeju, contentedly closing his eyes, explained that this was why the people gathered and reacted to his words, and how 2 knights were scattered with just a wave of his hand, to which the Black Scorpion clan member asked what he was getting at. A notification with a friend request appeared, and at that very moment the protagonist asked to accept his request. The thug, with his jaw open in confusion, asked how he knew his username. The protagonist clenched his jaw and reminded himself of the first rule, after which the boy said he would accept, and the commentators did not understand why he had sent him a friend request. Waving his hand, the awakened one muttered that the nickname Kotner was his nickname, although he only learned about it because of the clan's fame in the video, and then said that everyone else should turn around, and the wounded one could sit. A bright flame appeared, and at the same time, the traveler clarified whether he had already said that Kotner was a good leader. Jaja ordered him to answer, to which the young man, through sweat on his face, said that he had said so, and the viewers laughed in the chat. Joyfully closing his eyes, the protagonist noted that since he was a good leader, he should have planned not only the present, but also the future, and was sure that he had definitely prepared for the trip to the 20th floor, and also knew how many coins his comrades had, how to use them, and he probably gave out advice. The criminal seemed to take a sip and began to speak. The protagonist extended his hand, saying that it seemed to have finally gotten through, and then asked how many coins his comrades had, and then said that he should send the data via private messages. Squinting, the awakened one said that it was better for him not to lie, because if after the investigation a significant contrast was found, he would be extremely disappointed, and one of the commentators asked if he had done everything. A handshake was visible, and at that moment the traveler explained that the system worked in such a way that it was impossible to take the coins by force, and after the death of the player, the coins disappeared along with his corpse, unless he transferred them through trade, and therefore even the Kotner group used complex methods to steal the coins. Thumping himself on the chest, the thug shouted what kind of money he expected from them, surviving from day to day. Jeju opened his mouth and whispered that sooner or later, after successfully reaching the 20th floor, he would definitely say the following somewhere in a bar. The guy, holding a mug in his hand, said that the thing he regretted most was leaving the magic stone hidden on the 10th floor of the guild building because he ran away too fast. The young man, with his jaw hanging open, objected that it was a lie, and the audience asked why he was whispering and whether they should know. With his jaw lowered, the protagonist quietly said that he heard that the stone was worth tens of thousands, and then asked if he thought it would take him a long time to pass through 1,000 channels. A huge boulder appeared behind the criminal, and at the same time the protagonist explained that Kotner's personality was complex and suspicious of everything, and therefore if his comrades with the coins died, he had a secret that would help him not to feel the loss of coins so significant, and he brought and hid a magic stone that was perceived as gold and did not change in value. The Black Scorpion clan member bit his lips in confusion, and the awakened one added that it was not so difficult to convince people that this was for security purposes and was the clan's wealth, and then said that if he gave all the coins he had at his disposal, the stone would not be touched, and would even show generosity by sending it to him on the 10th floor. A system notification hung above the traveler's head, and Kotner thought that he was the one who easily found out the username, which had never been voiced in his presence, and therefore he would find the magic stone quite easily, and it was also heard that they had come to an agreement. Scratching his cheek, Jeju turned to Jerry, after which he realized that he could not speak without a tongue, and at that very moment the viewers wrote that he pulled it out himself. The protagonist explained that since he could not speak, Then if he had more than 2,000 coins, let him nod, and if less, let him shake his head, and then the young man shook his head. Taking his chin, the protagonist said that this was strange, because according to Kottner, then taking into account the expenses for the holiday, there should have been at least 3,000 coins in his account yesterday. A moment later, the teenager sharply leaned down. Smiling, the awakened one noted that there was no need to fool around, and if they hit at least one coin, they would not leave here alive. Poking at the screen, the traveler said that there were 12,000 coins here, and the difference with Kottner's data was about 150 coins, and he thought that it could be written off as food expenses. Jeju asked one last time if anyone had hidden anything, and then the guys nodded, after which the protagonist asked to put all the remaining potions in one bag and give it to him. The teenager, clenching his jaw, muttered that he was also taking all the potions, and was much more of a villain than them. It was visible how the protagonist tightly grabbed the bag by the handle. Closing his eyes, the awakened one said that it was time to say goodbye. Sweat was running down the boy's cheeks. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared. Traces of blood appeared in the middle of the snowy forest. Standing next to the defeated guys, the traveler explained that he would cut off only one foot, and let them consider it karma, and also added that it seemed that all the trash of society, namely serial killers who steal and kill a person a day, scammers, got together and were pleasantly chatting with each other, and the viewers wrote that if this is true, then they are really crazy. A moment later, Jeju poured a magic potion on himself. It was heard that he would kill him, and at the same time, Kottner could not understand what it meant. The protagonist abruptly grabbed the guy by the clothes and asked if he knew. Leaning his knee to the ground, the protagonist said that the 14th floor is a labyrinth, and the most interesting thing is that it is a test for 6. Quickly getting up, the awakened one asked if they had foreseen this and formed a group of 6 people, and then added that he would help them, and the young man asked to wait a second. The user's robe appeared, and he shouted that the traveler promised to send them to the 10th floor. A trace of the blow was visible. Drops of blood appeared on the snow, and at that moment, Jeju replied that there was a condition for this, that they would not hide a single coin from him, after which one of the guys objected that he said that he accepted the difference, and the protagonist explained that this only concerned the difference between the amount known to Kottner and the final one, but never said that they could keep it for themselves. With his jaw open, the protagonist added that despite the fact that there were unaccounted coins, no one even thought of giving them away. The criminal frowned menacingly and exclaimed that he had no intention of letting them go, and called him a liar. Poking at the screen, the awakened one noted that he had not lied, because as he had said, it was all because of the remaining coins, and he was sure that they still had coins left. A moment later, Jeju clapped his hands, and the viewers wrote that he had said Kottner at all, since he had told everything. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist replied that he did not want to. A white box was visible behind him. The guy's hands appeared, and at the same time, the protagonist said that no matter how many times he cleared the 13th floor, he always received at least a coin as a reward, and one of the commentators asked if he had expected this from the very beginning. The protagonist abruptly grabbed the criminal by the clothes, and he said that this was too much. Sweat was pouring down the thug's face, and then the awakened one wished him a fun test, and also thought that since they would be in a group, they would overcome the 14th floor on their own, and try to overcome the labyrinth without one leg. The user's limbs were sticking out of the magic portal, and he spoke rudely of the traveler. Turning his gaze to the side, Jeju decided to check the reward, and the viewer wrote that he was the first such charming person. Holding a bag and a ball in his hands, the protagonist muttered that it was a bag with 1,000 coins, a mace and a normal-class magic sphere, and as expected, the reward was not very good. Suddenly, a small bag of coins began to disappear, and at that moment, one of the commentators said that he did not expect anything after seeing the box. The viewer clarified whether he was going to go back to the 10th floor first and sell the items, to which the protagonist, with his mouth open, answered in the negative and explained that his backpack was not heavy yet, and going back would be a waste of time. As he approached the magic portal, the awakened one realized that luck played a decisive role on the 14th floor, and therefore it was difficult to call it a team challenge, after which he said that he was moving on anyway. A labyrinth appeared from afar, and the system greeted the traveler, and said that its size was determined by the level of difficulty, and then asked him to choose a point from which to get to the center. Jeju looked to the side carefully. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, said that he was not sure how they should split up and start, and the man noted that now that the last participant appeared here, they could discuss it together. Then the knight raised his palm and asked him to come to him. Looking at the main character, the warrior asked if he was Asian or Chinese, and added that he was brave since he came here alone, to which he replied that he was Korean. Opening his jaw, the man said his name and decided to introduce his comrades, and the viewers wrote that it looked like these guys were also on the team. The players showed up happily, and at that moment Robert briefly introduced everyone. The protagonist grabbed his chin and said that it looked like they had known each other for a long time, then asked if this was their first time on the 14th floor, and thought that judging by the atmosphere, they were an experienced team. but it was strange that such guys would go to the 14th floor without a sixth member. The knight, looking ahead, noted that he was catching on quickly, and then the commentators said that these guys did not look like bandits. Raising his hands, the warrior said something, and the awakened one explained that Robert's team originally consisted of 6 people, but Frogman's friend was seriously injured on the 13th floor, and so he temporarily left the group and went to the 10th floor to heal. Closing his eyes, the traveler thought that it was no wonder that their equipment was in pretty good condition, and immediately suspected something was wrong when such mutual understanding reigned in a team of only 5 people. The man sighed heavily and said that they wanted to wait for him, but he insisted, and so he did not want to be a burden, because they had no one to take as a 6th, and so they went with 5. The knight asked not to think too much, because they were not at all like those evil bandits, and he could understand his worries, since he was climbing alone, and then Jeju, smiling, replied that everything was fine, and he was not worried at all, and one of the spectators wrote that they still needed to figure out who the bandit was. Thick clouds were visible, and it was audible whether he was too relaxed, and also before they began, they needed to tell each other their classes and describe their strengths. With his jaw open in satisfaction, the warrior said that they were done with the presentation, and now it was time to discuss strategy. Robert asked if this was his first time going through the 14th floor, and the protagonist put his hand on his side and said that it was his first time, and then the fighter exclaimed that in that case he would explain it to everyone, and that they should listen carefully. Biting his lips, the protagonist muttered that he knew the format of the test, but since the labyrinth changed every time, each time could be considered the first, and luck should be on his side. A black square appeared, and at that very moment the man explained that first of all, the labyrinth was filled with tangled paths, and if they came to a dead end, traps or magical beasts would appear, and also that they should look at the board, because here they could choose the starting point. Pointing his finger at the magical glow, the knight added that there was only one condition for passing, namely, getting to the center of the labyrinth by any means. The warrior, leaning on the table, said that on the 14th floor, the path that leads them from the starting point to the destination, as well as its length, never repeats, and therefore it is impossible to suggest any strategy. Robert, looking at the awakened one, said that it is up to them to decide what to do, and the 6 of them can either start from one point or disperse to different ones, and the path from one of the points contains fewer traps than the magical beasts that are weaker, and therefore they will pray that they get to the easiest path. The traveler raised his hand and noted that he said that they could split up, and then asked if they found themselves on the easiest path, then could one person overcome it. Shaking his head, the man replied that he could not, because not only did they not know which path was the easiest, but there was also a huge risk that he would die alone. Jeju bit his lips and thought that since the labyrinth structure was always random, no one knew what would happen, and if he had to use the gauntlet, the other team members in the narrow space would only get in the way. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist exclaimed that in that case, he would go one way alone, and they would go the other way together. Slamming his fist on the table, the knight shouted that they were not that shameless. Opening his jaw, the warrior asked if he really thought they would let him be the only one in danger because he was not a member of their group. Looking forward, the protagonist explained that he said that because he was confident that he could handle it on his own. Sweat pouring down his face, Robert said that it seemed like he had cleared the 13th floor on his own, so there were no questions about his combat skills, but they could not sacrifice them for their own good. Pressing his lips together, the awakened one muttered that, unlike the previous team, this one was too tormented by conscience. Crossing his arms, the guy said that he would not move a millimeter until everyone left, and the spectators laughed at him. The young man sighed heavily, and at that moment the man said that he gave up, because he could not stop him. Holding out a flask with an unusual liquid, the knight asked to take it and added that nothing surprising, but it would help him a little. Opening his mouth, the warrior said that when he felt serious danger, he should just stop and wait, and if they were on the right path, they could go 5. Smiling contentedly, the traveler answered positively. Putting his palm on the table, Robert said that they would start in the west. A moment later, the guys evaporated in the rays of teleportation. Looking down, Jeju said that in that case he would start from the north, and the commentators wrote that they were such nice guys that they would pay even if they were not asked. After some time, the high walls of the labyrinth appeared. It was visible how a slash was dealt to the goblin. Chris, clenching his jaw, asked if he could handle it alone, to which the man noted that he was not simple, and therefore would not die, and would stop if he suddenly found himself in danger. Ricky, turning her head, asked why he assumed that this Asian was smart. The knight, holding a shield in his hand, said that it seemed that he was able to determine how experienced a team they were just based on their greetings, and also immediately pointed out that their team did not have enough people for the test. Standing next to the boys, Robert said that despite the suspicious situation, he remained collected and calm, and it seemed that he had his secrets prepared, and then the magician said that most likely, in addition to the cloak, he had something else. The girl, through the sweat on her face, added that he was obviously confident in himself, but still, it was dangerous to go through the labyrinth alone. The man turned around and explained that no matter how powerful his weapon was, there was no wisdom in going through the labyrinth alone, and so they should get to the center as quickly as possible. The knight's back appeared and he added that he would most likely stop halfway and wait. Red liquid was visible and they could hear what they should do next, since they had won, and so everything should be fine. The warrior, clenching his jaw, said that they had moved carefully due to their experience, but that also made them an easy target, and the enemy immediately jumped on them, and he reflexively protected himself with his shield, and also thought that this was the strongest monster that could appear on the 14th floor. Cuddy, raising his eyebrows, said that his sword had also become unusable, and now he would hardly be able to use it, and his body itself was made of acid that corroded metal, and therefore a fight with him promised to completely destroy their weapons. Looking down, Robert muttered that they had managed to win this time, but the weapons of their knights, the first line of defense, were damaged, and so now they should mentally prepare for at least one death in the group. Chris, adjusting his headdress, said that he did not think that their friend in the trial would be able to go through his journey alone. The guy opened his mouth wide and asked if the guys heard that sound. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The team of players looked forward in surprise. A blue glow appeared. Then the protagonist appeared. Smiling, Jaja asked if they were okay. Putting his palm on the table, the protagonist decided to go north. A second later, magical rays surrounded him. A moment later, the guy shook his head. Suddenly, his backpack began to shake. Suddenly, Birin joyfully opened his jaw. Turning around, the young man clarified why he climbed out, and the viewers wrote that he was very cute. After stroking his pet, the awakened one asked if he was bored. The traveler let Popeye go down and asked if he wanted to go down and why. The little monster was seen jumping and Jaja asked if he was hungry. Then Birin approached the wall. Suddenly, the pet opened its mouth in rage and one of the commentators asked if it was okay that he found it cute. A second later, Popeye broke through the wall. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist thought that this couldn't be. Biting his lips, the protagonist wondered if there was magic power in the black wall, because he had never heard of black mana stones before. The face of the little monster was menacing, and at the same time, the viewers could not understand if the entire wall was mana stone and why it was even allowed to break through walls like that. A moment later, two more unusual creatures jumped out of the backpack. Birin happily opened his mouth, after which the viewer noted that he checked the situation. Holding his chin, the boy muttered that he always gave them large rocks to snack on when he had the chance. Suddenly, the pet started running towards the boy. A stone appeared on his head. Smiling, the awakened one said that he was not angry, but simply thought, and then clarified whether it was for him, and also thanked Popo. Taking out the glove, the traveler decided to first check if it really was a mana stone. A pink crystal was visible. A second later, Jaja put the stone on the glove, and the commentators realized that he immediately wanted to use it in action. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that if this was a mana stone, then the glove would activate. A moment later, the stone began to fall down. Sighing heavily, the protagonist realized that it was not a mana stone. Suddenly, small monsters jumped on the guy, and he said that they would go like this for now. The young man was passing through the wall, and at that very moment one of the viewers wrote that he would be punished if he flew or climbed over the 14th floor. Then the awakened one noticed a fork. Crossing his arms, the traveler wondered what to do now, and then the observer wrote that he should just put his hand to the wall and go. Suddenly, sweat began to run down Jad's cheek. A red beam appeared in the distance, and the protagonist wondered if it was a bloodsucker, and if Robert and company were there. Extending his index finger, the protagonist asked if they thought they could get through here. Suddenly, Popeye jerked from its place. The small monster abruptly opened its mouth. A moment later, an unusual creature broke through the wall, and the viewers could not understand what it was. Opening his mouth wide, the guy shouted that he should stop. Turning his head, the young man exclaimed that he would go and check everything, and at the same time, the commentators believed that the difficulty level was not in their favor. It was possible to see many stones flying in different directions. Stretching out his palm, the awakened one muttered that Robert and his team should be behind this wall, and then asked Popeye to stop again. A moment later, the pet closed its eyes in satisfaction. Sweat was running down the traveler's face. Waving his head, Jeju said that Laha should come to him, and asked the guys if they could be quieter. Holding the small monsters behind his back, the protagonist clarified if everything was okay. The man, perplexed, asked if he had broken through the walls to get here. Putting the pets in the backpack, the protagonist answered that it happened that way, and added that, whatever the case, he was worried about the bloodsuckers, but he saw that no one was seriously hurt. The knight closed his eyes and said that no one was really hurt, but their weapons were about to break, and Cuddy asked if he knew that they were poisonous, adding that their weapons were in poor condition. The boy raised the corners of his lips and said that they should wait here then, since it would be dangerous for them to continue on their way with such weapons. The warrior extended his hand and asked what he was talking about, and then the boy said that they would see each other again. Looking ahead, Robert said that he had left. Frodman, holding her staff, noted that she had heard the sound of Pope before the wall collapsed, and then asked if it was true that it was coming from the direction of Jeju. Suddenly, it seemed as if the protagonist sighed heavily. The protagonist, turning his head, thought that it was good that he had warned them, and therefore they would not take risks. Smiling, the boy exclaimed that the guys should go towards the pillar of light. It was possible to see how the pets were breaking through the walls. The unusual creatures opened their mouths furiously, and the young man realized that this was the last one, and the observers also asked if this was too much, because there was a punishment for flying over the labyrinth. Standing near a bright beam of light, the awakened one thought that this was the center of the labyrinth, and he only needed to touch the pillar to pass the test. The traveler abruptly extended his palm. Suddenly, Jeju, opening the backpack, realized that he first needed to hide Popoy, because as soon as he touched the pillar, the others would immediately be called to the center, and one of the viewers wrote that now this backpack looks more like a cage for Popoy than a spatial backpack. Then the protagonist touched a magical glow. A powerful surge of energy appeared, and the system reported that the test was passed. The guys raised their heads in surprise. The protagonist's face was serious. The players smiled happily. A moment later, the users appeared with the guy. The man sharply lowered his eyebrows. Suddenly the knight began to move his legs quickly. Hugging the young man tightly, the warrior thanked him. Through the sweat on his face, the awakened one asked not to flatter, and at the same moment muttered that this brute hugged him with all his knightly strength, and if his body was not strengthened by mana stones, he would have broken his bones. Contentedly closing his eyes, Robert shouted that thanks to him they passed this level without losses, and he wanted to give him coins, but they did not have any. Cuddy, extending his thumb, said that he thought they were finished when his sword broke, after which Ricky noted that now all her worries were gone, and all thanks to him. The man, waving his hand, said that they were going to the 10th floor to their friend Frodman in the hospital, and also asked where the traveler was going, to which he asked not to worry about him and added that they could go, and the viewers wrote that in comparison with Jeju there are no strongmen. Chris, taking off his hat, said that according to Eastern customs, he should say goodbye in this way, and at the same time one of the commentators said that he should go to the 15th floor first, because most people become stronger there. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the protagonist realized that the 15th floor was a test in the northern part of Astraud, and in this place they gain skills, complete tasks and grow, and they also say that it is easier than the 5th. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist muttered that only if the administrator does not interfere and does not do something. The guy's face was serious. In the past, the young man opened his mouth in surprise. A monster's mouth appeared in front of him, and he remembered that what the administrator showed him last time might not be an illusion at all. Suddenly the observer asked why Jeju was in a trance, to which he scratched the back of his head and replied that he was just thinking, would check the awards and go, and at that very moment he thought that since the administrator had not interfered since the 10th floor, there would be nothing unexpected on the 15th floor either. Then the awakened one poked the screen. Suddenly, a white box appeared in front of him, and the viewers asked if this was a regular reward for the 14th floor. Looking down, the traveler exclaimed that he was opening it. A moment later, the protagonist lifted the lid. The system reported a sword, a bag with 1,000 coins and a mana stone, after which the protagonist grabbed his chin, and then the commentators chuckled at the quality of the rewards. The system's notification said that all the rewards were received, and the guy said that he would now move on. The young man opened his mouth in surprise, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence wrote that the user had donated 1,000 coins. Joyfully scratching the back of his head, the awakened one thanked the viewers, and one of them exclaimed that everyone needed to donate, because they could not lose him. The traveler was seen walking towards the red portal, and then the observers asked if he would go straight to the 15th floor. Smiling, Jeju replied that he wanted to go straight to the 15th floor, but would return to the 10th floor because he needed to prepare. Turning his head, the protagonist muttered that he needed to take what was on the 10th floor with him. After a while, the Astrode Empire's Traveler Control Center appeared. The administrator, with his mouth slightly open, asked if he wanted to know where the Black Scorpion clan's residence was. The protagonist nodded approvingly, after which the boy asked him to fill out an identification form and also take off his hood. The awakened one answered positively, raising the corners of his lips. It was possible to see the traveler filling out the document. The youth, sitting on a chair, thought that he was dressed like a traveler, but was acting elegantly, and then wondered if it was possible that he was a nobleman. Jeju said that he filled out the form, and at that moment the registrar, taking the paper, said that he would give the information after confirming his identity, and also clarified whether it was true that his name was Jeju too. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that everything was correct, and the commentators asked if he was embarrassed by this name. The guy, holding out the document, said that the identity was confirmed, and they would write down his request to the address, and then asked if he agreed. Smiling, the protagonist answered positively. A second later, the awakened one put on his hood and decided that he needed to go. Descending the stairs, the traveler said that the northern entrance of the traveler's zone meant at the end, and at the same time the observers clarified why he went there, and when he would go to the 15th floor. Sighing heavily, the traveler muttered that it was tiresome to read the same question every time. Introducing the administrator sitting at the table, Jeju explained that even if it was the same citizen of the empire, he would not remember the one who changed the channel. It seemed like the guy was handing over a paper, and the protagonist added that for them, the channel was the whole world. In the past, the protagonist filled out a document, and he noted that in this way, in order to find the residents of the Black Scorpion clan, he would have to repeat the same question on 87 different channels. Opening his mouth, the awakened one asked if it was here. Standing in front of a dark alley, the young man thought that the gloomy alley suited the leader of their clan. A view of a large house opened up. Jeju began to knock on the room with his fist. Deciding that there was no one inside, the protagonist kicked the door down, and the observers wrote that he was giving the key to all the locks, and it was worth saying that it was an automatic door. Turning his head to the side, the awakened one thought about the fact that the mana stones were hidden somewhere here. The boy smirked, realizing that instead of looking for it himself, there was an easier method. White creatures flew out of the backpack. Holding a small crystal fragment between his fingers, the protagonist explained that it was a low-level mana stone and asked them to find a similar one, while the audience noticed that the Popoy had switched to Bloodhound mode and their mothers would be angry. Suddenly, the creatures ran around the room. One of them began jumping on the head of another. Putting his hands on his hips, the traveler clarified whether it was true that it was here. At the same second, the young man broke the floor with his foot. A pile of magic stones lay in the hole, and the protagonist shouted that this was a great job. A moment later, the awakened one stretched his fingers forward, and the audience assumed that he was whispering about this, so they will let him live, so they asked to give them the mana stones. The protagonist began to put the magical finds into the backpack. The traveler took the magic crystal in his hand. Leaving a small pile in front of Popoy, Jeju exclaimed that they were great, and this was their share. In the middle of the forest in the kingdom, a portal was visible. Pressing his finger on the system screen, the protagonist mentally said that the sphere, mace, sword skill book and two-handed sword were for sale, after which he remembered that he even saved up mana stones for the glove, but he could not believe that he had earned so much, when suddenly a notification appeared that he had almost 90,000 coins, and with this amount he could buy lot onto items on the 20th floor himself. The commentators asked if the player had finished and suggested that he go to the 15th floor, to which he smiled and exclaimed that he was already running. Walking through the crowd of people, the awakened one said that to cope with the cold of the northern lands, he would use Lotanto's items, namely the temperature control robe, after which he added that he also had the mana stones for the glove, so the preparations were complete. The viewer asked if he would stay on the US Kanesh, to which the protagonist closed his eyes and replied that he would switch to Korean, because he wanted to receive rewards for subscriptions. Putting his fingers to his chin, the traveler thought that even if this meant that he would be able to run into the viewer, he needed to increase the number of viewers, and although he had bought a good thing at the auction, the difficulty of the tests was off the charts, and the observers noted that the Americans did not like Asian streamers, and on the 15th floor he would study magical engineering. The young man said that he was going to learn some night skills, which surprised everyone, and Jeju stood in front of the portal and realized that the 15th floor was ideal for learning night abilities, and if he wanted to handle the magic engineering equipment and a lot onto set in the future, he should develop physical data. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist said that he was going. Approaching the stone fortress, the awakened one did not understand what it was, and the observers assumed that time had stopped, and he was forcibly made an outsider, and he himself realized that something was wrong. Snow was falling rapidly through the air, and the protagonist said that users who got to the 15th floor should appear at the trial fountain in the center of the city. A high fire was burning, and the traveler noted that if the required number is not collected, then there is no way to leave, so he will have to interact with people, remaining at the fountain. Looking at the roof of the snow-covered house, the youth thought that based on the architecture, this was definitely the northern region, and assumed that this could be another trick by the administrator. Then the observers were surprised that this meant that time stopped before the required number of people gathered. Jeju began to walk forward step by step, when suddenly the system reported that the total number of participants of 50 people had been reached, and the required number of participants had been gathered, so the 15th floor trial would soon begin. Putting a fist to his chin, the protagonist cried out in alarm. Adjusting his hood with his fingers, the awakened one was dissatisfied with the wind, when suddenly a notification appeared stating that this was a country of valiant warriors whose capital was on the front lines against magical beasts. The boy quickly advanced towards the entrance of the tower, while the artificial intelligence welcomed him to Teruha, the country of snow warriors, a kingdom of the northern lands, and told him to find the power he desired and complete the task. The wind blew around the hero in the room, and the system announced that the portal on the Fountain of Trials would be opened after completing the task, and he realized that he first needed to pass the Fountain of Trials, to which the commentators noted that everyone was given the same thing, and this trial was too normal, and the administrator was playing hard to get. Suddenly, someone asked a question about who this guy was, to which he opened his mouth in confusion. The man folded his arms and said that he had not seen his face before, and then asked if he was a traveler, judging by the thin things from the empire. Smiling, Jeju muttered that he was pleased to meet him, and he himself thought that there was a huge man in front of him. Raising his palm, Palaham said his name and said that it was mutual. Extending his hand forward, the protagonist introduced himself in response, and the audience was surprised that he was the leader of the warriors, and advised him to run. After shaking hands, the awakened one cried out in pain. Clenching his jaw tightly, the protagonist did not understand what kind of power this was. Grinning, the man asked how he managed to leave the Fountain of Trials and come all the way here. He continued to squeeze the guest's hand tightly, while the latter shouted that he really did not know, and the latter thought that his hand was as if clamped in a vice, so he could not stand it. Palaham's teeth were visible through a wide smile, and he asked if this meant that the guy was here for the first time, to which the guy cried out that it was true. Frowning menacingly, the man was surprised that the protagonist already had such power, and then added that he liked it. Swinging his knee, the warrior leader shouted that he saw the qualities of a warrior in him. The traveler clenched his teeth tightly. At the same second, the young man kicked the ground. A part of his body covered in a black robe appeared. The stranger's foot approached Jeju's limb. The protagonist cried out in pain, closing his eyes. A satisfied smile appeared on Palaham's face. The awakened one took a fighting stance, and the man noticed that he was standing even after receiving a kick, after which he asked if this was due to his interesting attire, although, be that as it may, it was impressive, and the viewers wrote that it was unclear why the leader of the warriors had already appeared, and this man had already entered the stage, so it was not worth fighting with him now. Slightly lowering his eyebrows, the guy noted that this was a rather aggressive greeting on his part. The tall warrior came closer to the protagonist. At the same second, his eyes began to glow brightly. Smiling widely, Palaham explained that because all the bastards who come here from the Empire are so small, so you can consider this an initiation. The protagonist dropped his jaw in weariness, and remarked that so be it, since the other man was ready to kill him. Putting his hand on his hip, the warrior chieftain said that his tone also reminded him of those disgusting bastards from the Empire, and then added that he was already holding back from sending him to the next world, so he shouldn't complain. Closing his lips, the awakened one thought about how his effect from the Lapantus set was completely neutral, and he was told to hold back, so he thought that talking alone would not be enough to deal with him. The silhouette of the man in the fur coat was enveloped in magical currents, and the protagonist explained that the hatred for the Empire that had settled deep in the heart of the Palahams came from the death of his child. The man's pupils noticeably diminished, and it turned out that a small dispute with the Empire led to the death of his son, who was in his prime. At that very second, it seemed like the main warrior of the sun was crying over the body of the dead child. Snow-covered cliffs were visible in the distance, and it was said that this hatred had long since gone beyond the Empire, and had even spread to travelers who passed through it. A drop of sweat was running down Jeju's cheek, and he was thinking that no one could have thought that the best warrior of the Teruhai would stand on the corner of the castle tower, and the viewers wrote that one more round of such initiation, and you can order a coffin, but if they really wanted to kill him, they would at least break his legs. The protagonist asked if he could go if the initiation was over, to which the interlocutor folded his arms and replied that he could not. Raising his head, the awakened one asked if they wanted something from him. Smirking, Palaham clarified whether he would do it if they answered affirmatively. Closing his lips, the protagonist declared that if it was in his power, of course he would do it. The man's eyes suddenly turned white and he shouted that he liked his straightforwardness, then added that he took back what he said about him being like the bastards from the Empire. The warrior leader raised his finger to the boy's face and told him to repeat after him, then said that he needed to shout it loudly and confidently, because it was not difficult, and the spectators noted that they were sure that if they bumped heads with Palaham, they could break their own, because he could break a wrist with one finger. Gritting his teeth in alarm, Jeju asked if that was all, to which he was told to repeat after him carefully, and then thought about how he knew that he had the most difficult character to understand among everyone on the 15th floor. Suddenly, the chief warrior of the sun stuck out his lips. A powerful splash of air appeared on the roof of the tower. The protagonist clasped his hands to his head and let out an alarmed cry, and the onlookers were confused about what it was and whether it was the cry of a yeti. Clicking his robes in front of the young man's face, the man asked how he was and whether he could do the same. Gritting his teeth in confusion, Teruhai's best warrior noted that if the interlocutor did not understand, he could repeat it, to which he shouted that he had heard everything. Dropping his jaw, the protagonist explained that he was simply curious about what it meant. Folding his arms, Palaham said that there was no point in thinking about it and that he should simply repeat what he had been told, and then exclaimed that he should not act like those bastards from the Empire. Looking at the interlocutor, the traveler said that he did not want to repeat a phrase whose meaning he did not know, to which the warrior leader replied that he was stubborn, and the onlookers began to wonder who was outplaying whom and how they would act in such a situation. Turning away from the young man, the chief sun warrior explained that since he was here for the first time, he probably didn't know anything about the greatness of Teruha, after which he offered to follow him, and the commentators asked Jeju to run away, although he was just imagining how he would shake off the chief. Palaham went up the stairs, and the protagonist thought about not making a fuss. Closing his lips, the awakened one realized that the warriors who followed this man were not scary, despite the fact that at first it didn't work out very well, and he would have to meet him anyway. Silhouettes of 2 fighters appeared behind the warrior chief, and the protagonist said that he was one of the greatest warriors of Taruha, and he himself was going to learn how to break the skill form anyway, so it wasn't such a bad start. The guy's eyes reflected glare of light, and he thought that if he broke the skill form, then it would not be the body that would move according to the skill, but rather his body would be able to directly use and control the skill. The snow-covered passageway was marked with the hero's footsteps. Palaham approached the barrel of the cannon. Placing his palm on the weapon, the warrior chieftain asked him if he knew what it was, to which he suggested that it looked like a mana cannon. Smiling broadly, the chieftain of the sun began to laugh and noted that the protagonist recognized it, and then added that it was still being developed in the empire. A powerful explosion was heard, and Taruhai's best warrior exclaimed that in the last war he had thrown the bastards from the empire some profit, and then wiped them off the face of the earth with this. A man could be seen standing next to the cannon, and now he said that after that they wanted to create their own version of the cannon, and it looked like they were actively working on it. The clouds in the sky began to disperse, and Palaham noted that the snow had stopped in time, after which he asked whether he should try to use it, since he hadn't fired for a long time. Pointing his finger forward, the warrior leader asked the boy if he could see that black object, to which he replied in the affirmative. In the middle of the forest, a huge flower bud was visible, and the chief warrior of the sun said that it was not always so big, and earlier it was no bigger than a mole, and when he came closer, he saw how monsters protected it, and in fact, for the first time in his life he saw such creatures. Jeju asked if this meant that he had returned immediately, to which the man, bringing the blue magic stone closer to his face, replied that this happened only because the people who accompanied him were in poor condition, and asked not to misunderstand him. Holding the magic crystal in his hand, the best warrior of Taruhai asked if the interlocutor knew where those monsters came from. The main character lowered his chin and replied that he did not know, after which he thought that he could not help but know. The man began to put the shells inside the cannon. Palaham narrowed his eyes and began to talk about them. The warrior chieftain opened his mouth wide and shouted that they had come out of that thing, asking if the boy could believe it. A powerful energy discharge began to appear at the end of the weapon, and the commentators did not understand what he was doing, because he was firing without even adjusting the angle, although he had probably already aimed the gun at the desired target. Suddenly, a powerful shot appeared. The projectile made a hole in a huge flower bud. The tentacles began to wriggle from side to side. Bright blue energy surrounded the plant. Putting his elbow on the gun, the warrior chieftain said that this terrible thing had destroyed the great Tarek family. Turning his head back, the man asked if it was interesting, because the world was experiencing the same events over and over again, and after destruction, only vague memories remained, which were enough only to understand that everything was repeating itself. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and noted that, unlike the 5th floor, the people of Taruha were on the 15th and remembered the fall of their kingdom, which was repeated over and over again. A magical aura enveloped the flower bud, and the young man thought about how, after sprouting, the heart of this organism absorbs all the life force around it in order to bloom. Holes appeared on the surface of the creature, and Jeju explained that when the petals finally opened, demonic creatures would endlessly burst out of the flower, and this catastrophe would lead to the destruction of Tarek. Suddenly, Palaham closed his eyes in laughter. Smiling, the warrior leader admitted that he had said too many useless things, and then added that the greatness of their kingdom was now just a joke. Gritting his teeth in alarm, the protagonist thought about how he had seen monsters that attacked the kingdom and destroyed it, and had experienced his own death many times, but he still remained calm, so this man was truly strong not only in body but also in spirit. Looking at his interlocutor, the chief warrior of the sun noted that he had enough of this nonsense, and if the awakened one needed to sort something out, then he should hurry up and then leave, to which he asked if the initiation was over. Raising his thumb up, the man replied that it was, and decided to say that the guy had done an excellent job. Lowering his jaw, the protagonist stated that his affairs were connected with him, while the observers were surprised that this happened so suddenly and did not understand whether he was deliberately ignoring their advice. Standing in front of the traveler, the best warrior of Taruhai said that he knew about him even before he came here, after which he invited him to listen to what was going on, because he was interested. The young man's eyes lit up brightly, and he exclaimed that he would like to study with him and become a warrior. Palaham's pupils visibly narrowed in fear. Slapping his forehead with his palm, the warrior chief shouted that someone had definitely tricked him. Smiling widely, the chief's son warrior said that he had had such travelers. The chief's son warrior's eyes turned red, and he said that most did not last even an hour, let alone days. Frowning, the awakened one clarified whether this was a refusal. Spreading his palms to the sides, the best warrior of Taruhai said that he was not that cruel, and the spectators did not understand why he was then told to fight 20 Yetis, and everyone was surprised that the victim survived. Extending his hand forward, the man offered to give him a task to first get used to the kingdom and then return, after which he added that if he hurried too much, he would only increase the chances of death. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked if it was true that there was no guarantee that he would be remembered next time if he only had vague memories after the destruction. Closing his eyes, Palaham advised him not to worry, since unusual travelers are not easily forgotten, to which he asked what would happen if he said that he wanted to start learning right now. Grinning, the warrior leader said that if he wanted to. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably narrowed, and he shouted that this was also good, and the observers noticed that these were the same eyes with which he sent another to kill 20 Yetis. Sweat trickled down Jeju's cheeks, and he said that he would first take the task, adapt, and then return. Raising his finger, the chief warrior of the sun exclaimed that this was a good choice, and then added that with his current level, an appropriate task would be hunting the red molar of a white boar. The man looked away abruptly and asked if he already had a task. The traveler clenched his jaw in fear and asked his interlocutor again. Turning his head to the system screen, the guy shouted that it couldn't be and asked to let him check, when suddenly a notification appeared that a task had been received, the essence of which was to extract the heart of the organism, because he would not be able to leave the 15th floor until he completed the task. At the same second, the player looked at the warning that if he failed to extract the heart of the organism before it bloomed, then Teruha would fall. Jeju's pupils noticeably narrowed in fear. Anxiously clenching his teeth, the protagonist did not understand what was happening. Looking at the system screen, the awakened one thought about the fact that he was worried about this, and this man had completely gone crazy, and for a long time. The hologram highlighted the inscription that the player would not be able to leave the 15th floor until he completed the task. Slapping his face with his palm, the protagonist realized that if he couldn't leave, then he would die the same moment Teruha fell, and the observers didn't understand why Palaham gave the task and left, because giving a task and just leaving are different things, and how it was even possible to do it on the 15th floor. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the leader of the warriors asked if something was wrong. Closing his eyes, the traveler answered affirmatively. The guy closed his lips and thought about the fact that, as the viewers wrote, given the difficulty of the 15th floor, even if all 50 players on the floor unite, they won't be able to scratch the heart of the organism, and the commentators noted that it was difficult even for the 25th floor, although they thought that he would have to deal with the monsters that the organism spits out, and not kill him. Because it was too much even for Jeju. The main warrior of the sun asked if he could help, although he did not know what had happened, to which the protagonist turned his back on him and asked if the interlocutor would mind if he returned later. The man grinned and replied that the young man could do as he wished. Taking a step forward on the stone floor, the awakened one asked where he could look for Tarika's best warrior upon his return, to which Tarik asked him to come to the place where the sun shines brightest at sunset. Slightly tilting his head forward, the protagonist agreed and said that in that case he would go. Palaham folded his arms, and the guy thought about the fact that something urgent had apparently happened, although he even became calmer. The protagonist approached the exit. Small houses appeared in the middle of the settlement, while the observers were talking about the administrator being angry because he had been pissed off, and that was why he had given such a task. After hitting the ground with his foot, pieces of dirt flew off his sneaker. The traveler lowered the corners of his lips and said in his mind that it was obvious who had given this quest, and then wondered if the administrator was going to check him again. Streams of magical aura surrounded the huge flower bud, and the young man thought that there was less than a month left, because usually the body needs less than 30 days to fully bloom. The system screen was visible next to Jaju's face, and he thought that if he did not complete this quest by then, he would die, and the viewers asked for a quest that was within the bounds of reason, and if this was the intention, then he should have given up on the first floor. Exhaling air from his mouth, the protagonist said that he needed to find out if he was the only one, and then added that other users could have received the same quest, and if so, then they could unite. Taking one step forward, the awakened one thought about what others he could find at the Fountain of Trials. It seemed like a dark silhouette was watching the guy from the window. Suddenly the door swung wide open. The man held his palm out in front of him and shouted that he was their savior. Falling to his knees in front of the protagonist, the man begged him. Opening his mouth wide, the citizen asked to prevent the coming of ruin and save them all. The traveler raised his palms in alarm. The player abruptly turned away from the citizen while he exclaimed that he was the savior. A moment later, the young man adjusted his hood with his fingers, and the spectators noted that they were always like this, although nothing could be done, because the administrator told them so, and if he had not told them, the inhabitants would go crazy and commit suicide. A divine being with wings on his back appeared, and the administrator declared that one day the traveler would appear and save everyone, but it turned out that he created this legend to preserve the sanity of the people of Tarik, and using the name of the god with the diamond halo, he gave the people this prophecy. The townspeople smiled widely, and it was said that if they waited, the users would one day help them escape their hellish fate, because that was what they believed in, and that hope was the only source of their sanity. Jeju bit his lips, wondering if such a user would one day appear, even though for them, this floor was just another level to pass through. Hands could be seen reaching up, and the main character realized that these people should also understand, but they had no other choice, because without hope, only oblivion awaited them. Closing his eyes, the awakened one decided to focus on the test for now. The boy clenched his fists tightly and began to walk away. A tall tower could be seen at the gathering place on the 15th floor. The girl smiled widely and asked why there were only 49 people here, although there should be 50, to which her friend replied that he did not know either, and it must be some kind of mistake, and also it was not as cold here as expected, and his interlocutor said that she was sure that such a mountain of muscles was warm, but she was cold. Spreading his fingers in front of himself, the protagonist apologized. Frowning, the player asked what he needed. Closing his eyes, the traveler answered that he was also a user, after which he added that he wanted to ask them something. Smiling widely, the young man exclaimed that this was the very last lost one, and it was nice to meet him. Putting his hand on his hip, the interlocutor introduced himself, and said the name of his friend, and Jeju introduced himself in return. Pointing his finger forward, Sang-hyuk asked if this was his real name, and Jasun cried out in displeasure. The lady closed her eyes and apologized for her partner being immature, then asked if he had just come from outside, to which the protagonist replied that he needed to ask other users something. The player grabbed the magic staff with her hands and said that she was listening to him. The awakened one extended his palm and asked if she could see what quest he had received, to which she asked him to wait a second, since they had just come to. The screen showed that no quest had been received, and Jasun noted that this was to be expected, since there was nothing yet, and the viewers got angry at the administrator and said that this was an exclusive quest for the traveler. Suddenly, the protagonist lowered his chin to his chest. The girl asked if that was true, to which the traveler smirked and replied that she didn't have to worry and thanked him for his time, then thought about how if he was the only one who had received this task, the others would just pass by. Waving her hand, the lady exclaimed that he shouldn't hesitate to ask her if he needed it, to which he mentally said that no matter what happened to him, it was unlikely that anyone would help him. Pointing his finger back, Sun-hyuk said that they had added everyone else as friends and asked if he wanted to be friends with them. Jeju lowered the corners of his lips, realizing that although it would be difficult to get help from them in destroying the heart, if he added them, he would be able to get more viewers, so it would not cause any harm, and the observers noted that they were quite nice and good-natured guys. The protagonist agreed with his hand outstretched and asked if their usernames were the same as their real ones, to which they replied in the affirmative. While the new acquaintances decided to look up his name, the one who was prompted smiled widely and stopped them, and then added that he would send the application a little later, and the observers began to laugh at him. Sun-hyuk, with his jaw dropped in confusion, said that there was no point in putting it off until later, and his partner noted that since he was asking about the task, he was probably in a hurry, and the commentators wondered what would happen if they thought that someone else wanted to add them, and advised them to return their username back. Looking at how the villager pestered the players, Jeju remained silent, and the observers asked them to stop laughing at him, because they could bring him to tears. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist admitted that he was in a losing situation, after which he added that now he needed to return to the Palahams, because all he could do now was become stronger. The entrance door to the fortress was open, and the awakened one noticed that there was no one in the castle tower. A memory appeared of the guy's legs standing opposite the warrior leader's legs, and he remembered that he was told to go to where the sun shines brightest at sunset. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist said that they needed to find the place that the chief warrior of the sun had spoken of, to which the audience noted that they did not think that even Palaham could kill a plant, and that they were probably looking for him for training. In the middle of the snowy forest in the distance, a camp was visible. Raising his palm to his forehead, the traveler thought about the brightest place. Looking at the house in front of the mountain, the young man realized that it was probably there. Jeju confidently took a step forward. Approaching the estate, the protagonist realized that it was huge. In a small room lay a dog. Suddenly the dog rushed towards the fence, and the commentators said that they had not seen him for a long time, and he looked like a hunting breed and even reminded someone of a pet that lived for 16 years and died after the player entered the tower. The awakened carefully opened the gate, and the observers asked the interlocutor not to cry, because they were sure that his pet went to heaven and met a companion there, so he lives a happy life. Raising his palm, the protagonist exclaimed that the animal is a good boy. Smirking, Palaham said that he was thinking about who came there. Folding his hands, the leader of the warriors asked if the guy had figured out his problem. Stroking the pet on the neck, the main warrior of the sun asked if the protagonist had found out what he needed to. The traveler waved his fingers and replied that he thought it should work somehow, then added that he had actually come to talk about it. Taking the animal in his arms, the man asked if the young man had eaten yet, to which he replied that he had not yet. The dog stuck out its tongue, and its owner suggested that they go inside first. Pointing his finger back, the best warrior of Teruha noted that, as the ancestors say, food should come first. Jeju took one step forward. Suddenly, the protagonist opened the door. Inside, a view of the kitchen and the dining table opened up. Carefully stepping onto the carpet, the awakened one did not understand whether to take off his shoes, although he did not think that this was part of their culture. But if they walked in shoes, then his conscience would torment him as a Korean, and the observers noticed that he was in thought and his Korean manners had turned on. The woman was standing by the stove, and Palaham told the guest to go ahead, to which he apologized for the intrusion, while the audience was surprised that the house was somewhat modest for a great warrior, although they had not seen him before. But if they knew that the world was an endless loop of destruction, they would also be minimalists. Smiling, the hostess greeted the guest and asked if he was one of the travelers who had come this time, and the commentators said that they now knew Palaham's type, because his wife was nice. Taking off his hood, the protagonist exclaimed that he was glad to meet him, and then gave his name. Squinting, Charlotte said that it was mutual, after which she added that she was curious who her husband had invited to dinner, considering that it was the first time, and in front of her was a very nice young man. Fried sausages and eggs lay on the tray. Scratching his neck, Jeju thanked her hesitantly, and the observers asked not to tell them that he liked married women, because Palaham fought well, being the best warrior. Clutching his fork tightly in his fist, the leader of the warriors inquired about what the guest was doing and ordered him to sit down. Various products were visible on the tablecloth, and the lady said that she had prepared food that travelers usually like, so she could start eating, and he thanked her for the food. Suddenly, Charlotte frowned. Folding her hands, the hostess asked how much longer her husband intended to suffer foolishly, to which he clarified how it could be called foolishness. Closing his eyes, the protagonist reflected on the fact that he did not think that this man was henpecked, while commentators wrote that even a great warrior receives from his wife at home. Leaning on the guest's shoulder, the chief warrior of the sun assumed that he was almost finished and asked why they didn't talk for a while, to which he began to answer in bewilderment. Abruptly jumping up, Tarika's best fighter shouted that they would meet outside. Smiling broadly, the awakened one noted that it was time for him to go, after which he added that he had eaten very well, to which Charlotte exclaimed that she was glad that he liked it. At that very moment, the protagonist opened the door. The dog stuck out its tongue contentedly, and its owner began to talk about what would have happened if it weren't for his wife and this little dog. Touching the animal's neck, Palaham declared that he would have gone crazy a long time ago, and then added that he would wander through the snowy fields without a drop of hope. The traveler said that she was quite a nice person, to which the man closed his eyes and exclaimed that she was ideal for him. Gritting his teeth tightly, the warrior chieftain asked if this guy was really a traveler. Jeju lowered his eyebrows and answered in the affirmative. Grinning, the chief warrior of the sun asked how they looked to him, and then added that even though they knew the world was coming to an end, they continued to live their meaningless lives on repeat, and didn't he find that funny? Remembering how the man threw himself at his feet, the protagonist thought that of course not, because whether they cling to an absurd belief in the existence of a savior or live a meaningless life on repeat, they just found a way to survive and hold on. Dropping his jaw, the awakened one declared that he did not think so at all. Putting his hand on his side, the man drowned in whether this was all. Angrily frowning, the guy answered in the affirmative. Opening his mouth wide, the best warrior of Taroha shouted that his interlocutor really did not know how to encourage people with words, after which he added that he could not understand at all what was going on in his head. Hugging the guest by the neck, Palaham noted that it was strange that he was not bad, to which the guest asked if this was a compliment, and the observers said that he told them to leave when they complimented him, but now it was not so. Raising his head, the protagonist explained that he was currently in a rather difficult situation, so he wanted to become a warrior. The warrior leader grinned and asked if it was true that this had anything to do with his mission. Squeezing the young man's shoulder with his palm, the man said that they would meet the next morning and advised him to get a good night's sleep, to which he asked if they would even ask him why he wanted it. Waving his hand, the chief warrior of the sun replied that he would ask tomorrow, but for now he could sleep here, while the spectators reported that the player was officially an outsider, who was being offered to sleep with the dog. Watching the man leave, the traveler thought about how, under normal circumstances, he would use the accommodation next to the Fountain of Trials, but he hardly had time to train. Jeju lowered the corners of his lips, realizing that he couldn't waste time on trivialities, because his life was at stake, so he had to do everything possible to level up, when suddenly the system reported a quest. In the middle of the snowy forest, a large house opened up, from which Palaham could be heard calling the traveler, and asking what kind of power he wanted to have, the great battle technique of Tarik, or if he wanted to learn the skills of the Empire. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist asked if he was even going to give him time to wash and eat, and then thought that they could at least let him spend the night inside. Putting his hands on his hips, the warrior leader shouted that washing and eating are very weighty after a good workout, and told the weakling not to talk, while the observers wrote that this is the army, and the trembling reminded one of them of morning training. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that he would like to learn the axe skills used in this place. Two crossed weapons appeared, and the guy thought about the fact that he was most familiar with this weapon, and it was also the one that the warriors of Tarik wielded best, and it was the specialization of the Palaham. Putting his fingers to his chin, the warrior leader asked if this meant that he had already learned the skills of the Empire, to which he replied that he had not. The protagonist lowered the corners of his mouth in bewilderment when the man noted that this was a rather strange desire for a native of the Empire, and for a start he did not like his clothes. Pointing his finger forward, the chief warrior of the sun ordered to take it off right now, and the observers wrote that he was not into married women, but into married men. The warrior leader was outraged at how the player could wear clothes that were designed to protect the owner, because they would only interfere with training, to which he began to take off his jacket and replied that he understood everything. A magical aura surrounded the traveler's clothes, and he thought that it made sense, because if he could control it, it would automatically react in case of danger. Placing his hand on the young man's shoulder, Palaham was surprised that he was in good physical shape, and must have no shortage of ladies, to which he politely asked not to say so, and the commentators wrote that the player was very popular, and the high school girl could confirm this, although he had committed many sins. Stretching his shoulder, the warrior leader suggested that they begin, and then said that he was disappointed with how quickly everything ended after their first meeting. Suddenly, the man threw a punch forward. Dodging the attack, Jeju cried out in alarm. At the same second, the protagonist lifted his foot off the ground. Clenching his hands tightly into fists, the awakened one cried out that they could at least have warned him before starting. Smiling widely, the chief warrior of the sun noted that the legs come next. A moment later, the boy's feet slid across the snow. Taruha's best warrior suddenly struck with his foot. The man hit the boy in the knee. Opening his mouth wide, Palaham began to shout that the guest had not even learned the skills yet, but could already use the power of nature, and that was really something. Gritting his teeth tightly, the protagonist noted that if he continued to mock him, it would be better to stop there, after which he clarified whether this was also part of the training. Pulling his hand back, the warrior leader cried out that the boy was talking too much, and now he was hitting him in the head, to which he thought about the fact that he would not be able to dodge it. Putting his elbows in front of himself, the traveler blocked the attack. Touching his wrist with his fingers, the boy was surprised that this force was similar to being hit with a hammer. The pupils of Taruha's best warrior noticeably narrowed, and he said that this was not all, so they would continue. Moving around the house, the man continued to strike different parts of the body. Putting his palms on his legs, Jeju did not understand what was happening and whether his opponent was a monster, because an hour had already passed since the beginning. Tiredly closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that he could not go on anymore. Collapsing to the ground, the awakened one mentally said that he had reached his limit, because he had not even had breakfast yet. Folding his arms, Palaham asked if it was true that the guy had not learned the skills of the Empire. Smiling widely, the leader of the warriors noted that in that case it was possible. Beads of sweat were running down the face of the awakened one, and he did not understand what they wanted to tell him with this. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of his face that the player had learned a new skill of the martial art of Tarek, when suddenly he was asked if he liked it. Opening his mouth, the protagonist answered in the affirmative. Grinning, the traveler exclaimed that it was perfect, and the observers wrote that they had never seen such a skill before. Suddenly, the young man leaned on the ground with a trembling palm. Grinning, the protagonist said in his mind that he also did not expect it to be like this, and the audience assumed that he was also in shock, although they did not even know if this skill, which was obtained after receiving a beating, was good, so it was most likely a good passive ability. Beads of sweat flowed down the cheeks of the awakened one, and he thought that it could not be that this was a bad skill. The man put his palm to a huge hologram, and it was said that although it was not indicated in the system, but users divided skills into two main types. The girl held the sword tightly in her hands, and it turned out that there are active skills that users need to call. The guy's fists were wrapped in bandages, and the protagonist said that there are passive skills that are constantly maintained. 3 arrows appeared, pointing upwards, and the awakened one noted that passive skills are usually created by using active skills frequently, and there is also a small chance to get a passive skill when using a high-ranking skill, and although passive skills that are created this way do not consume mana or aura, but passive skills essentially increase the user's abilities. Folding his hands, Palaham asked not to tell him that he was wrong, to which the boy asked if he was worried that he could be wrong. Putting a finger to his chin, the warrior chief admitted that he wanted to test him, because he thought that he was looking for an excuse to stop beating him. A smirk appeared on the protagonist's face. Clenching his fists tightly, the traveler asked if he wanted to continue, and he exclaimed that someone suddenly caught fire. Stepping on the ground with his foot, the young man decided that he would try this new skill in action. Pushing off the ground with his feet, Jeju shouted that he was advancing. The sun's top warrior thought with the corners of his lips down that his speed and movement would make everyone agree that he was worthy of being called a warrior of Taruha. The protagonist's hand approached the man's face, and he didn't understand how he could imitate his movements after seeing them only a couple of times. At that very moment, the man put his palm in front of his chin. Slightly closing his eyes, Taruha's top warrior mentally said that he knew that his initial breakthrough was good, but his attacks were still clumsy, and then said that he still had a long way to go. Suddenly, the awakened one delivered a powerful knee strike. The boy's face was hidden behind Palaham's fingers. The protagonist grinned and asked what he wanted to say. The man's fingers trembled as they held the boy's fist. The warrior chieftain's eyes were shining brightly, and he explained that the blow was a distraction, and then added that although it was a fairly obvious move, it was his own fault for letting his guard down, so he had nothing to say, and the other thought about the fact that he himself might have made this mistake, and the spectators were surprised that Palaham was burning. And they were amazed that the player was able to land a blow that would probably cost him his life. Jeju lowered the corners of his lips and thought about how he had only wanted to test the skill at first. Remembering how abruptly he had torn himself off, the protagonist noticed that as soon as he rushed forward, he changed his mind. The awakened one's legs flew up, and he realized that his body felt so light that it seemed as if it could soar into the sky. A bright aura hovered above his fist, and the guy said that for the first time he felt like he could do anything he wanted, and this was such a difference that the thought of returning to his previous physical state even made him feel bad. After delivering a knee strike, the protagonist thought about how that overflowing confidence had given free rein to the desire to hit Palaham. Opening his mouth wide, the traveler mentally said that for him this was probably a shameful omission, and then asked if he could let go of his hand. Gritting his teeth, the warrior leader asked the guy again, and the commentator wrote that it was nice to meet the player. In the courtyard of the house sat a dog. The animal sadly lowered its ears, when suddenly it was called. Clenching his jaws tightly, Jeju cried out in displeasure. Suddenly the protagonist collapsed to the ground, and the chief warrior of the sun exclaimed that he was reborn, and clarified his opinion. Raising his head from the floor, the awakened one muttered that he thought that he was going to finish him off, to which he shouted that there was no need to exaggerate, because he was holding back. Opening the window, Charlotte exclaimed that this was enough and called them to go inside for breakfast. The man grinned and invited the boy to go, to which he agreed. Suddenly, a notification appeared that Terika's martial art had increased to level 2, and the viewers did not understand whether it took a month to raise the passive skill, although he himself should know about it. Pressing his finger on the hologram, the protagonist said that, as the viewers said, it was not so easy to raise the passive skill level, and then thought about how his fists had become more fiery after his punch, but Palaham really was an excellent teacher, and the results proved it, and the observer said that he was on the 30th floor, and there on the bulletin board it was written that this was a terrible skill. But they did not believe him. Squinting, Jeju noted that the sky was very beautiful, and the commentators wrote that it would be dark and gloomy here for a whole month, and the warrior leader probably broke something for him. Looking away, the protagonist asked if the boys needed something to eat, to which they said to watch as the player changed the subject and that they were eating while watching. The awakened one folded his arms in displeasure. Suddenly, he turned his head to the side. Behind him, the guy saw a man with a pet. Stroking the animal's head, the main warrior of the sun offered him food. Imagining the little creatures in his head, the protagonist thought about finding stones for Popo. Turning back, the man asked how his breakfast was, to which he exclaimed that it was delicious, because his wife's cooking skills were beyond praise. Dropping his jaw, Palaham said that he thought about the task the young man received, after which he clarified whether it was related to the destruction of an ice giant, or a demonic beast. Scratching his cheek with his finger, the traveler replied that it was something like that. The warrior chieftain folded his arms and explained that he had thought so, which was why he had asked to be taught, but that something seemed strange to him, to which he asked him again, and was told that given his abilities and the effect of his strange clothes, he did not really need his lessons. Gritting his teeth, the player noted that, as he had said in the castle tower, he had intended to meet him from the very beginning. Placing his fingers on his hand, the man stated that he no longer had a reason to force himself to come here, since his plans had failed, after which he received the task he wanted, and then added that it was either this or an impossible task. Jeju's pupils shone brightly, and he asked his interlocutor again. Pointing his finger behind him, Palaham asked if he was the one he needed to destroy. A bright aura enveloped the huge flower bud, and the warrior chieftain clarified whether he was right. The protagonist tensely pursed his lips and remained silent. Gritting his teeth, Jeju agreed and thought about how there was no point in lying, because his ally was only asking to confirm his suspicions. Palaham smiled and said that sometimes God was cruel to them. The boy asked if he really believed in God. The boy turned away and asked if he really thought it was pointless to try to destroy that thing. The man walked up to the fence, and said that there was nothing pointless in this world. The chieftain put his hand on the fence, and explained that what was meaningless to one person could be the most important thing to another. The player clenched his fist and memories flew past him. The heroes looked at the mountains. The newcomer asked if his comrade could help him. The magic engineer frowned confidently. The warrior shrugged his shoulders and bowed his head. Looking back, the fighter agreed and offered to go on a journey. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked where exactly. Palaham pointed to the demonic flower and said that in order to defeat the enemy, one must understand it. The plant emitted a gigantic amount of sinister energy. Throwing up his hands, Jeju asked if his ally really wanted to go there right now and warned him that he had not yet learned combat skills. The man turned away and said that he simply did not have the desire. The boy denied this and explained that they would need to leave immediately if it became too dangerous. The chieftain ran to the house and asked him to wait a little. The spectators did not understand what was happening. Sitting down on the ground, the young man concluded that he had no choice and assumed that his friend would be upset if he was not offered to go there. The player extended his hand to the dog and called it a good boy. The popo immediately jumped out of the bag. The commentators assumed that they were hungry. The shepherd dog moved away in fear when it saw the evil monster. The pets climbed into the arms of their owner. The newcomer apologized for not being able to let them out, at which point the warrior came out of the house. The fighter approached his ally and asked where he got these things from. The magical engineer raised his index finger and replied that they appeared by accident. Palaham raised his eyebrows in surprise, but did not say anything. The heroes were standing in the backyard of the house next to the mill. The man looked back when the protagonist asked what his dog's name was. The shepherd bowed her head. The leader realized that he had completely forgotten to introduce her, and replied that her name was Chanta. Jeju brought his hand to his mouth and called this name cute. Standing by the fence, the guy looked away. The popo ran in different directions. Somewhere far away in the mountains was the heart of the organism. The young man imagined a monstrous plant with fangs and remembered that this was the source of the destruction that served as the fall of Tarek. Frowning angrily, the player realized that he had to destroy him, and concluded that he had no other choice since the administrator had intervened. A few hours earlier, Leto had picked up a mug and told him that the Sun Warrior had invited the traveler to his home for dinner. The man took a sip and wondered what his friend was thinking, since being invited to a home was an honor, given only to those who had proven their skills. Clutching his head, the warrior felt a hangover and thought about how being invited to dinner in Taruha was part of an outdated tradition, despite the god's jokes. The fighter handed the mug to his comrade and assumed that the commander was having fun again. Karuin raised an eyebrow and said that this time it was different, since the captain and the traveler had sparred together, so it was unlikely that this was not serious. Leto's eyes widened in surprise when he heard this. The man smiled broadly and laughed, saying that this was very much like their leader, and added that he now felt sorry for the traveler. The smile disappeared from his face when the boy explained that their comrade had not looked truly happy for a long time. The knight put on his boots and declared that he was now even more interested. Running towards the exit, the warrior reminded them that they had nothing better to do anyway, and suggested doing something other than forgetting themselves in a bar again and then suffering from a hangover. The fighter put on his fur coat and said that he wanted to meet the traveler. Leto looked back and explained that they would not run into him by chance, and the assistant asked, puzzled, why his boss was speaking in the plural. The man smiled broadly and declared that they would go together. The squire crossed his arms and refused to go anywhere with him. The knight grabbed him by the hood and promised to let him die a peaceful death if he came with him. The heroes walked through the snowy forest. Holding an axe in his hands, the warrior bet 500 coins that it would be fun. Karuin trembled with fatigue and was surprised that his boss was adapting so quickly and betting real money on this. The fighter swung his weapon and explained that their money was worthless anyway. The veins stood out on his arm. Leto added that they needed to cooperate with their saviors. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that he did everything to make it sound noble, but in reality he spent his savings on buying drinks for travelers. Suddenly, the boys raised their eyebrows in surprise and froze when a loud sound was heard. They looked at each other silently. The heroes immediately ran to the fence. The man and his friend looked into the yard through the boards. The protagonist was fighting Palaham. Jeju tensely clenched his teeth. The chieftain dodged his kick. The knight's eyes widened in shock and asked if his comrade had ever controlled his strength. The assistant noted that he had been beaten like that during punishment. The boys looked at each other and thought that each of them had joked. The warrior looked away and noticed that their guest did not look like an ordinary traveler. The guy wiped the sweat from his face. The fighter's eyes reflected the opponent's. In his opinion, the youth's movements were very similar to the movements of the man from Tarek. The commander dodged his opponent's strike again. The captain tried to hit him with his fist. Leto could not believe that the wanderer could still hold his stance and simultaneously look for an opportunity to attack. The man frowned and thought that this man could lay claim to the position of centurion with such skills. The knight shook his head and tried to throw these thoughts away. The warrior looked at his friend when he said that the traveler fought well. The boys were standing at the porch of the house. The fighter decided that if their leader fought seriously, then everything would be different. A gray sky hung over the snowy forest. The squire leaned over and said that it was time to get up. Leto, lying on the ground, opened his eyes. The man rolled over on his side and mumbled that he wanted to sleep for 5 more minutes. Karuin warned that there was a snake nearby. The knight immediately jumped up from the ground. The warrior opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was not here. The boy smiled slyly and confirmed this. The assistant got to his feet and said that their leader had left the house again. The protagonist pointed his finger at the frightened dog. Popo were sitting on his shoulders. The fighter asked if these were not the spirits of the world tree. The squire confirmed this and said that no wanderer had them with him before. Leto smiled broadly and suggested going and asking the guests about it. Kuruin's eyes gleamed, because he really wanted to touch the monsters. The beast shuddered when the man took a step forward. Jeju looked back and raised his eyebrows in surprise. The knight put his fist to his heart and said hello. Smiling broadly, Palaham was surprised that his friend was not asleep in a bar somewhere, and asked if he really came to check his sanity because he had a traveler as a guest. The warrior tried to lie, but was immediately exposed. The chief pointed to the side and introduced the wanderer to his comrades. The guy smiled. The pets were sitting on his shoulders. The fighter shuddered tensely, said that he was pleased to meet him, and thought that, judging by the outfit, he was an ordinary citizen of the empire, despite his skills. The captain clenched his teeth in displeasure. Leto closed his eyes and introduced himself. The young man nodded awkwardly and said his name. The commander pointed at his friend and explained that he could not fight, but was as intelligent as the queen. The boy said that was not true at all. The assistant put his fist to his chest and said that he was very glad to meet them. Popa's fur shone. Her eyes sparkled. The interested monsters sat on the arms and head of the master. The squire clasped his hands and thought that they were even cuter up close. Kuruin clenched his fists and wanted to touch them as soon as possible. The heroes looked around when someone shouted that it was perfect. Palaham clapped his hands and explained that he was just thinking about taking more people with him and was glad that they decided to show themselves. The chieftain crossed his arms and asked what his comrades thought about it. The man asked where they were going. Snow was falling over the mountains. That was where they needed to go. The knight raised his eyebrows and asked if this was a joke. The commander asked him to relax and said that they were just going there for a while. The warrior smiled widely and agreed. The boy decided that this was not the best idea. The fighter took out an axe and said that he had one condition. Leto pointed the weapon at the guest and mentally called him arrogant. The man confidently frowned and said that he would like to spar with him. The knight grinned and wanted to show him the greatness of Tarek. The assistant raised his hand in fear and tried to stop him. The warrior swung the axe and explained that he would risk his life if he went with him, so he needed to see his comrade's skills. The protagonist was surprised that such a person wanted to spar with him. Jeju clutched the strap of his backpack in his hand and thought about how his backup plan was to ask him for training if the captain did not agree to it. Taking the bag off his shoulders, the boy agreed to fight and realized that the centurion's approval would not hurt. The Popa jumped off him when the boy became worried that they could get hurt and asked them to stand aside. In front of the mountains was a spruce forest. The commander smiled and asked if the traveler was really going to fight in these clothes. The player confirmed this and explained that it was still a training battle. The fighter looked at his comrade and asked what they were talking about. Palaham explained that these clothes were quite special. The chieftain raised his hands and told him that they moved as if they were alive. Leto grinned and asked if his friend was worried about him because of the moving clothes. The man raised his hand to the side and noticed that his opponent also needed a weapon. The newcomer asked him not to worry about it. A black snake appeared. The knight raised his leg when he heard a hissing sound, but noted that he was just imagining it. The warrior frowned tensely and asked what it was. The magic engineer looked away. An axe appeared in his hand. The centurion asked if the guest was trying to copy them. The protagonist picked up the weapon and explained that he often used it because it was one of the functions of his clothes. At one end of the axe was a large sharp blade. At the other end was a long handle. Squeezing the weapon in his hand, the fighter thought that his opponent's axe was very similar to his own and wondered if the guest was laughing at Tarek. Smiling broadly, Leto was surprised by the abilities of this clothing and warned that he would not hold back, since this duel was intended to determine the abilities of the wanderer. Raising the weapon in front of him, the man declared that he was attacking and mentally called his opponent arrogant. The knight made a dash and jumped forward. The warrior raised the axe above his head and wanted to split the enemy's head in two. The blade hit something. The centurion smirked and assumed that what happened during the battle with the leader was not an accident. Jeju blocked his attack with the hilt of his weapon. The fighter was amazed by his reaction. The boy's hands were enveloped in light energy. He managed to throw his opponent back. Then the young man jumped forward. Leto dodged his blow. Their axes crossed. The man abruptly disarmed his opponent. The player frowned tensely. The audience asked how long their idol was going to hide his powers. The knight put the axe behind his shoulder and asked if this was all he could do. The newcomer thought about the fact that he could not use the power of the cloak, because otherwise he would be considered a coward who was not able to do something on his own. The magical engineer menacingly knitted his eyebrows and realized that he wanted to save it for the future, but he had no other choice. An ominous aura enveloped the black snake. The warrior shuddered and lowered his gaze. The cloak entangled his hand. The centurion turned around and asked what it was. The fighter looked ahead and wondered when this could have happened. Dark energy wriggled behind the protagonist. His cloak turned into streams of black magic. Jeju's eyes flashed with fire and suggested ending it here. Leto gritted his teeth and realized that he had not imagined it when he heard the snake. His immobilized hand trembled. The man was indignant that his opponent had stopped his attack. The knight broke free from the bonds and thought that it was not over yet. The warrior swung his axe and wanted to teach the guest a lesson. The guy lowered his head and sighed. A wave of dark energy entangled the centurion's body and neck. The young man waved his hand and asked him not to move. The sharp blade left a small cut on his opponent's throat. The cloak directed several sharp needles at him. The player suggested ending the sparring. The fighter frowned angrily. The newcomer pursed his lips and looked up. Palaham clapped his hands and asked them to stop. The chieftain raised his index finger and declared that victory would still be the travelers. Leto raised his hands and admitted defeat. The magic engineer said that he would have lost if it weren't for his equipment. The man narrowed his eyes and asked him to just be happy with his victory. The protagonist looked at his burning hand and realized that he wouldn't have been able to win if it weren't for Lotanto's power. Jeju imagined the captain petting him like a kitten and thought that if they fought again, his opponent would be much more careful and then it would be quite difficult to defeat him. The streets of the city were quiet and deserted. The locals opened their mouths in surprise. Kuruin reminded them that they were going to the very center of the Rattan Mountains and asked what kind of luggage they had. Carrying a hiking backpack on his back, the boy was indignant that they hadn't taken a sleeping bag or a mat that could be laid on the ground. The heroes walked down the street. The commander explained that last time they said they didn't need such things, after which they caught a cold, and added that Charlotte had prepared everything they needed. The assistant noticed that their backpacks were full of alcohol again. Palaham hit him on the head. The boy thought that not everyone could grumble at their leader like that. The leader ran up to the traveler and asked where his perfume, which looked like cotton balls, was. The young man adjusted the straps of the backpack and explained that he kept them in a bag so that they wouldn't attract too much attention. The captain asked if they weren't cramped in there, and asked his friend to treat the pets better. The commander put his hand on the knight's backpack. The player frowned and wondered why he called Pope a perfume. The monsters were sitting at the roots of the tree. They appeared when the world tree collapsed, but no one knew why or how they were created. The newcomer wondered if Taruha knew anything about them. There was snow outside the fortress. The heroes went out through the central gate. Palaham looked back and asked if his comrades were ready to have fun. The magic engineer raised his eyebrows in confusion. Ahead was a dead forest, behind which mountains were visible. The guys began to walk up the slope. Looking back, the main character asked if everything was okay and assumed that they needed help. The squire smiled and asked him not to worry about it. The warriors went ahead. Jeju realized that the leader simply gave Kuruin his luggage and was not at all worried that something could happen to him, despite the lack of combat skills. The guy suggested making a stop, but suddenly the captain raised his hand. The young man tensely clenched his teeth. The Yeti bared his fangs. His red eyes lit up. A huge crowd of monsters came forward. The commander collided head-on with one of them. The monster opened its mouth in rage and roared. Palaham immediately opened his mouth and said something in its language. The spectators wondered if this was how they communicated. The player grabbed his head, outraged by their noise, and concluded that the squad would not be able to go further without encountering giants. The boy threw the backpack on the ground and asked the wanderer to wait here. The newcomer said that it would be dangerous for the three of them to confront all the enemies. The assistant took out 3 cases and asked his comrade to stay behind and deal with the stragglers. Raising the axe, the warrior said that for them it was a trifle, and asked the guest to simply watch them. The squire thrust the tube into the snow. The magic engineer asked what it was, and thought that it looked like a more massive and durable stake. Kuruin raised his fist and said that it was some kind of security device and added that he wanted to use it to set up camp. The protagonist looked at him in confusion. The boy slammed his fist into the pole. Jeju's eyes widened in shock. The commentators asked if this was really called the lack of strength in Taruha. Strong ropes stretched from the pole. A makeshift fence appeared in the snow. The assistant asked the traveler to take care of things. The heroes looked around when they heard a scream. The boy asked if they should not fight. Palaham put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that he did not need to participate in the fight. Leto raised his axe in front of him. The Yetis rushed to attack. The chieftain climbed over the fence. The young man asked if they were sure everything would be okay. The enraged monsters bared their sharp fangs. The man clenched his weapon and flashed his burning eyes. He pushed off the ground. The knight made a dash forward, destroying all enemies in his path. The evil monster stuck out its tongue and screamed. It pointed its clawed paw at the squire. Kuruin easily dodged its attack. The next moment, the boy struck. A deep wound appeared on the giant's leg. The assistant grabbed him under the knee. He frowned tensely and clenched his teeth. However, he managed to knock the enemy to the ground. Blood sprayed into the air. The beast's corpse fell at the player's feet. The newcomer raised his eyebrows in surprise and called it amazing. The magic engineer looked ahead and realized that the warrior used the power that overwhelmed him to quickly reduce the number of enemies. The heroes stood with their backs to each other. There was a natural harmony between them that could not be achieved without complete trust. The Yeti climbed the cliff. The protagonist was surprised that the squire was able to fight like that. The monster bounced off the mountain. The monster jumped straight at Jeju. The cloak immediately tore him to pieces. Two beasts approached the boy and growled viciously. Their heads exploded at the same moment. Blood splashed on his boots. Smiling, the young man asked his comrade to warn him of the attack and felt his eardrums almost burst. Palaham said that he simply snapped his fingers. Snow was falling over the rocks. Corpses of giants lay on the ground. Their relatives retreated back. A red aura enveloped the leader. The other Yetis turned around and looked at him. The monsters silently left the battlefield. The heroes hit their fists and said that this was the end. Kuruin took a stake out of the snow and called them show-offs. The centurion looked back and asked what he had just said. The boy praised them for their excellent work. The monsters lay in pools of blood. The fighter noted that they had gone mad to decide to descend from the mountains. Leto asked if they didn't live among the rocks. The leader raised his hand and laughed. The captain scratched his chin and said that it was not unexpected. The assistant asked if the leader was playing a joke on them again. Pointing at him, the commander confirmed it and said that they should spend less time in bars. The squire frowned with displeasure and was indignant at his behavior. The man picked up the backpack. The player asked if everything was okay. Raising his hand, Kuruin asked the leader not to play such jokes and explained that if the end was brought closer, they would lose the trust of the city's inhabitants, who considered the travelers their saviors. Scratching his ear, Palaham asked why his friend was so worried and said that the world would meet its end anyway. The newcomer stood behind the boy. The magical engineer imagined a dead tree and realized that usually the heart of the organism needs a year to bloom, and the plant hidden in the mountains was not even half the size of an adult. The flower opened its fanged mouth. It would take about 5 or 7 months for it to fully bloom. The protagonist concluded that he would only be able to destroy it then. The chieftain crossed his arms over his chest. This city would meet its end earlier because of him. The captain was depicted on the phone screen. At one point, he would fire a magic cannon from the castle walls straight into the heart of the organism. The commander punched the flower, then, in order to recover from the injuries received, the heart would begin to aggressively absorb life force from the ground. The monster released tentacles. The plant would use all the remaining strength after recovery to grow. Jeju scratched his chin and realized that his ally could not help but know about this. The boy turned to his comrade and said that he had one question. The youth opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The boy looked at him carefully. The player asked if when Palaham did this, the city residents and higher ranks did not know about his actions. The assistant raised his eyebrows in confusion. He put his hand to his forehead and said that he was wondering about this himself. The squire looked away thoughtfully. Turning away, Kuruin explained that he could not be sure of anything and suggested that they continue on their way. The newcomer looked after him and concluded that there were not many people in Teruha who could contain the spread of information. The magic engineer took a step forward. The audience was disappointed after arriving in the northern region. The heroes walked on white snow. The commentators were outraged that there was nothing here except woolen giants. A tree branch broke. The chieftain took it in his hands and asked why, in his opinion, there was not much snow in the Teruha region. The boy tried to object, but Leto put his hand on his backpack. The man looked at his friend and asked him to calm down, because their leader probably had a reason for mentioning this. The captain held a stone in his hands, which rested deep under Teruha. The gem glowed, used not only by the great engineers of this kingdom, but also by the technicians of the empire who came here to create various devices. The crystal was in a capsule. Thanks to it there was no snow in the city and people can live in warmth. Frowning, the protagonist remembered that this was not in the video and asked why his ally was telling him about this. The commander raised his hand and said that he simply wanted to tell him the secret of the city that other travelers did not know about. Palaham smiled widely and called the wanderer Chanta. Jeju asked if that was not the name of his dog and suggested that this word had another meaning. The leader patted him on the back and promised to think about it, and be sure to let him know when the time comes. The guy's eyes widened in shock when they were in place. A tree stood on the dead ground ahead. Black liquid was dripping from it. A giant flower grew nearby. An ominous aura enveloped it. Standing to the side, the young man decided that this was the only living plant among the rot. The player took a step forward. The newcomer looked at the plant and noticed that it was emitting a calming sound, like a womb. His face was covered in cold sweat. The magic engineer wondered how he could get rid of it. The protagonist shuddered when the captain noticed that his heart had become larger. The commander raised his hand to his forehead. Kuruin accused him of this. The boy put his backpack on the ground and said that someone had already been here. Leto asked if the frost giants would allow other monsters to roam their territory. The man looked at the flower and assumed that, judging by the fact that there were traces of a battle here, but no bodies, it had absorbed them. Raising his eyebrows, the assistant asked what they should do now and suggested that they go back, since the monsters were no longer here, and the traveler was still with them. Palaham confidently walked forward and called Chan to him. The squire pointed behind him. Jeju understood that this was a signal that they should leave. Turning away, the boy decided that someone who had fought the organism thousands of times must know something, and realized that he needed to get as much information as possible. The leader put his hand on the root. The boy hoped that his ally had not forgotten about the promise he had given him. Squatting, the captain promised to turn back as soon as it became too dangerous. The player assumed that his comrade was creating this dangerous situation himself. The newcomer shuddered tensely when the commander stated that his goal was to destroy this thing, and offered his friend to touch it. The magical engineer scratched his chin and mentally agreed with him. The protagonist touched the root and thought that if everything was okay with the leader after touching it, then it was safe. A strange energy enveloped his wrist. Jeju's eyes widened in amazement and froze in place. Raising his eyebrows, the boy felt the life force and noticed that this creature looked like a plant, but was not one. Pelaham asked if he felt life. The young man bowed his head and confirmed it. The chieftain turned to the flower and explained that this thing was alive and that it absorbed all life around it. The captain clenched his fist and became angry that this plant had decided to take root near Turaha and lead the city to destruction. The commander looked around, shrouded in an ominous aura. Throwing up his hands, the player suggested calming down and wondered if it was dangerous. Leto and Kuruin hid behind a log. The newcomer gritted his teeth and realized that they had thought of everything. The warrior stretched his shoulder and asked the traveler to look closely. The magical engineer asked what he was going to do. Pelaham swung his fist. The man struck a powerful blow. A giant hole appeared in the center of the bud. The boy covered his face with his hand, but the centurion was delighted. The chieftain smiled slyly. The protagonist covered his ears with his hands and thought about how his ally had defeated the ice giants without getting a scratch and had just broken the organism's heart. Black smoke was coming from the plant. Jeju concluded that it would need some time to recover. The flower released its petals upward. The guy's eyes widened in amazement. The creature had fully recovered. The audience was amazed at the speed of its regeneration. The captain placed his hand on his ally's shoulder. The commander grinned and assumed that he was destined to die. Sweating, Jeju recalled the words that he was destined to die. Looking away, the protagonist thought about how one blow from Pelaham was enough to destroy dozens of trees. Looking at the flower, the protagonist realized that such strong blows were not dangerous for him at all. The bud pressed itself to the ground. A moment later, the plant spat something out of itself. The guy raised his head up. Turning his head, the young man noticed that something landed behind him. Looking back, the young man thought they were black drops. The black liquid began to deform. The fighter looked at his feet. A second later, the boy noticed something in front of him, and the commentators were perplexed by what was happening. Looking at the monster's eye, the viewers assumed that they were cleaners. Looking at the crowd of insects, the commentators were sure that they were guarding this city. Looking back, Kuruin shouted that he would tell Shalat that he was risking his life again. Opening his mouth, Pelaham suggested talking later. Clenching his fist, the man decided it was time to start. The beetle received a powerful blow. A moment later, the monster was lying on the ground. The fighters stood surrounded by the corpses of the monsters. Turning his head, Jeju thought that everything ended unexpectedly easily. Remembering how Pelaham fought, the protagonist realized that this was not a surprise, because every move of his comrade simply wipes enemies off the face of the earth. Opening his mouth, the assistant asked to go back. Smiling, the warrior chieftain asked his ally if he was satisfied. The protagonist silently looked up. Looking at the bud, the boy knew that he would suck out all the life force of the mountain just to survive. Raising his hand, the sun warrior suggested that they go back and drink. Remembering the burning buildings, the boy thought that Pelaham continued to rage because even if he did nothing, Turaha would still be destroyed. So when the warrior asked him if he could get rid of this thing, he was simply suggesting that he give up if he was not confident in his abilities. Opening his mouth, the boy stated that he was not satisfied yet, because if he went back like this, he would get nothing. The young man walked forward. Sharp teeth protruded from the soles of his shoes. Climbing up the monster's body, Jeju felt a sense of helplessness after colliding with the flower. Baring his teeth, the boy noticed that the enemy's thorns were inside him. Kerouan's mouth wide open, he asked his comrade what he was planning, to which he replied that he had to see it with his own eyes. As he put on the glove, the protagonist saw messages telling him that it was unsafe. Extending his hand forward, the protagonist knew that in order to kill this thing, he would need overwhelming firepower to destroy the enemy before it could recover. Looking at the opening bud, the boy decided that this was the perfect moment to attack. Pointing his hand at the monster's mouth, the young man was afraid that if he did not destroy the beast now, the heart of disaster would begin to grow even more actively, so their time would be reduced from a month to only a week, and the commentators warned the streamer that he could lose precious time. Imagining the huge plant, Jeju was sure that if he retreated now, the heart would continue to gain strength every day, and then not only the magic cannon would not cause any damage to him. Remembering the various monsters, the protagonist thought that new monsters would start appearing, which would be much stronger than the cleaners. Baring his teeth, the protagonist was sure that everything that was happening was the administrator's punishment for refusing his offer. A blue light appeared from the glove. The guy, shaking the ground with a kick, decided that he needed to do everything he could. A powerful beam burst out of the glove. The ability struck the bud. Frowning, the young man anticipated how he would deal with the enemy. The boy's hand was directed towards the monster's mouth. A moment later, the young man's eyes began to double. Blood flowed from the streamer's ears. Black mucus oozed from the plant. The flow of energy continued to emanate from the magical device. Baring his teeth, Jeju realized that the output of the magic cannon was gradually fading. Looking down, the protagonist realized that if his opponent regenerated, there would be no other chance. The protagonist dashed forward. The boy stood right in front of the bud, to which the commentators asked him to surrender. The young man pointed his hand towards the hole in the monster's body. The flower began to be covered with a red aura. Looking at the flying object, the boy assumed that it was a defender who had not yet grown up, but could already summon high-ranking monsters. Looking up, the young man knew that if the defender spawned as many monsters as before, then the best option would be to ask for help from Palaham, Leto, and Kuruin, so he needed to hurry. Watching the streamer climb inside the flower, the viewers were confused by what was happening. Making his way inside the bud, the user noticed that the wound began to heal, so the space was becoming small. Crawling forward, Jeju assumed that this could be his end. Activating the glove skill, the protagonist addressed his viewers. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was grateful to everyone for watching. Watching Jeju live, someone clenched their fist. With his mouth wide open, the subscriber shouted that his idol was crazy. Watching the bud fly apart, viewers wrote that if the protagonist crawls out of there, they will tell him how to get rid of the monster. Baring his teeth, the protagonist understood that if his followers knew a way to get rid of the monster, they would have already said it, so now everything depended only on him. Smiling, the boy noticed that despite the continuous attack of the magic cannon, the heart of the catastrophe was regenerating faster and faster, which indicated that his weapon was too weak. Some movement was visible from the boy's bag. Opening his mouth, the young man realized that it was a popo. Frowning, the boy shouted at the pets to come back. The creature began to cry. Popa hugged their owner. The little monsters closed their eyes. The tentacles of the pet began to be covered with a black haze. The young man looked at the suffering of his friends. Imagining a broken branch, he knew that Popa contained the opposite energy to the demon kingdom, because they were born from fragments of the tree of the world. Looking at the infected pet, Jeju understood that just touching the heart of the disaster brings them incredible pain, but they do everything to help the owner. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked for forgiveness from his little friends. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward. A powerful beam burst out of the glove. The bud was torn apart by the magical attack. Covered in sweat, the guy was glad that his plan was working. A moment later, the young man felt something. Blood splashed out of the guy's mouth. The boy, looking forward, thought that it was all over. Black tentacles touched the flesh of the monster. The young man, falling down, thought about how much he wanted to defeat the administrator. The streamer was flying head down. A small camp was visible among the mountains. Holding a piece of meat in his hands, Palaham said that the victim was destined to die anyway. With his mouth wide open, Kuruin shouted that it was necessary to let the traveler know about this. Opening his eyes, Jeju was surprised that he was still alive, and the knight said that the demonic flower was almost blooming, so they had little time. Turning over, the protagonist felt ashamed of what was happening now. Touching his pet, the protagonist noticed that they usually react to his awakening. Looking at the popoi, the guy assumed that they were all infected, so he needed to get to the 20th floor to cure them, because that's where holy water was sold, which can cleanse demonic energy. Hugging the small creatures, the young man thought about how to get there faster. Leaning over, Leto turned to his commander. Opening his mouth, the knight asked why it was necessary to tell the traveler about the sunstone. Looking away, Palaham explained his actions by saying that he was interested in finding out how much he knew. Frowning, the warrior of Torek asked if their companion knew some incredible secret, to which he received a negative answer. Getting up from the lounger, Jeju asked his comrades about what they were not telling him, and at this time the viewers were delighted that their idol had woken up. Leto, with his mouth wide open, was extremely surprised that their fellow traveler had survived. Smiling, Palaham offered the victim something to eat, because now they had no urgent matters, and the commentators scolded the streamer for scaring them so much. Looking forward, the protagonist said that he urgently needed to know what was being hidden from him, to which the man replied that he would tell about it after they ate, and at this time the viewers were interested in the state of Popoi. The protagonist squeezed the edge of the blanket. Looking at the fire, the guy heard a question about how he felt. Looking down, the young man said that his hands were numb, to which the leader of the warriors expressed his surprise that the spirits felt terrible, and their master was almost completely fine. Smiling, the boy assumed that his armed guards protected him. Remembering how he had to pull the young man out of the flower, the main warrior of the sun said that because of his clothes he had problems saving the user, to which viewers wrote messages ridiculing the situation. Closing his eyes, Jeju thanked his savior. The protagonist looked down. Looking away, the protagonist asked why they decided to save him, since it was his fault that destruction was approaching. Imagining the huge monster, the boy understood that it was still alive. Remembering the monster's mouth, the young man knew that now it had become even stronger and could summon more terrifying monsters. Looking from under his brows, Palaham asked Leto about when the warriors of Teruha would abandon their comrade. Folding his arms over his chest, the knight replied that they would only abandon him if he died or ran away like a coward. Holding out a piece of meat, the warrior chief said that the boy heard it all himself. Smiling, the man said that the young man needed to eat before doing anything, and in the comments, people were surprised that the fighter himself cooked meat for the streamer. The protagonist took the food in his hands. A moment later, the protagonist began to eat a piece of meat. The warriors watched how greedily their comrade devoured the food. Smiling, Palaham noticed that the boy was already feeling better. Beaming with happiness, the young man said that it was very tasty. Holding out another piece, the warrior chief offered to eat another one, to which the young man replied that he had enough, so it was time to get back to the topic. Sitting down near the fire, Jeju asked about the size of the sunstone. Raising his hand, the warrior chief said that it was about this size, after which the protagonist inquired about where it could be, to which he did not receive a clear answer. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist knew that if he could find the sunstone, the heart of the catastrophe would no longer be a problem, so he should ask the one with the most power in Toruk about the artifact's location. Looking forward with determination, the boy stated that he wanted to meet the queen. Looking down, the group understood Jeju's plan. Holding the glove in his hands, someone said that the protagonist wanted to put the sunstone in the glove and attack the flower, and in order to get the stone, he needed to find out its location from the queen. Turning his head, the protagonist heard Palaham ask if he knew how strong the sunstone was. Looking back, the warrior chieftain turned to Karen. Holding out the glove, the man asked to count how many bloodstones would be needed to match the power of the sunstone. Opening his mouth, the assistant stated that approximately 11,950 bloodstones of that size would be needed for such a purpose. Smiling, Palaham added that if he used the stone, then there would be nothing left of the one who uses it. Taking the glove in his hands, the guy said that he was well prepared. Frowning, the young man said that even if he dies, he needs to do everything in his power, to which the viewers noted that in this case, the Popa will die. The main warrior of the sun smiled. Closing his eyes, the man promised that he would pass on the message to the palace, but they would only head there tomorrow. Making a discouraged expression, Kurnu could not believe that their comrade really wanted to meet the queen. Looking around, the streamer said that he wanted to rest a little before the upcoming campaign, because he was not feeling very well right now. Jeju smiled widely. The main character noticed something below. Holding a blue stone in his hands, the protagonist understood that it was a mana stone. Raising his eyebrows, the guy suggested that the pets eat these stones in order to gain some strength. As he imagined the Popa glowing with joy, the young man remembered that they loved mana stones, but now they did not react to them at all. Holding a bottle of alcohol in his hands, Palaham asked his comrade why he could not sleep. Looking back, the boy explained that he was a little upset. Smiling broadly, the warrior leader said that a good song can work wonders, so in Teruha, when faced with death or happiness, it is customary to sing. The young man, wide-eyed, was surprised by the man's words, and the man added that it is a great honor for a warrior to have a song in his honor. Putting his hand on his comrade's shoulder, Leto said that more than 20 songs had been written in honor of his commander, and the commentators wrote that this fact reflected all the greatness of Palaham. Smiling, the chief warrior of the sun ordered Kuruen to sing for them. Looking at the evil aura of his superior, the assistant agreed to sing, to which the viewers expressed their skepticism. The man brought his fist to his mouth. Putting his hand on his chest, Kuruen began to sing, and the commentators noted that he had a beautiful voice. Jeju looked ahead approvingly. Leto smiled. Palaham held a bottle in his hands. Thick black smoke was coming from the fire. The bright sun was visible behind the snow-covered fir trees. Holding onto the straps of his backpack, Kuruen said that it was time for them to go back in order to prepare for the final battle. Opening his mouth, the leader of the warriors asked the assistant to stay here for a while. The men walked away. Holding the infected pets in his arms, the protagonist asked what happened to the things that crawled out of the flower, to which Kuruen replied that Palaham had dealt with them. Looking down, the protagonist thought that this warrior had destroyed them all by himself, but even he could not do anything with that bud. An hour later, the warrior leader, holding a document in his hands, said that it was time to meet the queen. Opening his mouth, the boy doubted that the man had obtained a real permit in such a short time, to which the man replied that he had no reason to lie. Lowering his head, the young man asked to look after his little friends until he returned. Holding the Pope in his hands, the boy understood that he could not continue to drag them around with him, because they would be in danger. The boys headed towards the castle gates. The young man quickly walked forward. The residents looked at the guests in surprise. Opening his mouth, Kuruen suggested that Jeju had a good sense of direction, to which he received a negative answer. Frowning, the man said that despite his words, he was still going ahead. Sweating, the protagonist thought that he had revealed himself a little because he was in a hurry, but now he did not have time to worry about the consequences. Remembering the toothy mouth of the bud, the protagonist remembered that when he saw this creature, he realized that it had 3 days left to fully bloom, which meant that now he had at least 2 days left to do so. Looking up, the guy read the messages that he would turn off the chat again. Smiling, the young man said that this time he would need the help of the viewers, because he needed to think about what to do in case of refusal, and he did not have time to explore all the options for the location of the Sunstone. Looking forward, the boy asked the subscribers for some coins, because they hadn't donated before because they thought he would die, to which the commentators responded with suspicion. The young man walked forward. Imagining himself eating coins, Jeju understood that the viewers were the same players as him, so they should make logical conclusions, because their idol could die here. Imagining a huge pile of coins, the protagonist knew that in order to climb the tower, he vitally needed coins, but if the user they donated them to died, then the money would go to nowhere. Looking up, the protagonist was sure that he would not die, so everything would be fine. The guy looked at the luxurious hall. Moving forward, the young man noticed that he was no longer sponsored immediately after he climbed to the 15th floor, immediately after he received the task of getting rid of the Heart of Disaster. The young man clenched his hand into a fist. The tip of a halberd flew through the air. The guards crossed their axes and declared that only a traveler could proceed further, while Karuin would be detained until everything was over. The assistant, frowning, was furious at this state of affairs. Putting his hand on his comrade's shoulder, the streamer declared that he could handle it alone, and that his ally could use some rest. Karuin closed his eyes. Raising his finger, the user promised that he would reach the 20th floor in the shortest possible time, to which the commentators doubted that this would really happen, so they were in no hurry to transfer coins to him. Putting his hands to his head, Jeju realized that if he tried to convince them to donate, it would have the opposite effect. Moving forward, the protagonist decided that he just needed to do it. Looking back, the protagonist asked to donate to him on signal if the subscribers changed their minds. Falling to one knee, the guy greeted the royal personage. The young man looked ahead from under his brows. Opening her mouth, the woman said that she was interested to see the man for whom Palaham himself had first written a letter of recommendation. Looking at the lady who was sitting on the throne, the boy knew that she was the queen of Turuhai. Looking at the guest, the lady asked what he needed, to which he replied that he needed the Sunstone in order to get rid of the demonic flower. Smiling, the queen said that he did not need the stone. A moment later, the cane hit the floor. Looking down, the woman expressed doubt that fate would change even after the destruction of the flower. Raising his head, the young man said that the ruler of the north should still give him the stone. Sweating, Jeju said that he knew the secret of the Sunstone. Looking at her trembling hand, the lady asked the traveler to tell what he knew. Frowning, the lady warned that if the protagonist lied, his blood would be on the floor. The protagonist smiled. Imagining the queen with a scepter in her hands, the boy understood that if he made a mistake, he could lose his life. The young man opened his mouth. Imagining a deity with wings, the boy said that the Sunstone was given by the god of victory named Enian because he felt pity for people suffering from the cold. Imagining people praying, the young man said that this was not true. Looking down, the ruler of the north reminded that in case of deception, the user will die. The tip of the halberd was right at the streamer's throat. Sweating, Jeju said that he remembered it. Smiling, the protagonist said that he knew who the queen's son was. The lady raised her eyebrows. Raising her hand, the lady asked to leave them. Opening her mouth, the guard explained that it was too dangerous, to which the woman reminded that this man did not have any things with him. The queen made an angry expression, doubting that her subjects were taking her seriously. Looking around, the protagonist listened to the guards shouting that they would be standing outside the doors. Opening her mouth, the ruler of the north agreed to listen to the guest's story. Wiping the blood from his neck, the boy said that, apparently, the empire had a document about the Sunstone. Looking at how the queen began to sweat, the young man was glad that she was starting to hesitate. Imagining Radiac, the boy stated that he was the queen's son. Imagining huge hands around the lady's head, the young man added that for political reasons, she had to go to the cold north, so the Sunstone was given to her by the emperor out of pity for his mother. The lady frowned. Looking at how the woman began to tap her cane on the floor, Jeju assumed that this was her usual habit while thinking. Clenching his fist, the protagonist hoped that the ruler of the north would make a decision as soon as possible, because he had no time at all. Beaming with happiness, the protagonist heard the queen say that he had not lied. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy heard the words that the lady was not going to help him. Looking down, the young man promised to spread the rumor that the Sunstone was a gift from the emperor if the woman refused to help him. Smiling, the lady asked who would dare to believe such nonsense. Putting a cane to the guest's chin, the ruler of the north said that she could kill him right there so that no one would know the truth. The queen smiled creepily. Baring her teeth, the viewer was furious that this woman allowed herself to behave like this. Looking back, the young man explained that if he died, his friends would not sit idly by, and at that moment the streamer hoped that this was a clear enough signal to his subscribers. The interlocutors stood opposite each other in an empty room. Smiling, the queen said that there was no one here except them, to which Jeju replied that travelers can stream. Looking forward, the ruler of the North shared information that 9 out of 10 streamers lose their viewers and cannot even start a live broadcast, to which the main character replied that this was not the case with him. Folding her hands on her cane, the lady said that she was sure that her guest was among those who could not start a stream. With her mouth wide open, the lady shouted at the guards that it was necessary to take this person away from here, after which the system showed a message in which someone was cursing at the queen. The lady raised her eyebrows, not understanding what it was, and then a new message appeared, in which a user nicknamed Love scolded the ruler of the North in a voice message. Smiling widely, the protagonist explained that his stream was initially turned on. Frowning, the ruler of the North asked what this person said, to which the guy replied that the donor expressed hope that the great ruler would be kind enough to show mercy to her guest, and at that time he was glad that voice messages were not translated. Opening her mouth, the lady noted that the message was too short for such a sentence, to which the young man replied that it was an idiom that, translated from his language, can express a huge range of thoughts in just a few words. Exhaling air from her lungs, the lady admitted that the boy had cornered her, after which she ordered the guards to leave the room. Raising an eyebrow, the queen noticed another voicemail appeared, calling her names, and the commentators were laughing at what was happening. Smiling, the young man was glad that everything was going according to his plan. Looking from under his brows, he knew that now the queen would not be able to kill him. Sitting on the throne, the lady asked how many people were watching the broadcast right now. Opening his mouth, Jeju said that there were approximately 2,000 people on the stream, and the viewers laughed at the fact that their idol multiplied this number tenfold. Looking forward, the protagonist reminded that they would spread the story as soon as they learned the truth. Putting a hand to her forehead, the woman understood that if the rumors spread, she would have to listen to endless complaints after rebirth. Stretching out her hand, the ruler of the North promised to tell her where the stone was and heal the wound on her neck. Beaming with happiness, the protagonist was extremely happy that his bet paid off. The boy couldn't find Kuruin anywhere, and the commentators were writing about some book. Opening his mouth, the young man asked the guard where his friend was now, to which he replied that he had left because he had to share important information with other travelers, after which the viewers began writing that their idol could have died right in this castle. Looking up, the boy thanked his subscribers for their help and support, to which they replied that the donor under the nickname Lyubov did everything herself. Smiling broadly, the young man noticed that Lyubov sent him a voice message saying that she simply didn't like this queen, and the commentators began calling the girl at Sundara. Imagining how the ruler of the North kicked him out of the hall, Jeju understood that if his plan hadn't worked, he would never have found the stone. Suddenly, the protagonist heard something. Walking forward, the protagonist was unhappy that Palaham had deceived him, to which he replied that there were laws that he was forced to obey. Extending his hand, the protagonist asked for permission from the queen. Smiling, the man asked his comrade to follow him. Looking at the snowy estate, the guy could not understand why the leader of the warriors wasted their little time if the sun's stone had been at his house all this time. Standing in the middle of the room, the young man noticed something. Looking at the popoi, commentators wrote that these creatures looked even worse than before. Kneeling down, the boy was upset that the pets did not even respond to petting, because their infection had become even worse. Taking a mana stone from his bag, the streamer hoped that it would help bring them to their senses. Tapping his comrade on the shoulder, Palaham asked the young man if he knew why the spirits liked these stones so much, and the viewers remembered how the user himself ate them. Introducing the small creature, the warrior leader explained that such creatures have an instinct to eat such things, because this energy can be useful if it is necessary to save the world tree. Standing up, Jeju listened to the words that Kuruin said so this whole theory has the right to life. Grabbing the door handle, Palaham asked the protagonist to turn off his stream, because if any of his viewers decide to come here, they will have to die. The protagonist reached for the button to turn off the stream, and at this time the commentators asked to leave the broadcast on. Sweating, the guy realized that there was some reason why the sunstone was hidden in this house. There were many books on the shelves. The young man opened his mouth and was surprised by the amount of literature, to which the warrior leader replied that he had not read everything. The man grabbed the base of the cabinet. The warrior began to lift the shelves with books. A moment later, the cabinet fell to the ground. Raising his hand, Palaham called his comrade to follow him, and he thought that no one except the owner of the house could open this passage. Ahead was a door with an iron valve. The key entered the keyhole. The streamer stood in the passage. The user looked ahead. Descending the stairs, Jeju was surprised that it was so light here that the steps were visible even without lamps. A bright light was burning in the darkness. The protagonist squinted from the blinding brightness. Smiling, Palaham explained that the sunstone was located here. In a huge reservoir there was a slightly smaller reservoir. Inside the entire structure, the sunstone was visible. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked how they would get the stone, to which the warrior replied that if an outsider had pressed the wrong button, serious trouble would have begun. The glass began to rise. Grabbing the capsule, the warrior leader asked his comrade if he would regret his decision. Stretching out his hand, the boy said that he would regret it much more if he did not destroy the demonic flower. Baring his teeth, Palaham explained that they had done this before. Opening his mouth, the young man asked if everything started over after the flower was destroyed, to which the Sun Warrior replied that no matter how hard they tried, fate could not be changed. Letting go of the capsule, the warrior leader added that this was the reason why the queen gave up the stones so easily, to which the streamer replied that it did not matter. Frowning, the user promised that he would do everything possible to change the future. The sun's rays illuminated the fir trees near the house. The protagonist smiled widely and turned on the broadcast. A lot of messages immediately appeared in the chat. Jeju pressed the button on the system window. Palaham approached him and asked if he was leaving. The guy confirmed this and asked what his ally was going to do. Clenching his fist, the man replied that he wanted to join the battle, since he had not fought for a long time, and added that Karuen and Leto would probably appreciate the chance to cheer up after drinking. The young man smiled and asked if he really thought he would fail. The leader said that nothing would end after destroying the flower with the sunstone. The commander smiled widely and suggested that he had some kind of score to settle with Tarek and that he would use the last crumbs of energy to create monsters to destroy the city. The player bowed and thanked his comrade. The captain asked him to get rid of these imperial manners. The warrior confidently looked ahead and said that he needed to hurry. The new boy punched his chest and said it was fun. Palaham put his hands on his belt. The magical engineer standing in front of him disappeared. The man smiled and decided that even though these were the last moments before death, most would think that he had already saved them. The chieftain frowned and realized that now they had to do everything in their power. Karuen jumped out from behind the fence when the commander called out to him and asked where Leto was. The boy replied that his comrade had locked himself in the training ground. The captain looked back and asked him to gather all the warriors. With a confident frown, the warrior declared that they were declaring war and ordered everyone to get their weapons ready. The assistant put his fist to his chest and agreed. He immediately ran into the house. The squire remembered the wounded Pope and wondered if they were all right. The fighter's mouth fell open in shock. The soldier reported that Palaham had called for a general assembly. The queen, reading the letter, said that there was nothing surprising about it. She turned her head when the guard reported that the commander was inviting all members of the Blue Knight, Bloody Teeth, and White Lands to join him. The woman smiled and asked what his goal was. The man replied that the captain wanted to awaken the great mind of Tarek. Putting the documents on the table, Her Majesty ordered his request to be fulfilled and stated that it would not change much anyway, because they would suffer the same fate anyway. Sang-hyuk clenched his teeth tensely. Holding the potion in his hands, the boy asked if this was all he was supposed to. Jisung asked what was wrong. The knight opened his mouth wide and shouted that he had not been working hard for this past few days for this. The girl raised her hand to her chin and called it strange. The warrior crossed his arms over his chest and decided that the travelers would be able to withstand even 3 ice giants. Until yesterday, they had been given incredible tasks. The man scratched his ear and asked them to bring him some water. Now the wanderers were given only simple tasks with small rewards. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise when the system reported that the test had been passed. The woman asked what had happened. The fighter turned to her and said that the task had already been completed. The awakened one asked how that was possible. Clicking on the system window, Sang-hyuk explained that he would have to turn on the broadcast and ask the chat, and remembered how he had turned off the stream because his viewers were behaving terribly. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. The boy asked if they really needed to go in search of the heart of the end. The knight approached the fortress wall and looked ahead. The warrior brought his hand to his forehead and noticed that something was wrong. The flower opened its fang petals. The viewers warned the streamer that he had better run. There were soldiers standing behind the heroes. The swordsman asked if this plant would destroy Turaha. Jusum agreed that it looked dangerous. The fighter looked to the side and saw the locals running somewhere. Squaring his eyes in displeasure, Sang-hyuk was outraged that subscribers were not sending him donations and threatened to turn off the stream. The boy smiled widely when coins rained down on him. The knight took his friend by the hand and said that it was time for them to go. The soldiers opened their mouths wide and sang loudly. The warrior looked out from behind the fence and was surprised. The commentators assumed that this song was praising the great commander. The swordsman scratched his chin and wondered if they would really fight each other. The fighter frowned and thought that he was not going to run away if something happened, because he wanted to witness it. Sang-hyuk put his hand on his chest and said that he would watch this battle until the very end, risking his life. The boy clasped his thumb and index finger and said that he needed money in return. The commentators were outraged by his greed. The knight spread his arms and said that in this case he had no business here. The subscribers immediately agreed to pay him. The warrior smiled happily when he received several donations. The swordsman put his hand on his friend's shoulder and explained that it would be better for her to return to the portal because it was too dangerous here. Jusung said that she would rather die with him than go alone. Her eyes sparkled when the fighter frowned and asked her to leave so that nothing would happen to her. The girl said that she would never leave him. Suddenly, a powerful explosion of energy occurred in the mountains nearby. The boys looked at the source of the bright light in fear. A powerful lightning fell on the flower. Its petals were torn to pieces. Soha was lying on the couch in a dark room. Gio opened the door abruptly and asked what was going on and reminded them that they were having a clan meeting today. The girl scratched her stomach and asked him to leave. The woman asked what the point was for her to be there if the others weren't even thinking about leaving the tower. The guy smiled and expressed confidence that his friend knew what was going on Earth. Frowning, the young man told her that the clan leader was very annoyed because there had been changes on the 10th floor and warned her that he didn't like it when the situation got out of control. The awakened one gave him a stern look and asked her comrade to leave because she was in a bad mood. The director headed for the exit and asked her to contact him if her opinion changed. The player bit his thumb tensely. The broadcast showed the main character. A viewer asked if the streamer really wanted to do this. Jeju, grabbing a branch, confirmed this and thought about how there were places where it was impossible to shorten the path, even though his time was running out. Ahead of him stood a yeti. The boy realized that as soon as the heart of the end was ready to bloom, ice giants would start appearing from everywhere. The monster turned away and left. The young man decided that he should avoid unnecessary battles that only slowed him down. The player frowned and realized that he had a sunstone and a glove with him, but there was a feeling that something was still missing. The newcomer stepped onto the dead land. In front of them was a giant flower. The commentators were horrified. The magic engineer looked ahead sternly and wished to end everything once and for all. Someone approached him from behind and was surprised that the traveler still came here. Kuruen smiled and said that he was already tired of waiting for him. The protagonist asked what brought him here. The boy lifted the blanket and explained that he came to give them. In his arms sat the wounded Popo. Jeju opened his mouth wide and said that his comrade knew why he came to the flower. Raising his eyebrows, the assistant said that he simply helped the spirits who were trying to get through the cold snow themselves, and suggested that they began to look for their master when he left. After petting La, the boy said that this could not be because they should not have moved in such a state, and asked his comrade to carry them back, since it was too dangerous here. The squire looked at the monsters and concluded that they did not want to leave. The young man wondered why his pets did this. Taking them in his arms, the player thanked his ally and thought about how he used the magical beasts only for his own survival, and climbing up the tower. Bowing, Kuruen asked him not to worry about it, and explained that he wanted to spend the rest of his time in peace, although it would soon be the end, so it was time for him to go. The newbie looked after him with a smile. Putting the fluffy balls on the ground, the magic engineer asked them to rest in his backpack and promised to heal them as soon as he finished his business. The protagonist clenched his fist and realized that he would make the administrator pay for everything even at the cost of his own life. Jeju squatted down and put his hand on the ground. The flower spat something into the air. Ugly monsters appeared on the ground. The guy's eyes lit up. He rushed past all the monsters. The young man made a dash for the plant and realized that he should attack it as soon as he got close. A bright flash appeared in his glove. Suddenly, a beast stood in his way. The player dodged its tentacle strike. The cloak pierced the monster's head. The newbie jumped up and found himself right above the flower. The magic engineer landed on the bud. The protagonist grabbed the glove and decided that he had to do it before more enemies got in the way. Popo licked his cheek. Jeju's eyes widened in surprise. His backpack was open. The boy wondered why they had gotten out. Laha narrowed her eyes and began to breathe heavily. The young man clenched his teeth tensely. The player turned his head and realized that he had no time to think. The newcomer pointed the glove at the plant's mouth and concluded that with this incredible power, he would succeed. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth. The monster approached him from behind. The magic engineer grinned and said that it was too late. The beasts opened their mouths in horror. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated them. A giant wave of energy appeared in the middle of the mountains. Palaham smiled widely and said that it had finally begun. The man raised his hand and said that the traveler went alone to fight the demonic flower. The stranger in the crowd looked away. The chief explained that they used to be the ones who tore out the hearts of their enemies even at the cost of their own lives, and said that they had long ago lost the spirit of Tarek. The girl bared her fangs and shouted that she did not agree with him. The warrior smiled and assumed that she had something to say. The woman raised her hand, deciding that they had already done all they could, and asked if getting rid of the heart of the end would change anything. The captain narrowed his eyes and asked if that was her final opinion. The commander of the Blue Knights smirked and suggested that he find out what the others thought. She frowned furiously and asked if her comrades really thought that their boring lives would definitely be over. The soldiers opened their mouths wide and asked the leader not to try to defy fate. Lucan pointed at her ally and suggested that they end this nonsense, because the sun had already set. Palaham grabbed his stomach and laughed loudly. The girl covered her ears with her hands. The man smiled widely and said that he mistook trash that wasn't even worth a traveler for his comrades. Sanghyuk opened his mouth in horror and asked what was going on. The viewers wondered why the flower just exploded. A bright pillar of light shot into the sky. The commenters assumed that the chief was to blame. The boy scratched his head and asked what it was. The user asked if a player had used a sunstone. The knight clenched his fist and asked the subscribers to tell him what was going on. Ja-sung closed her eyes furiously and asked if her friend hadn't said he would protect her. The swordsman looked at her in amazement. Looking down, the fighter doubted that he could do it and decided that he would not be able to protect her properly. The girl burst into tears and asked why he wanted to leave her alone. The viewers asked them not to relax. The heroes looked away when they heard a strange noise. A huge crowd of monsters was approaching from the forest. A cloud of mud splashed into the air. The terrible creature opened its mouth and growled. The guys trembled with fear. The warrior asked what kind of things with tentacles on their heads were. The growths on the monster's forehead trembled. The commentators explained that they were protectors, who are distinguished by their strong skin and ferocity. The Beatles raised their paws. The user wrote that the worst thing that could happen is if the streamer becomes their lunch. Sang-hyuk grabbed his friend by the hand and shouted that they needed to run. Palaham raised his axe over his head and asked if they were ready to fight. The soldiers attacked the approaching monsters. A bright light illuminated the mountains. The boy shuddered and felt it appear behind him. The woman turned her head and asked what happened. The knight looked back and thought that they should go. Turning around, the swordsman realized that he hated his curiosity and decided that he should check everything. At the epicenter of the explosion stood a white man, enveloped in light energy. The fighter frowned and assumed that he was just imagining it. The black silhouette had bright eyes. The protagonist realized that he did not believe in life after death. It seemed to him that at the moment of death, countless memories would flash before his eyes. Images from the past appeared in his head, the parents who abandoned him, the workers in the nursery, the people he met in the tower, and everything he had to endure in it. Finding himself in complete darkness, Jeju wondered if this was how his death would be. The guy opened his eyes. Suddenly, the young man clenched his teeth when a sharp pain pierced him. His body began to dissolve into thin air. The player fell into the void. While the pain was fleeting, the feeling of gradual disappearance was incredibly clear. A wave of energy flashed in the darkness. The newbie opened his eyes wide and asked who it was. In front of him sat a small boy. The magic engineer took a step forward. The protagonist tried to run forward, but could not get closer to the goal. Jeju frowned tensely. The child looked back. There were tears in his eyes. The guy realized that it was him from the past. A crack appeared behind him. The young man turned around and wondered what it was. A huge crack was shining in front of him. Suddenly, Popoy appeared in it. The player opened his mouth in shock. The debris continued to fall down. A joyful cry was heard. There was nothing in front of the newbie's eyes when he woke up. The viewers assumed that this was some kind of cheat. The monster surrounded the owner. The magic engineer abruptly rose from the ground. The commentators asked him to put on at least something. The protagonist looked down and asked how he managed to stay alive. Holding the pets in his hands, Jaja asked why they were so small. Subscribers asked if he was cold. The guy looked down and asked if something was wrong. The observers decided that he was seriously concussed. The young man looked at his naked body. The donor asked him to put on clothes. The player opened his mouth in horror and screamed. His cheeks turned red. The system turned on the mosaic filter. There were fragments of a glove on the ground. The newbie realized that it was completely destroyed, although everything was fine with Lotanto set. The magic engineer shook his head and wondered where the most important thing was. The main character opened his eyes wide and realized something. Jaja looked at his hands and asked if he really ate the sunstone. The viewers saw the streamer as a mosaic. The commentator asked them not to joke and tell what really happened. Some time ago, the guy pointed the glove at a flower. Then the subscribers thought that their eyes would explode from the bright light. Then the Pope covered their master's body with their fur to absorb the damage. At the same time, Laha ate the sunstone. His body began to emit a glow. Since the broadcast was still on, the observers were convinced that their idol was still alive. The monster licked the wounds of his relatives and gave them enough energy to move again. The beast smiled happily. The young man raised a stop sign and asked what he had to do with it. The viewers wrote that the spirits continued to lick him. The player looked at the pets confusedly and asked how long he had been unconscious. The commentator answered that it had been about 20 minutes. Looking ahead, the newbie wondered if Toroho was safe now and thought about how many monsters had burst out after the heart was destroyed, despite the fact that he managed to survive. Pushing off from the ground, the magical engineer realized that even Palaham could not cope with them all and decided that he needed to return to Toroho. The protagonist flew high into the sky. Popoy enveloped his naked body. Jeju waved his arms and wondered how he managed to jump so high. The dead monster fell to the ground. The monster stepped in a pool of blood. The man hit it with his axe with force. The chieftain put his hand on his belt and looked up. A bright flash appeared above the enemy army. The captain assumed it was a meteorite. A wave of energy approached the magical beasts. The monster opened its mouth in horror. A beam of light pierced its body through and through. A stream of aura rushed over the ground, destroying everything in its path. A powerful explosion was heard. The beetles looked at each other in fear. The commander frowned tensely. In the center of the destroyed land stood a white man. He was enveloped in waves of light matter. His eyes lit up. The guy looked down and realized that it was difficult for him to control the mana that was boiling and striving to get out. The spectators suggested that he simply go to the fountain. The young man looked back and said that he was not going to run away from here. The commentators decided that he was driven by a sense of duty. The monsters surrounded him from all sides. Karun approached the leader and asked what happened. The player destroyed all the beasts around. Palaham asked if his comrade remembered the story they all grew up on. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked if it was really about the legend of the great warrior. Looking back, the man confirmed this and decided that he had a good memory. The assistant told him that the legendary fighter wore a snow-white wool coat and shone brightly. Enveloped in light energy, the newcomer jumped forward. The magical engineer broke the ground with his fist. The squire's eyes widened in surprise and thought that this could not be. The leader smiled and said that this was the savior who would restore the honor of Tarek. Karun said that it was just a legend. Lucan smiled widely and asked if their leader really believed in fairy tales. Raising her index finger, the girl suggested that they stop clinging to empty hopes, and said that it would only turn Tarek into dust. The heroes cast a menacing glance at her. The woman frowned in displeasure when the captain asked what the name of the hero from the legend was. The boy tensely pursed his lips and answered that his name was Lakenta. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The assistant explained that what they were now seeing was similar to a story about a great warrior. A golden aura enveloped the white man. The protagonist decapitated the monster with a punch. The defenders approached him closely. Jeju kicked them. The system reported that the level of his martial art had increased. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and concluded that he could improve his skills even in this state. The young man opened his eyes wide. The monsters bowed their heads before him. Strange appendages appeared on their heads. Suddenly they turned into spikes. Several sharp needles approached the player. The blade pierced his body from all sides. The monster fell to the ground, blood flowing from the wound on his head. White fur enveloped the spike. The newcomer took one of them in his hands and asked if the enemies would mind if he borrowed it. The beasts opened their mouths in fear. The magic engineer swung the needle. The protagonist threw it forward. The blade made a hole in the monster's body. Bloody spikes lay on the ground. Jeju wiped his chin and realized that there were too many enemies. Popoi, sitting on his head, shuddered. The monsters began to climb on top of each other to surround the prey. Watching the gathering of beasts from the side, Karun asked if they didn't need to help their comrade. Palaham crossed his arms over his chest and asked him to wait, and explained that if it was the real Lakenta, they would only hinder him. The monsters climbed up the mountain of their kind. The boy noticed that their numbers were growing and decided that everything could end badly if they did not do something. The assistant ran to the fortress and said that they needed to take the mana cannon. Suddenly, the squire flinched and raised his eyebrows. A bright flash appeared on the battlefield. It was followed by a powerful explosion of energy. Karun lay down on the ground and called out to his leader. The boy closed his eyes and thought about how his friend did not even move from the spot. Enveloped in a blue aura, the boy realized that he had never experienced anything like this during the thousands of repetitions of the same end of Tarek, the overwhelming power that forced others to their knees. His body exuded a huge amount of energy. The bright light began to fade. The chieftain concluded that it was all over and suggested checking what was there. The assistant asked what it meant. The captain smiled and wanted to see if it was really Lakenta. The squire stepped on the severed leg of the beetle. He opened his mouth in surprise. In front of the heroes was a deep pit from which light emanated. The commander immediately jumped down. Karun asked him to stop. The boy looked at the crowd in horror and realized that he would simply be pushed off the edge if he doubted. The assistant followed his comrade into the pit. Palaham frowned menacingly and asked if it was really Lakenta in front of him. The youth was enveloped in popa wool. It was too bright, so the man could not see his face. The player lowered the corners of his lips. The squire clenched his fist and thought that this white woolen cloak was rather cute. The soldiers crowded at the edge of the cliff. The newbie bowed his head. His body fell to the ground. Karun asked if he was okay. Pope climbed onto the head of the magical engineer. The monster closed his eyes and smiled happily. The boy knelt down and looked at the spirits in shock. Without getting up from the ground, the protagonist opened his eyes. In front of them were the faces of Tareka's warriors. They disappeared when Jeju lost consciousness. The setting sun painted the sky orange. At night, the stars shone in it. In the morning, birds flew over the city. The guy opened his eyes and saw a wooden ceiling. The young man squinted and asked what kind of place this was. Suddenly, the player's eyes widened in shock and wondered if the battle was over. The newbie jumped out of bed and asked what happened to Tarek. Popa jumped onto his master's shoulder. The monsters happily pressed themselves to him. Some time ago, the magic engineer clenched his fist, his body moving instinctively to defeat the monsters that were approaching the city. The monsters were coming from all sides. The longer the protagonist fought, the more he felt the mana spreading through his body. His eyes began to shine. Jeju lost consciousness before he could even comprehend anything. The boy scratched his chin and realized that he did not remember anything except the battle with the magical beasts. In the far corner of the room stood a cabinet. The young man decided that he would not be lying here if Teruha was destroyed. On the wall hung a painting. The player smiled when Popo pressed against his cheeks, and concluded that everything ended well. The door of the room opened. Holding a bowl of soup in his hands, Palaham said that his friend looked better than expected. The newcomer looked away and said that he had a question. The man stuck a spoon in his mouth and asked his comrade to eat before talking. The magic engineer stuck out his tongue and shouted that it was too hot. Soon, an empty bowl appeared on the table. Holding a glass in his hands, the protagonist asked if he really managed to get rid of all the enemies. Smiling widely, the chief confirmed it, and said that it all happened in an instant. Jeju could not believe it. The captain punched his chest. The commander confidently looked forward, praising his hero. The boy's eyes widened in surprise and asked what this meant. The warrior asked him to leave the room as soon as he felt better. The young man got dressed and got off the bed. The player punched the air. The Popo frowned and repeated after him. The newcomer swung his hand again. The monsters did the same again. Unclenching his fingers, the magic engineer realized that he was okay and felt a surge of strength, as if he could run through the mountains and back. Putting his hand to his chest, the protagonist decided to check something and thought that after waking up, the mana that was overflowing him suddenly disappeared. A blue aura enveloped him. Only the mana that was in him initially remained in his body, and there were no problems with its circulation. Jeju looked sternly ahead. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes wide and felt a sharp pain. He covered his mouth with his hand and coughed. Traces of blood appeared on his palm. The young man hid his hand behind his back and said that he was fine. Popa cried anxiously. The player wiped his chin and tried to calm them down. The audience suggested that this could be a reaction to an excess of mana. Palaham entered the room and decided that something was wrong with his comrade. The newcomer replied that it was more likely due to his mana. The man looked away and asked if it was a power that only mages use. The engineer confirmed it, and explained that he could not control it. The chief placed a basin of water on the floor and suggested that the energy had stopped circulating. The protagonist washed his hands and said that mana circulated but suddenly stopped when it reached the heart and evaporated. The captain said that Kuruin should know more about this kind of thing. Jeju took water in his hands and decided that it could be related to the stone he ate on the first floor. The warrior's glove was shrouded in bright energy. Mana is a force used in magic, but the guy used it as an aura. The knight held a sword in his hands. The young man did everything for his survival when he came to, and his physical abilities were much better than before. The player washed his face with cold water. The commander handed him a towel and concluded that his comrade uses mana as natural forces. The newcomer confirmed this. The magic engineer wiped his face. Palaham asked if this approach had any consequences. The heroes stood in the room and talked about something. A clear sky hung over the city. Leto clutched an axe in his hand and frowned sternly. The soldiers crowded in front of him and demanded to be let in. Sanheet gritted his teeth and asked why they were not allowed to enter. The protagonist followed the chieftain out of the house. The boy's mouth opened in surprise when he saw and recognized him. The Popo were sitting on the owner's shoulders. Jeju wondered why there were so many people around. The captain opened his mouth wide and called out to his friend. Kuruin immediately jumped over the fence. Fordrick sneezed immediately as soon as the viewers remembered him in the chat. The commander grabbed his comrade and quickly returned to the house. The knight narrowed his eyes and asked what had just happened. With his mouth wide open, the swordsman asked the centurion to step aside and asked why they were not allowed to pass. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the heroes' faces. A giant wave of energy burst out from the roof of the house. Holding up 2 fingers, the boy said that there were 2 possible options, and explained that the mana circulation paths might be blocked at the moment. The heroes looked at him carefully. The boy concluded that it was about side effects, since the end point of mana movement is in the heart. It concentrated bright energy in itself. Since the youth used his mana as an aura, after Fordrick's warning on the 5th floor, it should not be obvious, since its normal use caused a strange feeling. The player tilted his head and asked what about the other option. The assistant raised his index finger and said that since the spirits gave him the power of the Sunstone, there was a conflict between the 2 energies. The newcomer replied that this was unlikely to be the problem, since the Sunstone no longer affected him. Smiling, the squire asked if his mana, which should enter the heart, was not rejected, and explained that at the moment the body suppressed the flow of mana in order to survive because the power was too strong to control. Scratching his chin, the magic engineer concluded that this sounded logical, and thought about how if his heart was filled with the power of the Sunstone, then his own energy would naturally be rejected. Palaham leaned over and suggested that he try to release it. Kuruin suggested that he had nothing left to lose. Looking at his hand, the protagonist agreed and realized that he would be at a loss if he did not act, because the mana could get out of control. Jeju sat in the lotus position and decided to focus on the power in his heart. The boy closed his eyes and noticed that there was no reaction. In the memory, the boy raised a finger and explained that this would help restore the strongest memories. The scene of his first meeting with Popa appeared in the youth's mind. The administrator gave him a menacing look. The memory faded with time. The player imagined himself crying in the darkness. A bright flash appeared in his heart. The newcomer opened his eyes wide. Energy permeated his body. The magic engineer understood why his own power could not circulate properly. The man narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked if everything was all right. The monster closed his eyes and shuddered. The protagonist pursed his lips, his face covered in sweat. Suddenly, Jeju began to cough up blood. The assistant asked what happened to him. Clutching his chest, the guy realized that he could not even answer, and felt intense pain and heat, as if his body had turned into a fireball. The squire extended his hand to him and offered to try to take control of this energy. Karun opened his mouth in amazement and felt a monstrous heat emanating from his ally. The leader frowned and explained that they couldn't release the energy because there were people outside. The boy thought that his body wouldn't last long otherwise. The player clenched his teeth tensely. He clenched his trembling fist. The newcomer swung his hand. The boy hugged Pope to his chest and turned away. A powerful explosion occurred in the room. Leto looked back when he heard a roar. A bright beam of energy broke through the roof of the building. The assistant raised his eyebrows in surprise. Clouds were visible in the hole, floating across the sky. The heroes stood in the room and silently looked at their comrade. At night, stars appeared. They were visible through the hole in the ceiling. The viewers wondered why the administrator created the streaming function in the first place. The magic engineer opened his eyes and asked why he could see the night sky. The squire smiled and said that his friend had slept for a total of 1.5 days. The protagonist looked at him awkwardly. Karun asked if he was okay. Jeju's eyes widened and he replied that everything was fine. The boy accidentally hit his ally when he jumped out of bed and asked if everyone was still alive. The boy grabbed his forehead and apologized. The boy looked down and said that Palaham was hurt. The player's mouth dropped in shock, realizing that he was the one to blame, and asked where the chieftain was now. The assistant pointed to the roof of the building. The man was holding a board in his hands. The squire explained that his comrade was going through emotional trauma because Charlotte scolded him. The newcomer smiled when he realized that everything was actually fine. On the 20th floor, a stranger was sitting in front of the system window. The user grabbed his head and called Sanghyuk useless. The awakened gritted his teeth and thought about finding a magic engineer to say goodbye to this terrible place. Coins fell on the broadcast window. Attempts to extract information from the night were unsuccessful. The only thing the viewer managed to find out was the name of the main character, but the search did not find it. A can of soda fell to the floor. The subscriber asked where Jeju was. The stranger frowned menacingly and decided that someone besides him was interested in this monster. Demonic hands reached out to the guy. The user realized that he had to reach him before he managed to get to the 20th floor. At this time, clouds were floating above the city on the 70th floor. A car was driving along the highway. Gio asked if his girlfriend always dressed like this for a meeting with the head of the clan. Soha raised her hand and asked him to do the same because they did not have a dress code anyway. Sitting behind the wheel, the guy asked why she was so angry and reminded her that the world could soon disappear from the face of the earth. The girl decided that something was wrong here and said that they could not trust the administrator. The young man frowned and asked her to be careful when talking to the clan leader and doubted that this was a serious matter. The woman looked out the window and thought that she did not want to go there. The director noticed that their leader always smiled strangely when he was in a bad mood. Beyond the gate was a large mansion. The guild leader Hippocrates smiled and thanked the guests for coming. The manager smiled back and said that they were very glad to see him. There were many dishes on the table. The man explained that everyone else was too busy to come today and suggested that the three of them have lunch. The player cut the meat. The clan leader asked if it was true that she often watched streams of newcomers lately. The heroes shuddered and looked ahead tensely. Gio broke out in a cold sweat. Soha answered in the affirmative and asked if there was something wrong with it. Closing his eyes, the awakened one asked her not to be nervous, because he was not trying to blame her for anything, and explained that he had one request. The scoundrel narrowed his eyes and suggested that she would be able to handle this task perfectly. Frowning sternly, the girl agreed to listen to him and realized that her colleague probably wanted to force her to do something vile. Grinning maliciously, the head of the Hippocrates Guild told her that the emperor on the 5th floor had changed and that this had affected the behavior of the townspeople, and asked his friend to deal with it. Spreading her arms, the woman asked if it was really that important, and decided that the changes on the 5th floor would hardly affect the 70th floor. The man stabbed the knife into the table. The player's eyes widened in fear. The reflection in the blade shone. The clan leader asked if she was really that lazy to take on this job. Soka clenched her fist and tried to calm herself down. She looked away and asked what she needed to do. Raising the knife, the awakened one explained that all these changes were caused by the user's actions and said that they did not need any new variables when building the 70th floor. The villain narrowed his eyes slyly and added that if the reason really was hidden in some person, then he must be killed at all costs. The main character lay on the bed with his eyes closed. The viewers wondered what their idol was thinking about. Jeju stroked Pope and replied that he was thinking about his beloved subscribers. Frowning, The guy thought about the dozens of people gathered outside the house and was surprised that they did not immediately go to the portal. People joyfully raised their hands. There was a system at the Fountain of Trials, which was called the Hall of Fame, depending on the complexity of the task, the time of cleaning and the satisfaction of the inhabitants of Tarek. Each user received their rank. A rating appeared on the system window, which is formed after passing the 15th floor. The young man initially planned to use it to gain viewers and earn a reward for the number of subscribers. The red eyes of the people lit up. The player realized that there would be those who would closely watch him, which meant that Popo would also be targeted, and this would put them in danger. The newcomer bowed his head and realized that there was no guarantee that such people were not among his current viewers, because it was impossible to guess whether they were aware of his power or not. The magic engineer looked away and decided that he was no longer confident that everything would work out. There were pieces of fabric on the nightstand. The protagonist thought that he did not know how long it would take for Set Lapantu to recover. Jeju looked at Popoy and realized that now he really needed help from the outside. Koden smiled happily. After stroking him, the guy mentally called the pets cute, and wondered if he should start training them for close combat. The young man covered the monsters with his hand, causing them to be very happy. The player's eyes widened. The newbie fell onto the bed and gave up on his idea, because he was too worried about the beasts. The magic engineer opened the skill list and remembered that there were 4 days left until the floor closed. The protagonist frowned and realized that he only had to become stronger, so creating a new mechanical glove and collecting the entire lot onto set could wait. In the memory, Jeju punched the ground. He needed to improve his melee skills to protect his body without using additional items, but raising the passive skill level was quite difficult. Palaham crossed his arms and asked if the traveler really wanted to spar with him. The boy thought that a good teacher was the key to accelerated growth. The man smiled widely and suggested that he missed those battles. The young man reminded him that he was a great warrior, in his opinion. Smiling, the player said that he would understand if his comrade was simply afraid to fight him, and thought about the fact that he would not be able to return to the 15th floor and that even if he did, the system would prevent his ally from remembering him. So now he needed to develop his strength and move on. The leader struck with his fist. He stopped right in front of the newcomer's face. The commander confidently frowned and asked his friend not to forget that he was not wearing clothes that could protect him. The magic engineer smiled and reminded him that the last time they fought without them. People gathered behind the fence. The protagonist took a fighting stance and realized that he was worried about being followed, but sooner or later, the one who needed it would find him anyway. The captain narrowed his eyes slyly and asked him not to regret his decision. Jeju dodged his lightning strike. The number 3 appeared on the sheet. The guy fell to the ground in front of his opponent. The number on the paper changed to 2. Then the young man dashed forward to counterattack. The calendar sheet with the number 1 lit up. The player looked at his fist and realized that time had flown by unnoticed, because there was 1 day left until the 15th floor closed. The newcomer smiled confidently and looked forward. The system reported that his martial art level had been raised. The sun's rays illuminated the house. The Popo were devouring the magic stones. The magic engineer watched them from the side. The protagonist scratched his chin and thought about how he would have to leave tomorrow morning, so his last night in Taruha would soon be here. A notification about passing the test appeared in the memory. The reward for the floors that the administrator interfered with was very high. Jeju realized that he would reveal even more information about himself if he received the reward now. Closing his eyes, the guy wondered if he should stop the broadcast, and concluded that it would give the impression that he was fencing himself off from his subscribers. The young man clicked on the system window and said that he wanted to check his reward. A gift-wrapped box landed on the floor. The player opened it and thought that he needed to collect the reward for subscriptions as well. A bag of gold, a spatial backpack, and the leather tunic of the Master of the Seven Snakes Lapantu appeared from the box. The newbie took the equipment in his hands and made sure that he was right, that he had a chance to get another thing from the set. The magic engineer frowned and remembered that under the effect of this tunic, other people's bodies begin to double. The protagonist took off his t-shirt and wanted to try it out. The shirt fell to the floor. Jeju put on his new gear and wondered if he could control this effect. Suddenly, the world in front of his eyes swam. The boy felt as if everything he looked at was starting to ripple. The beds and walls of the room became distorted. The young man hesitantly took a step forward. Covering his mouth with his hands, the player decided that his energy was leaking from using this clothing, and realized that he needed to concentrate. The newcomer opened his eyes wide. Popa looked at him with concern. At the same time, they became clearer and shone. The magic engineer smiled widely when he saw them. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand again, because he was starting to feel sick. Jeju bowed his head and threw up. Wiping his mouth, the boy realized that he could activate the effect at any time if he tried, and concluded that he needed time to get used to things and regeneration. The next morning, the sun was shining on the snow-covered roofs of houses. The young man walked down the street. He closed his eyes and wondered if he could use all the items in the set at once. Looking around, The player asked where all his allies had gone and thought about how he wanted to say goodbye to them. The newbie turned his head and decided that something was wrong because the streets should be noisy and lively, but now there was no one around. The magic engineer's eyes widened tensely and assumed that the floor had already restarted. The protagonist began to run and realized that this explained why there was no one around. There was a tall building ahead. Jeju hoped that the fountain of trials had not yet closed. The guy stopped when he saw people in front of him. They put their fists to their chests and fixed their gaze on him. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise when the locals began to praise him. The townspeople smiled happily. Lito and Kurun confidently looked at their comrade. The player pointed at them and asked what was going on here. The boy asked what it might look like. Palaham smiled broadly and said that this was their farewell. The newcomer blushed and asked if this was too much honor for a simple traveler. The man raised his index finger and said that the savior of Tarik deserved it. The local approached the magical engineer and wished that honor would always be with him. Tears appeared in his eyes. The protagonist remembered his frightened face during the battle and was surprised that all the inhabitants of the city had gathered here to say goodbye to him. The chieftain put his hand on his shoulder and asked him not to forget that his path was blessed by all of them. The assistant clenched his fists joyfully. Jeju realized that this farewell was filled with the highest respect they could show. The centurion nodded silently. The boy realized that there were no analogues to this in the past. The commander closed his eyes and declared that his ally would become an excellent warrior. The young man shed tears from all these kind words. The player smiled widely and thanked his comrades. The newcomer waved his hand and thought that this was how his journey through Turaha, which was both long and short in its own way, came to an end. The magic engineer looked ahead confidently. He headed straight for the tall building. The protagonist approached him and decided that he was sad to say goodbye to the relationships built in this city. Jeju put on his hood and realized that he needed to focus on the next floor. The guy pulled the door handle. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The young man did not know what awaited him next, so he needed to collect his thoughts. A bright light hiding behind the door illuminated him. Jinha jumped out of the portal. The system reported that the user had arrived at the trial fountain of the 15th floor. A luxurious chandelier hung from the ceiling. People gathered in the hall. Someone was standing at the bar. The required number of participants had been reached. The bright sun illuminated the square where the players had gathered. Smiling, the boy asked if he really just needed to get a task from a resident of Tarik, and decided that he could handle it quickly, so subscribers could donate to him right now. The awakened one ran forward. The viewers promised to give him money only after completing the floor. The user approached the fortress wall and asked what he needed to see here. There were only mountains ahead. The participant of the test noticed that there was nothing else here. The commentators wondered where the flower had gone. Jinha frowned and wondered if they couldn't explain what they were talking about. The locals raised their mugs above their heads. The boy noted that they were having a lot of fun, as they were drinking and singing songs. White clouds floated above the fortress. People glorified the great warrior Lashant. Subscribers assumed that this was some kind of bug or a whim of the administrator. On the 10th floor, a portal appeared in front of the fortress. The stranger standing at the gate apologized and explained that he needed to check the users' identities. The girl grabbed her injured shoulder and asked what was wrong. The man explained that their clan was looking for the person responsible for the chaos on the floor, adding that he needed to check their faces since there was no stream recording function. The Hippocrates Guild member looked to the side and realized that he was looking for a young man with short hair and a backpack, wearing a loose-fitting brown coat. The boy took off his hood. The guard wondered how he could find the right person based on these features alone. The woman frowned in displeasure and asked if that would be enough. A line formed in front of the gate. The scoundrel thanked the people for their assistance. The protagonist peeked out from behind the user and asked what was going on here. Jeju gritted his teeth and realized that they were looking for him because his name had become known on the floors above. The boy pulled his hood up and thought that he couldn't even run away because they would immediately start chasing him. People looked at the Hall of Fame ranking in shock and immediately wanted to send a friend request to the person who was in first place. The boy approached the portal. Someone said that the ranker was the last one to enter here. The player entered the rift and thought that information about him had spread everywhere as soon as the results of the passage appeared, so he needed to immediately run to the 16th floor. The newbie took a step forward and realized that users usually return to the 10th floor when they complete large quests, which meant that his pursuers would go there. The statue was clutching a spear in its hands. Dust was flying around the room. Upon entering the floor, the magic engineer remembered that this was a trial, which was a mixture of the trials of the 3rd and 4th floors, and decided that he could not act recklessly. The protagonist closed his eyes and wanted to wait, because other people were supposed to come here. Coming out of the portal, the stranger noticed that the recruitment was closed and wondered if there was already someone inside. The old man followed him out and said that the one who was going to conquer the 16th floor alone was very brave. The man said that it would be even better this way. Jeju was standing by the statue. The system reported that the test would begin in 10 minutes. Opening his mouth wide, the knight decided to talk to him and asked his comrade to tell the others to get ready. The guy's face was hidden under a hood. Gritting his teeth, the warrior was afraid that this could be a criminal and asked if he was a user. The young man confirmed this. The swordsman, heading towards him, was surprised that the participant came here alone, and asked why this happened. The player refused to answer. The fighter took out his weapon and said that in this case, it would be difficult for them to build a normal dialogue. The newcomer smiled and explained that he could not tell him the whole truth. Sung narrowed his eyes, wondering if he would have to shed blood at the very beginning of the test, and suggested starting from the beginning. The magic engineer lowered the corners of his lips and said his name. The statue behind him began to move as the test was announced. The man opened his mouth in anger and warned him of the danger. A wave of energy flashed in the air. The protagonist destroyed the sculpture with a few blows. The knight's eyes widened in surprise. The old man looked back when he heard the crash. A moment later, the broken statues were lying on the floor. The user asked what it was. Jeju walked forward and thought that he needed to act quickly to implement the plan. There were torches hanging on the walls. The test of the 16th floor had just begun. The guy pushed the door with his hand. In the next room, there was another sculpture. Frowning, the young man wondered what he should do, and realized that he could not doubt, because otherwise, everything would become more difficult. The player took a step forward. The statue opened its eyes. In its hands was a vessel with a blue liquid. The golem cast a menacing glance at the participant of the test. The doors of the hall were open. Following his leader, the old man called what was happening madness and asked how someone could pass the test on their own. The room was covered in a layer of ice. Frowning, the swordsman thought that this trial was identical to the 3rd floor, so knowing the enemy's weaknesses could be dealt with easily, and realized that there were also plenty of traps and seals here. The newbie walked through the room. The warrior remembered that if he walked through the long corridor, the hidden stone statues would activate. The sculpture poured icy liquid onto the magic engineer. The fighter decided that it was very difficult to dodge and that even if it worked, it would be extremely difficult to pass through the cold air. Spears rushed towards the protagonist. Son concluded that there were too many traps here for him to complete the trial alone, so the only way to survive here was to cooperate with other participants. With his mouth wide open, the man asked his subordinates to scatter sand here and noticed that the ice on the floor was clean and that there were no cracks in it. The knight pointed his finger up and asked what it was. The old man raised his head. There was a boot mark on the ceiling. The swordsman frowned and assumed that their ally had climbed up to the ceiling to pass the ice corridor in one go. Jeju pushed off the wall. The warrior concluded that this was how he managed to avoid traps and defeat all the enemies. The user asked if there was any logic in this. The fighter smiled and reminded that this guy had destroyed a stone statue without even moving. Son took a step forward and thought that he did not know his true goals. There were corpses of slain monsters on the floor. The young man pressed the red button. The man assumed that his ally had done all this to show them his worth. The player was standing by the wall with crystals. He looked back and noticed that the others had already caught up with him. The knight smiled and replied that it was as easy as walking through a flower meadow. The newcomer raised his eyebrows and asked what their clan was called. The swordsman replied that they belonged to Hanshin. The magic engineer looked down thoughtfully. The protagonist grinned and decided to get to the point straight away, so as not to waste time on conversations. Jeju raised his hand and declared that he had one request. The inspector raised his hand in front of the man and asked for his assistance. The warrior raised one eyebrow and asked how Hippocrates dared to detain tired people on behalf of the entire guild. The guy stood in the middle of the crowd. The fighter explained that they would not cooperate with Hippocrates just because of her whim, and said that all those present were members of his clan. The young man frowned and decided that it was good that the guild would not force Hanshin to act as it wanted. Closing his eyes, the guard said that he had his own reasons for this, and promised to compensate for the inconvenience in the amount of 50,000 coins. Gritting his teeth in anger, Son asked how he dared to look down on him and offer him money, and stated that it was irritating that they were being held up here. The members of the Hippocrates Guild looked at each other. The boy bowed and apologized for the inconvenience. The heroes entered the gate. The scoundrel asked why they should listen to Hanshin. His friend replied that their clan leader was in charge of the 10th floor, so it was better for them not to conflict. The player looked away and sighed heavily. The sky turned orange. At night, stars appeared in it. The man smiled and said that the ally would be able to meet their clan leader tomorrow. Standing in front of him, the newcomer thanked his comrade for his help. The knight stated that they should thank him because they received the reward for the level 60 trial without even doing anything. The magic engineer smiled widely and explained that he only did it because he needed help, so the swordsman did not have to feel indebted. The protagonist sighed as the Hanshin members left. The audience decided that they had no evil intentions. Jeju turned around and concluded that all of these users had returned here from the 30th floors and above. Blood was dripping from the sword. Although Hanshin's goal was to keep the users safe and find a quick exit from the tower, they received a serious rebuff from the awakened from the 30th floor. The hand threw the people into the abyss, while the Hippocrates wanted to upgrade the tower, and used any means necessary to achieve their goal, considering the other members to be just cogs in the machine. Sitting with a towel on his head, the boy realized that his mere existence was a great nuisance to the Hippocrates Guild, and decided that the enemy of his enemy was a friend, so Hanshin would definitely be able to help him. Suddenly, the boy flinched when he heard a loud sound. The player looked back and asked if his pet had finished eating. There were crumbs of magic stones on Locke's cheeks. The newcomer looked at Pope in surprise. Viewers noticed that the subscriber with the nickname Lyubov had not appeared in the chat for a long time. On the 50th floor was the factory complex of the Hypocrite Guild. Soka raised her hand and hoped that she was not distracting her colleague from important matters. There was a guild emblem on her shoulder. The man bowed and said that her visit was a great honor for him. Squinting, the worker wondered what she needed and remembered that after climbing to the 70th floor there were no group activities left. The girl smiled and asked to show her the supply chain and daily recycling schedule. The woman frowned sternly and asked if there were any problems with this. Raising his hands, the factory employee realized that he did not want the fact that he had secretly downloaded all the materials to be revealed, and asked the guests to wait a little. Suddenly, someone burst into the room and shouted that the leader should come out right now. The player jumped to her feet and asked her comrade to gather the others and evacuate the workers. The boy scratched the back of his head and complained that he went down to the 50th floor but still couldn't find the leader. The young man turned his head when the awakened one asked who he was and said that she had never seen him before. Soha smiled confidently and doubted that the intruder was simply lost. Gritting his teeth in anger, Hotpot asked if she was the leader here and said that he came down here to cause chaos. The user threw a punch but missed. The girl jumped back and warned that his actions violated the mutual agreement. The fighter smirked and said that it would work if he was a member of the clan. Landing on one knee, the woman was surprised that he knew this and asked why the intruder was doing this. Putting his hand on his belt, the boy was indignant that Hippocrates was bothering one person he cared about, and was amazed that the guild decided to meddle in the affairs of the 10th floor. The young man swung his fist. The player frowned and wondered what they were talking about. Hotpot put his hand in front of him and wished death on it. The broken stones surrounded the awakened one from all sides. Soka lowered the corners of her lips and asked if this was really all about Popo. The user's eyes widened in amazement. The stones stopped in front of the girl's face. She smiled widely. The fighter asked what all this meant. The sun's rays illuminated the building of the workshop on the 10th floor. Taking a magnifying glass in his hands, Cray asked if he really needed to do this and was surprised that his comrade asked to borrow the workshop for a few days. There was a glove on the table, which was a combination of many mana circles. The man noticed that it could be mistaken for a martial arts item. The protagonist smiled and confirmed it. Jeju looked away and thought that he had learned the martial art of Teruha, which was superior to the martial art of the Empire, so he needed to change his weapon so that it would be suitable for its purpose. Extending his hand, the blacksmith warned him that his body might not be able to withstand the strain and suggested changing the sequence. The guy replied that it was not necessary and thanked his friend for his concern. Taking the glove in his hands, the young man apologized for having to turn off the stream and asked his subscribers to wait a little longer. The player smiled and explained that he wanted to go to the next floor, but first he needed to pay his debts. The setting sun illuminated the city. Night had fallen and the stars were appearing in the sky. Sungmin smiled and introduced himself, offering his guest a cup of tea. The newcomer closed his eyes and declined. Looking at him, the man thought that most would have agreed out of politeness, and realized that his ally was being very cautious. Sitting at the table, the guild leader told him about how he heard about being persecuted after falsely accusing the original guild, and suggested that he would like to join the Hanshin clan. Frowning confidently, the user decided that this was all a lie, and concluded that his guest was not even a member of Hypocrite. Nodding, the magic engineer confirmed this, and was surprised that the man was on the 10th floor and not the 50th. The awakened raised his eyebrows and was amazed that his ally was not even trying to justify himself. The protagonist remembered that he was called a pacifist since he did not have much combat power, but no one dared to ignore him. Raising his hand, Sungmin concluded that the guest already knew that he had some information and asked what his true motive was. Jeju flinched in surprise when the man called him by name. Clasping his hands, the head of Hanshin explained that he knew about what happened on the 15th floor and assumed that the changes on the 5th and 10th floors were also his doing. The guy looked away and realized that he should not devalue himself in his eyes by telling a lie that would be revealed anyway. The young man closed his eyes and confirmed this. The user lost all ardor from such an easy confession. The player offered to make a deal with him. The awakened raised his eyebrows and said that he did not need anything from him. A smile appeared on the newcomer's face. After presenting a variety of delicious foods, the magic engineer claimed that he knew what to make him interested, and remembered that the man was a first-class chef. Sungmin imagined a frying pan on which various ingredients were fried. The man grabbed his head and laughed loudly. The protagonist smiled when the head of Hanshin made him a counter-offer. The user raised his index finger and asked the ally to go through the 17th floor to prove his worth. Jeju asked what would happen if he had already done it. The awakened one put his hand on the table and said that it would be even better this way. The man in the white mask looked back. The play of shadows was much more painful when going through it again. The guy smiled and asked how his comrade would check everything. Sung Min leaned on his hand and explained that there were many ways to find out, so there was no need to worry about it. The young man frowned and thought about the fact that he would have to clear the 17th floor anyway to get to the 20th. Smiling, the player decided that it would be nice to earn the recognition of the head of Hanshin, and accepted his offer. The stranger stepped forward. Trembling with fear, the girl wondered if she would be able to cope with this task, and complained that it was so dark and deserted. The woman clasped her hands and thanked the subscribers who supported her. The user's mouth opened in fear when the system reported that the required number of participants had been reached. A stone statue appeared in front of her, all broadcast functions were disabled, and viewers could not leave the channel until the end of the test. The awakened one looked tensely to the side. There were several more people standing next to her. The stranger looked around and thought that just a moment ago there was no one here. The girl, with tears in her eyes, clicked on the system window. An ominous aura enveloped the man. According to the rules of the test, participants had to find the shadow that hid in one of them by voting or sacrifice 3 allies. A two-faced sculpture appeared and the system announced that the shadow would be distorted according to the average difficulty level of the users, so that they would be allowed to ask 6 questions, and if the stone statue smiled, it was true, and if not, it was a lie, and the players would only have one chance to vote. Chang Sung smiled and said that now that they were done with the introductions, they should discuss the next course of action, and then asked if they would follow the standard procedure and ask a question each. Jin Sun held his palm out in front of him and noted that there were exactly 6 distortions, and asked how they would know who was lying, to which Yumi replied that if there were 6 distortions, it meant that exactly 6 things about the person were changed, when suddenly someone said that it would be difficult, but better than nothing. Minha covered her mouth with her hand, and Hansen exclaimed that no one should even try to lie, because she is a specialist in psychology, and will immediately expose everyone. Stroking his chest, Jeju thought about the fact that their clothes had changed and all personal belongings were missing. With wide eyes, the protagonist wondered if Popoi was okay, when suddenly a notification appeared stating that the test would begin in 0 seconds. The awakened one slightly raised his head. The girls opened their mouths in alarm and did not understand what was happening. A stone statue appeared from the ground. A weapon appeared in the hands of the sculpture, and the artificial intelligence notified that there were 60 minutes left before the decision was made. The players stood in bewilderment in front of the monument that appeared. A large cage was visible below. The tip of the weapon shone brightly. Closing his lips, the protagonist realized that one look was enough to understand what would happen to the victims, and it was cruel. Minha folded her arms and suggested that they should pick the most suspicious person and ask if they were a shadow. Chang Sung said that it was impossible to ask, to which the girl extended her palm and said that she knew the reward would be SOSO, but they could draw lots or something and offer 3 people as sacrifices. The players looked at her ally in confusion. Jin Sun raised his fist and asked if she was joking, since people's lives were at stake and she wanted to leave everything to chance. The lady smirked and suggested that they hit her if they wanted to, then added that she would be grateful if they wanted to become an offering. The guy clenched his teeth and let out a dissatisfied cry, after which it was said that if a fight broke out between the players, the attacker would automatically be chosen as the sacrifice, and this was a rule set by the administrator so that the test could not be passed by brute force. The boy turned away from his partner, and Jeju realized that if this continued, he might actually hit her and become one of the victims. Minha suddenly called out to Yumi, to which she pressed her fists to her chest in fear. The girl remembered that she said that she was a personal trainer outside the tower, and that she had recently changed her course to magical engineering, to which she anxiously brought her fingers to her mouth and asked if something was wrong. Extending her palm forward, the lady noted that Jeju also said that he was studying magical engineering and clearly named the names of the skills he had learned and their levels, after which she asked why she had given such a vague answer. Approaching her trembling ally, Minha asked her if she understood that if she didn't speak clearly, she wouldn't be able to shake off suspicions, to which she replied that she simply heard from a newcomer on the 10th floor that a player from the 6th floor created an incredible magic gauntlet using magic engineering. The protagonist thought about her words with the corners of her lips turned down, while that Yumi shouted that she wasn't that talented in magic, and wasn't brave enough for the front lines, and that she had heard that magic engineering wasn't that bad, which was why she changed her course. Minha closed her eyes and stated that she could have said that from the start, then asked if she couldn't see that everyone was on edge, to which she muttered that it was very rude, and that she was just an introvert. Yumi suddenly removed her hands from her crying eyes. Jeju approached her, causing her to become frightened. At that moment, the girl pressed her head against Jinsen's chest. Pointing her finger at her partner, the lady asked the psychology expert if she was lying. Opening her mouth wide, the former personal trainer shouted that the other person was actually much more suspicious, and then added that she said that she had no reason or qualms about sacrificing others, and that it even looked like murder. Frowning angrily, Minha explained that it was just a suggestion. Coming closer to Yumi, The girl screamed that what she said in a calm tone should no longer be a reason for suspicion, to which Yumi was indignant that it was exactly like that, and also that she had no evidence to accuse her of anything, but she did it anyway. The veins on the lady's cheek bulged, and she asked if the other person could prove that it was a lie, when suddenly she heard someone calling her crazy. The player turned around and Hassan asked if they should do that in that case. Pointing her finger forward, the psychology major admitted that she was indeed the most suspicious right now, taking the initiative and wanting to put in a word everywhere, and then added that such a person would only be a burden on the team, so it would be better to get rid of her. Gritting her teeth tightly, Minha did not understand why they were suddenly targeting her, since she had done everything to turn her against the other one. Smiling, Hazung asked her interlocutor to look back, and then asked if she thought she was the only one who thought so. The remaining players looked straight at the girls, and it was said that no one was saying that this should not be done, and did not consider what was said wrong, and they were just silently and coldly watching, and some agreed with the look. With her mouth wide open, the girl did not understand what was happening, and then screamed that she thought they themselves said that no one should be killed. Raising her palm up, the user will ask to wait a minute. Jeju clenched his jaw and asked to use one question. Turning her head to the side, Hazung asked if he was going to ask a standard question, like whether the shadow was a man or a woman, since the gender could also be distorted. After a pause, the protagonist closed his lips and thought that everything was correct, since the stone statue's judgments were based on comparison with the original. Climbing the steps to the sculpture, the awakened one realized that if they asked if the shadow was a woman, the statue would deny it if the shadow was originally a man. In the distance, a dark silhouette surrounded by a bright aura was visible, and the protagonist noted that asking about things that could easily be distorted, such as gender or occupation, would not help find the shadow. Squinting, Chan-sung wondered if it would be better to sacrifice one suspicious person than to endanger the other 5. The boy suddenly closed his lips in alarm when he was asked if he could be sure that he would not be chosen as the sacrifice. Minha pressed her fingers to her mouth in fear. Yumi lowered the corners of her lips in disappointment when the player said that based on the course of events, one of them would be chosen as the sacrifice. Spreading his fingers, the traveler clarified who would be the third, then added that they would definitely kill each other trying to decide, and instead, they should take advantage of all opportunities before making a decision. Putting his hand to his chin, Jinseong noted that his partner was right, and Chanseong said that it was just one question, so it was better for one to die than 3. Waving her palm, Haezong said that she also agreed, and Yumi confirmed her words. Minha decided to listen to him, to which the boy smiled widely and thanked them. Grinning, the protagonist began to speak. Suddenly, the awakened one put his fingers to the stone statue. Standing in front of the sculpture, the protagonist said that he would now ask a question. It was said that the shadow was unlucky to be in the same room as Jeju, and at the same time, the dark entity, clenching its jaw, wondered if it had already been found out. Sweat was pouring down the shadow's face, and it was explained that despite trying to deal with the situation by mixing lies with the truth so that Jeju would not notice, the fear of being found out soon did not go away. Touching the statue, the protagonist decided to ask a question. Looking up, the protagonist asked if the shadow's gender had changed from male to female. Minha, with her mouth wide open, exclaimed that it was not enough to simply ask if the gender had changed, and then clarified that if they were wrong. The face of the sculpture was visible. Suddenly, the huge monument smiled. Turning his gaze to the side, the awakened one said that he knew who the shadow was. Jin-sun lowered his eyebrows and asked if he knew, asking only one question. The traveler, with his mouth slightly open, replied that just because half of the shadow had changed, it didn't mean that his habits had changed, and if he already knew the person, it would be even more obvious. And at that moment the guy asked again if he already knew him. Raising the corners of his lips, Jeju asked if they had met before. Yumi folded her hands in fear. The girl, through sweat on her face, asked what he was talking about, since she had never met him. The protagonist asked if he should tell Kanhyuk, causing the player to widen his eyes in confusion. The user asked about Kanhyuk, to which the protagonist, smiling, explained that they had participated in the 6th floor test together, and all of his characteristics remained the same. Looking ahead, the awakened one asked if they remembered what Yumi had said during the introduction. In the past, the knight extended his thumb, and the traveler said that she chose the high difficulty on the 5th floor, and since she used a spear, she was the 6th knight commander. The youth placed his hand on his chest and said that he chose the high difficulty, and therefore, since he was given the role of knight commander on the 5th floor, his skills could be trusted, and he was 26 years old and worked as a personal trainer in the outside world. A magic beam appeared, and at that moment, Jeju noticed that she also mentioned that she was a trainer, and she also knew that a mechanical glove created through magic engineering was used on the 6th floor. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, exclaimed that if all this was true, he was sure that she was Kanhyuk, whom he knew. Jinseong, frowning, asked if she was serious, and the girl objected that she was lied to. Hasten looked at Yumi and asked her why she flinched when the protagonist approached her, to which she replied that it was because a young man she didn't know approached her. Lowering her eyebrows, the user said that she didn't react like that when Jin-sun approached her, and then clarified why she only reacted so sharply to Jaeja, and the guy added that she wasn't afraid of him at all, and if something happened, she would even run to ask for help herself. The player noted that based on her knowledge, this was a sign that she already knew something about this man, which caused sweat to suddenly run down the girl's face. The former personal trainer, through tears, said that the stone statue only confirmed that the half of the shadow changed from male to female, and also asked if she was the only woman here, and added that the tower was full of people, and therefore it was too much to blame her for something based only on what she said. With a heavy sigh, the awakened one said that he didn't like the witch hunt either, and so he suggested doing the following. Opening his mouth, the traveler asked if he could ask the remaining 5 questions, and said that they could stop him if they didn't like something, to which the girls happily agreed. Yumi bit her lips in confusion, and it was said that with the change of atmosphere, there was no resistance left. Suddenly, Jeju touched the statue. Looking down, the protagonist asked if he had met the shadow before he came here, and if the shadow had met him on the 6th floor. A moment later, the sculpture smiled. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist clarified whether he should continue. Sweat was pouring down the face of the former personal trainer. Opening his jaw, the user asked why he was doing this, because something had clearly gone wrong, and it was pointless. Approaching the guy, Yumi exclaimed that she felt like she was being shamed. Jin-sun pushed her away, asking her to get lost. Hasten waved her hand, saying that was enough, and suggested voting because there was little time left. Through tears, the girl asked if they were joking now. Extending his index finger, the player shouted that this person was lying, and also clarified whether they wanted to die. Screens were visible near the teenagers, and it was audible that it was really not her. It seemed like Manhwa pressed the vote button for Yumi. Opening his mouth, the protagonist noted that he could consider this bad luck. The system reported that the vote was over, and at that moment the protagonist's face became serious. Clutching his head, the former personal trainer said that this was completely illogical, and the artificial intelligence wrote down the results. A shadow appeared above the girl. Suddenly, the statue leaned towards her. Then the sculpture grabbed Yumi tightly. The player quickly fell to the ground. Iron bars were visible. The user grabbed them and exclaimed that he did not want to die. A moment later, the monument swung a huge spear, and the girl asked to save her. One of the guys closed his eyes. The awakened one pursed his lips, after which the system reported that the shadow was eliminated. The sculpture began to evaporate, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence wrote that the test was passed, and the chat function, store and skills were activated. 2 portals appeared, one of which led to the 18th floor, and the second to the 10th. Jin-sun, smiling, turned to Jeju and said that if they crossed paths again, food would come from him. Shanson, waving his palm, said that this is why everyone is so afraid of the 17th floor, and added that they did a great job. Manhwa, joyfully raising her hand, thanked her for being alive and said goodbye. Looking ahead, the traveler realized that they had left immediately. Suddenly, Hazum looked at the protagonist and turned to him. Raising the corners of her lips, the girl said that he had done it. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist asked what she meant. The user smiled contentedly. Pointing at the screen, the player explained that one viewer had asked her to say that. Opening his mouth, the awakened one replied that he understood her. After some time, a tall building appeared. Son, opening his mouth, informed the clan leader that Jeju had done the test. Sungmin, turning his gaze to the side, said that he had already heard. The guy clarified why he was asking for a report every day, since he already knew everything, after which the leader, raising his hand, said that people have eyes, and if he did not come, it would seem that he had no work at all. The leader of the Hanshin clan lowered his head and added that he had heard rumors that the 20th floor was in chaos, and then asked if he knew anything about it. The boy raised his fist to his mouth and replied that he knew that he had been busy and that the newly formed guild was causing trouble, and at the same time, Sungmin asked if he was talking about the high school girl who used her fists. The leader grabbed his chin and remarked that he should know how to prioritize, and that it was strange of him, and asked if hard times had come. Sung clenched his jaw and apologized. Looking out the window, the leader asked if he knew about the blackout yet. The confused players showed up, and it was said that an incident had recently occurred in which all the users of the 10th floor were temporarily transported to a dark space, and when they returned, many things had changed, and this phenomenon was called the blackout. The boy, sweat on his face, asked if the 20th floor had changed as much as the 10th. Sungmin waved his hand and said that maybe it had and maybe it hadn't, and what was certain was that the 15th floor had changed, and that was probably why they were on the verge of rebellion. The leader narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Noticing the hooded protagonist, the head of the Hanshin clan muttered that the reason for all these changes was most likely that person. The protagonist's face was serious. Holding his chin, the boy thought that for the first time in a long time, he was having fun. Smiling, Sungmin added that after all, there was nothing more boring than life going according to expectations. People were visible on the street. A tall building appeared, and the boy realized that he couldn't see any of them. The awakened one, shaking his head, added that he had come all the way here through the portal, and did not see anyone from the Hippocrates Guild who were looking for him on the 10th floor, after which he wondered if this was thanks to Hanshin, and at that very second decided that it would be too noticeable. Suddenly the man, looking at the protagonist, asked him to follow him. A moment later, the user Love sponsored him for 5,000 coins, and then the protagonist, raising the corners of his lips, said that he had returned and thanked him for the donation, and one of the viewers wrote that they had not seen each other for a long time. A view of a bright, spacious room opened up. The servant knocked on the door with his fingers and informed the clan leader that Jeju had come to see him. The protagonist walked ahead of the assistant into the room. Sungmin smiled and asked the guest to sit down, and then noted that he was late, and clarified whether it was true that he was not going to run away now. The awakened man clenched his teeth in alarm and asked if the man had said he had done it. The clan leader raised his eyebrows and said that he had thought long and hard about what he would do if he hadn't been caught in the surveillance net he had set up, so he had gone a bit overboard, causing the man to think about his words. The faces of the 5 shadow test players appeared, and the protagonist realized that Sungmin had most likely identified all the users who would be on the same level as him, and had assigned a spectator from his subordinates to each of them to keep an eye on him. The psychology specialist smirked, and the traveler noted that by demonstrating that he had enough power to make users do as he ordered and that the number of his subordinates was quite significant, he was telling him that he could always keep an eye on him, so it was better not to show off, and assumed that this was some kind of warning. Jeju wrapped his fingers around the straps of his backpack and thought about how childish but effective this method was. Sungmin scratched his forehead with his finger and asked about who the protagonist really was. The clan leader's eyes reflected the silhouette of the awakened one, and he admitted that he thought he was lucky, but he had never met anyone who could pass the 17th floor so calmly, as if he was a person who knew a lot about the tower. The protagonist dropped his jaw and asked if it was that important. Smiling widely, the man explained that he wanted to know because he had never had so much fun. Placing his hand on his knee, the traveler noted that in that case they would need to make a deal, and then thought about how he had proven with his abilities that he was not some rabble. Sungmin put his fingers together, and his interlocutor thought about how now was the time for him to prove himself, and whether he was the one he needed or not. The clan leader smirked and asked if it was true that they were on equal footing now. Jeju gritted his teeth and asked if it was true. The man closed his lips and noticed that there was no reaction, so it would be difficult. Suddenly, Sungmin began to move his finger from top to bottom. Dark figures playing a card game appeared, and the clan leader said that right now they were fighting to see who had the best cards in this information game, and although he knew that the protagonist's cards were good, he didn't know what kind of cards they were. The man raised the corners of his lips and said that in that case, he could tell them about the trials of the 18th and 19th floors, and in his mind, he said that he never thought that he would feel an acute lack of information, and he didn't understand if that was why he was having so much fun. Looking straight at the other man, the protagonist replied that it would do. Sungmin, crossing his palms, wondered if he meant to say that he already had data on these tests, even though he hadn't been there yet. Introducing the cheerful protagonist, who said that he could be interested in something and guaranteed it, the head of the Hanshin clan explained that when he first met him, he thought he was one of the many psychopaths in the tower, but now he was really worried about his relaxed manner, as if he already knew everything. The man, with sweat on his face, asked how much Jeju knew about the tower. The awakened one, looking ahead, answered that he knew enough to satisfy him. Opening his mouth, the gentleman said that it was interesting, and muttered that these vague answers were getting on his nerves, and wondered if it was on purpose. An hour later, the evening sky appeared. Sungmin, waving his palms, exclaimed that he gave up. Crossing his fingers, the leader of the Hanshin clan realized that he would not receive any information if things continued like this, and would simply explode in irritation and indignation. Extending his hand, the man asked what he wanted, and added that he would help. Then the traveler smiled slyly. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist asked to get rid of him. At this time, a powerful magical explosion was heard on the 70th floor. Guild Master Hippocrates looked at what he saw in shock. The admin blocked the girl's attack with one hand and said that he had already refused. Then he turned to the guy and said that they would talk next time. The guild master looked at the people who were infinitely stronger than him and said to himself that this was an obvious signal for him to leave, and now he understood whether he was flying or crawling. In comparison to them, any of his actions were like a puppy game. Charon raised her hand and mockingly said that he was lucky, because if he were alone, he would have been fried long ago. Without thinking twice, the guy left. Left alone, the girl folded her arms across her chest and asked what was wrong with him lately, to which he asked in response, in what sense? Chiron frowned in displeasure, and told him not to pretend he didn't understand what she was talking about, then asked if it was true that he knew about the main character. The administrator didn't look at her interlocutor, answering that she didn't say otherwise. Hearing this, the girl closed her eyes and said that she knew it, and in that case, she wanted to know if that person had been in the tower before. She spread her arms out to the sides when she heard the answer no, then asked if maybe he had given him information about what would happen next, to which the old man also answered no. He continued to stand with his eyes closed when the girl asked him why he was treating him in a special way, since it was suspicious. Chiron looked tensely at the administrator, who answered that it was because he had found what he was looking for. He suddenly smiled madly and with shining eyes said that he was a being capable of fixing his broken toy. Hearing this, the girl smiled in confusion and asked the old man not to talk nonsense, because he had only just reached the 20th floor, to which he replied that not only that, but already. A drop of cold sweat was running down Charon's face while she said to herself that she could not deny it, because his amazing speed of ascent amazed even her, and she had never seen the admin watch someone with such a goosebump-inducing passion before. Having said this, she imagined the protagonist and his pets climbing up. Abandoning her imagination, the girl turned away and said that no matter what, it meant that he was not going to kill him, and in that case, everything was fine, and now she was leaving, to which the old man replied that he had enough information, he knew what he was thinking and how he would act. Hearing this, Charon stopped. Turning around, she glanced at the man out of the corner of her eye and asked him what he had just said, adding that if he acted on his own, the entire world of Astrode would be destroyed. She suddenly remembered how the old man had extended his hand to her and told her that he wanted to find a replacement, so he had offered her to take the admin's place after she had completed all the floors of the tower, and although the offer sounded tempting, she had refused, finding it burdensome, and since he had said that he would destroy the earth, she had decided to stay in the tower. Thinking about it, the girl imagined a tower in space among the flying pieces of the destroyed earth. The old man extended his hand, in which a tower appeared, and said that he was halfway through creating another tower, adding that a little more research was needed, but it could be said that if the protagonist died or fulfilled his role, it would not affect anything. Hearing this, Chiron smiled tensely and said that it was cruel. Suddenly, the old man's body began to dissolve while he was saying that he could tolerate this kind of criticism since he only had to complete the world destroyer. After saying this, he dissolved. At this time, an insanely powerful explosion was heard on the 22nd floor. The protagonist's comrades were coughing heavily while sitting on the ground. Tears were streaming down Xian's face while she screamed loudly. Her hands were shaking and part of her hair was missing. A comrade immediately ran up to her and shouted, asking if everything was okay. With his brows tensely drawn together, he remembered how the protagonist had extended his hand towards the commander and said to himself that he was scared when he suddenly fired the mana. But if it weren't for that, everything would have ended with a nice haircut and complete destruction. Leaving his memories, the guy turned around and saw many corpses of monsters on the ground. At this time, Jeju quickly ran into the depths of the tunnel. He fired mana from his glove at the monsters that surrounded him. He threw away the bloodstones and replaced them with new ones so as not to wait for the recharge. The guy tensely knitted his eyebrows, saying to himself that he needed to hurry, because it was obvious that the other teams would not cope either, and it was very good that he could kill the opponents with the mana of the bloodstones. When suddenly he heard a loud scream from behind the tunnel. The monster ate the boy's leg, who was screaming and begging for help. Baekhyun, along with his comrades, stood nearby and shouted, ordering everyone to stand behind him. He frowned, asking himself where such a monster came from on the 22nd floor, adding that at this rate, their complete destruction was only a matter of time. Well, what should he do? Should he abandon the team and run away? But as soon as he asked himself about this, the protagonist appeared behind him. Hearing footsteps behind him, the man turned around and shouted loudly for him not to move, because he said to wait, because it was too dangerous. But before he could finish speaking, Jeju raised his hand and said that he needed to step aside. Seeing the guy, Baekhyun raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what he was doing here, to which he firmly replied that he came to help. Everyone present turned around in surprise at the protagonist. The guy launched an incredibly fast attack when the man asked him if he really came here because his team was destroyed. The monster's blood sprayed in all directions, and shock appeared in the man's eyes. Jeju saved the wounded man and told the others to take care of the wound, and as for those who were okay, they should go and help the other teams. The guys under Baekhyun's command led their comrade to the very center. The group leader looked at the protagonist in confusion and said to himself that he had not followed his movements at all, after which he asked himself if the magical engineers had always been so strong or if he himself was simply strong. While he was asking himself about this, the main character was destroying the advancing monsters with a stream of powerful magical energy, and after a while the test was successfully passed, and the path to the 23rd floor was open. The passages to the tunnels were open, but there were no monsters. Those who managed to survive treated each other's wounds. Baekhyun looked at them tensely and said to himself that it was terrible, because everyone was in the same situation. But while each team desperately fought the monsters on their way, the main character appeared and easily defeated them, saving the guys. Having said this, he drew an image in his head of the guy who saved them all. Suddenly, the man imagined the people that they were able to get out. They were eaten by a monster, but thanks to Jeju, many saved their lives. The main character was sitting to the side at this time. Baekhyun approached him, calling him by name. Sitting down next to him, he thanked him, because only thanks to him they all survived, to which he waved his hands negatively, and replied that he did so because he himself wanted to live, so there was no need for gratitude. Having said this, he looked away and thought that if he were not there, then in principle they would not have to face such a difficulty. Suddenly, Baekhyun raised his fist and exclaimed that if in the future he needed help, he would repay for this rescue. Leaving, he looked at the guy with a smile on his face and added that since everyone was helped, he would go, to which he replied that he would rest here a little more. The travelers gradually went to the next floors. After some time, the main character was left all alone. Having received the reward, he said to himself that he needed to check them. A surprise box immediately appeared in front of him. Without thinking twice, the guy opened it. Inside was a bag with 5,000 coins and a jewelry box. Pure, immaculate magical energy emanated from it. Opening it, the protagonist wondered if there would be bloodstones or mana stones inside. But what he saw surprised him. The box contained the heroic class Shadow Ruler's Ring of Shaknal, which allowed him to use the Shadow Knight skill once a day. Taking the ring in his hands, the guy said to himself that he never thought he would get this skill here, adding that as they say in the chat, this item is not popular, and some even consider it useless, and at first he wanted to learn about it, so he summoned a double. Descending into his memories, he remembered how he created a dark clone next to him. He conducted several tests in the dark space, as a result of which he came to the disappointing conclusion that this ring is absolutely useless. Leaving his memories, Jeju smiled and added that he decided so because he could not understand its true effect. He suddenly drew an image of the girl in his head, on whose finger was this ring, and said to himself that she was the Russian assassin Arseny, the only person who had figured out the true value of this item, and he still clearly remembered how she used the Knight of Shadows to absorb opponents. Remembering how the guy was absorbed by the darkness, the protagonist added that, as his double demonstrated on the 21st floor, a huge shadow can be used as a wave to sweep away enemies, and in any case, if you manage to use the ring, its effect will be extremely useful in the passage. All this time, while he was thinking about this, he looked into the distance with empty eyes. And when the audience asked him if he really wanted to try to use it, he put the box in his backpack and said that he would think about it. After that, he looked sadly into the depths of the backpack. From there, he took out the Popoev, who were still sleeping, shrinking in size. Remembering the battle with the admin on the 20th floor, the guy said to himself that after that they fell into hibernation and never woke up. He looked at his pets, thinking that he should hurry to the 25th floor to check on their condition. After some time, Jeju entered the 23rd floor, the test of which was about to begin soon, because the required number of participants had been reached. The guy greedily ate chicken, and the test of this floor was a deadly duel that would not end until one of the two died. The traveler, looking up at the main character, asked if he had really come. Hearing this, Jeju raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he really knew him. Patting his stomach, the guy answered, of course, because the guild said that if they did not know him, they would finish him off. After that, he stood up and when asked if he was from the Hippocrates Guild, he replied that he was. He then offered the remaining slices of pizza to the guy and asked if he wanted to try them, since there were too many for him to handle alone. When the protagonist refused, the Hippocrates Guild member put the box down and said that there were enough people waiting for him, and he was lucky to cross paths with him early enough. The protagonist looked at his opponent and said that one of them would have to die, but he didn't seem to care, to which he extended his hand and asked what the point was, since he was not the one going to the next world. While he was saying this, he was pulling a blade out of his back pocket with his other hand. And as soon as the guy finished speaking, he immediately launched a quick attack. The blade of his blade was instantly a centimeter from the protagonist's neck, who was saying to himself that his appearance and behavior made him seem like a fighter, which is why he let his guard down. The assassin looked at the guy with a sly smile on his face. But suddenly, a bright light appeared. The blade of the Hippocrates Guild member was blocked by a system screen, which reported that there were 6 minutes left until the test began. Jeju raised his hand to protect himself, but still looked at the system screen in surprise. His opponent put away his blade and said that if the test had started earlier, he would have already been dead, adding that he was different from kids like him who only raised their skill level or relied solely on items. With his brows furrowed in tension, the protagonist asked his opponent's name. Hearing this, the assassin raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked why he needed to know that. Then the guy smiled and replied that he simply thought it would be wrong for him to die at the hands of someone who didn't even know his name, after which a system screen appeared, reporting that there were 2.5 minutes left until the test began. The assassin suddenly spat on the floor. Taking a fighting stance, he said his name. The protagonist's eyes lit up when he saw his opponent's image dissolving, and he wondered if this was a stealth skill, adding that he couldn't see it even by spreading his mana. There was complete darkness around him, and he heard footsteps coming from all directions, saying to himself that stealth was a low-level skill that assassins learned, designed to deceive the enemy's senses. But everything changed when an assassin didn't care about the skill's rank and began to develop it. While the guy was thinking about this, a system screen appeared in front of him, informing him that there were 15 seconds left until the test began. His opponent suddenly appeared behind him and said that he shouldn't forget to tell the Reaper that someone was taking his life. And as soon as he finished speaking, the test began, after which Chanson swung his blade. But unexpectedly for him, the blade stopped a few centimeters from the opponent's neck. Then Jeju smiled and said that he probably didn't hear what he was using. The assassin's hand was covered from all sides. The guy looked at it with horror in his eyes and asked himself how he hadn't reacted before. This couldn't be happening. Suddenly, he saw his opponent's cloak moving on its own and realized it was Latantu. When the protagonist turned to his opponent, he frowned tensely. Suddenly, Chun-sun saw Lotanto's tunic, causing him to open his mouth in shock and scream, asking if he was really using foresight. Then the guy closed his eyes and replied that he knew the answer himself. An axe appeared in his hand behind his back while the assassin screamed, asking how he could take an item that was treated like trash due to its class and difficulty in use. Swinging, Jeju told his opponent not to forget to tell that Reaper what he offered him too. Horror and fear appeared in the assassin's eyes. The next second, a blow whistled through the air, leaving a bright magical trail behind it. Blood splattered everywhere. The protagonist's opponent fell to the floor. Before his death, he tried to raise his hand with his last strength. A few seconds later, life left him completely, and his hand fell to the floor. The winner wiped the blood from his face. Then he turned around and saw notifications in front of him, in which the same word was repeated several times. From what he saw, the protagonist's eyebrows were tensely drawn together, and the weapon in his hands dissolved, after which he was informed that the test was not passed. At this time, in the free zone of the 20th floor of the American Channel, there were a lot of people, and clouds were floating across the blue sky. Suddenly, a man with a scar on his eye asked the traveler with displeasure where his ID was. His comrade frowned with displeasure and ordered the stranger to go to earth. Drops of cold sweat poured down Sejuin's face while he said to himself that it was as if he had fallen from heaven to hell in one day. The guards looked at him angrily because of his status as a traveler. In Teruha they treated him like a criminal and stared as if they wanted to kill him on the spot. Then suddenly the guy showed them the treasured paper with the name and signature of the centurion, after which their relationship immediately changed to the exact opposite. They waved and wished him a safe journey, and Sejuin said to himself that he might have problems because Leto of this channel did not have a memory of who signed this document. Fluffy clouds floated across the blue sky. There was a large sign on the building with the inscription, "A store of goods of magical engineering." The traveler carefully looked out from the corner and said to himself that the main character told him about this place, after which he heard conversations and realized that there was someone here. He saw two guys who were talking about the fact that the reason for all the unrest on the 20th floor was hidden in one Korean guy. One of them suddenly looked behind his comrade while he was saying that maybe this information was reliable. The traveler raised his hand to his mouth and shouted loudly for Chris to move, because they were only here because of him. A guy immediately ran towards them, shouting that he was already on his way. A drop of sweat was running down his face, and Sejuin, seeing him, held up the metrics that the main character had given him, and realized that he was probably the same Chris he needed to find. The travelers looked at their comrade with displeasure and said that they would wait for him here, because just looking at the mechanisms made their heads hurt, and they did not understand at all what he found funny about them, to which he replied that he would be back soon. Hearing this, the detective tensely drew his eyebrows together and said to himself that he had heard that he was a genius, so why did they treat him so dismissively? The black hunter looked at his comrade and asked what he had heard, to which he replied that they said that there were heliphages on the 22nd floor. Imagining the terrifying creatures that had recently attacked the protagonist and his comrades, the guy opened his mouth in shock and screamed loudly. After a short pause, he looked down and said that this had never happened before, to which his comrade frowned and said that this was precisely why it was strange, because it only happened on that floor and only as part of that test. Then the black traveler put his hand to his beard and asked if it was because that user was there, to which his comrade pointed his index finger and replied that apparently they were keeping information about him hushed up now, but sooner or later he would find out who it was, but at least it wasn't the controller. Sejuin looked at the guys from around the corner and said to himself that he now understood who they were talking about, Jeju. The traveler folded his arms over his chest and said that only the 5 of them had survived the trials of the 29th floor, to which his interlocutor, putting his hand to his face, replied that it was so, after which he asked how often such stories happened among high-difficulty players, because it was a real nightmare. At this time, the protagonist opened his mouth in surprise when he saw that his trial had not been passed. Shock appeared in his eyes when he realized what this could be. At the same second, he sharply turned to his opponent. Dark magical energy began to ooze out of the assassin's body. Suddenly, he began to move. Something was crawling out of the guy's body right before Jeju's eyes, who understood what it meant. The Hippocrates Guild member's eyes lit up, and black smoke poured out of his mouth. Suddenly, his stomach was torn to pieces, and blood spurted in all directions. A second later, a controller crawled out, an elite fighter of the demonic dimension, summoned by a human victim. This is a rather atypical monster of the 20th floors, which becomes a nightmare in reality for all users. The protagonist immediately accumulated energy in his glove, because he understood that the transformation was already complete, which meant he needed to attack the monster as soon as possible to finish it off completely. A magical beam was released towards the controller. Seeing the approaching attack, the monster opened its mouth. Unexpectedly for Jeju, he swallowed the entire flow of magical energy. When the guy saw this, confusion and incomprehension appeared in his eyes. The controller absorbed all the magical energy, leaving nothing. After that, he got on all fours, looking at his opponent, and the guys in the chat immediately suggested that they needed to break his horns so that he could not do anything, because this was his weak point. But as soon as they wrote this, an incredible thirst for blood appeared in the air. At the same second, the controller attacked the main character. At the very last moment, Jeju managed to block his opponent's attack with his cloak. From the tension, he clenched his teeth and said to himself that despite the fact that he blocked his attack, he was strong enough to throw him back well. When suddenly blood spurted out of his hand. The guy looked in shock at the cut on his hand and said to himself that it seemed to him that he blocked everything. Holding the bleeding wound, he slowly retreated back, saying to himself that the controller's weakness was his horns, and if he could hit them with a cannon, he would win. But while the main character was thinking about it, he was already at the edge of the arena. Feeling the fall, horror and fear appeared in the guy's eyes. At the very last moment, he managed to catch his hand on the edge of the arena. With one hand, he held on to the ledge. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jeju said to himself that he almost fell. Hearing a growl, he raised his head in surprise. Above him, he saw the controller, who was looking into his soul with empty eyes. Opening his mouth in shock, the guy said to himself that he did not give him even a second to catch his breath. But suddenly his expression changed, and he realized that if he hit the horns right now, he could easily defeat the controller. But before he could finish speaking, the backpack flew off his shoulder. A grimace of horror appeared on the face of the main character. The backpack was flying into the darkness at high speed. Imagining his pets, Jeju remembered that they were inside. This made him even more horrified and afraid. With his arm outstretched, the protagonist watched the backpack falling into the abyss and realized that there were poppies inside. He continued to hold on to the edge of the arena, saying to himself that he should use his cloak first, but he was holding on to the wall with it, and would fall at any moment. Suddenly, the controller launched a quick and powerful attack. There was a burst of magical energy, and stone fragments flew in all directions. The monster grabbed the edges of the arena, where the protagonist's hand was no longer. Seeing that the guy had fallen, the monster laughed. But suddenly a bright flash appeared in the darkness. Jeju's cloak wrapped around the controller's horn. A second later, the guy flew out of the void with a backpack in his hands. He soared above his opponent, who was very surprised. Then he landed behind and said to himself that it was very good that everything went according to plan. In his head, the protagonist drew a situation in which he jumped for the backpack during the attack, after which he used the cloak to grab onto the controller and rise. He sighed with relief, adding that now it was necessary to tie him up to immobilize him. After these thoughts, the guy put his hand in the backpack and said to himself that the cloak would handle this, but not for long. As soon as he said this, his cloak tore. With one movement of his hand, the controller tore the cloak that was entangled in his horn. Jeju, seeing this, took out a box from the backpack containing a ring. At this time, the monster pulled the cloak towards itself, and the protagonist, feeling this, said to himself that he did not want him to drag it around with him any longer. With a sharp turn, he cut off the part of the cloak that the controller was holding, and said to himself that if he aimed the mana cannon at his horns, the controller would simply dodge. But there was a sparkling ring on the guy's index finger. The monster suddenly saw that he was holding a severed piece of a cloak in his hand. And while he was distracted, the protagonist stretched out his hand and used Night of Shadows. His eyes lit up brightly. Darkness was released from the ring. It quickly enveloped everything around. Darkness crawled across the floor. It absorbed any light that was in the arena. The controller looked around in surprise. When suddenly he raised his head to his opponent. His hand began to shake from overexertion. Suddenly, he rushed to attack the protagonist. As soon as the guy saw this, he immediately clenched his hand into a fist. At the same second, the darkness stopped the monster, entangling its limbs. Jeju frowned tensely, saying to himself that he was doing well so far, but the ring was absorbing more mana than he expected. Blood suddenly started coming from his nose, and the guy realized that like a sponge absorbing water, the ring was sucking in an incredible amount of mana very quickly. The controller screamed furiously, trying to reach his opponent. Sweat poured down the protagonist's face, and his head was in pain from the feeling of endless absorption, but there was no time to relax. He created a spring under his heel. The glove on his hand began to glow, because he had only one opportunity. With these thoughts, The guy raised his hand to the head of his opponent. A second later, an insanely powerful magical energy was released. At this time, in Turuhai Square, in the free zone of the 20th floor of the American Channel, the blue sky of the day was replaced by the warm colors of the evening. Liu Kan frowned angrily and ordered to lower their weapons and surrender. Opposite her stood a girl in a mask and said that they did not come to fight. Siha raised her hand and added that they only wanted to stay here for a while. The NPC did not lower her weapon and said that she had already said that she could not let an armed group of travelers into the city, so they should get out of here. Having received a refusal, the girl frowned in displeasure. Liu Kan did not take her angry gaze off her. Suddenly, a man approached her from behind and said that she lacked flexibility. Palaham raised his hand to his chin and added that each traveler has their own circumstances. The girl looked at the commander and asked if he really wanted to make her look bad, to which he replied that this was not so. Putting his hands on his hips, he leaned towards the traveler and said that apparently neither side was going to give in, so the matter could easily be resolved with a one-on-one duel. Smiling broadly, the man asked the stranger her name. The anger disappeared from Seihai's eyes, and she gave her name. From what she heard, veins appeared on Liu Kan's face, and she asked in displeasure what kind of nonsense this was, to which he asked her if she really was not confident in herself. Frowning, the girl firmly replied that she had not said such a thing and that she agreed. Then the commander looked at the traveler and asked what about her, to which she nodded and replied that she was not against it. Clouds floated across the sky. The roofs of the houses were illuminated by the rays of the sun, which was already setting behind the horizon. Palaham raised his hand and said that in that case. Raising his hand to the sky, he finished, "Let the great duel begin." Several guys were visible. Siha stood opposite her opponent. 2 guys happily raised their hands. Liu Kan, lowering her eyebrows, asked where the weapon was. The girl, warming her fingers, replied that she did not need it. The leg of the commander of the warriors of the Blue Knight appeared. A moment later, the warrior rushed from his place. The user quickly approached the awakened one. The lady sharply turned her gaze downwards. Suddenly, Liu Kan kicked. The commander of the warriors of the Blue Knight bared his teeth. Then the fighter looked at his leg in confusion and realized that it had not moved at all. A second later, Siha frowned furiously. The girl pushed the enemy's leg away. She tried to attack the enemy. The warrior quickly jumped back. Through the sweat on his face, the fighter called her impudent. Suddenly, the awakened one struck with his fist. The player clenched his fingers tightly. It was visible that Liu Kan was holding an axe in her hand. Looking forward, the user said that it was not enough yet. A second later, Siha clenched her fist again. The girl struck her opponent many times. Suddenly, the weapon of the Blue Knight warrior commander cracked. The fighter clenched his jaw in confusion. Then the awakened one rushed towards the enemy. Blood suddenly flowed from the warrior's mouth. It seemed as if Liu Kan jumped back. Sweat was running down her cheek. Palaham, catching her, noted that it was not very spectacular. The guy opened his mouth and said that Liu Kan had lost, and that girl had quickly defeated the commander. The man smiled and said that she had won, and so he would listen to her now. A moment later, Siha took off her mask. Lowering her eyebrows, the awakened one explained that she felt as if she had to help someone. After some time, traces of blood appeared. The protagonist's legs were visible. Jeju was lying on the floor with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the protagonist squinted, and the audience clarified whether he was alive there. Raising himself, the guy muttered that his whole body was aching from the depletion of mana, and also wondered what the result was. The remains of the monster were scattered on the ground, and at that moment, the commentators wrote that the difficulty was simply insane. Suddenly, the system reported that the test was passed, and the path to the 24th and 20th floors would be open, and then the young man joyfully opened his jaw. Smiling, the awakened one decided to check his reward first, and the observers asked if it would be better to rest first. The traveler looked at the screen in confusion. The artificial intelligence showed messages from Sungmin and Seiha, in which they asked if everything was okay with him, while Jeju looked ahead attentively. One of the viewers clarified whether Seiha was a feisty high school girl, and the protagonist, tapping on the keyboard, wrote that he was okay and there was no need to worry about him, and therefore he should do nothing. The system reported that the message was delivered, after which the protagonist, lowering his head, could not understand why she was doing this. Imagining how the girl opened her mouth wide, the guy explained that he did nothing for her, and rather he himself owed her for the pendant, and then wondered what Sungmin said to her that she went to help him. Placing his hand on his backpack, the young man added that he was grateful for the assistance, but did not get along well with other people. The popo appeared, and the awakened one thought that they were becoming smaller and smaller. Biting his lips, the traveler realized that everything could end with them disappearing altogether. Green foliage was visible, and at the same time, Jeju said that he did not know where the last stop for the lost popo was, but he needed to get to the 25th floor, his last hope, because that is where the tree of life grows, and he wants to believe that it will create a new path for them. Suddenly, the protagonist opened a white box, and the commentators wrote that the box itself looked like the one in which heroic class items were given out. Taking out his pants, the protagonist muttered that apparently the viewers were also accustomed to pretentious boxes, and at that moment the system reported a bag with 5,000 coins. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. The leather pants of the Seven Snakes Master La Hantu, with which he controlled the snakes, were revealed, after which one of the observers remarked that these pants were absolutely terrible. The youth bit his lips, thinking that even he knew little about this item, and then said that it was logical that there was little information about them, since no one collected so many La Hantu items, and all he heard was someone selling them after receiving them, because he felt a strange feeling when he put the pants on himself. Inspecting the clothes, the awakened one muttered that he would prefer to get something from Shacknell, and then decided to try them on. A moment later, the traveler threw the pants on the box. Jeju began to unzip his fly, and at that moment, the audience was surprised. The protagonist kept his hands in his pockets. Raising his fist to his mouth, the protagonist said that he would turn off the screen for a while. A system notification appeared, which said about the invisibility mode, after which one of the commentators exclaimed that they ate together, slept together, and did everything together. Suddenly, the invisibility mode turned off, and then the guy's legs appeared. The young man abruptly closed his eyes, and the artificial intelligence reported that snakes gathered together activate some properties, and also listed the activated property. Sweat ran down the cheek of the awakened one, and then the observers noticed how his face changed. Dark reptiles were visible, and the traveler thought that hundreds of snakes were crawling on his body. Animals appeared behind the main character. Jeju, biting the corners of his lips, explained that fortunately he has better control over his body after eating a magic stone, and he is so disgusted that he wants to throw off these pants right now, and he does not care if anyone sees. The snake circled around the heart. Suddenly the reptile was inside the organ, and then the protagonist was glad that they had calmed down, and the disgusting feeling had also disappeared. The guy put his hand on his chest and could not understand if there was any effect. Grabbing the bag, the young man muttered that now he did not have time to figure out the properties of the new thing, and also said that it seemed that he had lost too much time, and therefore they were going straight to the next floor. The viewers asked why he did not take a break, to which the awakened one, opening the backpack, replied that it seemed to him that he needed to speed up. The traveler took the pets in his hand, after which the commentators wrote that they should now only be looked at through a magnifying glass. Jeju thoughtfully looked at Popoy. Suddenly, the guy, closing his eyes, noted that he was doing very well with everything, and treated everyone coldly, as if he did not want to create weaknesses for himself. Opening his mouth wide, the teenager added that they say that the more often you see a person, the more you begin to sympathize with them, and thinks that he has gotten used to some of them. The main character clenched his jaw sharply. Then the protagonist put the small monster in his bag. Putting on his backpack, the young man said that he needed to go. After some time, many trees appeared, and the system reported that the difficulty was high, and the required number of participants had been reached. Foliage was visible in the distance. Suddenly, the awakened one came out of the magic portal, and then the artificial intelligence wrote that the test of the 24th floor would begin soon, and he needed to get out of the jungle in the allotted time, because after it expired, the exit would disappear. Smiling, the traveler thought that he knew this would happen, but it was very hot and humid here. Turning his head, Jeju wondered where the second one was, because the test of the 24th floor is for 2 people. Human silhouettes appeared, and the protagonist explained that finding the exit does not depend on the actions of another person, but the difficulty of the area itself depends on the difficulty level of the players, as well as the strength of the monsters that appear. The protagonist opened his mouth in confusion and added that if he is not confident in his fighting skills, he can die. The guy presented a bloody hand. A player with purple hair was visible behind him. The young man looked in his direction sharply. The girl, stretching out her index finger, was very surprised. Looking forward, the awakened one clarified whether she knew him. The lady, covering her mouth with her palms, answered positively and asked how they met in such a place. Squeezing her fingers, the user noted that she heard that he chose to study magical beasts, and therefore expected to become her younger comrade, and the traveler muttered that she just wanted to talk. Lowering his eyebrows, Jeju said his name and said that it seemed that she knew something about him. Then the girl blushed sharply. Scratching her head, the lady said that she had gotten so used to texting that she kept talking to herself. Closing her eyes, the user said that he didn't know if he remembered her because the chat was going so fast. Looking away, the player said his nickname, and exclaimed that he had been watching him since the first floor, and his real name was Minhee, but he could call her by another name. Holding his backpack with his hand, the protagonist recognized her, and then the viewers were very surprised. Smiling, the protagonist remembered the girl's words in the chat and said that there was one user who paid special attention to Popoy, and judging by what was written from her nickname, she knew a lot about magical beasts, and also asked if she was his viewer. Imagining the happy guy, the awakened one muttered that the last viewer he met also looked at him with adoration, and could not even think that he would meet his viewer in a trial where you can cooperate, and therefore he was lucky. Suddenly, small tentacles appeared behind the lady's hair. A cute octopus was visible, and at that moment the player said that it was her friend Laksa. Squinting, the young man clarified whether it was a dish. With his mouth wide open, the user answered that he was right, and then asked if they were similar, and the traveler did not understand in what place they were similar. Minhee, sighing heavily, exclaimed that this was a disappointment, because she wanted to find it first and give it to him. Jeju asked what she was talking about, after which his fan, raising the corners of her lips, said that it was for their Koden, Laha and Birin, because she saw that they were not in the best shape, and therefore passed the 24th floor over and over again, and then observers wrote that she even remembered their names. Surprised, his eyes bulging, the protagonist wondered if there was something related to Popoi here, and did not think that he saw something like that in the video. The girl stretched out her palms and said that there was an Easter egg on the 24th floor, but the admin was quite strict about spoilers, so she wanted to find it herself and give it to him. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist asked if it was an Easter egg that he didn't know about. Introducing the unusual woman, the guy explained that if the player was to believe it, then on the 24th floor, in the jungle full of monsters, there was a little-known Easter egg, namely an object similar to a cradle that fits on the palm of your hand, and judging by their name, the Cradle of Restoration, it is capable of healing magical beasts. Clenching her fist, the lady said that the location is constantly changing randomly, and it is also well hidden, so it takes time to search, and even the almost dead Laksa immediately felt better because of this object, and therefore she is sure that Popoi will also feel better. The admin was seen holding scissors in his hand, and the young man said that the world tree was on the 25th floor, but there was no guarantee that the admin had not played another mean trick, and he could not even think that he could avoid the admin's gaze and save Popoi. Biting his lips, the awakened one decided that he could not miss this opportunity. Bowing his head down, the traveler said that he was immensely grateful, to which the player exclaimed that it was not worth it, because she had not even done anything. Joyfully opening his jaw, the user said that initially she wanted to find everything herself and give it to him, but since it turned out that they met, they could search together. Raising the corners of his lips, Jeju said that first they would find a way out, just in case, and whether they found the Easter egg or not, the test must be passed. The legs of the protagonist appeared. Hearing a rustle, the guys sharply turned their heads. Suddenly, the animal broke a branch with its fist. Then the jungle protector opened his mouth in fury, and viewers wrote that they walked in groups, and therefore were very annoying. Noticing the beasts, the protagonist turned to his fan. The girl, turning her gaze to the side, heard that it did not seem like there were many of them, and therefore she would quickly deal with them, and it would be good for her to pave the way for them, and at that moment the commentators asked again if there were so many of them. Suddenly, the lady took out a dagger. Raising the weapon, the user shouted that he should leave it to her, and called the young man the Emperor. Through the sweat on his face, the awakened one clarified whether she could call him something else. Suddenly, the monster struck with its fist. The traveler was able to defend himself with the help of his robe. A moment later, Minhee rushed from the spot. The girl smiled contentedly. A second later, the lady began to wave the dagger. The user quickly rushed forward. Suddenly, gorillas appeared behind her. Jeju was able to repel their attacks. The player's eyes widened in surprise. Raising his hand to his face, the protagonist explained that if they just walked mindlessly, they would only get lost, and first they should decide where to go. His fan, with her hands clasped, was stunned that he had finished off the commander with one blow, and then said that everything was fine, because she had already passed this floor several times, and he should just trust her and follow her. Sweat ran down the protagonist's cheek. After some time, the evening sky appeared. Tall palm trees were visible, and the system reported that there were 3 hours left to escape. There were defeated animals lying on the ground. The guy, turning his gaze to the side, noted that the Cradle of Regeneration was quite difficult to find, after which Minhee said that at night with poor visibility everything only gets worse, and at this rate they will have to escape from the floor with nothing. Opening his mouth, the young man thought that the Cradle of Regeneration was important, but not more important than passing the test, and also wondered how his fan had found the cradle in the first place. Holding her chin, the girl replied that she was curious about whether there were magical beasts here that she had never seen before, so she decided to wander through the jungle and crashed into something very strong, and at that moment she was convinced that there was nothing ahead. In the past, the lady, lying on the ground, added that as soon as she raised her head, it appeared in front of her. Biting his lips, the awakened one thought about how there was nothing, but suddenly it appeared, and then explained that Easter eggs usually appear when certain conditions are met, and then wondered if it was possible that she had just met them at that moment. Raising his palm, the traveler asked if it was a destructible object, and at that moment the player said that she was not sure, because the cradle did not look like an object that was easy to destroy. Handing her the bag, Jeju asked if he could leave his backpack with her. Releasing bright energy, the protagonist said that it could be dangerous, and therefore should move away. A second later, a magic beam appeared. Opening his mouth wide, the user asked to stop and shouted that at this rate even the object would be destroyed. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist realized that it was absorbing more mana than expected, and also wondered if he was mistaken. It was visible how the magic laser crashed into something. Sharply opening his jaw, the guy exclaimed that she was in that direction, because his attack was reflected there. Minhee held the boy's backpack tightly and asked what it meant. Tearing from the spot, the girl asked him to wait for her. Smiling, the awakened one said that he found it. A white cradle of regeneration appeared. Looking at his fan, the traveler clarified whether it was true, to which she asked a counter question about how he found it. Jeju raised the corners of his lips and replied that something like that and muttered that he was very glad that his guess was correct, and the viewers also could not understand how he did it. Introducing the lady, the protagonist said that she mentioned that she had bumped into something, although there was nothing, and when she opened her eyes, a regeneration cradle appeared in front of her. It seemed like the user joyfully opened his jaw, and at the same time, the protagonist added that, taking into account the logic of game Easter eggs, the condition for their manifestation is often prior contact with them. Touching the regeneration cradle, the guy thought that since his attack radius was large enough, he could find the item without unnecessary movements, and then the observers exclaimed that he should put Pope inside, because there was very little time left. Opening his mouth, the young man said that he should, and then asked to give him the backpack. Minhee, contentedly closing her eyes, noted that she was sure that it would work on Popo. Smiling, the awakened one thanked her. A second later, the traveler placed the pets in a white bowl, after which the audience clarified why they were in something black. Suddenly, a blue aura swirled around the regeneration cradle. Biting his lips, Jeju hoped that everything would work out. Suddenly, the system reported that this item could not heal their condition due to limited functionality, which made the guys look down in confusion, and one of the commentators asked how to get rid of the restrictions. The girl raised her eyebrows in confusion. It was visible how the protagonist clenched his jaw. Popo were in the regeneration cradle, and at that very moment, the artificial intelligence wrote that there were 2 hours left to escape, and the protagonist realized that there was very little time left, and wondered whether he would really have to return to the original plan, but would the Popo be able to hold out, and were there any other options? The guy abruptly turned his gaze to the side. Suddenly, the observer asked if he still had the strengthening rune, after which the young man, looking ahead, remembered the improvement rune. An unusual stone appeared, and the system explained that it raised the rank of the item by 1 level, but the final rank cannot be higher than the rank of the rune itself. Putting his hand in the bag, the awakened one muttered that this was an item he forgot about, and he should have put it in his inventory, and then the viewers wrote that with that thing it would be possible to strengthen the cradle. A moment later, a magical artifact appeared in the traveler's palm. The artificial intelligence clarified whether he wanted to use the rune and tried to raise the rank of this item, and at that very second, sweat was visible running down Jeju's cheek. Poking at the screen, the protagonist hoped that it would work. Then the unusual stone began to shine brightly. The protagonist sharply bit his lips. It seemed like Minhee crossed her fingers. A bright aura circled around the regeneration cradle. The system reported that he had successfully increased the rank of the item, causing the boys to smile happily. The AI wrote that purification and removal of abnormal status had been added, and also asked if he wanted to use purification on magical beasts, and then the boy clicked on the positive answer. Popoi were visible with their eyes closed. Suddenly, the black spots on their bodies began to disappear. Suddenly, one of the pets opened its mouth. Hugging the little monsters, the young man exclaimed that it worked. With her mouth wide open, the lady was very happy, and the awakened one thanked her. Joyfully closing his eyes, the traveler noted that the Popoi had recovered to such an extent thanks to her, and also thought that there was still an infection, but they were already better, and they would last until the 25th floor. Suddenly, Jeju looked to the side. The system reported that there was 1 hour left to escape, after which the protagonist asked what they should do, since it would only take an hour to find the exit. Sharply opening his jaw, the user said that he shouldn't worry, because he and Laxa would take responsibility and lead them to the exit in 10 minutes. The protagonist's eyes widened in bewilderment. Dense jungle was visible. It seemed like an octopus hit the ground with a tentacle. The sea animal held the guys tightly. Opening his mouth, the guy said that it meant that it was possible to use the ability to enlarge objects like this. Minhee, smiling contentedly, asked if it was impressive, and then added that it was one of the magic skills. The girl clasped her hands and explained that if he continued studying magic, he would be able to use it too. It was visible how the lady pointed to a heart with her fingers. Sweat was running down the young man's face, and the viewers wrote that at first she was telling him to trust her, and now she suddenly started dancing. Suddenly, the user extended his index finger and exclaimed that he could see the exit, and called the awakened one the Emperor, to which he asked to call him something else. A moment later, the AI announced that the test of the 24th floor had been passed, and the path to the 25th and 20th floors would be open, and then the player, holding his hands behind his back, apologized for not being able to help with anything else, and the traveler said that thanks to her, Popoi had become much better, and he thought that they would now hold out until they reached the world tree. Mehi, placing her hand on her cheek, said that it was an honor for her to just see Popoi in person, and they were even cuter when they were wary. Putting her hand into the portal, the girl exclaimed that she would go up further so that she could see Popoi in the future, and also wished her luck in the future. A second later, Jeju waved at her. Looking at the pet, the protagonist apologized for doing so immediately after they opened their eyes, but they needed to quickly go to the next floor, so let them climb into the backpack, and the commentators asked to let them admire them a little longer. Putting on the backpack, the protagonist thought that it felt heavier, after which one of the observers wrote that Popoi had not yet fully recovered, and it was better to hurry to the 25th floor. Hovering in the air, the guy said that he thought he had already gotten used to the feeling of passing through the portal. Biting his lips, the young man added that at first his head tingled, and then began to rock, to the point of nausea, but for some reason this feeling was stronger than usual. Suddenly, the awakened one landed on the ground and thought that he had disgust, as if boiling throughout his whole body. The traveler's face was serious. Scary monsters appeared, and Jeju wondered if he was in a demonic dimension. Introducing a thick tree, the protagonist explained that the 25th floor test was taking place in the spirit forest, and that this place was filled with natural energy. A pond with dark-colored water was visible, and at that moment, the protagonist explained that it was as if the sun had never fallen here, and the space itself was below the world of a Stroud, and therefore it was definitely a demon dimension. The guy lowered his eyebrows, unable to understand why, and was perplexed by this. Remembering the red-haired youth, the awakened one said that on the 5th and 15th floors, the administrator interfered with the tests, but never changed his location. Poking at the screen, the traveler realized that the chat window, community, and reward notification window were inactive. Pinching himself, Jeju added that everything felt too clear to be a dream. Then the protagonist closed his eyes. Suddenly, the protagonist looked forward in surprise. An ominous grin appeared, and a question was heard asking if he was here. A scary ghost appeared above the boy. Frowning, the young man asked who it was. Pressing his lips together, the monster replied that if he wanted to know, he should follow it. The awakened one raised his head sharply. Lowering his gaze, the traveler wondered whether to follow it. Standing at the cliff, Jeju could not understand where. Suddenly, the protagonist found himself in an empty space, and he wondered if he had been transported somewhere. A moment later, the protagonist turned his head and muttered that he did not think that the admin had tried, otherwise he would have revealed himself immediately after asking the question. The boy's pupils dilated sharply from what he heard, that they did not have time, and they needed to hurry. Suddenly, a huge castle appeared. Biting his lips, the young man asked if it was inviting him to go in there. The awakened one remembered hugging his pets, after which he said that their condition had improved, but the infection had not completely passed. The traveler grabbed the bag tightly and added that it was already bad that they were in a demonic dimension, and the longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it was. Approaching the entrance, Jeju realized that nothing could be solved by standing still. Someone called out to the administrator, and suddenly a bald man with his eyes closed appeared. Putting her hand on her side, Chiron asked if they were listening to her at all, and if they continued to ignore her, she would go down to the 50th floor to hit him, to which he said that he had made a mistake. The girl anxiously clenched her teeth and asked the interlocutor again. The administrator folded his hands behind his back. His pupils noticeably narrowed. Leaving a trace in the air after disappearing, the man said goodbye to her until next time. Leaning her knees to the ground, the user did not understand what was happening and what was being discussed. Chiron furiously frowned and wondered if this was about Jeju. Suddenly, a system screen appeared in front of her face, indicating that the protagonist was currently offline. Clenching her jaw tightly, she realized that his stream was disconnected. The awakened one walked up to the throne. Crossing one leg over the other, Kafnil introduced himself and allowed the guests to think of him as the Grand Duke of the Demon Realm, and then asked if he had any idea how much effort it took to summon him. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips, wondering why he was here. A terrifying monster appeared, and the traveler told him that it was the boss of the 99th floor, which is the worst monster that players who climb the tower encounter, and even if he saw it for the first time, it is possible that he does not know how well prepared he is. Raising his head, the guy noticed that the interlocutor should be on the 99th floor. Putting his fingers to his chin, Kafnil called him a toy and explained that it was not real. Grasping the strap of his backpack with his fingers, Jeju clarified how he could believe that he should be taken into account. Opening his mouth, the great duke of the abode of demons noticed that he was interested in the person that the fool was so obsessed with, and he turned out to be an idiot. Frightened, widening his eyes, the protagonist asked if the person in question was by any chance the administrator. Closing his eyes, the boss of the 99th floor exclaimed that this was true, and that he was sure that they were already looking for him everywhere. But for now they had time, to which he replied that the interlocutor spoke as if they were safe here, although this was still part of the tower. Sitting on the throne, the demon explained that this was his own space, and even the administrator couldn't get in here so easily, and then asked if the guest wanted to know the reason for this, to which he asked to be sent back to the 25th floor, when he suddenly received an answer that this was nonsense, because he probably didn't understand what a rare opportunity he had. Leaning forward slightly, the awakened one said that he wasn't interested. Grinning evilly, the great Duke of the Demon Abode said that now it was clear why there was such a rush, and then added that it was because of the World Tree. A drop of sweat was trickling down under the protagonist's eye. The silhouettes of Popo appeared above the boss of the 99th floor's hand, and he asked if this was true, and then noted that the guest had traveled with them despite their condition. Suddenly, the protagonist turned his head back in fear. The white creatures lay in the backpack with their eyes closed, and their owner thought about how he hadn't even noticed how they were taken away, and then noticed that, as he thought, their condition had worsened, but he couldn't stay with them in the demon dimension, so he needed to get out of here quickly. Stroking Popo with his palms, Kafnal asked if the guy would listen to the spirit if he told him that he knew how to cure them. Gritting his teeth in alarm, the traveler asked his interlocutor again. Pointing his finger at his temple, the great Duke of the Demon Abode explained that anxiety was clouding his mind, and advised him to just think, because he himself knew how to fix everything. Jeju looked at the boss of the 99th floor in bewilderment. Holding his hand above the protagonist's head, Kafnal said that he would remind him, and he would do it himself. Suddenly, the great Duke of the Demon Abode touched the hair of the awakened one with his fingers. At the same second, the guy's silhouette was enveloped in unusual magical flows. A moment later, his face was turned upside down. Drops of sweat were running down the bodies of the white creatures. It was visible how Popoi were sitting on the protagonist's neck. The traveler began to fall sharply down. Tears flowed from the eyes of the pets. The young man's briefcase fell onto the red floor. Clenching his jaws in fear, the protagonist began to realize what it was. The boss of the 99th floor looked down. It seemed like the creatures were jumping on the body of the awakened one, and he admitted that he himself did not see, but the stories of the viewers were the same, in which the assistants absorbed the mana of the sun and saved him. Putting his palm to his chest, the guy did not understand whether it was possible somehow. The worst monster smirked and said that life is a cycle, and if you get something, you have to give it back, and then asked to believe in his abilities. Suddenly, the protagonist clenched his fist tightly. At the same moment, the traveler took a step forward. On the throne lay the wounded Popa. Next to them, the young man closed his eyes. Closing his lips, Jeju began to hear the sounds of beating. Inside his body, he could see a heart, which he asked to move. The human organ was enveloped in streams of magic, and its owner asked it to move. A moment later, the protagonist put his hand to his mouth. Blood began to flow down his chin, and he realized that this was a recoil, but he could not stop halfway, and then began to mentally simply beg the heart to move. The terrifying snake opened its mouth wide. Suddenly, the reptile bit the human organ. The pupils of the awakened one noticeably narrowed in fear. The animal abruptly approached his face. The guy put his hand to the snake's tongue. Loud knocks were heard, and magical aura streams fluttered behind the protagonist. A bright flash was visible near the heart, and the traveler thought about what he had succeeded in doing, and now he knew how to move the sun's mana. At the same moment, the young man grinned contentedly. Jaju's eyes were shining brightly, and he said that the pain from the recoil had gone away, and the sun's mana, which remained motionless, began to circulate throughout the body. Bringing his palm with magic to Popu's body, the protagonist thought about how this power lived deep in his heart, and the stronger his despair, the more it manifested itself. Embracing the pets with his hands, the awakened one realized that this was a type of magic that responded to emotions. A bright flash appeared behind the white creature stained with dirt. Looking directly at the surge of energy, the guy noticed that the light was fading. Black spots began to move from the body to the throne. Popu's eyes widened, and he exclaimed enthusiastically. Leaning his forehead against the assistants, the protagonist noted that the infection had passed and they were completely healthy, which was a great joy, and then thought about the fact that Locke, Koden, and Birin no longer had any spots on them and their behavior had improved significantly, so they had returned to their previous state. Peeking out from behind, Kafnal said that he did not think the administrator would be happy to see them in good health, and then stated that he had better hurry before he was found. The white creatures thanked him with their jaws wide open. Lowering his jaw, the great Duke of the Demon Abode suggested that this was enough for an introduction, and that he should hide the pets, to which the protagonist asked if the little ones wanted to climb inside. Suddenly, the assistants began to climb inside the backpack. The traveler closed his lips when he heard the worst monster say that he most likely had many questions that he wanted to ask him. Putting his finger to his mouth, the undead asked if it was true that he wanted to know who Kafnal was, why he was summoned here, and so on down the list. Inside the cave, a view of stone ruins opened up. The great Duke of the Demon's Abode walked forward and asked if he said that the administrator was capable of imitating, and then added that this was all he could do. Grinning, the boss of the 99th floor explained that, simply put, he had the ability to create fakes, but not anything real. Looking to the side, Jeju asked what he had to do with it. Turning around, the worst monster replied that despite everything, and then added that it was because he was the only one in the tower who was able to create and recognize real things. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the protagonist objected that this could not be, because he was the same as everyone else. The undead waved his hand and noted that it might seem that way, but he managed to stand out on the 5th and 15th floors, and while everyone else perceived the scenario as something fake, he was the only one who treated it as something genuine, to which he replied that it happened that way. Grinning, Kafnil said that the spirits of the world tree might cry if they heard these words. Grabbing the guy by the clothes, the great duke of the demon abode asked if he could continue to deny everything, having the real one, created by himself. Sharp fangs appeared in the jaws of the creatures, and the protagonist said that Pope really went against the administrator when they protected him, although in fact they should have obeyed him, but here he had nothing to oppose the demon's words. Looking down, the traveler did not understand how it was possible to say that he himself was the trigger for their change. The boss of the 99th floor extended his hand and said that it was not that important now, so he should think about what he had heard for now. Looking away, the worst monster suggested moving on to another. Suddenly, bright magic crystals appeared in front of the young man's face. Kafnil took the magic flower in his hand. Spreading his wings behind his back, the great duke of the demon abode said that this was his favorite place. Jeju stood with his lips closed. The plant of magic crystals approached his face, and the boss of the 99th floor noted that if he did not want the administrator to play with him, then he should accept it, because it certainly would not make things worse. Frowning, the protagonist asked what would happen if his interlocutor was actually playing with him. The worst monster grinned and said that it was great that the awakened one was not letting his guard down, and then added that he would not be distracted from his work to deceive one single person. The boy kept silent, turning down the corners of his lips. Suddenly, a red magical aura began to surround the heroes. Holding out the magic flower forward, Kafnil suggested that their time was coming to an end, after which he clarified what the protagonist would do, and whether he would continue to tolerate the administrator's manipulations or accept his offer. The traveler stared at the shining flower. Glare of light reflected off the precious stones. A view of a huge forest opened up. The sun's rays illuminated the crowns of the trees. Little fairies flew next to each other and quietly talked. The young man lay on the ground with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his eyelids opened and he sighed heavily. At the same second, the protagonist rose from the grass. Turning his head to the side, the awakened one did not understand where it was. Stepping on the ground with his hoof, the stranger cried out that there was a man here. A moment later, the tip of the weapon approached the protagonist's face. The centaur frowned angrily and asked how the boy ended up here. The traveler lowered the corners of his lips and thought that he himself would like to understand this, because he had just woken up. In the memory, a tall building was visible, and the young man realized that this was just like what happened with the Fountain of Trials on the 15th floor. There was a large tree growing in the clearing, and Jeju noted that normally players get to the giant tree of travelers and begin the trial of the floor from there. Looking up, the protagonist thought about the fact that on the other side, the clearing of the world tree is the only way to the tree itself, and people are reluctant to let people in here. Lowering his chin, the awakened one decided that he needed to remain calm, because most likely this was another prank from the administrator, after which he said that he would like to see the elder. Smiling broadly, the boy said that he was a man who had been honored with the trust of the fairy king. The centaur opened his mouth wide and was outraged by what the stranger had said. The forest guardians led the protagonist deeper. The traveler's hands were tightly bound with ropes. Biting his lips, the young man thought that, as far as he knew, humans and forest guardians were bound by an ancient pact, and if so, they could have simply let him see the elder. Clutching the tourniquet tightly with his fingers, the centaur declared that he would give him a good beating so that he would learn how to talk nonsense, and the little fairy exclaimed that it was so that he would know. Flying up to the guy's face, the magical creature inquired about what a human was doing here. Kodran replied that he would tell them later, while Jeju closed his lips and mentally assumed that they would not believe him no matter what he said. Smiling widely, the protagonist noted that if he looked closely, this was indeed a unique place, but he did not understand whether he should first run away and then quietly follow them. The awakened one jerked his hands back sharply and said that it was light here, although they were deep in the forest, and the air was very clean. The guy opened his mouth wide and asked if they were friends with the fairies, and exclaimed that it was surprising, because he would also like to get along with everyone. Suddenly, the tip of the blade hit him in the elbow. The centaur asked if it was possible to behave more obediently, to which the protagonist closed his eyes and asked for forgiveness, after which he explained that his wrists were simply numb. Waving his bound limbs in different directions, the traveler cried out that his hands were much better this way. Turning away from the stranger, the guards of the forest said that he was an oddball, and even being near him was tiring. Pressing his finger on the system screen, the young man thought that their attention was now not directed in his direction, when suddenly a notification appeared that the live broadcast had begun and access to enter was granted, which greatly surprised the subscribers. Jeju grinned contentedly, and the viewers noticed that he was grabbed and dragged somewhere. While the protagonist followed the centaurs, the observers asked how he managed to end up in the clutches of the forest guardians, because they do not like people, and then decided to take bets. Suddenly, the eyes of the awakened one noticeably increased, and the commentators were surprised by the views here. Sunlight fell on the trunk of a tall tree, and fans wrote that although they were seeing it for the second time, it was still impressive, because it was so mystical that they had never seen anything like it before. The protagonist's back appeared, and the commentators explained that ordinary mortals were forbidden to come here. In the middle of the forest, houses in the settlement were visible. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl exclaimed that the child should shorten the distance and swing the spear with effort. Shifting her gaze to the side, the forest guardian noted that she needed to relax her shoulders and watch her balance, and then noticed Sir Kadran. The boy walked with his lips pressed together. The lady did not understand why the guards who had gone on patrol had returned so early, when suddenly the traveler turned his head. The centaur opened her mouth wide and was outraged by what she saw. Hearing that a man had come to them, the other forest guards turned around. Suddenly, the centaurs began to jump on the ground. At that very moment, they pointed their spears right at Jeju's body. The villagers bared their teeth in rage. The protagonist clutched his backpack with his hands and thought that the situation here was a little more dangerous than he had thought. At that very moment, the awakened man turned his gaze to the side. Clenching his fist tightly, the boy decided that he needed to be ready for a counterattack. The centaur opened his mouth wide and was outraged that his comrade had brought a man here, and asked if he had completely lost his mind. The forest guardian frowned and asked if he was trying to tarnish the sacred lands. Kodran held his spear in his hand, and Raoul said he didn't care what the reasons were, and told him to just kill him right now. Gritting his teeth, the centaur explained that he couldn't do that, because the man wanted to talk to the elder. The forest guardian let out a cry of indignation, his mouth wide open. Taking quick steps forward, the villager reminded him that one of the 3 guardian trees had been blown up by a human tongue, and then asked if his comrade wanted that tragedy to happen again, to which the fans noted that it was time to focus on the spectacle of a player actually being taken away and impaled on skewers. Jeju closed his lips and remained silent. Standing before his ally, Kodran explained that the man had earned the trust of the Fairy King, to which Raoul asked him not to talk nonsense, since he shouldn't believe it himself, and then added that he didn't know why he thought he had the right to say such a thing when he was exiled to the meadows for failing to protect his own guardian tree. Lowering his chin, the centaur explained that the man wanted to talk, and they had to answer the request, to which his friend asked if he was up to his old tricks again. The guardian of the forest opened his mouth wide and shouted that there was no point in listening to this any longer. Suddenly, the villagers turned their heads back. The large tree began to become covered in black spots, and the spectators were confused as to why they were showing signs of decay, and then noticed that it was rotting very quickly. Raising his head up, the protagonist began to realize what it was, when suddenly notifications began to appear that players were joining, and that the difficulty had been set, and the required number of participants had been reached. Kodran frowned angrily, and the system announced that the 25th floor test, which involved preventing the complete decomposition of the world trees, was beginning. Raoul opened his mouth, not understanding what was happening, when suddenly a notification appeared stating that the current state of decomposition was 90%. Opening his mouth wide, the centaur shouted that this was all the fault of this man, to which his friend asked him not to jump to conclusions, and fans wondered if this was really the 25th floor test, since it was to stop the monsters that arose from the infection. Gripping his spear tightly with his fingers, the guardian of the forest declared that humans cannot be trusted. At the same moment, Raoul swung his weapon at Jeju. The protagonist stood with his lips tightly closed. Kodran turned his head back, thinking about the fact that a man was unable to dodge his comrade's spear, and then began to call out to the awakened one. It seemed like a sharp weapon flashed through the dark silhouette of the guy. The centaur smirked contentedly. The guardian of the forest looked away in alarm. The protagonist, with his jaw set, began to talk about what he would do if he really wanted to harm the guardian tree. Suddenly, the traveler's hands were freed from the tightened rope, and he declared that he would have chosen a different method, after which he exclaimed that he would have preferred to slit the throats of demons instead. Looking up, the young man noted that he would have spilled their blood on the aforementioned tree. Watching the falling spear, Raoul cried out in surprise, and the player explained that he was not asking to blindly trust him. Smiling, the user only asked to give him a chance to prove himself. Angrily frowning, the centaur remained silent. At the same moment, the guardian of the forest scratched the back of his head. Squinting, Jeju thanked the interlocutors. Bowing, the protagonist said that he wanted to ask for something else, then added that he had to meet the elder to deliver the prophecy of the Fairy King, and the subscribers did not understand what was going on in his head, and did he really have 9 lives, and the guards were such simpletons. Worriedly lowering the corners of his lips, the awakened one thought that he was more than aware of the strength of the forest guardians. The terrifying face of an elite fighter of the demonic dimension appeared, and the guy noted that he especially knew the strength of the tree guardians, who would give a head start to any controller. Looking down, Raoul told the man to raise his head. A magical aura hovered near his horns, and he explained that the only thing they can give to those who bowed their heads was death. Closing his eyes, the centaur said that he knew that people had such manners, so he would let it go unpunished, so he needed to follow him, to which he thanked him. The guardian of the forest frowned angrily and ordered Kodrin to return to his usual place, then added that the only reason for his existence was to reflect on his past actions, telling the new guardians of the forest how the tree of the guardian of favor disappeared. After a pause, the centaur lowered the corners of his lips. Turning his back, the guardian of the forest asked him to go, and the fans did not understand why they were treating him like this and asked him not to be upset. A bead of sweat ran down Jaj's cheek, while the spectators briefly explained that in the meadow where the player was, there used to be a guardian tree growing, but Kodrin was deceived, and this deceiver was their idol. At the same moment, the guardian of favor's muscular back appeared. A view of the giant traveler's tree on the 25th floor opened up, where the common area on the first level was located. People were sitting at tables in the establishment, and someone could be heard talking about how there was talk of something going on the 20th floor, and then asking if they would get sucked in too if they finished the trial and went down to it, and what if he was caught by the warriors when he came back to finish his chores. Jinho was sitting on a stool near the bar. The guy was looking at the system screen and didn't understand when it would start, and the fans were wondering what was going on. The player pressed the end button and decided that in that case he would come back when it started, and it was said that the trial hadn't started yet due to the low number of participants, so it was just a waste of time being locked in the traveler's tree. The boy looked back when he heard another guy talking about hearing that it was all because of one player, and his friend said that didn't sound very plausible. Scratching his neck, the user thought about how everyone was taking this too lightly, when suddenly a customer of the establishment exclaimed that someone had arrived. Smiling widely, the guy began to say that it was nice to meet him, when suddenly he was interrupted. Suddenly, the knight threw the player to the floor. Jinha clenched his teeth in alarm. Blood from the boy's mouth spread across the tiles, and the stranger apologized and explained that he did not like men. Putting his hand on his side, Sanhu said that he was the 6th leader of the Hippocrates Guild, after which he asked everyone for cooperation. The emblem on his armor appeared, and he noted that he did not recommend them to do otherwise. The player lifted the head of his wounded comrade, and the stranger said that they were an elite group that had climbed to the 29th floor. Jinha lowered the corners of his lips, and Sanhu noted that if anyone was unhappy with something, they could speak out right now. The 6th leader of the Hippocrates Guild looked at all the visitors of the establishment. Squinting, the guy thanked everyone for their assistance. Jinha looked towards the user who had arrived, while he said that they would look around for now. Closing his lips, the player thought about the fact that considering the 10 participants from the Hippocrates Guild, there were 48 people on the floor, and 50 participants were needed to start, so 2 more were needed. The people in armor began to disperse in different directions, and Jinha assumed that the clan members also noticed this, since they were carefully examining the faces of those present. The employees of the establishment stood with their backs to each other. Approaching Sanhu, the player said that they had inspected all the levels up to the 4th, but he was not here, to which he replied that everything was clear to him, after which he added that until the person they needed appeared among the remaining 2, this test would pass without incident. Suddenly, the user came out of the portal. The young man greeted everyone with a wide smile, and the 6th guild leader, Hippocrates, asked if he was alone, when suddenly the system reported that the difficulty had been set, and the required number of participants had reached 50. People clenched their teeth in alarm and said that one was missing, and was it really a mistake, although there was probably another one hiding somewhere. Sanhu furrowed his brows in anger and thought about the fact that he had used the assassin class skill, so no one was hiding here, and only 49 participants had gathered at the giant traveler tree. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the heroes needed to prevent the complete decomposition of the world trees, and the current state of decomposition was 90%, to which the guy clenched his jaws and did not understand what was happening. Jeju's silhouette appeared, and the 6th guild leader, Hippocrates, explained that a recent order had been passed around the guild that if the trial wasn't going well, it was because of a certain player. The user slammed his palms together and shouted for everyone to pay attention to him. Looking at the other players, the guy explained that they didn't need to worry about the progress of the decomposition, and then added that the 10 of them could complete the trial on their own, so nothing would be said if they all decided to give up. Jin had turned his head back when he heard the users asking if this was true and if they could stay away. Pointing his finger downwards, Sanhu noted that they needed to find someone while they completed the trial for everyone. The heroes began to imagine an image of a person, and the 6th guild leader, Hippocrates, explained that they believed that this person was the very last participant who didn't end up at the giant tree, and then added that he was around 20 years old and wore a long black cloak. The protagonist held a huge axe in his hand while the player talked about how he was extremely dangerous and was on the run after killing one of their guild members, and then told them what name he answered to. Through the powerful flames, the silhouette of Kodrin was visible, and it turned out that he was the only one of the 3 guardians who had lost his tree, and that this sad creature, who most valued and had hoped for people through blessing and favor, was ultimately a deceived guardian of favor. Raoul waved his spear and told the man to follow him, because they were heading to the tree of the guardian of wisdom. Looking to the side, the awakened one thought that this was true, and he should go there. Taking one step forward, the protagonist thought that since the level of decay was 90%, the guardian tree was probably in a deplorable state. The centaur moved deeper into the forest. Raising his head, the traveler noticed that he did not see the tree of the guardian of wisdom anywhere. Looking back, the forest guardian remained silent. Frowning, the villager said that after the tree of the guardian of favor was destroyed by people, the guardian of wisdom took protective measures. Smiling broadly, Jeju said that it sounded reasonable, because Pharaon was capable of such things. Turning back, Raoul asked if a human had already been here, to which he replied that the respected king of fairies would definitely answer this question, while the audience was surprised by what was said. Smiling slyly, the protagonist thought about the fact that he had never been here, although he had seen this place. Closing his eyes, the centaur exhaled heavily, and the awakened one noticed that he was wary. Looking away, the guy thought that now this was not the most important problem. Looking at the notification that the current state of decomposition was 90% and that he needed to prevent the world trees from completely decomposing, the protagonist realized that it would increase by 2% every day, so he had 5 days at most. The administrator was shown grabbing the traveler's hand, and it turned out that the test of the 25th floor was originally related to subsequent pollution, but the content had changed again. A bead of sweat ran down the youth's cheek, and he thought about how little time he had. Jeju took a step forward on the grass, and the followers noted that people usually got stuck here due to being unable to pass the test, and they did not understand what would happen if the decomposition did not stop. The protagonist smirked, wondering what would happen if only he had been caught, after which it was said that he was the only one who heard the administrator's story about the 100th floor, so he knew what would happen next. The ominous plant could be seen attacking the player, and it became clear that the monsters would never, under any circumstances, stop and would continue to crawl out of the cursed forest, with waves of increasingly powerful monsters appearing until the world was completely destroyed. Holding onto the strap of his backpack, the awakened one decided that given that they had completed the trials in the usual way, it was only natural that the audience would not know. The little fairies flew up to Pharaon's face and reported that the guardian tree had somehow fallen silent. SRZH of Wisdom opened her mouth and asked her assistants to investigate what was wrong with it, and report back to her everything they found, when suddenly one of them screamed that someone had arrived. The protagonist closed his lips seriously. Adjusting her glasses with her fingers, the centaur asked if Raoul had brought him here. The forest guardian gritted his teeth and remarked that this was a ridiculous question, then added that this was a human who had wished to meet the elder, so Kodran had insisted on letting him in. Pharaon narrowed her eyes slightly and said that it was an ancient oath, and the fans were confused as to what this meant until someone explained that they were bound by some sort of unbreakable oath. Raising a hoof, the centaur informed the human that the current situation was far from ideal. Folding his arms, the forest creature stated that the elder was busy monitoring the changes in the guardian trees. Suddenly, the wisdom guardian frowned, and the commentators noted that she looked at her as if she were trash. Placing his fingers on his chest, the traveler said that all was well and that he was aware of what was happening, then added that he simply wanted to see if he could help. The centaur grinned and said that it was interesting that the human was speaking as if he understood them. The little fairy spread her arms wide and shouted that something incredible had happened. Pharaon turned her head to the side and asked her again, to which she cried out that the humans had attacked Kodran. It seemed that the players were smiling widely and saying that the guardian of favor was weak. The guy put a sharp knife to her neck. The girl put her palm forward and said that the guardian was nothing without the tree, but few knew about it, to which her partner replied that it was because Raoul would beat the soul out of anyone who found out about it. Gritting his teeth, Kodran decided that he needed to remain calm in case he lost his temper. The forest guardian's hands were tightly tied with a rope, and his friend realized that this would put the young guardians of the forest in danger. The knight, pushing his foot into the ground, said that this was the time to stop messing around and finish. Sanhu opened his mouth and said that soon the other guards would notice something was wrong. Kodran's pupils noticeably shrank from fear. Looking at the user pulling the villager by the horns, the centaur shouted that he promised not to touch the children of the forest. The sixth guild leader, Hippocrates, closed his lips. His partners watched in bewilderment. It seemed like the guy took a loud gulp. Grabbing the guard of favor by the horns, the user noted that he had been thinking about why he was so calm the whole time, and then asked if he really believed it. Opening his mouth wide, the centaur was indignant at the damn people. At the same second, Kodran grabbed the player by the hands. Something began to rapidly approach his face. A moment later, the young man punched the guard of the forest in the face. The centaur fell to the ground, and his enemy exclaimed that he had been suddenly attacked and everything had been ruined. His partner asked how her friend was feeling, to which he grabbed his neck with his fingers, not understanding whether the forest creature had completely gone crazy. Rubbing his chin with the back of his hand, the boy told him to grit his teeth, because he would pay for this action, when suddenly he was asked to wait. Sanhu walked forward, waving his arms, and asked if Kodran had anything to say, and at the same time thought that if the content of the test had changed, then the NPCs should have changed too. Closing his lips, the knight realized that if he was lucky, he could get some information about Jeju. Dropping his jaw, the centaur begged them to let the children go as promised. Narrowing his eyes, the 6th guild leader Hippocrates said that he was already very tired of this phrase. Suddenly, the player grabbed a sharp knife in his hand. Handing the weapon to his partner, the young man told him to finish with him. It was heard that they should let the children go, and the guy, smirking, said that he should not worry, because he would let them go. Swinging the knife, the young man exclaimed that with him. The girl, through tears, turned to Kodran. Suddenly, red spots appeared. Blood was running down the centaur's face. Suddenly, the player raised his hand and screamed loudly. The guys looked ahead in bewilderment. Sanhu's pupils sharply narrowed. Then the main character appeared. The knight, opening his mouth wide, asked if he was Jeju, after which he said that he was pleased to meet him. Biting his lips, the protagonist did not answer. Holding a blue piece of clothing behind his back, the 6th guild leader, Hippocrates, clarified whether he already knew that their guild was looking for him. The warrior narrowed his eyes and noted that if he was scared, he might ask for mercy. It was visible how the awakened one looked away. Suddenly, the traveler lowered his eyebrows. Opening his mouth, Jeju said that he would definitely say something. The protagonist was surrounded by dark energy, and he said that they should get lost. Dark energy enveloped the guys who did not understand anything. Surprised, Sanhu raised his eyebrows and realized that it was the Shakno ring, and wondered how he managed to get a heroic class item. The people were in complete darkness. Someone asked what it was and asked a comrade to light a fire. The girl opened her mouth wide and shouted that first they needed to find the protagonist. Holding a lantern in his hands, the man asked everyone to calm down. The knight smirked, and was surprised that Jeju would pull such a trick on someone who was promised a special place on the 30th floor, and explained that the Shakno ring was a useless item that absorbed a huge amount of mana to darken the space. The boy extended his hand to the unsuspecting man. The commander stated that all they needed was to wait until the enemy used up all his mana and showed up. The captain frowned and asked his subordinates to take out the magic nullifier. The villain looked back when he heard someone scream. Tentacles appeared in his eyes. The boy's cloak grabbed the team members. Sanhu did not understand what was happening. The player gritted his teeth and said that he only needed to beg for mercy to save his comrades. The newcomer appeared behind the enemy. The cloak left a slight cut on his neck. Clouds floated above the forest. The fairy directed her hands to her comrades' wounds. Kodran opened his mouth wide and asked her to take care of the children first. The spirit said that she was not the only one who could heal. The centaur looked around and saw the other fairies surrounding his friends. The guardian of the forest smiled and expressed his gratitude. The man raised his eyebrows and asked who saved them. The assistant asked him to look ahead. There was a huge accumulation of dark energy. Kodran asked if it was something demonic. The black dome began to collapse. The fairy answered that a man saved it. The newcomer stepped forward, holding the knight by the collar. The squad members were lying on the ground. The magic engineer stopped in front of his comrade, and was glad that he woke up. The protagonist smiled and asked if everything was okay with him. Frowning, the centaur replied that everything was fine and asked what happened here. Jeju looked down, and explained that he heard that someone was doing something bad here. The boy threw the commander to the ground and asked him to wake up. The captain gritted his teeth in fear and asked what this meant. Leaning towards him, the boy asked where the other users were, except for the guild members, and demanded that they come here right away. The spectators asked why he was doing this. The player widened his eyes and suggested that it was not so funny when someone did not know the whole point. The scoundrel agreed with him. Sanhu clicked on the system window. The newbie thought that he should not ignore this and let others get in his way, even if it takes time. The guardian of the forest held a spear in his hands. The magic engineer realized that it was not only that his relatives did not trust people. The knight frowned angrily. If there was a disagreement between them and the users began to act as they pleased, the situation would be terrible. The protagonist imagined the representatives of different races arguing behind his back and decided that he needed to prepare for any scenario. The system ordered everyone to gather at the world tree in the meadow as soon as possible. The crowd gathered in the forest. No one understood why they were called here. The guild members were tied with a rope. Smiling widely, Jaja said that he was very pleased to meet everyone, and explained that he gathered them all here in order to ask for a favor. The guy looked at the enemy and said that he was not on the best terms with the Hippocrates guild. His glove caught fire. The young man assumed that this fact should worry the others the least. A wave of powerful energy burst forward. The guild members covered their faces with their hands when they saw a bright light. The commander and his comrades opened their mouths in shock. A strong explosion was heard in the forest. The player raised his hand in front of himself and said that he would pass the test if they all stayed away. the commentators began to praise him. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The magic engineer realized that he did not have enough mana to deal with both the guild and the infection at the same time, so he needed to convince them. The captain's eyes widened in horror. The protagonist thought that the users would not trust him and would start a terror if he did not leave him alive. Holding onto the straps of his backpack, Jeju explained that he was not going to kill anyone. Smiling, the guy closed his eyes and said that he would consider that everyone understood everything if there were no objections. The sun's rays illuminated the crowns of the trees. The users were not burning with enthusiasm, but they made concessions and returned to the tree of the world of travelers. Feon looked back and said that they were waiting for a wanderer. Kodran asked him to come over. The young man apologized for being late. Raoul frowned with displeasure and noticed that even his tired appearance did not extinguish the fire in his eyes. He turned away when his friend explained that they had been talking about an ally. The centaur frowned sternly and said that the elder had sought him out to thank him for saving his kinsman. The guardian of wisdom turned around and added that he was still tormented by doubts, but his comrades were on the contrary benevolent. The player thanked him and thought that it was even a little surprising. The newcomer took a step forward and realized that he had to explain everything and resort to persuasion. The magic engineer frowned tensely and decided that he needed to ask his allies to unite to solve a common problem. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest. The protagonist closed his eyes and groaned. The viewers asked what was happening to him. Feon asked if everything was okay. Jeju, smiling, answered that everything was fine, and thought about how his heart sharply ached due to the large consumption of mana. The subscribers noticed that their idol looked very bad. In the memory, the cloak enveloped the villains. The guy used most of his mana to activate the Night of Shadows. Despite its almost complete absence, the young man used the mana cannon at the last moment. His heart began to beat fast. The player realized that it reacted like that because he had gathered all the mana he could for that attack. The newcomer smiled widely and suggested that they continue on their way. The centaur looked back and asked if the ally had really protected them with such a body. The magic engineer asked him not to worry because he was actually fine. Closing his eyes, the guardian of wisdom explained that he could intuitively understand who was lying and who was telling the truth, and added that he did not see a solution to the problem associated with the decomposition of the tree of life. The protagonist frowned sternly and remained silent. The glass began to crack. The elder stood by the tree covered in darkness. The system reported that the current state of decomposition had reached 94%. Feon approached the leader and asked what brought him here. The man replied that the defenders had begun to die. The old man leaned on his staff and realized that he could not do anything about this alone. Looking back, the centaur doubted that there was any other way to deal with this and asked if this man had received the prophecy of the fairy queen. Jeju confirmed it with an eyebrow raised and stated that his ally must know this if he wanted to protect the ancient oath. The guardian of the forest frowned menacingly. His reflection appeared in the boy's eyes. The elder approached him and asked if it was too convenient that the traveler appeared right at the moment of crisis. The commentators noted that this situation looked quite dangerous. The youth gritted his teeth and thought about how he couldn't retreat because they would not be able to stop the decay without knowing the source of the problem. The dark figure smirked. The destruction of the world tree was caused by the lord of the demon world, who secretly implanted the heart of his kind near the roots. Near the branches lay a colorful egg. The scoundrel also thought and implanted a scheme to divide the heart into dozens of pieces so that its real location could not be determined. Turning away, the man explained that everyone who knew the fairy queen was not supposed to survive, and said he would not pressure the wanderer in gratitude for his help. Feon raised his eyebrows in surprise when the old man asked him to go back and fortify the perimeter around the tree, saying that he needed to see the fairy queen. The player opened his mouth wide and said that in the forest, under the watchful eye of the wise fairies and the protection of the most valiant warriors, bathed in the rays of the benevolent sun, the blessed people received help. The centaurs stared at him in amazement. The newcomer added that they made an oath in gratitude. In the video on the phone, the guardian of wisdom told this tale to his comrade, with whom they had become very close. Frowning, the magical engineer concluded that they should not forget about this, no matter how much time passed, and realized that an ordinary user who had just arrived on the floor could not know about this, so quoting the story would give weight to the prediction. The forest protector frowned sternly and said that it was difficult for him to judge. The viewers decided that only those who had spent months on the 30th floor establishing friendship with the locals knew about this myth. Turning away, the elder explained that the fairy queen would be able to figure everything out herself and asked the wanderer to follow him. The commentators were in anticipation. The protagonist frowned tensely and realized that he would finally meet the queen. A beautiful girl stood in the shadow of the roots. The man came out into the clearing and called out to her. The woman looked back. Her face was covered with a veil. She realized that in front of her was a person who had earned her trust. Jeju smiled and said that for him this meeting was a great honor. Raising his eyebrows, the guy said that there is an ancient oath that involves trusting a person who will save the forest, and he thought about how it was all in that video. The fairy put her hand to her chin and said that his attempt was quite nice. However, with the guardian of favor gone, there was no more room for that trust. The young man asked what that meant, widening his eyes in surprise, and tried to figure out in his mind how it could have gone wrong. The player opened his mouth wide and asked his ally to listen to him. The queen asked him to stop this chatter. The newbie begged her to at least try to understand him, when suddenly his backpack opened. Popa jumped out and smiled happily. The heroes looked around, puzzled. The magic engineer looked up in fear and doubted that the administrator would be delighted. The protagonist imagined Kafnil standing behind him, and decided that they would not like the spirits to be in good health. The monster ran across the grass. Jeju realized that the administrator should not see this, and asked him to return to the bag. The boy looked away when Her Majesty asked what kind of stupid prank this was and wondered what it meant. Kodin and Birin rubbed against her face. The boy apologized and explained that they didn't mean to. Running up to his ally, the player asked the pets to come back to him, and thought about how their communication hadn't gone well from the start. The girl looked at the fluffy lump and was surprised to feel the energy of the world tree from these creatures. The newbie smiled and remembered that they appeared after the damage to the world tree, and considering that it didn't happen on this floor, it makes sense why she was seeing them for the first time. The fairies hugged Popo and called him soft and cute. The assistant smiled when she saw the spirit glow. Raising her eyebrows, the woman noticed that this little one had a story to tell and stated that, according to him, the traveler wanted to help them. The monster closed his eyes and smiled widely. The fairies were circling around him. The queen couldn't believe that she had met such intelligent creatures that could communicate, and called them charming. The audience didn't understand what was going on here. Her Majesty looked down and called out to the guest. The magic engineer grabbed his chest and felt his heart beating fast. His face was covered in sweat. The girl asked what happened. The protagonist bowed his head and couldn't answer because of the pain. Looking up, Jeju said that everything was fine and thought about the sun mana that the pets emitted, squeezing his heart. The fluffy lump jumped onto the grass. The guy wondered if his pain was connected to the lack of mana and decided that he had no time to think about it anyway. The young man knelt down and doubted that he could be considered worthy of fulfilling the ancient oath. The player put his hand to his chest and assured his ally that he was driven by the desire to protect and save this forest. The woman looked down at him silently. The newcomer frowned sternly. The fairy acknowledged him and said that she should tell the forest and her assistants a fairy tale. The magic engineer smiled confidently. The queen touched his chin and explained that within this forest, his will would always be under her gaze. Clouds floated above the mountains. The protagonist took a step forward. He ran past the trees. Jeju rushed forward and realized that he had to stop this before anything happened. The guy imagined a magic circle and thought about how all the guardians, in addition to benevolence, formed a triangle with the world tree in the center. The young man stopped behind the bushes. A man in a black robe was standing on a diseased root. The player looked up and asked what the villain was doing here. Rafia took off her hood and asked if they knew each other. The newcomer wiped his chin and decided that he needed to act boldly. The magic engineer reported that he had learned a lot from the Grand Duke Kafnil. The girl sat on the root and asked if he had really made a pact. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked her to stop doing this and warned that otherwise he would have to use force. The woman smirked and asked if he still didn't understand anything. Holding the heart of the end in her hands, the Lord of Deception said that it was just fun and asked why the guest was angry. The demon threw the cord to the ground. Jeju opened his mouth in fear. The guy pushed off with his foot and realized that he should not let the flower fall. Suddenly, something made him stop and the world around him froze. The seed fell on the grass. Scratching her chin, the villainess declared that humans were insignificant and asked if the guest liked her charm. Thorny vines enveloped the young man. It turned out that charm was a powerful skill that bewitched the target with a voice or a gaze. Rafia approached the victim. This ability could take control of the mind, but the player resisted it with magic. His eyes glowed. The newcomer realized that one wrong step would be enough for the charm to consume him. The girl licked her lips and asked him to just watch what was happening. The heart of the end began to crack. The system reported that the current state of decay has reached 95%. Tentacles crawled out of the flower. The woman said that this forest will be destroyed. The magic engineer noticed that the infection continues to spread. His legs trembled. The protagonist realized that the seed developed faster where life was in full swing. Jeju's eyes widened and he concluded that if the growth continued at the same rate, the decay would reach 100%. The boy, shrouded in a red haze, realized that he did not want to do anything that could upset the Lord of Deception. His cheeks turned red. The young man felt strange, as if everything was spinning in front of him. Vines entangled him. The player decided that he must do everything the demon ordered, and that he needed to stand still. Thorns penetrated straight to his heart. Suddenly it lit up with a bright fire. Light burst out of the magical engineer's chest. Light burst out, which drove away the vines. The villainess opened her mouth in amazement and widened her eyes. The protagonist squinted in confusion. Then he looked ahead confidently and thought that his mind and feelings had returned to normal because the charm had stirred up the sun's mana, which began to rage in his body, burning away any other energy. A flash appeared in front of the gauntlet. Jeju decided that now was the best time to use the blazing power of the sun. A wave of fire rushed forward. Rifaya froze in place as a bright light illuminated her. A stream of energy fell on her. The boy frowned sternly. The boy opened his eyes in fear when he heard the enemy's voice. The girl bared her teeth in fury and asked how a pathetic person dared to hurt her. The woman appeared behind the enemy and wished to kill him on the spot. The player saw vines approaching in front of him. A flash flashed. The Lord of Deception raised her eyebrows in shock. Her arms, like the thorny branches, were cut in half. A bright glow emanated from the wound. The newcomer approached the enemy and reminded her that he had warned her that he would have to use force if she did not stop. The magic engineer smiled widely and offered her to watch as he removed the effects of the infection. The demon gritted her teeth because she could not believe that the magic of a normal person had caused her so much damage and realized that she could not recover, and her damage continued to increase. Her red eyes lit up. The villainess promised to kill her opponent right there. Rifaya transformed into a terrible monster and declared that she would tear the enemy to pieces. The monster opened its fanged mouth. The audience concluded that she was very angry, since she decided to show her true form. Smiling, the protagonist was glad that the provocation worked, and thought about the fact that the true form of the creature from the demon dimension had an aura that was opposite to the aura of this place. The sun's rays illuminated the bushes growing nearby. The centaur's horns trembled. The clash of two auras with each other will alert the inhabitants of the forest. The guards saw a black haze in front of them. The Lord of Deception frowned angrily and decided to start by ripping out the insolent eyes of the enemy. Jeju easily dodged her attacks. Frowning, the guy realized that he could resist her without charm, and concluded that he did not have to hold out for long, because the inhabitants of the forest were very fast. The demon extended his hand to grab him. Rifaya slammed her palm on the ground. Her cunning red eyes shone. Suddenly, the monster opened them wide. The guy broke a nail on her hand. The commentators wondered how he managed to block this attack. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed. The Lord of Deception got on all fours and asked the enemy who he really was. Seeing flashes in the sky, the young man realized that this was a signal from the defenders and asked if this could go on like this. The centaur ran through the forest. The guardians of the forest surrounded the demon and raised their weapons. The player decided that even for her it would be problematic to fight all the creatures of the forest alone. The villainess threw them a furious look and asked if they really thought they could challenge her, counting on their numerical superiority. The centaur stamped his hoof on the ground and said that the air was filled with evil energy. His relatives looked back and saw their leader. The elder frowned menacingly and gave the enemy a choice: either they pierce her throat right now, or she stops and repents of her sins. The man removed his hand behind his back and added that the outcome will still be the same, death. Smiling, the newbie was happy that they were able to stop Ripheus, and noticed that the old man's magic was so strong that it gave him goosebumps. The girl bowed her head and asked for forgiveness. Now that everyone had united to protect the forest, she could no longer destroy everything. The woman covered her face with her hands and said that she did not do this of her own free will. Standing in front of her, the magic engineer realized that the Lord of Deception would never cry like that, which meant that the enemy was up to something. The protagonist opened the system window and wondered what she really wanted. Jeju frowned sternly when he saw that the current state of decomposition had reached 99%. The boy opened his mouth wide and called out to his opponent. The demon removed her hands from her face. A smile lit up her face. The boy gritted his teeth and asked how many pieces of the heart of the end were planted. The villainess stood up and asked if he thought she had done anything before coming here. Rifaya placed her hand on her belt and stated that this was the reason why people should know their place. The followers wondered if it was even possible to defeat this psychopath. A powerful wave of energy hit the girl in the chest. The player raised a burning glove in front of him. The woman fell to the ground and asked him to try to shoot in a way that would kill her. The newbie gritted his teeth and thought about how monsters that came from the demon dimension and took human form cannot die, so they pretend to be submissive and let themselves be killed to get their real body back. The magic engineer turned around and asked his comrade to keep an eye on the Lord of Deception and make sure she does not escape. Kodran asked what was wrong. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist explained that he should kill her if he sees anything suspicious, adding that he needs to stop the infection of the World Tree. At night, darkness fell on the forest. A subscriber asked if the World Tree would collapse if the decomposition reached 100%. Other commenters confirmed this. Jeju jumped onto a branch. Viewers reported that first he needed to get rid of the seeds that the demon had scattered everywhere. Frowning sternly, the guy thought that he should have predicted the villain's next move, and realized that he did not know how many pieces of the heart of the end were hidden here. The monster surrounded the flower. The young man concluded that if all the seeds bloomed at the same time, a nightmare worse than in Taroha would begin. The player sat on the branch. The newbie looked away and noticed that due to the infection, the World Tree was gradually withering. Smoke was coming from the dead branches. The fairy queen clasped her hands in a lock. She did everything possible to keep the tree alive. Jumping off the branch, the magical engineer realized that everything would be in vain if he couldn't get rid of the source of the problem, and decided that he needed to eliminate the seeds before the fairy queen lost consciousness. The protagonist approached the root of the tree. Jeju opened his backpack and thought that he had too little time to find all the heart pieces, and he didn't want his friends to go through this. Popoy was sitting in the bag. Laha closed her eyes and smiled widely. The monsters jumped into the owner's arms. The guy assumed that they were too tight in the backpack, and apologized for not letting them out right away. The spirits happily pressed themselves against him. The young man said that he needed their help. The diseased roots of the tree were covered in a black aura. Koden frowned confidently. The fluffy lumps closed their eyes and squeaked. The player called for a bright flash and thanked them for their help. A wave of energy crashed onto the flower of the end. When it was destroyed, the newbie opened the system window. Holding his hand in front of him, the magic engineer noticed that the infection level was starting to decrease little by little. Popo was sitting on the grass. These creatures were very good at sensing magic and sensitive to the energy of the demon dimension. The protagonist smiled and thought that he was able to quickly find the heart of the end and deal with it thanks to his little comrades. Jeju looked back and saw them running somewhere. The monster frowned sternly. The guy asked him what happened. The young man put his hand to the root and noticed that there were no dark spots or scratches. The viewers asked if there were no more sources of infection. Suddenly, a crack appeared among the branches. The player's eyes widened and wondered what it was. Suddenly, a huge accumulation of black energy burst out of the tree. The protagonist gritted his teeth, looking at the monster and holding the furry monsters in his hands. He looked up at the monster in horror. Suddenly, something fell to the ground, causing it to become covered in cracks. Below was a black ball, and the live broadcast viewers did not understand what was happening. A long shadow was visible. Jeju looked at the Popa and looked if they were okay. The system reported the current level of infection. Something slimy and nasty was coming out of the roots, and the boy concluded that since the numbers were decreasing, it was not an infection. He opened his eyes wide and thought that if the heart of the end had bloomed, it would mean that it had absorbed all the life energy from the world tree, in which case the pollution level would reach 100%, and the test would be over. Suddenly, a centaur galloped up to him and called loudly from behind. The man frowned and asked what had happened and why such a stench was coming from the tree of life. The boy turned and asked how things were with Rafia, that they were here, and Kodran answered that she had returned to the demon world, continuing to mock them until the very end, and the queen of the fairies sent a signal for help. The centaur held a spear in his hand, calling Polaha, the goddess of love. The three creatures stood in a circle, calling out to the deities. The horns of one of them emitted a red light. The protagonist looked up and thought that it would be great if this could solve the problem. Suddenly, a bright blue light appeared in the air, and the centaurs shouted that evil creatures could never harm the forest. The elder approached Judge and said that he knew what was bothering him, but everything was fine, and now they could solve this problem together. The protagonist stood in the middle of the forest, thinking that although he had decided to trust them to solve this problem, he still felt uneasy and needed to assess the situation from a higher place. Then he turned around and wished his comrades good luck. After that, the guy deftly jumped onto a tall tree. Monsters were sitting on his head and shoulders. A blue glow was visible in front of the player. This beam rose above the crowns of the trees. The young man sweated and said that the guards blocked that monster with a barrier too, but for some reason the world tree was hiding. He frowned, while the viewers actively commented on his live broadcast. Suddenly, Jeju's eyes widened as if he realized something. In front of him was a system notification that the current infection rate was 98%. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed the black substance and thought that most of the heart of the end seeds scattered at the roots of the world tree had been removed, and the guardian had sent Rafia back to the demon world, and there was clear evidence that the infection process had slowed down. The black substance was visible while the youth thought that a clot of dirt that he had never seen before had leaked out from the cracks in the roots. He frowned, realizing that the infection had begun to spread again, and there must be other sources. The fairies were flying around the energy flow, supporting the centaurs. The sage sweated as he heard their thin voice. Suddenly, a dark silhouette appeared. Something rushed towards the man, and he staggered in surprise. Kodran frowned. The other centaur opened his mouth wide and shouted that the barrier had been broken. The elder stood behind him, shouting loudly for his comrades to quickly retreat from there. The weapon in his hand began to shine brilliantly. He then raised his hand, and glowing arrows appeared in the air. A stream of energy quickly passed through the air. The monster opened its mouth wide with yellow fangs. Electricity appeared around its body. Jeju gritted his teeth, looking down and thinking that he was right to worry after all. He then raised his hand and thought that judging by the situation, it seemed like this heart of the end was a smokescreen to hide the summoning of a high-level monster. He was not sure that the guards and the elder would be able to defeat such a fiercely resisting enemy. There was a ring on his finger, and he thought that he did not have enough mana to use this item in battle. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he decided that although he would not be able to use the ring for too long, the power of the item should be enough to restrain the enemy. The protective barrier was covered with a web of cracks. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock, noticing something moving inside, probably another monster. The protagonist then placed the furry animals down and asked them to wait for him here. Popa closed its eyes, screaming loudly in indignation. The young man smiled slightly. He remembered how these pets lay on his injured body and thought that they knew better what danger was. Then the player remembered how the popoi were gnawing at the teeth of a huge predator and thought that they always followed him and helped him. Looking down, Jeju asked if they wanted to come with him this time too. The furry monster smiled widely and screamed in approval. The protagonist and his pets jumped down, screaming for them to hold on tightly in that case. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and added that if he just sat and waited, then everyone would be dead by then, so he had to try to do at least something. The tired centaur elder had blood stains on his body. The sage turned around and called him, sweating. The old man looked at Pharaon and ordered him to take everyone in retreat. He thought that even if there were more than one enemy, he would still engage in battle and try to protect the forest in every way. Several opponents were looking at him, and the elder assumed that he would not be able to stop them with his strength, and in the current situation, the order to hold the battle line meant nothing less than sending everyone to certain death. The centaur stepped forward and said that they all fought well. Then he smiled and added that, however, only one old man would die here today, and that he would buy time, so they must leave immediately, and Kadran shouted that he intended to fight to the end. The leader opened his mouth and loudly asked if the man was going to take everyone with him. The sage hugged his comrade by the hand and advised him not to be stubborn, but he still did not want to leave. Then Pharaon frowned and asked furiously who would protect the forest. If they too disappeared, they should not forget their duty as guardians. The boy gritted his teeth when he heard these words. He bit his lower lip, while beads of sweat ran down his face. Then the centaurs began to walk away, leaving the elder alone. The leader looked up at the monsters and grinned, deciding that this was the end. The enemy opened his mouth wide, attacking him. Suddenly, scarlet blood splashed in the air. The centaur slightly opened his eyes and realized that he was not dead. He saw how the paw of the monster stood on the bloody ground. Popo was sitting on Jeju's head, waving his tail around him. A golden glow was visible behind the boy, and the old man asked if this was really the main character. The boy raised his hand, on which his ring sparkled. Using the Night Shadow skill, he bound the monster with black tentacles. The protagonist sweated and thought that everything was fine because he had enough mana left to hold on to two. He then quickly ran forward, deciding that he would first destroy the monsters. The player leaped into the sky with lightning speed, leaving a yellow streak behind him. He quickly appeared right above the enemy. A bright golden light flashed. The youth stretched out his hand forward, directing mana at the enemy. The monster opened its mouth wide, blood flowing down its body. Jeju ran forward again. He sweated, exhaling loudly and thinking that this huge power was very destructive. The elder watched him closely, thinking that those white creatures were helping this man. The protagonist looked away and warned the old man that not all the monsters had been destroyed yet. He opened his mouth wide and said that he didn't have enough mana to take care of the centaur either, so he should try to dodge the enemy's attacks and take cover somewhere. The elder smiled and said that running was out of the question, and promised to thank the savior later. He then raised his spear, shooting magic arrows into the air and shouting that he would help the player. A huge explosion thundered in the middle of the forest. Jeju stood motionless while there was gray smoke around him. He frowned his thick eyebrows and thought that it was all over, and thanks to the old man's help, he managed to destroy all the opponents. The system reported the end of the test. The young man smiled with relief upon learning this, and thought that it was very difficult for him to move. The furry beast descended onto his chest. The boy's eyes widened in shock. The popoi began to fall, but the protagonist managed to put his hands out to catch them. He gritted his teeth, looking at the exhausted pets, and thought that their size had become smaller, and their fluff was clearly contaminated, perhaps because they shared mana with him. The boy sweated and asked them to be patient a little longer. He remembered how Kafnal said with a smile that life is cyclical, and if you receive something, you must give something in return. Jeju healed the animals with mana, thinking that everything was fine, because now everything is not as it was before. Popa slightly opened his eyes. Then they all smiled and cried out happily. A portal appeared in the room, and the system reported the end of the test and the destruction of the environment that could pollute the world tree. The players froze with stunned expressions on their faces. They ran forward, deciding that they needed to leave before that monster showed up. Suddenly, someone blocked their way with a hand and ordered them to stop. Jinha smiled evilly and said that there were clearly people here who the boss had dragged along on his back, and they were just going to leave without even thanking him. The player frowned and shouted that they had a hard time because the protagonist had gotten into trouble himself. He remembered Jeju's face and added that he had threatened him and even shot him, ordering him to sit still. A patch of blue sky was visible while the disgruntled guy shouted that they almost died then, and now the protagonist would hardly be happy to see them, so they should just leave. Another player opened his mouth wide and indignantly asked who held a knife to his throat and threatened him. The knight took out his sword and furiously asked who he was to tell them anything. He began to sweat when someone said that such impudent people existed. Jinha added with a smile that when they received help from someone, they should at least show minimal politeness. Jaeja held a Pope in his hands, radiating golden energy. The furry monsters smiled at him happily. The boy hugged them, feeling relieved that everything was okay now. Suddenly, he turned around sharply when a centaur approached him and said that he could not believe it. There were blood stains on his head, and he said with a smile that he was okay thanks to the protagonist. They stood opposite each other, and the player asked the elder to tell everyone else that everything was okay now, and also to tell the fairy queen that he would soon pay her a visit. The centaur looked at the boy and asked if he would go with him. Jaeja smiled and explained that he had one unfinished business that he wanted to sort out, after which he would return immediately. A giant traveler tree was visible. The player was sitting on the floor. The others were also kneeling, looking down and covered in sweat from fear. The protagonist frowned and asked what was going on here. Jinha turned around, and the boy realized that he had seen him before on the 19th floor. He remembered how the player had told him to be careful with a smile. Suddenly, the boy smiled widely and greeted the protagonist. Then he looked to the side and said that he came just in time, because there were people here who had no idea about such a thing as gratitude. Suddenly, the players ran up to the protagonist and shouted that they thanked him for clearing the floor. They opened their mouths wide, shouting loudly that they were truly grateful to him from the bottom of their hearts, and that he was like a parent in their hearts. The boy smiled and replied that everything was fine. Jinha smiled contentedly, and Jeju noticed his confident and relaxed expression. The players fell to the floor, saying that the protagonist had to work very hard for such despicable people like them, and the protagonist replied that everyone should go where they needed to go. He thought that the fact that the mages were so scared showed that Jinha was at the level of free use of mana. The players then ran towards the portal, raising their hands up. The others also headed there. Jeju looked away and decided that he would get rid of the hypocrites when they left. He turned around when someone asked if he would go with them. He turned to Jinha and explained that he had one more thing to do. Jinha pointed his finger at the players behind him with a smile and asked if his business was related to those friends. He offered to take care of them himself because he had an interesting idea. They shook hands, and the protagonist agreed to this proposal. The players turned pale and began to tremble with fear, and the boy thought that they would have a hard time if he trusted them to his comrade, but he still had to return exactly as much as he had received. The young man looked down and decided that it was time to go and say goodbye before leaving, since he had sorted everything out here. The centaur was carrying 2 huge barrels, smiling happily. The fairies were carrying a basket of red apples. In the distance stood the queen, who said that she hoped that their benefactor enjoyed their forest festival. The protagonist sweated with embarrassment, and replied that they did not need to do something like that, and he was just going to say goodbye to them before leaving. The centaur frowned, shouting that this was stupid, and the old man added that it was simply absurd to let go of a benefactor and someone who had come to keep an oath. The sage smiled and asked the boy to enjoy the festival to the fullest. Jeju smiled, thinking that he still had a long way to go, but thanked them. Suddenly, the centaur lowered the barrel to the ground, making a loud sound. Then he removed the lid, and inside the barrel was mead aged in special oak barrels, a rare drink that can only be drunk after fermenting for several months on the 25th floor. Then someone handed the cup with the drink to the boy. The fairy queen smiled and said that they were greatly indebted to the protagonist. The fairies flew to him, saying that this was a rare opportunity to try alcohol. The player took the cup. His cheeks turned red. He remembered how he fought monsters, while the queen said that he went to the very end for them, overcoming pain and overcoming difficulties. The boy remembered how he jumped down from the tree, and the woman said that now they realized that they were too biased towards humans. Standing in front of the player, she called him their benefactor. Suddenly, she pulled the boy close and kissed his forehead. Jeju's sweat dropped and thought that he didn't know that the fairy queen's defense skill was given out like this. He smiled and thanked her. The protagonist then drank the alcohol and thought that he needed to hurry, but at the same time, he didn't want to disappoint them all. He closed his eyes, smiling widely. The centaurs raised their mugs. They and the fairies hummed a melody. The queen also sang with her hands clasped, and the player thought that he had heard of the existence of the Song of the Forest, but he had never heard it. In the phone, the boy was standing next to the woman, who said that fairies sing only once in their lives to express joy, love, and gratitude that cannot be expressed in words. They do this so that the meaning of the song does not fade. The fairies took the protagonist's backpack and cloak while he thought about how he would remember this for the rest of his life. The purple sky was visible. The furry animals were sleeping peacefully. Jeju remembered how the fairies played with them and thought that it was no wonder that they were sleeping soundly since they had so much fun yesterday. He looked at the forest and decided that he needed to set out before dawn. He looked down and thought that thanks to the celebration prepared by the forest dwellers, he felt calm and peaceful for the first time in a long time. He took his backpack, which was like new again thanks to the fairies. Throwing it on his back, the guy thought that he was a little embarrassed to say goodbye to everyone, so he should leave while everyone was sleeping. Then he stroked the Pope and told them that it was time to go. The pets climbed into his bag, and Jeju decided to open it more often on the other floor. Suddenly, his eyes widened when someone asked if it was too much for him to leave without saying goodbye. The fairy queen was standing behind him, and the young man said that he thought she was asleep, to which the woman replied that she would never fall asleep without properly seeing off her benefactor. She then pointed her hand straight ahead and added that she had prepared to bid farewell to the player. The protagonist's mouth fell open in shock. The queen turned around and said that the reason the guardians' horns glowed was to show their emotions. Flashes of light were seen above the mountains, and the woman said that when embarrassed, a reddish glow appeared. When angry, the horns glowed a dark green, and when happy, a bluish tint could be seen. The light was visible in the distance, and the queen said that when the power hidden inside is used, the horns will glow white. This is the most powerful and vulnerable moment, when you need to reveal all your emotions and ask yourself an endless series of questions. Jeju's cheeks slightly flushed, and he thought that by showing this light at the moment of farewell, they are revealing all their emotions and soul to him. He remembered the face of the demon who said that he was the only one among the people who entered the tower who was able to create something real. He held the player by the bag, asking if he could deny everything any longer, seeing the reality in front of him, created by him. The protagonist touched the pet with his face and said with a smile that this place was also just a part of the tower. He remembered how the centaurs carried barrels of drink. Then he remembered how the fairies carried fruits, and he thought that he knew that the reality around him was fake. But the more he learned about the creatures of the tower, the more real they looked in his eyes. Looking at the dark sky, the young man said that he was truly very grateful to them. The queen smiled and replied that she should thank the boy. She hoped that they could meet again in the future. The player thought with a smile that this was most likely their last meeting. Then they waved to each other. Houses were visible on the giant traveler tree. Jeju walked forward. Suddenly, he turned sharply to the other side near the tree. He came to a clearing where there were many stones. Then he put his hand in his bag. The boy was holding a purple flower. He sweated, looking at the magic item and wondering if he could believe those words. Kafnal said with a smile that when the protagonist clears a new floor, he needs to plant a flower in the ground, and then changes will come one after another, with each new petal. The young man sweated and decided to try. He reached out to the furry pet and thought that the favor shown by the Duke was real. The player planted a purple flower in the ground. He frowned. The petals of the flower shone brightly. Suddenly, Jeju's eyes widened intensely. The plant began to emit a bright light. Suddenly, a crystal appeared inside. The boy covered his face with his hand, not understanding what it was. His hand started shaking, and he thought he had a bad feeling about this flower. He furrowed his brows when the system reported that the live broadcast had ended. He widened his eyes when someone said that he seemed very surprised. The admin leaned over and asked how he was doing. He smiled and added that judging by Jeju's expression, he was not very happy to see him. Suddenly, he extended a muscular arm forward. The player began to sweat. He gritted his teeth when the villain's hand rushed towards him. The protagonist covered his face, looking straight ahead. Suddenly, a long arm curved around him, and he thought that the enemy was aiming at something behind him. He looked back and saw that the admin was about to take the flower. There was a crystal in the plant. Suddenly, the aura of the flower threw the man's hand away from itself. The protagonist looked away in surprise. A vein of anger appeared on the villain's cheek. He opened his eyes wide and said that he wasn't completely sure, but the guy had indeed been given the peace stone. They stood in front of each other, and the guy asked what the Duke had told him, to which the player replied that he couldn't say for sure. He smiled and added that the admin had always been watching everything, so if he was that knowledgeable, there was no need for him to ask about anything. The man gritted his teeth in rage and then shouted that he couldn't control his emotions when it came to the protagonist. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. The man furrowed his brows, looking away. He snapped his fingers over and over again. Jeju looked at him tensely as the admin said that the changes had already begun and demanded the flower. The guy furrowed his brows and asked if the guy thought he would give the plant to him after seeing his reaction. The man closed his eyes and said that he would take a refusal as permission to act as he saw fit. Long tentacles came out of his back and he said with a crazy smile that the guy should leave this dangerous flower and listen to his words. Then the tentacles rushed towards the protagonist. His eyes widened in fear. Suddenly, a protective barrier appeared around him. The player turned around and noticed that the flower was shining even brighter than before. The enemy was sweating, saying that it was not too late. Blood was flowing from the man's eyes and mouth, and Jeju thought that this was not the appearance of a cunning and uninhibited administrator, and if he pressed, he might be able to get some information. The young man frowned and asked what was not too late to do, what kind of flower was this, and should the enemy explain to him what was what. The admin was silent, staring intently at the protagonist. Dark liquid was flowing from his mouth. The crystal in the plant was shining brightly. A purple crystal appeared. Jeju clenched his jaw sharply. Looking back, the protagonist thought that he felt as if something had passed through his body. Suddenly, the administrator's body began to flow. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist realized that he was melting. The observer, his eyes bulging, said that the guy should not regret his choice. The young man, his mouth open in bewilderment, asked to stop and exclaimed what this meant. A moment later, the man disappeared, and the awakened one noted that he could go crazy. An unusual flower was visible. Turning his gaze to the side, the traveler wondered what kind of flower it was, and added that, judging by the administrator's recommendation, there was something in it. Taking the magical plant in his hand, Jeju muttered that for a start, the shape of the flower seemed to have changed, and then asked if he could take it. A second later, the protagonist placed it in his backpack. Poking at the screen, the protagonist realized that he needed to turn on the broadcast again. A notification appeared asking if he wanted to start broadcasting. Suddenly, the viewers asked why he was turning off the broadcast whenever he wanted, to which the guy, scratching the back of his head, apologized and explained that it suddenly turned off by itself, and apparently some kind of error occurred, after which he suggested that they first return to the giant traveler's tree. The sunlight was scattered between the leaves of the trees. A view of the front door opened up. It was possible to see how the young man was walking inside the building, and at that moment the commentators clarified whether he was going to check the reward. The awakened one, looking at the screen, thought that a lot of notifications had accumulated, and also wondered if these were all new messages. Lowering his head, the traveler muttered that he thought it was about friend requests, and therefore ignored them, after which the artificial intelligence showed messages from Sei, and the observers noticed that most of the messages belonged to a lively girl. Jeju bit his lips and realized that Seiha had sent too many messages and asked what was going on. Imagining the girl hugging a pillow, the protagonist explained that they were the most ordinary messages, such as that she had arrived safely in Teruha, who she had met, what food she had eaten, that the pillow was too uncomfortable, and so on, and at the same time wondered if she had any friends she could talk to, which was why she was texting him. Tapping the keyboard, the protagonist sent her a message in which he wrote that he was glad to hear that she had settled in, and added that he would also be down soon, and one of the viewers chuckled that he was very polite. The guy, smiling, said that this was etiquette and simple politeness, and only old people believed that younger people should be addressed less formally without question. Looking at the screen, the young man noticed a message from Sungmin, in which he said that he had just reached the 20th floor, and with each floor the scenario was only getting more interesting. But when the awakened one came here, something truly amazing happened, because the entire hypocrite guild had disappeared from the 20th floor. The traveler's pupils suddenly dilated, and one of the observers wrote that this was a strange thing. Jeju was seen typing on the keyboard, and he said that after exchanging a few more messages with Sungmin, he found out where he would be staying, and decided to personally go to the 20th floor to check out the situation with his own eyes. Poking at the system, the protagonist exclaimed that he was done, he would check the reward and immediately go to the 20th floor. A moment later, a white box appeared. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist thought that the box with the reward looked familiar. Taking the envelope in his hand, the guy added that he did too. Upon opening the letter, the youth realized that it was sent by Kafnal, because it had a seal with the letter K and a flower scent. On the paper, it was written that they congratulated him, and asked if he had taken care of the flower, and also wished him good luck, while the onlookers wondered if it was the administrator. Looking at the document, the awakened one muttered that it seemed that the words about interfering with the 24th floor were true, and then wondered what the true nature of Kafnal was. One of the commentators asked if the administrator gave the flower that was on the hill, to which the traveler waved his hand and replied that nothing of the sort, and then the onlookers noted that he looked suspicious. Suddenly, Jeju reached for the box. Opening it, the protagonist suggested checking the reward first, and the audience asked if he had decided to change the topic. A moment later, the leather belt of the Master of the Seven Snakes, Lapantu, fell out of the box. An image of the item was visible, and then the system reported that it was made from the skin of a snake that died after giving birth, and stored the ability of a snake, and the commentators discussed the weakening of magical power. The protagonist's face was serious. One of the observers asked if he would use it, and at that moment the guy, opening his mouth, explained that he doubted it a little, because he did not know what kind of weakening it would be. It seemed like the young man tightly squeezed the unusual belt, and he thought that, as the audience said, the effect was practically zero, and therefore he could simply put the item away. Suddenly, the awakened one let go of the piece of equipment, adding that now was the best time to check, while no one was bothering him. A second later, the traveler's eyes widened in surprise. It was seen how the belt wrapped around the protagonist's body, and the system reported that the set effect was activated, and then the viewer asked if the belt was originally like this, to which he was told that no one had ever managed to assemble a complete set, and therefore no one knew. A snake was circling around the protagonist's heart. Suddenly, the predator opened its mouth. The reptile sharply bit the guy's organ. Jeju's pupils quickly dilated. Then his eyes lit up blue. Opening his mouth wide, the young man muttered that he felt like his heart was about to explode, and if he did not concentrate, he would be consumed by raging emotions. Bending over, the awakened one realized that he needed to regain his ability to think clearly by increasing the flow of magical power. Sweat was running down the traveler's cheek, and he reported that mana was feverishly moving through his body, and he felt as if the blood had begun to flow through his veins in the opposite direction, and was unable to calm down. Suddenly, Popoy began to crawl out of the backpack. The pets looked happy. One of them rubbed itself against the protagonist. It was visible how the snake embraced Jaju's heart. Suddenly the predator began to disappear. The protagonist raised his palms in confusion, and the commentators asked if he was okay. Smiling, the guy thought that when Popa touched him, his emotions and mana immediately calmed down, and therefore he was able to take control into his own hands, and thanks to them he survived, and at the same time he thanked them and asked if they were worried about him. Suddenly, one of the observers wrote that there was something else on the day of the box, after which the young man, biting his lips, muttered that if it weren't for the chat, he would not have noticed, and indeed, the reward for the 24th floor cannot be a simple letter. A second later, a heroic rank shadow ruler appeared, and the system explained that he used his turban to command the troops, covering them with a wide view, and then the awakened one realized that this was Shacknel's flight item. Introducing a girl with wings, the traveler explained that the mobility that was different from others meant that their chances of clearing the tower were increased. The lady was seen flying on a carpet, and then Jeju added that the ability to fly stimulates people's instincts, which makes it very valuable. The protagonist, through sweat on his face, asked if he got a good item, and thought that such items are so popular that they are instantly sold out at auctions, and therefore they are not easy to find, and the audience said that since it is a carpet, the right quality leaves much to be desired. Looking at the pets, the protagonist said that he will try to use it a little later along with other items. The guy had a magic belt tied around his waist, and he muttered that the first thing he needed to do was go to the 20th floor and check out the interesting story that Sungmin had told him. Suddenly, the accessory took on a familiar human appearance. Then the boy entered the portal, deciding to set off. After a while, tall buildings appeared. Seiha, raising her eyebrows, turned to the awakened one, and the commentators chuckled at why she was so happy. Turning his gaze to the side, the traveler recognized her. Introducing the girl in the mask, Jeju said that she was a friend with whom they cleared the 6th floor, and he thought that she would be angry because he did not immediately respond to her messages. Smiling, the protagonist noted that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how she had been doing all this time, to which she asked in return if he was injured, and then the protagonist replied that he was completely fine. The player closed his eyes and explained that she had been busy with clan affairs but had dropped in here in passing. Through the sweat on his face, the guy thought she wanted to say something and wondered if she had something important to talk about, and then said that he didn't have time now and that they could talk later when he sorted everything out. The user turned his head and asked when exactly, and at the same time the observer suggested hurrying up. The young man opened his mouth and thought that he had just helped her where he could, but she was acting extremely friendly, after which he said that he would call and would also answer, but was a little busy now. The awakened one bit his lips sharply, and the observer said that she must have matured while climbing the tower. Seiha looked down, and then the traveler offered to eat with her once when he had time. The girl clenched her fists in joy and asked if he was joking, to which she replied that he shouldn't overexert himself, create a good clan and carefully climb the tower. A moment later, the guys parted ways, and Jeju said that after such a farewell to Seiha, he went to meet Sejuin, who said that he had found Reynold. A winter forest appeared. The Palaham house was visible. Suddenly, Sejuin, opening his mouth wide, shouted that he had finally arrived, after which the protagonist asked if something had happened. Through the sweat on his face, the detective explained that an extremely confusing situation had recently arisen, and the protagonist thought that it seemed to him that it was somehow connected with the message Sungmin had sent. Opening his mouth slightly, the awakened one said that he had been told that it was very noisy on the 20th floor. Scratching the back of his head, the guy said that besides that, there was something else. The traveler looked ahead in surprise, hearing that absolutely all of the Hippocrates Guild members had disappeared. Standing in front of the youth, Jeju asked what had happened. The user in the past, peeking around the corner, replied that there had been an incredible commotion at the main gate of Teruha. The player, with his jaw hanging open, added that he could not name the exact time of the incident, but the guild leader, Sanhu, had been found dead, hanging from a flagpole in front of the main gate. Defeated warriors could be seen, and Sejuin said that on the ground beneath him, the corpses of 9 elite guild members lay piled up. A youth with blue hair appeared, and then the protagonist muttered that if it was Hippocrates, he had instructed Jinha to deal with them on the 19th floor before leaving. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, remembered that he had asked him for a favor. The boy smiled and asked if their case was related to those friends, then how would they feel about entrusting it to him, because he had an interesting idea. And the awakened one thought that when he said those complicated phrases, he had an extremely dangerous expression on his face. The detective, through the sweat on his face, noticed that the oddities did not end there. The knight, opening his jaw, shouted that they were very guilty, and Sejun said that Sanhu and his guild members, standing in front of the temporary shelter outside of Turaha, where the exiled users could stay, shouted such words. In the past, the warrior's pupils turned white, after which the boy added that they continued to make noise until every member of the guild found out about it, and then they all disappeared at once. The girl burned the flag, and then the young man said that the frightened members of the Hippocrates Guild burned or tore off their insignia. The user was seen standing by the portal, and the investigator added that they either hid, scattering around the area, or escaped through the portal. Crossing his arms, the detective said that they could not find the culprit, since there was not even a trace, not even the slightest hint, to which Jeju replied that this was a really complicated case. Imagining how the player controlled the knight with magic, the protagonist explained that he first killed him, and then controlled the body with mana, and Jinhee's ability to control magic was so excellent that even mages were afraid of him, and therefore it was very easy for him to take control of a corpse without leaving a trace. The protagonist raised the corners of his lips, realizing that he was an even more cruel person than he thought, and at that moment asked if they had found the person he was talking about, after which Sejun replied that if he was talking about Reynold, he had found him. A second later, the detective scratched his cheek. The awakened one looked forward thoughtfully. Suddenly, a scroll appeared on the table. Reynold was seen using a welding machine. The fire next to it was burning brightly. Suddenly, someone addressed him, causing him to drop the tool from his hand. The guy, opening his mouth wide, asked how long he was going to waste time on these childish games. The genius of magical engineering, taking off his mask, explained that he had very little time left. The young man, furiously opening his jaw, shouted that he had said the same thing yesterday. Sadly lowering his gaze, the user listened to how if he added the cost of renting a workshop, the cost of materials, as well as the cost of accommodation and food, there would be no coins left, and they had now reached the limit, after which he asked for forgiveness. Suddenly, the guy grabbed him by the clothes and said that if he was sorry, then he should stop promising. Swinging his palm, the young man exclaimed that he should show the results already. Closing his eyes, Reynold thought that he was about to be hit. Suddenly, the hooligan's hand was stopped. The bandit, looking away, was perplexed. The protagonist's face was serious, and the boy wondered where this weakling got his strength from. Jeju, with his mouth slightly open, asked if he would give him anything if he told him his name. The genius of magical engineering flexed his fingers in confusion, and then the protagonist explained that this was why he stayed away even though he said he found him, but he must have wondered if he was really looking for such a strange person. Introducing the man in the bulletproof vest, the awakened one muttered that he was sure that Reynold, with his abilities, would live very well, but it turned out that he also had a past in which he faced oppression. The traveler quickly turned his head when he heard how he was addressed. The old man, crossing his arms, remarked that he did not think it was a good idea to cause trouble in the city, and also asked if he did not know that the city was currently in a commotion due to Lakanta's appearance. Letting go of the hooligan's wrist, Jeju apologized and said that he lacked flexibility in communication, to which the master replied that young people often had this, but extra caution never hurt. The protagonist said that he would be more careful, and at that moment the guy frowned with displeasure. Looking at the bruises on his arm, the young man could not understand where this monster came from. Turning his gaze to the side, the teenager decided that before unnecessary troubles arose, he needed to quickly take Reynold and leave. The genius of magical engineering, lowering his head, thanked for the help, after which the protagonist said that there was no need to thank, because he simply thought that it was wrong, and therefore intervened. A moment later, the specialist was addressed, which made him bite his lips in fear. The hooligan grabbed him and exclaimed that the work should not be idle, and therefore they needed to go. The awakened one understood why Reynold had not told about his past in that video, and then placed his hand on the bandit's shoulder. Opening his mouth, the traveler said that he still had business here. The teenager, through sweat on his face, explained that the old man had already told him that the fuss would not benefit either side, to which he received the answer that he had no business with him. Looking at the genius of magical engineering, Jeju added that he had studied the basics of magical engineering, and he also worked in this field, and therefore he would like to talk to him. The specialist, looking forward, asked him again. Contentedly closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he thought he had extensive knowledge in this field. The hooligan, turning around, clarified whether he had also studied magical engineering, and then the protagonist answered positively, asking if there were any problems. Suddenly, the awakened one pressed hard on the bandit's shoulder. The teenager lowered his eyebrows and muttered that this guy had been bragging about his strength for a while now, but did he want to say that with such power he was not a knight? Introducing Reynold and the equipment, the young man was sure that he had heard about him and that item somewhere, because thanks to him he had received a good item for free and easily passed the 29th floor, and therefore he was sure that anyone would want it for themselves, and he had obviously come to take it, but it would not do. Suddenly, the hooligan pushed the traveler's hand away. Grinning, The bandit explained that in this tower he was the guardian of this guy, and he could not allow such a suspicious person like him to communicate with his dear comrade. Frowning, Jeju asked him again. Looking ahead, the protagonist listened to how no one wanted to take him with them starting from the 10th floor, but he brought him here, fed him, gave him something to drink and gave him some money, after which he thought that even in the video, Reynolds' past history was not mentioned, but this guy did not help him for nothing. The genius of magical engineering, crossing his palms, noted that he was overdoing it. Opening his mouth wide, the specialist shouted that he really was in his debt all this time, but at the same time he made a huge number of items, and until now he had never said thank you to him, and still treats him like a burden. The guy added that there were many cases when he would have already died if he had not helped him, which made sweat run down the teenager's cheek. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist heard that he refused all recruitment offers from other teams or clans. Looking down, Reynolds added that he had done everything he could, and the audience wondered what had made him so angry. Biting his lips, the awakened one said that now that he thought about it, the Reynolds he had seen in the video was very cordial. Introducing the muscular guy, the traveler explained that he could not ignore requests, and helped him no matter what. The genius of magical engineering could be seen lowering his head, and at the same time, Jajin noted that it could be because he did not want anyone to face the same attitude he had faced in the past. The bully, grinning widely, exclaimed that he thought there was some kind of misunderstanding, and of course he was grateful to him, and moreover, the problem was that this guy was clearly a scammer targeting him. The bandit added that he was even talking nonsense about how he had studied magical engineering somewhere, which made the protagonist frown in displeasure, and the commentators were stunned. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he wanted to end things on good terms, but it didn't work out. Moving his legs, the awakened one said that he would make an item of magical engineering right before his eyes. Sitting down on a chair, the traveler said that if he succeeded, he would prove that he had studied magical engineering, and he would back down. Extending his index finger, Jeju said that if his words were a lie, he would pay 10,000 coins, after which he asked if they had agreed. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist said that if they made a bet, he would immediately offer a deal for the specified amount, and thus prove the presence of 10,000 coins in the account. The hooligan asked him if he had that many coins, wide-eyed and muttering that it was enough to buy the equipment he had been drooling over at the auction. The protagonist smiled and said that he would send a request now, and then asked for his name, and the thug gave his name. The system wrote that the user Jeju had submitted 10,000 coins in the trading window, and the guy looked ahead and thought that since he was able to suppress him, he was clearly a knight, and at that moment he exclaimed that he should do what he wanted and should not hope to brush off the bet with some flimsy thing. Lowering his gaze, the young man muttered that he was pretending that he only knew about it from the manual, but during the time he spent with Reynolds, he had learned this too. Grinning evilly, the hooligan realized that these 10,000 coins would soon be his, after which the protagonist asked the head of the workshop if he could use the time that these people had left. The old man, opening his mouth, explained that the next one should arrive any minute, and the protagonist replied that he had one letter of recommendation. Looking at the document, the specialist noted that at best it was a letter of recommendation from 10 seals. On the paper from Palham it was written that it granted many rights to this traveler. Shaking his head, the head of the workshop was stunned. Joyfully closing his eyes, the awakened one asked if he would allow it. Clenching his fist, the old man said that he must ask for understanding from the next in line, after which the traveler thanked him, and one of the spectators smirked at the grandfather. Raising the corners of his lips, Jeju wondered if it was time to beat someone up. A small bag lay on the table. Then the tools appeared. Taking off his mask, the protagonist announced that he was done. Maurice, lowering his head, asked what it was. An unusual ball was visible, and the protagonist replied that it was an object of magical engineering, and then viewers wrote that he presented everything as if he was about to do something impressive. The hooligan frowned and asked if he was trying to trick them. How could it be called a magical engineering item? And Reynolds said that he really didn't know what to say. Taking the black ball in his hand, the awakened one said that he would personally show him its functionality. The traveler shuffled his legs and said that it was too crowded here, so he suggested going outside and following him, and the commentators were in anticipation. Tall buildings were visible. The head of the workshop, holding a pipe in his hand, asked if he had finished yet. The protagonist had a magical engineering item in his palm, and he said that he would like to check the item's functionality, and therefore let him take control of the street. The old man's mouth opened in surprise. Extending his index finger, Jeju asked if he understood at first glance. Lowering his eyebrows, the master thought that since he had arrived with a letter of recommendation, he knew that he would do something serious, and he also answered positively. Turning around, the protagonist asked not to come too close and stay there. Smiling, the awakened one said that they should watch carefully. A second later, the traveler threw the ball down. It was visible how Jeju bit his lips. Maurice, clenching his jaw, wondered why he was so confident in himself, and let him not say that it was really something worthwhile. It seemed like the ball was emitting a bright light. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The bully abruptly covered his face with his hand. Reynolds opened his mouth in bewilderment. The head of the workshop turned his gaze to the side. The protagonist smiled contentedly. Remembering the guy with red hair in the past, the protagonist said that of all the things that can be easily made quickly, compressed bombs look the most impressive, and learned to make them from Bran. And this is the first thing for which he received praise from him. Suddenly, the warriors, standing behind the awakened one, asked what the noise was. Looking back, the traveler realized that it was warriors, not guards, who had come, and their peace of mind must have been disturbed by accidents caused by travelers. Jaju raised the corners of his lips, wondering if he should do something nasty to the guy who was exploiting Reynolds. Sharply pulling out the document, the protagonist explained that he was a traveler pursuing criminals with permission from the warrior commander of the Sun. Pointing at Maurice, the protagonist exclaimed that he had just caught the culprit of the explosion, and then one of the viewers wrote that he had sensed from the beginning that Jaju had a talent for fraud. Opening his mouth wide, the bully clarified what kind of nonsense he was talking, after which the warrior asked the awakened one if he said that this was a letter of recommendation from the warrior commander of the Sun, and his comrade noted that the seal was beyond doubt, and therefore it was genuine. The traveler, holding his chin, said that when the man asked him what it was, he was so confused that he dropped the object from his hands, and if the head of the workshop, who was there, had not told him to step back, he could have been seriously hurt. Maurice, with his jaw hanging open in bewilderment, realized that he had been counting on this from the very beginning, and then asked if they believed the Asian who had not provided a single piece of evidence. Looking to the side, Jeju muttered that the warriors would believe him first. Suddenly, the fighter, drawing his weapon, said that he needed to be interrogated, and therefore let him follow them. Lowering his eyebrows, the hooligan shouted that this was not his doing, and also added that he was a damned swindler who had pulled all this off to take a member of his team. Sweat was running down the protagonist's cheek. Suddenly, the guy, closing his eyes, clarified what it was. The blonde, with his mouth slightly open, objected that he should watch what he said, because a criminal like him had no right to talk about the one who had received the recognition of the warrior commander. Introducing a woman with a crown, the protagonist said that if the queen is a being to whom one devotes faith and life, then the warrior commando is one who contains aspirations and ideals. A grin appeared on the man's face, after which the awakened one added that the person who had received his recognition would not be ignored by the noble warriors of Turaha under any circumstances. Palaham was seen handing the document to the traveler. The young man smiled slightly, and it was said that for them, Jeju was not even close to the travelers who were suspected of a crime. Morris's look was confused. The guard punched the young traveler in the chest and thanked him for his efforts, asking if he had any business that would require their help, to which he replied that everything was fine. With a wide smile, Jeju said that he only hoped that peace and quiet would reign in Turaha, and the fighters exclaimed that it was not for nothing that this man received the title of warrior commander, while his followers noted that they had completely fallen for his deception, and it seemed that he was becoming more and more impudent with each passing day. Looking after the warriors as they left, the protagonist said that now they could finally talk. Worriedly clenching his jaw, Reynolds asked what they wanted to talk about. Fearfully, the guy opened his mouth, wondering if it was really his turn now. A memory appeared of Maurice raising his hand and exclaiming that he was a fraud who was targeting the genius of magical engineering, and the latter thought that his words were true. The previously awakened one extended his hand with the bomb forward, and the young man realized that all this time he was wondering why he had such an ominous smile on his face at that moment. Beads of sweat were running down Reynolds' face, and he did not understand whether this was how he would meet his end, when suddenly the interlocutor called out to him. The protagonist frowned seriously and asked if he liked magical engineering. Raising his hand to his face, the guy asked him again in bewilderment, and the audience assumed that he was seriously scared. Looking straight at the interlocutor, the genius of engineering answered that he did, to which he was told that this was great. The traveler closed his eyes and said that he would allow him to create whatever he wanted, so he offered to work together, after which he added that he would provide him with any materials and tools, and the fans did not understand why their idol was so active, and whether he was jealous of the one who stood above him, although he never did anything in vain, so there was no need to worry about it. A grin was visible on Jaju's face. Smiling widely, the protagonist asked if he was serious, and then it was said that for a genius who devoted himself entirely to magical engineering, the opportunity to do what he wanted would be the most attractive offer. Extending his palm forward, the awakened one clarified whether they could first change the channel, to which he agreed. The owner of the workshop raised the pipe to his mouth and asked if he would just leave without stopping by to see the warrior commander of the Sun, to which he replied that he was going to pay him a visit a little later, and he thought about the fact that since this was an American channel, the Palaham who wrote him a letter of recommendation could be different, because they say that the channels have merged. But it is not yet clear whether this applies to characters on the channels of other countries. Bowing, the protagonist thanked the old man for his help, to which he asked him to forget about it, because he simply does not like those who are careless with devices. Putting his finger to the system screen, The traveler asked if they would go, to which Reynolds answered positively, when suddenly a notification appeared that the player had moved from the American channel to the Korean one. A view of the estate on the 20th floor of the Seoul channel opened up. Pelaham placed his hands on the boy's shoulders and asked what he could show him, then remarked that he liked something hotter. Folding his hands, Jeju explained that he had asked the warrior commander to use his workshop and that he had expressed a desire to see his skills, then added that he did not need to worry and that it would be better to just do what he had been doing before. The warrior chieftain held a piece of paper in his hand, and the protagonist thought that usually the player using a quest in Taruha was something out of fantasy, and he really did look like a bulldozer. Smiling, Jeju said that he had seen something that he had made before, then admitted that he felt like he was greatly underestimating his talents. Reynolds clenched his teeth in alarm and noted that the protagonist spoke as if he knew everything about everything. The awakened one, widening his eyes, said that it was a sticky magic bomb made with a large amount of ionium and kessel, and then asked if the master knew that he was making something like that, but pretended to be ignorant. It seemed like the object had been lying on the table before. At the same time, a memory came of Maurice frowning angrily. With a wide smile, the protagonist explained that it was not that he was pretending to be condescending towards him, but that he simply saw his skills and therefore believed that he deserved to be treated much better than he had been before. The boy tightly gripped the tool with his fingers and agreed. Putting his palm to his protective mask, Reynolds asked him to wait a little. A moment later, the young man began to manufacture the units. The sky above the estate darkened. Placing the bomb on the table, the genius of magical engineering announced that everything was ready, and then noted that the traveler had previously said that he liked things hotter, so he made something that would satisfy his requirements, and fans were surprised that it looked the same as the previous item. Putting his fingers to his chin, Jeju mentally exclaimed that Reynolds reproduced such complex technology at such a fast speed, and he himself was a turtle compared to him. Grabbing the device with his hand, the man asked what it was. Palaham's back appeared, and he noted that he needed to make sure that it was done conscientiously. Turning his head towards the main character, the guy asked if he had behaved too arrogantly, to which he received the answer that the warrior was in a great mood, so there was no need to worry. The leader of the warriors smiled broadly. Lowering his jaw, the genius of magical engineering shouted what would happen if he used this bomb here now. The object in the man's hand began to emit a bright light, and the young man thought about the danger of detonating it at such a distance. Suddenly, the main warrior of the sun raised the device high into the air. The magic bomb flew straight into the sky. The heroes covered their faces with their hands from the bright glow, and subscribers were surprised at what kind of shock wave it was, the sound of which was much louder than that bomb, although the size was the same. Gritting his teeth in alarm, Reynolds reflected on the fact that the bomb had enormous firepower, but he did not feel the heat at all. Smiling broadly, Palaham declared that he had passed, to which he mentally said that he could not believe that it had flown so high from such a light toss, and as expected, the main warrior of the sun was on another level. A drop of sweat ran down the boy's cheek, and he asked the man again in bewilderment. Touching his finger to the chest of the genius of magical engineering, the leader of the warriors repeated that he was saying that the object he had created was magnificent. The youth's pupils visibly narrowed in alarm. A memory appeared in which Maurice, frowning angrily, asked Reynolds if he knew how much money was spent on all this garbage that he made. Dark silhouettes of people surrounded the boy and asked him to listen to them, at the same time saying that without them he would have died long ago. The genius of magical engineering clenched his teeth in worry, thinking about what the envious people had told him, that he should always be grateful to them. The young man's tears fell on his hand, and he noted that he had already said that the best warrior of Taruha was a little more brilliant than he thought. A smirk appeared on Jeju's face. It seemed that Reynolds was holding a piece of paper in his hands, and it was said that after that incident, time flew by quickly, and in the workshop provided to him, he finally gave free rein to his suppressed creative desires. The protagonist and Palaham practiced strikes in a snowy clearing, and it turned out that he spent time in duels with the chieftain of warriors, improving his combat skills and adapting to the use of Shaknal items, while fans wrote that it was time for him to give up, because even they, watching from the sidelines, were bored with it. The awakened one gripped the knife tightly with his fingers, and one of his viewers suggested that the others could just stop watching him in that case, when suddenly he was asked about how one could ask for the impossible, when in fact they did not know a way to not watch this player's live broadcasts. Smiling, the protagonist admitted that he thought he could do it if he practiced a little more, and then added that he would try to make a few more attempts, to which the observers noted that he seemed to have put lot onto in the far drawer, and whether it was too much to use everything together, although he now had a full set of Lotanto's things, so it was a pity to give up something like that. Confidently closing his lips, the traveler thought about the dagger being the center of power that controls the army. On his finger was a silver ring with a stone, and he decided to concentrate. The magic pendant on his neck dangled from side to side. The magical items on Jeju's body began to emit light, when suddenly the system reported that the set effect was activated, and the abilities of the Shadow Army were strengthened. Biting his lip, the protagonist wanted to concentrate, and a notification about advanced functions appeared above him. The tip of the blade was enveloped in streams of dark energy. Suddenly, a black silhouette began to appear on the grass. At the same second, his magical clone appeared in front of the awakened one, and he said that working with a double was like the feeling of gaining wings that he had never had before and the ability to flap them. Translucent wings were visible behind the protagonist's back, and he noticed that if he was not aware of every movement, the copy would stumble, lose its balance and fall. Moving his leg to the side, the traveler decided that he needed to move slowly, as if he were programming. Jeju anxiously closed his lips, thinking that this was great, because he managed to stabilize the movements of his double, but there was a problem. Suddenly, the protagonist put his hand with the knife to his chest and thought about what would happen if Shaknil tried to use Lot onto during activation. Seeing a splash of dark energy in the sky, the awakened one was scared and realized that the clone could not maintain its shape and was falling, and did not understand what to do with it. Splashes of black matter flew off the ground. At the same second, an unknown substance began to grow in the air. The protagonist clenched his teeth in alarm. Beads of sweat ran down his face, and he thought about how he had failed again, and his subscribers laughed at him and said that he had been doing this for many days. Putting his hands on his knees, the traveler did not understand what the problem was, and then mentally said that he managed to flap non-existent wings, but continued to haunt the feeling of falling because he did not know how to fly. The guy's wrist was stained with blood, and he realized that every time he fell to the bottom, it felt like his body was torn apart and ripped apart. Putting the blade forward, Jeju decided that he still couldn't give up, and then mentally ordered the double to move. The protagonist frowned angrily and again ordered the clone to start moving. The tip of the blade moved forward, and the awakened one wanted his copy to start moving. A bright glare of light was visible in the guy's eyes. Suddenly, an explosion of black matter occurred in space. The shadow fighter raised his hand up. Smiling widely, the protagonist realized that he had succeeded, and the subscribers were surprised that he had managed to do this, and that such a thing was really possible, although when they themselves simply created the outline of the double, it already felt like their heads were about to explode. Suddenly, the traveler began to fall down, and before that, he quietly asked if people remembered that he said that he could do it, and as it turned out, he felt the movement of the cloak and the double at the same time and finally understood everything. A view of the estate in the middle of a snowy forest opened up. In Popo's eyes, glares of light were visible. Sungmin smiled widely and said that thanks to the information transmitted, the position of the senior leader was approved, and with luck, the next promotion will not be long in coming. Shifting his gaze to the side, Jeju noted that the head of the clan must be very busy, because his place on the 20th floor is very close to him, to which he tried to convince him otherwise, and the interlocutor added that it seemed to him that he had much more to do. It seemed like the main character was lying in the snow, and it was said that Sungmin, who purely by chance was heading to visit the awakened one, found him unconscious and carried him to bed. The man asked where the guy was rushing to, training until he lost his pulse, to which the guy closed his eyes and said that he could deprive a person of the gift of speech. Smiling, the traveler asked if he could ask the interlocutor for one favor as payment for the information provided. Putting his palm to his chest, the head of the Hanshin clan answered that he could do it and asked to speak, after which he added that if we are talking about Lord Lashante, who ranks first in Teruha, then he is ready to fulfill any request. While the viewers were surprised by this and said that the real first place is Popol. The pets smiled sweetly, and the commentators said that this is an indisputable fact, when suddenly one of them noted that if the queen hears the crazy rascals, she will faint from a sharp jump in pressure. The young man put his fingers to his chin and said that he had exactly 2 requests. Suddenly, his eyes widened noticeably. Sungmin closed his lips when he heard that Jeju was asking him to block the users for a while, and wanted to ask him to do everything possible to stop the spread of rumors about who Lecanto was. A view of an estate in the middle of a snowy forest opened up. Reynolds turned his head from side to side in confusion. Smiling, the protagonist asked if this was a difficult task, to which the guy exclaimed that it was not, after which he explained that it was possible, but he thought that with such power, there would be no trace left of the original item. The metal glove was lying on the drawing, and the genius of magical engineering said that even if the maximum efficiency was squeezed out of the existing glove, then for an item made according to this scheme, it would be no more than 5%. Putting his fingers to his mouth, the awakened one remained silent and thought that in the end he had no choice but to make a new one, and since the sun's magical power supported his physical abilities, he thought that this design was at a level that a skilled craftsman could handle. Suddenly, the protagonist looked straight ahead when he was asked to listen. The youth held the item in his hands and asked how about taking a course to strengthen the existing equipment, because if it was about the effectiveness that had been demonstrated earlier, then it would be possible to climb up to the 29th floor without any problems. Smiling broadly, the traveler replied that he needed it just in case, and then thought that he was grateful for his concern, but he could not tell someone he had met less than a week ago that this was due to the administrator trying to kill him. Closing his eyes, the youth muttered that he understood everything. Sitting down on a chair, Jaja asked the question of whether Reynold would agree to help him, to which he replied that he did, but simply reasoned that it was dangerous, because each tool has its own value, so he believes that it is unacceptable to hunt people who use them. Looking at the system screen, the guy screamed in fear when they started talking about the cost of materials. Smiling, the genius of magical engineering said that the 10,000 coins that he was given last time would be enough. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young man asked the protagonist not to worry about this and just visit him a little later, after which he added that he would contact him when he was done, and the viewers noticed that his confidence was pouring over the edge, and did not understand where the child who said he could not do it went. With a smile on his face, the awakened one watched as Reynold reasoned about whether he should do it this way, and then another way, and which option would be better. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist thought about the fact that he had made all the necessary orders. Grinning, the traveler suggested that in that case he should return to climbing up again. The sunlight fell on the walls of a large house. Jeju walked step by step forward through the forest, and his subscribers asked if he would now rest a little, because fainting had become a part of his daily life. Smiling widely, the protagonist said that he had rested enough, but the viewers were outraged by this, and thought that he was joking. Closing his eyes, the awakened one asked a question about what he could do here. White clouds thickened in the sky, and the player found himself on the 26th floor. Sitting on the ground, the user asked when someone would come, to which his partner asked to wait a little, because they were not the only ones who fled because of exile, so soon someone else would appear. Resting his chin on the back of his hand, the knight noted that there was at least some relief that he had a decent amount of coins, otherwise he would have died of hunger from the very beginning. The guy folded his hands on his knees and said that there were already 9 of them, so there was only one left to wait, and for that he needed to be patient a little longer. The players were sitting on the ground waiting for the test to begin, and it turned out that because of the Chemo Man blackout they were kicked out of Tarek and they fled to the 26th floor, but for the 5th day in a row they could not begin the passage due to a lack of people. Looking to the side, the knight clarified whether those 7 looked like stragglers, to which his comrade replied that there was no particular difference between all of them, and he himself had heard that they were from a small clan, but since they arrived here in such a hurry, the reason was obvious. Gritting his teeth, the guy noted that it was either one way or the other. A huge statue towered in front of the users, and the young man noticed that everyone was eager to get started. Golden stripes were visible on the sculpture's face. Its pupils seemed very small. The player looked up, his mouth slightly open in fear. Pressing himself against his friend's body, the guy asked if the statue had just moved its eyes, to which the latter clarified what they were talking about. A notification appeared that a group of 10 people on a high difficulty level had been assembled, and the user exclaimed that someone had finally arrived, while his friend shouted that he was not lying. Jeju emerged from the magic portal, and the system reported that the conditions had been met, so the test of the 26th floor was beginning. The protagonist stood with the corners of his lips down. A pair of golden scales were visible in the sculpture's hand. Suddenly, the monument began to shake. At that very second, the statue fell to its knees on the ground. The sculpture held a long sword in front of its face. The man smiled and greeted the awakened one, then asked if he had ever been here before, seeing that he had come alone. The protagonist closed his eyes and noted that he could not worry about this, and the subscribers noted that the liar mode was turned on, and the further their idol went, the more often he spoke words that were far from the truth. One of the bowls of the golden scales tipped down. The player showed 3 fingers and asked if it was true that they could simply follow the 30,000 coin rule, as everyone already knew, to which the viewers said that they had not been broken by a dilemma for a long time, and if we were talking about a high level of difficulty, then it would be enough to put 30,000 coins on the scale, and then something simple would appear, and the reward would increase. The sinister bear opened its mouth wide, and it turned out that the content of the 26th floor trial was to place items on the scales within a certain time and beat the demonic beasts that appeared after the time had passed. The crown, jewelry, and gold coins were pulling the scales down, and it was said that if the trial was passed successfully, all the items would be returned to the players, and although a certain formula was set these days, in the past, expensive items were always used for safety reasons. Looking down, Jeja thought that since there were 10 of them, that meant 3,000 for each, but he had no idea whether the administrator had given up after the meeting on the 25th floor, or whether he was still itching to kill him, to which the fans pointed out that whoever calculated the formula was truly magnificent, and how many people had given their lives to figure out the calculation made in blood. The protagonist's lips tightened when asked why he was so nervous, since he himself said that he had been here, after which he asked him not to worry, since they would take on the elimination of all the monsters anyway. The protagonist's jaw dropped, thinking that he wished everything was that easy, and the observers wrote that their throats suddenly went dry, and if you think about it, we are talking about the player's difficulty level. The heroes looked up and saw a notification that they had 10 seconds left. The knight frowned angrily when the countdown began. The pupils of the awakened one noticeably dilated, while there were 5 seconds left. The eyes of the statue began to glow brightly, and the system reported that the test was beginning, and Mayat, the goddess of justice, decided to sacrifice them. The bowl of the golden scales suddenly fell to the floor. The man's mouth opened in surprise. Looking at the broken concrete, users did not understand what it meant and whether the bowl should have fallen like that. A drop of sweat was running down Judge's cheek, and he was surprised that the sculpture was leaning towards receiving nothing, and then ordered everyone to step away from the scales. Black matter began to appear inside the bowl. The protagonist's pupils noticeably enlarged. Raising his head up, the awakened one thought about the fact that he had assumptions, but did not think that they would come true, and subscribers said that they were not even surprised anymore, because now the rules were ignored. Starting to run away, the guy wondered why it appeared there. Drops of black liquid were running down the monster's teeth. Horrifying demonic creatures appeared in front of the protagonist. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted for the traveler to come to him quickly, and then wondered if he was unable to move because he was afraid. The monster suddenly pointed its paw downwards. The user frowned angrily and called out to the traveler. Jeju punched upwards and repelled the undead's attack. The player's eyes widened in alarm. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist was surprised. The magic glove on his hand clenched into a fist. Suddenly, the elite fighter of the demonic dimension towered over the awakened one. At the same moment, the protagonist rushed forward. Piercing the monster's body, the protagonist thought that this was not a magic gun, but just an ordinary blow, but it turns out that this thing is more useful than he thought, and the fan was surprised at what Reynolds did. A memory appeared of the genius of magical engineering smiling broadly, and saying that he had strengthened the magic circuit of the existing armor, so that the power would be enough for a quick attack. A moment later, the traveler landed in the middle of the monster's paws, and the audience did not understand whether this was an optical illusion, and whether the player had managed without using Lakanta. A smile appeared on Jeju's face. Suddenly, electric currents rushed along his arm. The protagonist bit his lips in pain. Grabbing his hand, the awakened one said in his thoughts that the recoil was proportionate to the strengthening. With his mouth wide open, the man asked if everything was okay with the protagonist. The demonic creatures lay meekly on the ground, and the users did not understand whether these creatures were dead, and then were surprised that the traveler really dealt with them, and even took out that monster with one blow, and also dealt with the small one. The magician held the staff in his hand and was silent. Looking at his comrade, the player asked if they had really cleared the test, to which he replied that if nothing appeared from behind the scales, it meant they had completed the test. A drop of sweat was running down the guy's cheek, and he denied it, because he did not understand why in that case there was no notification about clearing the floor. Suddenly, the heroes looked up. Surprised, his eyes widened, the protagonist thought about his partner's words. The bowl of the golden scales began to crack, and the awakened one realized that the portal that opens when clearing the floor did not appear, and the bowl of the scales on which objects are placed lies as it lay. The man clenched his teeth in alarm. Fearfully lowering his eyebrows, the user did not understand why this was happening. At the same second, a red glow appeared in the statue's eyes. Drops of sweat were running down the fighter's face, and he quietly asked why the sculpture was moving. A moment later, the monument swung its sword. The protagonist lowered its jaw and ordered everyone to dodge. The players opened their mouths wide and began to scream loudly. The traveler's pupils bulged in confusion. A stone statue appeared, and it was said that it was a decorative item and a device for trials on the 26th floor, and its role was to evaluate the value of the item and provide a monster accordingly. So in other words, there had never been a case of the goddess statue directly attacking the user. The blade of the blade was enveloped in streams of red magic. The tip of the weapon burst out of the ground, and Jeju wondered why the administrator even went through such a warning, although he assumed that it would be impossible to pass this floor without incident. Suddenly, tongues of black matter enveloped the player's body, causing him to sigh heavily. Tears began to flow from the man's eyes. The fighter began to fall down, and the protagonist realized that he felt relieved that he had managed to react. Turning his head to the side, the awakened one asked if his partner was okay and could move, then added that if his answer was positive, then he should quickly leave here with the others. Putting his fingers to his chin, the user thought about his words. Smiling, the protagonist suggested that he just take cover somewhere nearby. The guys began to lift the commander and shout that they thought he kicked the bucket, and the traveler assumed that he was probably worried. A small piece of stone land appeared, and Jeju explained that this place reminded him of a small island, so no matter how far the people went, they would not be able to escape without a portal. Sweat ran down the users' faces, and the protagonist asked them to hurry. As the statue swung its sword at him from behind, the awakened one declared that he could no longer continue to protect them. Suddenly, the moment dealt a crushing blow. The protagonist flew high into the air to dodge the attack. At that very moment, the magic glove on his hand began to emit a bright light. A moment later, an electric current appeared in the clear sky. The traveler hit the sculpture on the head with his hand. Closing his lips, the protagonist noticed that it did not look like a blow to a stone. Blood began to flow down the statue of the goddess. Looking at the fist, the awakened one and his subscribers were surprised by what they saw. The guy jumped on the monument, and the viewer asked if it was true that black blood was oozing from the wound. The protagonist gritted his teeth, and his fans did not understand if this was a special feature of the representatives of the demonic world, and noted that the rank of this creature would be higher than that of the controller. Suddenly, the sculpture bowed its head down, and the traveler realized that it was the Chamberlain. Jeju closed his lips and said that it was a demonic beast that commanded monsters of a rank lower than it, and if the black liquid was left unattended, it would not only cause lower-ranked monsters to be summoned, but the Chamberlain himself would also be reborn as a monster, while viewers wrote that the administrator had done this many times before, so he should concentrate and attack to avoid dying. The frightened protagonist began to press his fingers on the system screen and thought that he did not want to overexert himself, but he had to deal with it quickly. A memory appeared of Reynolds raising his finger and explaining that the stable performance possible on this unit was 6% at best, and the functions had not yet been fully revealed, so he should not overexert himself. And then the awakened one decided to remove the energy output limitation, although he was advised to do the opposite until he adapted. Suddenly, the magic glove began to emit a bright light, and the system reported that its performance had increased to 6%. At that very moment, the protagonist stepped on the ground with his foot. Putting his palm forward, the traveler decided that if he added the sun's mana, he would succeed. A moment later, the monster's eyes began to glow brightly, while the power of the item continued to grow. The demonic entity swung its hand. Blood flowed from Jeju's nose. The protagonist gritted his teeth, and the productivity of his unit increased to 8%. A bright flash appeared between the hands of the opponents. Opening its mouth wide, the statue began to scream loudly. The hair of the awakened one moved back from a gust of wind, and he thought that, as expected, destroying in one blow takes a lot of strength. The fiery energy near the sculpture grew, and the protagonist realized that the most important thing was that the attack would work. Firmly planting his feet on the ground, the traveler thought that all he had to do was stand firm. Suddenly, the wide mouth of an elite fighter of the demonic dimension appeared behind him. The protagonist turned his head back. A powerful explosion appeared in front of the players. Putting his hand to his chin, the player asked if his assistant had attacked, to which his friend noted that it looked like it, and apparently he was born from the Chamberlain's bodily fluid. Looking to the side, the guy asked if they should help, then added that no matter how strong that person was, it would be difficult for him to resist two high-ranking servants, and even if he died, they would be next anyway. The knight frowned angrily and remained silent. Gritting his teeth tightly, the man stated that they would only hinder him, so they should not interfere. Sweat dripped down the user's face, and he reported that he could not catch either the statue's movements or the reproducible attack, and then added that this meant that they were not the kind of people who could do anything with modest skills, and that creature was beyond the levels of the 20th floors. The skin around Jeju's mouth was stained with blood. Looking around, the protagonist realized that it was dangerous. A bright glow appeared behind the awakened one, and he mentally said that he never expected that a monster would be created from bodily fluid so quickly. Suddenly, the protagonist turned his head back. Some parts of the sculpture were broken. Putting his palm to his hand, the traveler thought about the fact that he had only a few seconds left before the bodily fluid covered the entire area. Streams of energy enveloped the metal seal, when suddenly the system reported that its power increased to 9%, and then to 10%. Putting the unit in front of him, the protagonist decided that he needed to finish everything with this attack. A bright glow struck the monument, which roared loudly. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. The awakened one was pushing his foot into the ground. Streams of black matter splashed out of the sneaker and dug into the ground. Gritting his teeth tightly, the protagonist cried out in alarm. Pieces began to fly off the head of the sculpture. At the same second, a powerful explosion occurred. A moment later, the demonic creature dissolved into thin air, and subscribers asked if their idol was okay, because just one look at the firepower of this thing is enough for them to understand that he can barely stand on his feet. Sweat was running down Jeju's cheek, and he was thinking that it was very dangerous, because the difficulty of using it exceeds imagination, and there was pain in his hand and a huge expenditure of mana. Streams of electricity began to emanate from the metal glove. Squeezing his eyes, the protagonist said that he was fine, and this overwork was not fatal, to which his viewers noted that it turned out that he was a real man, and since his limbs were intact, he was fine. Turning his head back, the protagonist noticed that the Chamberlain had disappeared, and the black bodily fluid had evaporated. Suddenly, the system reported that the test had been passed, and the passage to the 27th and 20th floors was opening, when suddenly precious things began to fall from the sky. Sitting down on the ground, the traveler thought that there was nothing worthwhile here. Clasping the magic stones with his fingers, Jeju thought that the difficulty level had become like this because of him, so he was ashamed to take other items. The players stood behind the protagonist and shouted that he needed to stop and listen to them, and the fans noted that they knew for sure that they wanted to get closer, but if they started to pass the test with him, then would their mental health fail, but it would be a great success. Turning back, the awakened one said in his thoughts that from the point of view of those people, he probably looked like a savior. Suddenly, the images of the players began to blur. Closing his lips, the protagonist realized that the initially abnormal difficulty of this test arose because of him, and if he started a relationship with them without any reason, then it was clear that he would only put these people in danger. At the same moment, the traveler stepped over precious things. Standing right in front of the portal, the protagonist said that he wanted to apologize to all users. A view of Taruha's workshop opened up in the middle of a snowy forest. A large house stood in a large clearing, and from it, someone could be heard complaining about whether they had gone crazy. Looking away in alarm, Jeju muttered that the situation was more dangerous than he thought, then added that he had no choice. Pointing his finger forward, Reynolds complained that even if it was, how could the firepower output be increased to 10%, then exclaimed that he said it would be too difficult to withstand such a load, to which the boy replied that he only felt a dull ache in his arm. The boy stated that he had warned him and asked to take a look, when suddenly the protagonist pulled out a metal glove from his backpack and noted that it was fortunately in perfect condition. Dropping his jaw, the genius of magical engineering retorted that he was not talking about the object. Putting his palm on the awakened man's hand, the youth explained that he was talking about his right limb and clarified whether it was in good condition, to which the boy thought about the fact that the master was angry not because he had exceeded the permissible power limit. Clenching and unclenching his hand, the protagonist stated that everything was fine and that there were no injuries, and then realized that the interlocutor was worried that the person using his tool might have been hurt. Closing his eyes, Reynolds explained that what the traveler was currently lacking was not physical ability, but mana. His heart was visible behind Jeju, and the guy noted that he did not have enough mana to ensure the performance of the machines. Looking at the protagonist, the genius of magical engineering said that it was not too late, so he could at least try to master some magical skills now, to which the protagonist replied that he was just thinking about it. Closing his lips, the awakened one thought about the fact that for the same reason, magical engineering is considered only an auxiliary tool, and in fact, it is difficult to master not only because of its complexity and the high cost of materials. The items created by the master were shown, and the protagonist explained that because it takes too much mana to directly control the machines of magical engineering, and in short, if a person wants to create something on their own and use it on their own at the same time, they need to master both magical engineering and magical skills. After a while, the protagonist was walking down an empty street, and viewers in the chat were writing that he needed to take care of his health, and he should leave his sickly appearance for old age. After reading this, the guy smiled confusedly and replied that he understood everything, and next time he would think about it 100 times before using the glove. Looking to the side, he asked himself if this distance would really be enough, after which a notification appeared in front of him, stating that there were 10 minutes and 59 seconds left until the end of the restriction on connecting to the broadcast. Opening his backpack, Jeju asked himself how many people were going to join, and the guys in the chat said that they were slightly against adding new people. A bright light suddenly appeared in the darkness of the backpack, and the popo flew out with joyful exclamations. Having handed the pets the mana stones, the protagonist asked them if they were hungry, to which they reacted characteristically. The popo began to absorb the magic stones, and the viewers wrote that they would also eat them now. Poloha licked his lips contentedly. Then he picked up one of the magic stones. Jeju saw that the popo wanted to share with him, and with a wide smile on his face, he replied that he was fine, and they should eat more. After that, he took the pet in his arms, when suddenly he was told that there were 52 seconds left until the end of the connection restriction to the broadcast. Less than a minute later, the connection restriction to the broadcast was lifted, and the protagonist, sitting on the ground, saw hundreds of connection notifications. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his face, and he said that he would now remove these notifications. Without thinking twice, the guy turned off the connection messages. A confused smile spread across his face when he saw that the current number of viewers had reached 10,401. Popo smiled widely when he saw this. The guy looked at this number and said to himself that, as far as he knew, only those who had reached the 40th floor had surpassed the 1,000 threshold, and he was annoyed by the fact that all these numerous users were those who were above him. At that very second, viewers began to sponsor the streamer and attach voice messages, asking him questions. The protagonist immediately changed the voice message limits to 1,000 coins. As soon as he did this, the user Fighter Murima sponsored him for 1,000 coins and said in a voice message that he would not be able to stop him with this 1,000. To which the guy replied that in that case he would raise the limit to 5,000. As soon as he did this, he looked around and realized that it had finally become quiet. He then put his hand on the map and said to himself that among the new viewers, there might be those who came because they were curious to know who he was. But there might also be those who were here to build a good relationship with him, or to test his nerves. After thinking these thoughts, he put his hand on his chest and spread the other one to the side, and then said that he was glad to see everyone who joined the broadcast, both those who liked him, and those who annoyed him, and even those who were here out of pure curiosity. The number of his subscribers grew with each passing second, while the guy continued to say that they seemed to have joined the broadcast both because they were curious to know what kind of person he was. But first he would ask them to subscribe. After saying this, Jeju smiled widely. After a while, he looked at the number of subscribers and said that all the questions and answers in the chat would be available only to subscribers. But after a minute, the number of his subscribers stopped at 225 people. Seeing this, the guy folded his arms across his chest and asked discontentedly why it seemed to him that the number of his subscribers was not increasing. Without thinking twice, he began deleting all the users who did not subscribe to him. The number of subscribers immediately began to increase and reached a record 1,000 people. Seeing this, the protagonist smiled contentedly, after which he was informed that he was being blessed, and now he could choose one of the following blessings. Reading that he could choose the blessing of endurance, strength, agility, mana, and mid-level luck, Jeju's eyes filled with joy, and he said to himself that this was exactly what he was waiting for. Without a second thought, the guy chose the blessing of mid-level mana. He was immediately enveloped in magical energy. Seeing a bright glow in front of him, he said to himself that his magical power had increased, and it felt like the magic reservoir was growing, and the amount of mana was also increasing. Closing his eyes, the protagonist imagined a phone and said to himself that mana was clearly used in the video. He slowly put his hand to his chest. Then the traveler ran his hand through the air, leaving a magical trail. The sun brightly illuminated the streets of the city. Suddenly, a powerful magical explosion was heard in the alley. There was a hole in the wall of the building from the explosion. The protagonist stood in the smoke, which was slowly dissipating. Closing one eye, he said in confusion that he was seriously scared, and the viewers in the chat laughed. Coming to his senses, Jeju turned around to look at his guys. He suddenly saw that they hid in a backpack. The guy immediately hugged them and asked if they were really that scared, to which they began to cry. Suddenly, guards ran out from around the corner and said that they heard a loud noise, so they came, but seeing a hole in the wall, they shouted, asking what happened here, whether the traveler had caused trouble again, like last time, adding that strange incidents happen quite often these days, but they hoped that he saw the criminal. Hearing this, the protagonist turned around to look at the guys. When the angry warriors leaned towards him and asked if he knew who the attacker was, Jeju looked away in confusion. Gathering his strength, he explained the situation and apologized. Closing his eyes, he said that he was truly sorry that everything happened like this. After listening to the savior, the guard laughed and shouted that it turned out that the gentleman could not control his strength. He smiled widely and added that everything was fine, rather, the wall that could not withstand such a blow was too weak, to which his comrade added that this was true, because a building coated with resin was stronger. After that, they nodded their heads and went on patrolling the streets, saying that they would fix the wall later, so the guy could leave everything as is. The protagonist, with a confused smile on his face, watched the guys leave. Suddenly, a system screen appeared to the side of him, informing him that he had received a message. When he opened it, he saw an image of Sungmin, who wrote that something had happened on the 30th floor, and then suggested that they meet in the residential area on the 20th floor to exchange more detailed information. After reading it to the end, Jeju said that he was just about to go to the 20th floor now, which meant that he should stop by Sungmin's place. After a while, the rays of the setting sun fell on the roof of Sungmin's house. The man, lying on the couch, waved his hand, greeting the protagonist. The guy approached him and said that he looked very tired, to which he, sitting up, replied that this was true, lately there was a lot more work. Without taking his eyes off his interlocutor, Jeju asked what incident on the 30th floor he had mentioned in his message. Sungmin looked up at the guest and asked in response what his original idea of the 30th floor was. The protagonist's eyes showed surprise at this question, and he replied that this was a place where people were not allowed, so visiting was only possible for a short time, and only the residential area could be entered, while saying to himself that he had not yet reached the 30th floor, and he thought he knew this. Sungmin crossed his fingers and said to this answer that it was true. Moreover, the area of the residential area was smaller than the other floors, adding that it was a place where people did not stay for long and just quickly passed by. As a friend, he smiled and added that he did not know at all who they were talking about, but there was an unprecedented fuss because the fairy queen was looking for one person. As soon as the traveler heard this, a drop of cold sweat appeared on his face. After a short pause, Sungmin rested his hands on his feet and said that if there was a person that the fairy queen trusted, then this was nothing other than the concentration of power on the 30th floor in her hands. He waved his hand to the side and asked if the plot wasn't similar to a fairy tale. Cinderella ran away after bewitching the fairy queen. After saying that, the protagonist introduced himself as that Cinderella, and the viewers in the chat room laughed at the situation. Coming closer to the protagonist, Sungmin said that there was a trace left behind that only the fairy queen could recognize, although he really had no idea who she was. He then led the guy to the exit, adding that he was thinking that before someone was caught in a lie, they should go there quickly, while Jeju was saying to himself that this was one of the people he was thinking of, and what a relief that he wasn't his enemy. The Coliseum of Valor was located on the 27th floor, and the trial on this floor was a simple team deathmatch, so all the travelers had to do was kill all the opposing teams and win. The protagonist did just that, standing in pools of blood with an axe in his hands. In front of him on the ground sat a shaking opponent who begged for mercy. Jeju looked at the guy with disdain in his eyes, saying to himself that when he arrived on the 27th floor, he introduced himself as usual, and as soon as he mentioned that he was studying magical engineering, the looks of the team members changed dramatically. He remembered how his comrades' eyes were shining when, fully justifying his predictions, they threw him as bait as soon as the test began. The opponents immediately pointed their weapons at Jeju, while his comrades stood behind and said that they thought it was enough if he died. With one blow, the protagonist killed the first attacker. There was not a drop of compassion or pity in his eyes. One by one, the travelers who attacked him fell to the ground. When everyone was dead, the protagonist's comrades looked at him with horror in their eyes and said that they did not understand where he got such extensive knowledge in magical engineering, and someone said that he was against it, but he had no choice because he was threatened. While they were arguing, the guy turned away and said to himself that since the entire enemy team was destroyed, the test was passed, which meant that the portal would soon open, and he would need to immediately go to the next floor. But before he could finish speaking, horror appeared in his eyes when he heard the cracking of bones and the sounds of tearing flesh. His comrades were shaking convulsively. In a few seconds, they merged into one creature. Jeju looked at this in shock and thought that everything was fine until this moment. The protagonist looked at his terrified comrades who were shouting that thanks to him they were able to win so easily, and then began to ask him how many coins he wanted for this, adding that from the beginning they thought that they would only hinder him, so they put him in front to deal with the opponents, and the audience all the while laughed at how quickly they changed their minds. But suddenly, Jeju felt a dark magical energy, which caused him to turn around. He looked ahead, saying to himself that he should go straight to the 28th floor, but the test of the 27th floor is to defeat all the opposing teams. But the message that the test was passed does not appear, and then he asked himself why he thought that he would be able to pass this floor quietly and calmly. As soon as he asked himself this, the bodies of his teammates began to change. Their flesh was torn and bones were cracking, while the protagonist looked at this and said to himself that he was 100% sure that the administrator had sacrificed all the users. Suddenly, he saw a girl in front of him, who licked her lips contentedly. Raising her hands, she said that she felt such a refreshing and incredibly sweet air and was finally in long-awaited freedom. Baroness Faust smiled widely, and Jeju, looking at her, said to himself that monsters of a rank higher than the chief chamberlain are demons that have names and individual characteristics. This demon is so dangerous that even on the 54th floor, where it could initially appear, it instantly kills a traveler, unless, of course, he is very unlucky and accidentally encounters it. After these thoughts, the guy put his hand in his backpack, going to get something. But before he could do this, the monster attacked him. A terrifying magical energy filled the air. A few seconds later, the protagonist was lying on a school desk. His classmates stood behind him and laughed, saying that he really did live like that, adding that he was pathetic and that it didn't matter that he heard everything. Tears were streaming from the boy's eyes. On the day of graduation, parents were taking pictures of their happy children, and Jeju stood alone. His eyes were full of pain and disappointment. At work, his boss pointed at him and shouted in anger that he did not live to behave like that. The boy obediently bowed his head and apologized. Right after that, the Baroness appeared behind him and asked if he wasn't suffering. With a crazy smile on her face, she whispered in his ear, offering to ease his suffering, so that he would no longer have to lower his head in front of others and care about what they thought, because she could make it so that he would not hear a single sound that oppressed his soul. But unexpectedly for her, the protagonist opened his mouth and firmly said that she was talking too loudly, that his ears hurt. Having said this, he raised the gauntlet charged with the power of the sun to his opponent's face. At the same moment, the sun's energy was released from the weapon. An insanely powerful magical explosion was heard. The space that the demon had created shattered into small fragments. The protagonist landed neatly on the ground, saying to himself that Faust was the nightmare of the 50th floor. Raising his head to the monster, he asked what she was suggesting to do, while simultaneously saying to himself that the reason for this was a cruel ability when she uses other people's injuries, digs up and shows painful memories from the past. Looking away, the guy said that the only thing that helped him prepare was using divination immediately after Faust appeared. Even before the terrifying ability affected him, his eyes lit up with a purple light. Leaving his memories, Jeju put his hand to his head and said to himself that he was also using a cloak at the same time, so it felt like his head was about to burst. But suddenly the Baroness's head began to recover, and she screamed in rage. The guy's eyes showed shock and confusion, and the viewers in the chat said that her head was her weak point, and they did not understand why it did not work. The monster quickly regenerated and said that he could not believe that a human had the mana of the sun, adding that it was not a power that an insignificant human could control, after which the demon asked how he got it. The protagonist stared at his opponent and realized that her weak point was not her head, after which the viewers wrote that she had 7 hearts, because 7 victims were sacrificed, which meant that there were still 6 left. The Baroness crossed her arms and shouted that she would not let her guard down anymore, and the guy noticed that the color of her eyes had changed. Looking closely at the hand on which the yellow sphere was, he said to himself that as the head regenerated, the color of the eyes changed, which meant that the remaining 6 places on the body were exactly the same color. His body was enveloped in the energy of the sun. In a few seconds, Jeju saw the places that were supposed to be the remaining hearts of the demon. In that same second, he jumped up. Getting close to the Baroness, he said to himself that he hoped that he could hold out until the very end. After some time, the entire arena was destroyed and splashed with blood, but the protagonist completed the test. The dead Baroness was lying on the ground. The guy was sitting nearby. He opened the passage leading to the 28th floor, and the passage leading to the 20th floor. After winning, dozens of voice messages fell on him, saying that it was simply unbelievable, but the protagonist, without reacting to them, said that they needed to check the rewards, because in any case, everyone was dead, so there was no one to watch. After he accepted the reward, an object appeared in his hand. Looking at it, the guy learned that it was a baguette of healing, which would not please his taste buds, but would help heal the damage to the body. Without thinking twice, he ate it completely and eliminated the damage received with the healing baguette effect, after which he said to himself that he would be grateful if he managed to get at least the basic reward on the 27th floor. Suddenly, a huge square shadow appeared above him. Seeing it, he immediately raised his head. At the very last moment, the traveler managed to jump out from under the huge box with a surprise. He looked at what fell on him from the sky with fear. Without getting up from his place, the guy asked himself if they had almost made a pancake out of him, and if this was the reward for the 27th floor. And as soon as he asked himself about this, the wall of the gift came off, and the protagonist asked himself if this was some kind of demonic creature again. After this question, he immediately prepared for a fight. But he saw something that made him surprised and get to his feet. Having calmed down, the guy breathed a sigh of relief. The gift contained a hero-class Shadow Ruler's Shakno cape, which increased the user's item's ability to create shadow clones by 10%. As the traveler was putting the cape in his backpack, the onlookers asked him what he was going to do next, whether he was taking a break, to which he replied that he would immediately go to the next floor. Less than a minute later, he moved towards the portal, saying to himself that thanks to this test, he had definitely confirmed one thing: although the administrator could control the difficulty of the tests, the structure itself could not be changed. He had a confident smile on his face as he added that after passing the tests, the basic function of the tower was to issue corresponding rewards, which meant that even the so-called tower administrator was not an omnipotent being. After saying this, the guy imagined a tower rising into the sky, with the administrator standing at the top. The protagonist found himself on the 28th floor, and there were a lot of doors around him. The essence of this test is to pass through 3 correct doors among countless doors floating in the air. But if you choose the wrong door, the traveler will fall down and will not have the opportunity to try again. But of course, this is not the case with Jeju. He had a wide smile on his face. He stood on the door that clicked, after which he was informed that he had completed the test. The next second, the door turned into a portal, and he opened his way to the 29th floor. The protagonist remembered how he used future prediction as soon as he began passing this test, and said to himself that he just needed to determine the correct doors using prediction and then open them in order, adding that it was very cool to have the right item at hand. When he left the memories, he was already on the 29th floor in an open field, and he was informed that the required number of people had been recruited, and now, depending on the user's choice, he can either immediately leave the floor or take something with him. The guy immediately looked around and said to himself that everyone was saying that this was some kind of bonus floor, a place where there was no risk, but there might not be any benefit either. When suddenly a man appeared behind him and addressed him. He was smiling broadly and said that he had a familiar smell coming from him, and he could smell his items. The master of the 7 snakes named La'antu was walking towards the protagonist with his hand outstretched, asking if it was true that he wanted to get something from him. Turning to the old man, Jeju replied that he was not sure about it, while simultaneously saying to himself that the person he had only seen on the video was now standing right in front of him, and this was some kind of new feeling. But if it was that La'antu, then he did not think that he would gain anything from this meeting, and it would be useful to just talk for a while and then go up to the 30th floor. But as soon as he thought about it, the old man's hand fell on his shoulder. The protagonist immediately felt the incredible power of La'antu, who asked him if he really thought he was controlling them properly. Shock appeared in the boy's eyes. At this time, a poisonous snake appeared on the old man's hand. Without thinking for a second, the traveler jumped back, asking himself what was going on here. He looked at the old man who extended his hand to him, and said to himself that the original hero on the 28th floor were like NPCs in a game, and did nothing but a certain narrow range of reactions. But Jeju felt that there was a snake in front of him, which said that if he wanted peace, he should listen to a short story, and if he wanted a reward, he should fight. Latantu extended his hand, which had a white snake on it, to the boy and said that he was quite an interesting traveler. Smiling widely, he asked if he wanted to have some fun with him. Cold sweat poured down the protagonist's face as he said to himself that it was as if there was a real living person in front of him, and then he wondered if the administrator had pulled some kind of trick again. After a short pause, the man pointed his finger at the guest and asked if he felt any discomfort, as if his clothes were not the right size. The guy smiled tensely and replied that he did not feel any discomfort, that the clothes fit him like a glove. Hearing this, joy appeared in Lotanto's eyes, and he exclaimed that this could not be. Having said this, he leaned towards the traveler, when suddenly he poked his finger into his chest and said that if the clothes he created did not fit, then his head would hurt, and the pain would be terrible. As soon as Jeju heard this, shock appeared in his eyes. He descended into his memories, where he fought at the limit, and said to himself that because of Lotanto's set of equipment, when he acted at the limit or simply wore it for a while, his head would begin to burst from pain. And while he was digging through his memories, the man released the snake and said that he could see from the expression on his face that he had come to a realization. Suddenly, he rushed to attack, saying that he should have some fun with him. Seeing this, the guy blocked the attack and said to himself that maybe this was his chance. Lotanto's white snake quickly slithered along the ground. The protagonist heard this and turned his gaze. He immediately saw the snake rushing to attack. At the very last moment, the traveler managed to dodge the sharp attack. Seeing this, Lotanto laughed and said that he moved well in clothes that did not fit him. Jeju looked at his opponent, who was crawling with snakes, and said to himself that he had completely forgotten the reason why he was dubbed the Master of the Seven Snakes, when suddenly the man said that if he satisfied him during the game, he would share with him a way to get rid of a headache. Hearing this, the protagonist stood up, and then the test of the 29th floor began. Evening came, and the sky was painted in warm colors. Then night came, and the stars appeared in the sky. The protagonist was lying on the ground, and snakes were crawling on him. Lotanto stood above him and asked if he was already exhausted, adding that young people were not particularly resilient lately, to which he asked in response, was this a violation or a rule, since he was fighting himself and summoning snakes at the same time. Then the man put his hand to his chin and answered that the one who was bypassing the rules was most likely him, since this was the first time he saw a traveler who had adapted to his attacks so quickly, adding that he thought that the process would take several days, and he even felt a little sorry for him. Hearing this, the guy frowned tensely and asked if he was planning to kill him. Recalling how he was attacked by a huge snake, he said to himself that the entire process, which began with one released snake and ended with 7 snakes attacking, took 10 hours. Jeju recalled how he fought off the old man's attacks and said to himself that although each snake had the same abilities as Lotanto's items, the difference in skill level was inevitable, and he had no choice but to desperately block the attacks. The man smiled widely and answered his question that he would not do anything to him. But his expression suddenly changed, and he added that if he wanted, he could give up at any time. At that moment, Lotanto clenched his hand into a fist and said that he had clear standards. Seeing this, the protagonist gritted his teeth. The snakes immediately wrapped around his arms, legs and neck. The traveler tried to surround himself with magical power to push the snake away. His face immediately turned pale and his strength left him. Seeing this, Lotanto relaxed his fist and said that if he wanted to go all the way, he couldn't just try to endure the onslaught. As soon as he said this, the snake opened its mouth, which had accumulated magical energy. It aimed straight at the guy's head. The traveler, seeing this, was very scared and asked himself what to do, because this was already dangerous. As soon as he asked himself this, his eyes changed color to purple. A second later, the snake released a powerful stream of magical energy. There was an insanely powerful explosion, after which the viewers buried the streamer. The protagonist looked at the snake in confusion, which was about to kill him. His eyes changed color to purple when he realized that this was already dangerous. The next second, the snake released a stream of magical energy right at his face. As soon as this happened, an incredibly strong energy struck the guy's heart. One of the snakes raised its head in surprise, feeling this. Another snake raised its head behind it. The next second, the snake that released a stream of magical energy from its mouth was entangled by the protagonist's cloak. Because of this, its projectile was fired in a different direction. After that, an insanely powerful explosion was heard. When the smoke cleared, Lotanto's snakes were lying on the ground. One of them was shaking while the guy's cloak was squeezing it. Jeju himself pinned his opponent to the ground, holding him by the throat. His eyes were full of surprise, because he did not understand what happened. The man looked at him with a wide smile on his face, and said that this time he beat him and thus passed the test. Some time later, the night sky was strewn with stars. The protagonist was sitting by the fire. He looked at his hands and asked himself what happened earlier, because he clearly remembers only the feeling of how time stopped. At that very moment, his eyes changed color. Before the snake released its mana, everything except him froze without moving. The magical projectile flew out of the snake's mouth. Time seemed to slow down, and the projectile flew at an incredibly slow speed. The traveler was able to even touch it with his finger, and wonder if this was happening because of the prediction. As soon as he touched the magic sphere, pain pierced his body. The guy began to blow on his finger, saying to himself that a light touch to the mana charge caused terrible pain, and this was obvious, and although the mana charge was painful, the force of the blow was quite weak. Then he glanced at Antu out of the corner of his eye and realized that he really did not seem to intend to kill him. Less than a minute later, the man's snake soared into the air. The protagonist rose to his feet and said to himself that if he did not satisfy him, he would not let him through to the 30th floor, and then asked himself if it was true that he did not need to kill him to go further. There was no emotion on the guy's face while he thought about the fact that his opponent himself did not want bloodshed at all. But unexpectedly for him, Antu made an incredibly fast strike, which he was able to dodge. His eyes were still glowing with purple fire, while he wondered if the man was attacking him, if he was able to make attacks even in slow motion mode. After this question, the traveler planted his foot on the ground and added that more importantly, he was unable to recognize his attack, but his body reacted first. From another blow, the guy easily jumped back. Then he ducked, dodging the attack, and said to himself that the feeling that the body instinctively detects danger with other senses. After these thoughts, Jeju attacked, and his punch became comparable to a snake's punch. The next second, he pinned his opponent to the ground. Leaving his memories, the protagonist continued to look at his hands, thinking that initially it was impossible for him to follow Lotanto's movements. Suddenly, he heard the voice of his pets, which made him turn around. The pulp climbed out of the backpack to ask for food. While the guy was picking up stones for his pets, Lotanto returned to the fire and said that in such a long life, he had seen such a thing. He and the snakes brought delicious food, saying that it was amazing to him that a person and the spirits of the world tree have such a connection, and it turns out that he already has wonderful friends. The protagonist accepted the dinner and asked if he didn't say that he would share a way to get rid of a headache, to which he asked in response if he himself had not already figured it out, unless when he used the prediction during the fight with him, his head hurt. After receiving this question, Jeju put his hand to his head and remembered that it did not hurt at all, after which Lotanto said that his children can neutralize each other, but he was really surprised that he was able to maintain the ease of movement despite all the blockages. Hearing this, the protagonist remembered how he dodged the incredibly fast attack of his opponent, and said to himself that he continued to attack as usual, and his abilities, it turns out, were blocked. Lotanto's snake slowly crawled to the buttocks, while the traveler asked the interlocutor if he really remained here alone all this time. Closing his eyes, the man answered that he had a beautiful daughter and wife, but now he does not know whether they are alive or not, because one day when he opened his eyes, he and these guys were left alone in the middle of this field overgrown with grass. When he said this, the snake turned to its owner. Lotanto remembered how animals would come out to the clearings during the day and said that it was very beautiful here, so there was no need to worry about drinking or eating, but no matter how long he walked, he couldn't leave this place. He sat on the grass, adding that no matter which way he went, he always ended up here. The man continued to smile, and say that maybe this was his karma for going against the people for the sake of the forest's existence. Hearing this, the protagonist drew an image of Lotanto in his mind and said to himself that he was the one who fought the people who invaded the spirit forest alone, the man who broke the cold gaze and prejudice, called a hero by the forest residents, and also a descendant of the first people who came from the spirit forest. The man's eyes suddenly showed surprise when the guy opposite him firmly said, "No." Without a drop of doubt in his eyes, Jeju looked at Lotanto and firmly said that his choice was the right one. As a descendant of the first people, he was only protecting what he had to. These words caused beads of cold sweat to appear on the man's face, and he asked himself how he knew this. The protagonist introduced the fairy queen and the centaur elder, after which he said that the first humans were so weak that it was difficult for them to protect themselves, so they turned to the forest tribe for help, and the first person who stood up firmly and came out of the forest said that in the forest, guarded by brave guards, people received blessings and help. A powerful magical energy emanated from the person who was in the forest, and the first person continued to say that they were indebted to the inhabitants of the forest, and should never forget this, no matter how much time passed. This phrase from the myth that Pharaon said in the past, a video that Jeju carefully watched, after which he said that Lotanto is a direct descendant of these very first humans. The man looked at the guy with some bitterness in his eyes. The protagonist helped the pulpo climb into the backpack, simultaneously saying that travelers have a keen ear, and they pick up any information on the fly. Putting the backpack on his shoulders, he thanked the man for such a wonderful lesson, and the audience, seeing this, were glad that he would finally start moving on. The traveler began to leave, saying to himself that as soon as he left, Lotanto would continue to remain in this confined space, and he would while away the time completely alone, waiting for someone to visit him again. Of course, this is nothing more than excessive immersion in the game, although he understands this in his head, but his heart does not feel any easier. With these thoughts, the guy walked to the portal. Stopping, he glanced at Antu out of the corner of his eye. The man with a smile on his face waved his hand at him, saying that thanks to him he had a fun time. These words made Jaja's eyes sadden, and he then finished saying that it was all because they were talking about one creature who was separated from his family and was forced to be alone. After these words, the space around him changed, because he entered the passage leading to the 20th floor. When the protagonist found himself on the city street, the viewers asked him why he did not immediately go to the 30th floor, but returned to the 20th, and in a voice message, he was asked if something was bothering him, because he looked so sad when he looked at Antu before leaving. The guy smiled and answered that for some reason he had a feeling that all this was happening for real, after which he was asked in the chat if he was too immersed in the game, because in any case, it was fake. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that he often hears these words, but still, the work they do is real. And as soon as he finished speaking, Palaham and the other guys met him, and then Jaja realized that he might never forget these strong bonds, even if they were just imaginary creatures. The guys, putting their fists to their hearts, proudly said that they would wait for him until the day they met again, and they also hoped that luck would always be on his side. The protagonist, along with Reynold, went into the portal. A few minutes later they got to the free zone on the 30th floor, where users below the 40th floor could not view the streamer's broadcast, and in the distance, the tree of travelers rose into the sky. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that the current number of viewers on his broadcast was 1,600 people, which is why he said that he did not even know who dropped out, and in the chat they immediately said that it seemed like about 400 people were on the 30th floor, and now I wonder if they will pretend to know him or not. A drop of cold sweat immediately appeared on Jaja's face, and he said to himself that what was more important was that there were too many people here. Not far away in front of them, there was a huge crowd. Then the guy remembered the smiling Sungmin who reported the information to him, and then he wondered if they all came here for this reason, but first he should meet the Fairy Queen. Leaving the memories, he looked at Reynold and asked if he could wait for him at the hotel, adding that he should be as careful as possible just in case, to which Reynold smiled widely and replied that there was no need to worry about it, adding that he could safely go where he was going. The protagonist began to walk through the crowd of people, and Sungmin's message said that perhaps all the separated channels were now combined into one, starting from the 30th floor, which is why there were so many people here, but he did not know why this happened again. Suddenly, an unknown person grabbed Jadza by the shoulder and shouted loudly that he should not cut in line and take his place at the end. Hearing this, he turned around in surprise and asked what kind of line this was. On this floor, the wind was carrying a glittering magical energy. The fairy was smiling and asking the man why he was so out of breath. Her friends were flying nearby and telling him not to worry, because they would show him the way, and they liked people. The main character smiled in confusion and said to himself that he thought he would collapse without strength before he met the Fairy Queen, because unlike the test on the 25th floor, the path to the Fairy Queen was not difficult at all. Kodrin's horns glowed blue with joy at the sight of him, and the centaur asked in surprise if they had met before. Raoul laughed merrily after the short check, saying that a person who had received the Queen's approval could not be weak, then pointed his finger behind himself and said that he was approved and could go further. The protagonist's eyes were full of fatigue, because the reason he was so exhausted was because he had to suffer a lot with the crowd, and on top of that, he was doubly tired because he was constantly on guard because of the scammers. Having said this, Jaja remembered how the scammers were looking at him from all sides with burning eyes. When suddenly a smile appeared on the guy's face. The Fairy Queen smiled upon seeing him and said that he was a man who was a friend of the fairies. Having risen into the air on her wings, she added that everything was exactly as her children had said, and that it was the first time she had seen a person with such a strong scent of the forest. A blush appeared on the protagonist's face, because he remembered how the Queen had kissed him on the forehead, and said to himself that for some reason he felt a little awkward, because she had no memories of that time, after which he declared that it was a great honor for him to meet her. When the Queen asked him to come closer, he took a few steps towards her, saying that he had come to her because he thought that he was the very person the Fairy Queen was looking for, but if he had offended her, he apologized in advance, to which she replied that everything was wrong, she believed that he was worthy of this challenge. The Queen put her hands on the protagonist's face and asked if it was time for them to begin the test. After these words, the guy's eyes lit up. A magic seal appeared under his feet. Feeling this, Jaja looked down, and the Queen said that if he lied to them, he would feel unbearable pain, but she hoped that he seemed like that person. Palaham was in the form of a smiling toy. The centaurs and the Fairy Queen were figures on the game board. Not far from this place, a guy was working on the test tower. He dipped a tool into a bucket of magic liquid. In front of him, there was a hole in the wall from which dark magic energy was oozing, and it was described as a system error, so it was necessary to run the system recovery again. The guy smeared the magic liquid on this crack, when suddenly, a large crack appeared very close to the first one. The huge tower began to crack and break, and a system screen appeared in front of the guy, which reported that the checkpoint of the 30th floor had become inaccessible. And as soon as the stranger read this, cracks completely covered the test tower, and dark magic energy poured out from everywhere. At that time, the main character stood on the magic seal, and the fairy queen said that if he lied to them, he would feel unbearable pain, but she really hoped that he would be that very person. Immediately after these words, the guy was enveloped from head to toe in powerful magical energy. His image quickly dissolved in the bright light that the fairy queen was watching. But suddenly a tear flowed from her eye, and she realized that it was him, the very person who kept the ancient oath. A few minutes later, the magical energy around the guy began to weaken. The girl looked at him and said that she was happy that this day had come. Stretching out her arms, she added that he deserved a warm welcome. The sun brightly illuminated the entire forest. Raoul smiled broadly and exclaimed that he had been wondering why he was so strong. Next to him stood Feiran, who knitted his eyebrows and said that they had such a touching farewell, and so he could not believe that he had forgotten about it. Kodan looked at the protagonist with kindness in his eyes and said that he was glad to see him again. Jeju looked at the representatives of the forest and said to himself that along with the song of the fairy queen, memories of the 25th floor returned to everyone, and they were just waiting for this, and he was even a little happy. Smiling happily, he laughed and said that he was also pleased to see them all. Raoul leaned over to the guy and said that today they should have a feast, to which he raised his hands and said that it was not worth it, because today he really had to move on very quickly, when suddenly a portal opened behind them. The protagonist immediately turned around and asked himself what the hell was this, could it really be the administrator again? A black silhouette quickly approached the portal and grabbed the ledge. But unexpectedly for everyone, La Anta looked inside. When Jeju saw him, his eyebrows rose in surprise, and all his spectators were no less surprised than him. When the man came out of the portal, the boy asked him what had happened. Then La Anta put his hand to his chin and answered that he was curious himself. He remembered a green meadow where there was not a single soul, and the days were similar one to the other, stretching endlessly. The man was lying on the ground. He tried to dispel boredom by hunting for food, or spending time playing with the little ones, and there were also moments when he simply lay on the grass, indulging in thoughts. Sitting down on the ground, he said to himself that he was very bored, and how great it would be if some traveler looked in here. Remembering the main character, he asked himself if everything was okay with him. Leaving his memories, La Anta set off. Near a tree, he saw a boar and said to himself that today he was also in this very place. While he was stretching his joints, wondering what kind of dish he should cook for himself today, the boar noticed him. In that moment, it started running. As he watched it go, the man said to himself that it would return here anyway, so there was no point in chasing it. He imagined the boar running quickly along the ground, and he said to himself that this was a space from which it was impossible to escape, as if there was a law here, as if you always return to where you should be. But as soon as he thought about it, a portal appeared behind him. Turning around abruptly, La Anta asked himself what it was, because this was the first time he saw this light. Was he already seeing things out of boredom? But through the portal, he saw a blue sky and a beautiful forest, and then he realized that there was a forest of spirits there. The next second, he heard the song of the fairy queen, and surprise appeared in his eyes. Tears flowed from his eyes. La Anta saw the fairy queen singing and said to himself that he had no idea whether he had repaid her for her kindness. His feet went to the portal on their own. In less than a minute, all that was left of the man were footprints leading to the portal. Since Lotanto's sudden appearance, the protagonist had a lot of things to do. He has no idea why the man was able to get out of the 29th floor, but thanks to constant fights with him, he managed to pump up his Teruhai martial art to the 6th level. He even easily passed the test of the 31st floor, which the administrator interfered with. On top of that, he met a genie, the head of the Manhwa Guild, the largest force on the 30th floor, and agreed to receive help during his stay on the 30th floor in exchange for permission to enter the spirit forest. The rays of the evening sun fell on the huge house, and the guy asked if he could really use the entire building. After receiving a positive answer, Reynolds happily raised his hands and exclaimed that now he no longer needed to worry about loud noise or lack of space. The cheerful boy gestured with his hands and said that he had a lot to do. It was the guys from the Manhwa Guild who prepared this 3-story private house provided to Reynolds for work. The protagonist rejoiced along with his comrade, saying to himself that he had mostly acted unilaterally, but was glad that everything had turned out so well. Drawing an image of the fairy queen in his head, Jeju said to himself that they would now begin to interact with people, and all because he had met someone who had given him the courage to open his heart to a relationship built on trust, and now that he thought about it, he realized that he had just had a good opportunity. But suddenly, horror appeared in his eyes. Turning to Reynolds, he told him to go inside first, since he needed to leave for a while to meet a guest, to which Reynolds replied that he would go inside first and unpack his luggage for now. When the traveler was left alone, he immediately turned away from the house. The bushes rustled to the side of him. Suddenly, an assassin jumped out of them. The protagonist stood still, not reacting to him. The enemy made a very fast and strong blow. Suddenly, the assassin flew into a nearby tree pole. The protagonist attacked him after he blocked the attack. Raising his head, the stranger said that it was terribly painful. Without taking his eyes off the enemy, Jeju asked who he was. Then the assassin turned his head and shouted loudly for everyone to come out alive, because he had a feeling that he was going to die from such pain. At the same second, a whole crowd of mercenaries came out from behind the trees and bushes. All of them moved towards the protagonist without a drop of fear, and the audience immediately noticed that each of them had hidden faces. The magician girl suddenly raised her staff above herself. She used a magical attack, which immediately headed towards the traveler. Sharp icicles flew at high speed towards the guy. Descending from his place, Jeju blocked the attack with his cloaks. As soon as he did this, the mercenaries swung, preparing to throw something. They threw many bottles that imposed a debuff that prevented the use of magical power and item functions. After that, the guy's cloak began to fall apart. The girl mage immediately repeated the previous attack. But before the protagonist had time to turn around, the magic projectile was blocked by an energy shield. The second-level Fairy Queen's defense destroyed the icicle that hit the barrier. Seeing this, the guy breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, anger appeared in his eyes, and he firmly said to himself that this could not go on. He extended his hand, used the ring, and said angrily that none of them would leave here alive. At this time, on the 70th floor, the sun was shining brightly on the headquarters of the Hippocrates clan. A drop of cold sweat was running down the face of the guild leader, and a female voice was asking him what was with his gloomy expression. The girl with white hair was sitting in a chair, adding that if anyone looked, they would think that she was mocking him. Hami, the teacher of the Hippocrates clan leader, put her feet on the table and waved her hand, saying that in front of him was a teacher he had not seen at lunch for ages, so he should at least be a little happy. The guy silently approached the table. The girl smiled and asked if this was really a place she was not allowed to come to. Then the guild master smiled in confusion and replied that it was not so, and then asked what made her come to see him so suddenly, while saying to himself that if breaking the barrier to see him was not mockery on her part, then he did not know what was. Standing up from her chair, Hami replied that she came to give a warning, to which he asked in surprise, what kind of warning? But suddenly shock appeared in his eyes when the teacher called the name of the protagonist, and asked if it was true that he knew him, since he was the one who did not give his clan peace. Hami came closer to her student. Bringing the magic blade to his throat, she angrily told him not to dare touch it. Guildmaster Hippocrates looked at the blade at his throat and asked himself what all this meant. Who the hell was this man named Jeju? He suddenly remembered the guy who fell into the abyss. Then he remembered the administrator and the girl who controlled the fire, and then asked himself why everyone, from the administrators to the many influential people on the upper floors, constantly interfered in his affairs. As he asked himself this, he clenched his teeth in anger. Suddenly, a man ran into the office. The guy looked at the guys in surprise and said that he was sorry for butting in during a conversation, but the matter was urgent. His eyes showed concern when he said that all contacts with the guild members on the 30th floor had been cut off. Anger appeared in the protagonist's eyes. He stretched out his hand, on which was a ring, and firmly said that none of them would leave here alive. The darkness quickly freed itself from the ring. The mercenaries raised their weapons and asked if he really thought that he could stand up to such a huge number of opponents alone. But suddenly one of them was pulled down. The assassin disappeared into the darkness. Horror appeared in the eyes of the main assassin, who heard the screams of each of his comrades. He saw how the mercenaries were engulfed in darkness, and how they screamed, begging to be saved. Cold sweat poured down the guy's face, and he said to himself that he did not understand what was happening, adding that they were told that it was enough to block the cloak. The main character continued to stand in the same place. A few seconds later, the darkness completely engulfed the mercenary team. The darkness destroyed everyone who fell into it, which caused incredible emotions in the audience. Jeju looked with contempt in his eyes at where the assassin had just stood, and said to himself that everyone who was watching him at that moment probably realized what awaited them if they looked down on him and rushed into an attack without thinking. Around him lay spears, shields, swords and magic staffs left over from the attack. When suddenly Popoi climbed onto his shoulder, and he asked in surprise what happened. Rasputin, with drool on his mouth, began to explain something, and his master asked in surprise if he was asking if it was okay to eat it, but he didn't understand what it was. When the Popo approached the mercenaries' weapons, the guy immediately realized that they had magic stones built into them. The Popo with shining eyes looked at their master, waiting for permission. Raising a thoughtful look, the protagonist said to himself that he needed to check the clan mark, so perhaps leaving one piece would be enough. After a short pause, he lowered the pets to the ground and allowed them to eat everything. After they managed to restore order outside, he went to the workshop. Reynold could not stand the long wait, and he found him completely immersed in work. He felt like he wouldn't be able to hear him if he talked to him, so Jeju left a note saying that he was leaving again because he had some business to attend to, and this time it would take some time, and he headed to the Manhwa guild to thank him for the workshop. The 30th floor, the sun was shining brightly on the Manhwa guild. The guild master was sitting on the couch and saying that it was better to leave it, and then asked him what his plans were going forward. Since their guild had received permission to enter the spirit forest, he was sure that he was the one chosen by the fairy queen. Jean smiled and asked if the protagonist was planning to settle here on the 30th floor. Jeju smiled back and said that it wasn't like that, he would start climbing as soon as he was ready, to which his interlocutor said that there was still a lot of time ahead, so he should climb slowly. Scratching his cheek with his finger, the guy replied that it wasn't so, but maybe it was just his imagination. It sounded like he would continue to live in the tower if he moved slowly. These words made the guild leader's eyes widen, and he asked if that wasn't true. The protagonist didn't take his eyes off his interlocutor, replying that he, of course, had to return to Earth, because he couldn't stay locked in the tower forever. Remembering the people dear to him, he said to himself that he had reasons to go back. Jean took a sip of the contents of his mug and thoughtfully said to himself that it seemed like he was speaking sincerely. Putting the mug on the table, he suddenly said that he probably didn't know yet. The traveler's eyes widened in surprise at these words. The guild leader, closing his eyes, said that the administrator had said that he would destroy the Earth. After these words, Jeju imagined how the Earth would be pierced by huge swords, and the entire planet would end up in the jaws of a monster. His expression immediately changed, and he said to himself that he had never seen anything like it, and that meant. He imagined himself standing on the ground, and an old man above him, raising a blade behind his head, and then finished. He was talking about the administrator's arrival because of his existence. But why is that? Leaving his imagination, the guy grabbed his backpack and said that he needed to set off even faster than he had planned, to which Jean asked in surprise where he was suddenly rushing off to. The protagonist put the backpack on his shoulders and said to himself that from past experience, he knew well how to cross paths with the administrator. Pointing his finger to the sky, he firmly said, "Up," while saying to himself that first he needed to head to the 35th floor. In Soha's house, dust particles were visible in the bright sunlight. The girl was lying on the couch and asking if he was really saying that the barrier was broken. There was a guy sitting not far from her who smiled confusedly and replied that the headquarters in the apartment was in chaos, and she was so calm, adding that if someone saw this, they would think that they could be attacked at any moment. Seeing that the girl had clenched her hand tightly into a fist, he asked her to be calmer, because he was just joking, and she should not look at him as if she was going to kill him. Then Soha put ice cream in her mouth and asked why he came to her. Did she really have some business for her? To which he replied that he was so overcome with goosebumps that he thought he would die of fear, after which he asked if she knew the Ice Lord, because she was the one who recently broke the barrier, like a comet. As soon as the girl heard this, shock and horror appeared in her eyes. She suddenly jumped to her feet and screamed loudly, asking if she was really here now. Her interlocutor backed away in fear and replied that she had already left, but she should be careful with her words, because, as he understood, she was the clan leader's teacher. Hearing this, Soha imagined Hami and the clan leader together and said to herself that they were playing with each other. Veins appeared on her face from anger, and she added that she had been patient for too long. Grabbing her jacket, she said that she needed to go somewhere, because it was time to reap the fruits of her labor. When the guy asked her where she was going so suddenly, Soha left the apartment and replied that he did not need to know, because if she told, he could get hurt, while saying to herself that something was waiting for her on the 50th floor that she could not handle alone. Without a drop of fear, she walked forward, firmly saying to herself that now they would see who could defeat whom. On the 32nd floor there was a huge chessboard, on which there were 32 people. The difficulty was high, all the conditions were met, and each participant had to compete as one chess piece. 2 swords were stuck in the chessboard, and there were 60 minutes left before the test began. The protagonist entered and saw a traveler telling his comrade that the first 8 places reserved for pawns should definitely be occupied by knights, because if the first rows could not withstand the onslaught, the game would be over. Jeju greeted the guys, and they immediately turned to look at him. The guy with blonde hair extended his hand and said that he was very happy to meet the last participant to arrive. Seeing him, the protagonist realized that he seemed to be the one in charge of the king's role. Imagining the king's piece in his hand, he said to himself that the trial on the 32nd floor is where the king's role is the most important. Each participant takes on the role of a chess piece, and the view becomes limited to the distance the piece can move, and the rest of the field is blocked by fog. After saying this, he imagined a traveler who had a pawn mark on him, and could not see anything further than 1 square. Jeju then introduced the boy who greeted him, wearing a crown, and said to himself that only the role of the king can see through the fog and assess the true state of things. In other words, all strategies and orders depend on the king, and most of the people here are probably from the same clan, because in group trials where there is a distribution of roles, the majority rule has an advantage. Looking at the people present, the protagonist said that it seemed like the discussion was almost finished, to which the king, smiling, replied that it was so, and he should be understanding since he came last. Hearing this, Jeju smiled and asked what he needed to do, while saying to himself that he came last, and that is why loners like him are at a great risk of being in a disadvantageous role, but it does not matter at all. The boy then extended his hand and asked if he could find out his occupation, to which he replied that he studied magical engineering and various things related to close combat. Hearing this, the king folded his arms across his chest and, imagining a chessboard, replied that he had originally intended to leave the knight for last, but had given it to a participant with the mercenary profession, so the only thing left was the rook. Hearing this, the guy imagined a rook piece on the chessboard. After that, he smiled and replied that he didn't care, because this wasn't his first time here, to which the audience responded with laughter, and there were 3 minutes left until the start. The king pointed with his hand to the main character, and said that it was not for nothing that he thought he looked confident, and the rook's place was at that end. After that, he began to leave, loudly warning everyone in case anyone decided to leave their place, because if after the start of the test they took any action during the opponent's turn or touched the fog, they would be immediately eliminated. The king smiled slyly and finally said that no one should move without instructions under any circumstances. Jiaju watched the traveler out of the corner of his eye, and then the test began. Immediately after the start, fog appeared around the guy, and the guys in the chat advised him to follow the rules and not touch the fog, because it even absorbs attacks. While he was looking around, a system screen appeared in front of him, which reported that there was not a single cell in sight that he could move to or attack, and when his turn came, he would see a path that he could move along, after which he was allowed to make one move, since it was the turn of the blacks to attack. Without a drop of fear in his eyes, the protagonist looked ahead. He suddenly saw that the fog disappeared, and the roads to the right and forward began to glow, when suddenly a message appeared stating that white could make one move. He stared at the cells and said to himself that when he saw that it was his turn, it seemed to him that his opponent had finished his move, and the viewers in the chat asked in surprise why the opponent was so quiet. There was no provocation against the opponent, and all this smelled like a setup. The boy continued to look forward, when suddenly he received a message from the king, who ordered him to move one cell forward. The main character was standing on a black cell in the corner of the field. After the order, he moved one cell forward. As soon as Jeju did this, fog appeared around him again. The girl, who was part of his team, looked around and screamed, asking if the game was really like this from the beginning. Suddenly, the guy with the hood on his head laughed, but quickly came to his senses that this was not allowed, but he could not hold back. A vein appeared on the girl's face from anger, and she screamed, asking who was laughing just now. Was all this really funny to him? What was the matter? While she was looking around, the king came out of the fog to her. There was a crazy smile on his face, with which he said that if she was so worried, then she should not have entered this floor alone without the support of the clan. The fog blocked her entire view, and the girl's painful screams were drowned out by crazy laughter. Black Team's pawn, John Jay, raised his hands above his head and asked why he was so excited, to which his comrade put his hand on his hip and replied that it was nothing to worry about, because they should be grateful that they would be able to move on by simply paying a few coins. Looking into the distance, John Jay replied that it was indeed true. After the channel merger, those bastards who orchestrated the loss were taking money to intentionally lose, after which White was allowed to make a move. One of the travelers smiled widely and said that one would be out of the game, and then touched the fog. Immediately after that, he was eliminated, and his image disappeared. For the next few minutes, Black and White took steps, and John Jay exhaled heavily and said that this was boring as hell. But his eyes suddenly showed shock when he received the order to take out his shield and defend himself from the king himself, because it looked like the rook was going to attack, but he just had to hold out until the battle time was up. Without thinking twice, the guy put a shield in front of himself, and said that he would have to warm up a little. But his eyes were filled with horror and surprise from what he saw. At the same second, an insanely powerful explosion was heard. The shield was lying on the floor, and Zhang Jie was expelled. The glove on the protagonist's hand was glowing. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and said to himself that he did not expect his opponent to fly out right away. Remembering how he delivered a quick blow, he added that the most interesting thing in combat chess is fierce battles on one square, but in the end it turned out to be deadly boring, after which a notification appeared in front of him, which said that Black can make one move. After reading this, Jeju looked forward. Not far in front of him, he saw the rook of the Black team, who was clearly scared. The protagonist showed his aura and said that if he lowered his weapon, he would calmly send him home. The rook swung his sword and screamed loudly for him to stop joking. Seeing such a reaction, the traveler smiled and replied that he heard him. Immediately after these words, his cloak rushed to attack, and a second later, a system screen appeared, which reported that the black rook was excluded. The king, seeing this, tensely drew his eyebrows together. His subordinates looked at each other and shouted that they did not understand anything, after which the king asked what was going on here. What kind of situation was this? Veins appeared on his face from anger, and he ordered everyone to block the main character as soon as possible so that he did not have the right to attack. Without thinking twice, the black team's knight took a step forward. But before he had time to step on the square, his image began to disappear, after which he was excluded. Horror appeared in the king's eyes, and he said that this could not be. A little earlier, before the black team's knight was excluded, the king looked at Manhwa and ordered him to step on the square. At this time, a spring appeared on Jeju's heel. The guy prepared to dash. The black knight was about to make a move at the same time. His foot was a few centimeters away from the next square when he was allowed to make one move. Having received permission to move, the protagonist took off at an incredible speed. The pawn of the white team raised his shield in fear. At the same second, the traveler hit the opponent's defense with all his might, and then the white team was allowed to make a move. When this happened, the knight of the black team was excluded. A few seconds later, the protagonist excluded another white pawn, and then another. The king bit his lip, saying to himself that this was some kind of nonsense. He was eliminating the opponent before the other person had time to make a move. This was simply impossible. Jeju looked away and said to himself that only the king could see the game board, so the others simply followed his instructions, and this did not mean that he was limited in movement, because the rule of battle chess is that when it was his turn, the right to move and act belongs to the piece that crossed the square first. In other words, if he wanted, he could take this turn for himself by force. Thinking about it, he imagined one of the pieces moving without obeying the king's orders. Remembering how the king smiled slyly before the game started and said that no one should move without orders, the protagonist realized that those bastards were planning to lose, so in order to reduce such variables, they pressured them with such words, and this strategy worked because people tend to feel anxious in situations where they can't see anything around them. Thinking about it, he imagined a traveler whose face was covered in cold sweat because he knew that he couldn't see or hear anything. Leaving his imagination, the guy exhaled heavily and asked himself if they were underestimating the users who had reached the 30th floor, adding that if they made even one mistake, they would end up in a situation where they had played 32 people on the board and were fighting on their own. The Black King looked at the main character with fear and said to himself that he did not want to resort to the suicide plan, because if many of the enemy team leave voluntarily, then the winners receive a meager reward. But if this happens, then the obvious outcome will be complaints like the money was paid, and the reward is trivial. Closing his eyes, the guy realized that it was better to quickly end the game than to wait until all the blacks were eliminated. After these thoughts, he spread his hand to the side and, turning to the White King, said that their side made all their moves, so he can checkmate them. Hearing this, the girl from the black team frowned tensely and asked what he just said, and the viewers in the chat were unhappy with this decision for the kings, after which the exclusion of black pieces began. The girl raised her fist and screamed angrily, asking what he was doing, and the pieces continued to be eliminated. The protagonist looked away and asked himself what he should do, because battle chess is a game in which the places for promotion are determined by discussion with the team, so the places occupied by the opposing team are unknown, and the only thing that is known for sure now is the information about the excluded players, which becomes known through the announcement window. There was a solid fog in front of the guy. Looking to the other side, the guy added that the fact that only the king has vision is a disadvantageous condition, but it means that there is only one way out. After these thoughts, his eyes lit up. He began to spread his magical energy, saying to himself that if he maximizes some of his senses, he will be able to control his mana in more detail. Closing his eyes, Jeju suddenly heard a voice that said that he needs to figure this out as quickly as possible. From this, a satisfied smile appeared on the guy's face, because he realized that the subtle vibrations of the air will tell him the location of the enemy. After these thoughts, darkness appeared under his feet. It quickly formed into a shadow clone, whose eyes were burning brightly. At this time, the king ordered the queen of the white team to destroy the rook of the enemy team, which was 2 cells in front of him, to which the guy took out his sword and said to himself that in any case, it was only one person and moreover, he did not know his location. Not far in front of him, the guy saw a black silhouette. He immediately rushed to attack, realizing that he could finish everything with one blow, and all this very easily. During the blow, there was a smile on his face. But the joy in his eyes quickly gave way to shock from what he saw. The shadow clone of the protagonist easily blocked this blow. He squeezed the hand of the White Queen, who did not understand why the clone had such enormous power. At the same second, darkness attacked the guy, after which the queen was excluded from the game. Jeju rested his hand on his side and said to himself that this was really convenient. He was clutching Shacknel's blade in his hand and added that if the shadow clones summoned by this dagger were completely separated, it would be a kind of trick that could be considered a loophole, since in battle chess, the clone would be considered a separate entity. He suddenly remembered the video of Arsenia creating many shadow clones around herself, and said to himself that she was good at handling Shacknel's items, so she passed the 32nd floor just like that. Having created darkness in front of him, the protagonist said to himself that right now he needed to check the king's position again and end the game. The darkness began to spread quickly around him. All this time, one of the white figures was watching him, saying to herself that this was a clone all this time, and she did not even recognize it at first, which is why she had just sent the wrong message and ended up losing the precious queen. While the protagonist was searching for something in his backpack, the boy wondered if this was the item Shaknal had that allowed him to create clones, and his clothes and attack style were similar to Lotanto's, and what's more, he could easily control several clones at once. While he was thinking about this, Jeju put the backpack on his shoulders. He suddenly turned around sharply when the boy wondered if this was it. His glowing eyes were fixed on the enemy, after which the blacks were allowed to make one move. At that very second, the traveler rushed to attack. But his blow was blocked by the barrier that was around the guy. The king, seeing this, smiled widely and said that no matter how strong he was, he could not break through this protection that was provided to the king. Surprise appeared in the protagonist's eyes, and he asked if he really knew him. Then the guy pointed his finger at him and answered of course, after which he asked if he really didn't know that because of him, a lot of people could not cross the 30th floor. Without thinking twice, Jeju held the glove out in his direction and said that since he had heard of it, he knew what it was. The king, seeing the glove, banged his fist on the barrier and told him not to brag, as the king's protective barrier was difficult for even the strongest who had reached the 39th floor to break through, and the king could not be knocked out of the game either by fog or by physical attacks. Then the protagonist smiled and told him to think carefully, because it was this shield that blocked the fog. After these words, he released a powerful magical energy flow into the barrier. The protection quickly became covered with cracks. At this time, the Black King clenched his teeth and screamed that this could not be, and at this time, the white and black teams were trying to escape in panic. The pieces of both sides were quickly eliminated from the game, and the Black King needed to escape as soon as possible, otherwise a dangerous situation could arise. The boy punched the barrier around him and said that the fog that blocked his vision did not affect the king because he was surrounded by a shield. The protective field helped the king dispel the fog on the entire field, but users who arrived on the 30th floor for the first time would not be able to break through this shield. Cold sweat ran down the king's face, because he understood that if Lord Barry simply checkmated him immediately after the attack time expired. But before he could finish speaking, he saw that the White King's protective barrier was covered in cracks. Horror and fear appeared in the king's eyes, and he asked himself in shock if the king's shield was really broken. At this time, the White King looked at the cracks in the barrier and asked himself what to do, because if he was hit by this glove, he would die, and the fact that the shield blocked the fog meant that if the shield broke, he would return to the fog. Thinking about this, he remembered the protagonist, who said before the attack that this shield blocked the fog. Just then the king suddenly ran when the shield was destroyed, because he realized that at that moment he would have a chance. At that very second, there was an insanely powerful explosion, and the king was eliminated. The protagonist smiled contentedly and firmly said, "Checkmate." The rays of the sun on the 30th floor illuminated the roof of the huge building. Reynold turned around and told the protagonist that he had figured out the test faster than he thought. Hearing this, Jeju smiled in confusion and asked in surprise if he had really continued working in the workshop since he left. First, he passed the test, and then with the help of the Manhwa Guild, he found Myung-sun, who knelt down and gave him all the money just to save his life, and all this took him 2 days. Just then, Reynold turned to the protagonist with shining eyes and exclaimed that this was a breakthrough, because if this were applied to him. But before he could finish speaking, he froze in place, and a loud rumbling sound came from his stomach. Jeju immediately drove the traveler to the kitchen, saying that he needed to eat first, because his duties also included eating well and taking good care of his body. He watched the engineer leave, wondering what he would need to do if he collapsed from exhaustion. When Reynold left, the protagonist decided to check the reward. 2 boxes fell to the floor, and the guy, seeing them, said to himself that just like the subscribers, he did not expect much. Picking up the gift, he suddenly saw a piece of paper flying down. Taking it, he asked in surprise if it was a postcard. On the back, it was written that it was from his old friend Kafnal. After reading this message, the protagonist frowned tensely and asked himself when they had become friends, and shouldn't the administrator have blocked this message, but when they meet, he will know what's what. After these thoughts, he put the postcard in his pocket, and now he needs to quickly check the reward before Reynold arrives. With a smile on his face, Jeju opened the first gift. Inside were the rare rank Rokran's tears, a potion created by the developer of the Magic Tower, who wanted to hear the truth from the woman he loved. After imagining a crying woman, the protagonist read that whoever drinks this potion will only tell the truth, but it will not work on an enemy with a strong spirit, which means that this item is quite difficult to find on the 30th floor, so its presence in the inventory will only be absent. He then opened the second gift and said that he needs to check the next reward. Inside was a heroic rank Shaknal mask, which gave the function of a clone explosion, the radius of which can be adjusted, and the power depends on the amount of magic power or aura invested in the clone. Taking the mask in his hand, the protagonist wondered if he could use this in combination with Lotanto's items. Then he remembered how he created a clone during the test, and said to himself that even when he controlled a single clone during a game of chess, he managed to move it only 1 square forward with great difficulty. He continued to look at the half mask in his hand, realizing that he still had to do it, because he was sure that there was a way. On the 50th floor, the sun was shining brightly on the tall buildings. The sun's rays were reflected from the windows of the Hippocrates clan headquarters. There were guards at the entrance, one of whom asked if those bastards who had caused a mess in their territory hadn't been caught yet, to which his comrade replied that he had heard that the situation had only gotten worse lately, so there was no talk of catching them. A vein of anger appeared on the first one's face, and he asked why they had left a good house because of those creatures and were not doing anything about it. When suddenly they saw Soka walking towards them, her eyes blazing with anger. Approaching the guy, she ordered him to open the door, to which he, raising his hands, explained that the leader would not be receiving anyone today, so she should go back. But before he could finish speaking, the girl grabbed him by the chest. She lifted him up with one hand and said that she wasn't in the mood to knock on the door today, and if he didn't want her to smash the place to pieces, he should open the door right now. Fear appeared in the boy's eyes, and he said to himself that he had never seen her like this before, because she was always cold to the management but warm to the regular staff, so he had never seen her so angry before. Soha gritted her teeth, looking at the guard, who was saying to himself that she looked like there would be no next time. Meanwhile, the guild leader looked at his teacher and asked when she was going to leave. He exhaled and added that she herself said that it was time for them to leave, but she was still sitting here as if she planned to stay here forever. Hami smiled and said that she needed a clear answer from him. Gritting his teeth, the boy angrily said that the bastard had destroyed the tower. He waved his hand, releasing his magical energy, and shouted that the changes on the 30th floor were also due to him. The huge ice block stopped on both sides of the girl. Hami exhaled heavily upon seeing this. Suddenly, veins appeared on her face, and she angrily said that this was exactly why she was going to take him for herself, after which she asked him not to overdo it. As soon as she said this, there was a furious knock on the door. Turning to the door, the guild leader said that he was busy now, after which he asked to come later. The entrance inside was blocked by massive ice blocks. They froze the air, and a female voice from inside said that if not now, then later it will not work. Jae-jun tensely knitted his eyebrows, asking if it was really Soha, at the same time saying to himself that if the door was frozen, then everyone immediately noticed it and did not come to his office, and this especially applies to her, who never crossed the threshold of this room unless she was called. He looked away in confusion and said that he would contact her later. But as soon as he said this, the girl knocked down both doors with one blow. She showed her powerful aura and firmly said that she had to talk right now. It was evening and the sky was painted in warm colors, and the guys in the chat were saying that there was a serious fight on the 50th floor. The main character was lying on the ground. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, he asked if a fight had really started there. While wondering what had happened on the 50th floor, was this really about? But before he could finish speaking, something hit him hard in the chest. Soha showed her magical aura and firmly said that she had to talk right now. The guild leader raised his hand to his face and said that it was disgusting. The girl suddenly smiled and apologized for her sudden appearance, after which she said that she needed to check something. Folders and papers appeared in her hand and she said that illegal trade, intimidation, drug distribution, murder, violation of mutual agreements, all of this is the criminal record of the Hippocrates clan. After saying this, Soha threw the folders on the table. The guy looked at them silently. After a short pause, he looked up at the girl and said that the reason he tolerated her rebellious spirit all this time was because he valued her contribution to their clan. With a wave of his hand, the guy prepared to attack and said that if she quietly returned to her obligations now, he would pretend that none of this happened. Hearing this, Soha smiled and mockingly asked what if she refused. Veins appeared on Jae-jun's face from anger, and he said that he understood everything, and it seemed that his patience had reached its limit. His magical power spread around him. A sharp icicle appeared in front of the girl's face. A surge of magical energy was heard. The guild master created a huge ice wall in front of him. The teacher, seeing this, folded her arms and asked if this was the same newbie he was talking about, adding that although she was extremely disobedient, she also fulfilled her duties properly. But why was she acting like this? Was he doing something strange again? The guy turned around and answered in confusion that this was not the case. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes when he heard a crack behind him. Soha's incredible power leaked through his ice wall. She exhaled steam, and shards fell around her. She destroyed the ice wall and asked if this action meant that he admitted all the accusations. Her aura became more powerful with each passing second. The guild master raised the ice wall again. Soha immediately delivered a powerful punch. The defense cracked, and the guy asked himself in fear, what kind of power did she have? Was it really that strong? The girl pressed hard on the ice wall. A second later, the guildmaster's defense was destroyed. Soha's fist flew a few centimeters from the opponent's head. The girl loudly stomped her foot on the floor. She carried out attack after attack. The guildmaster managed to dodge at the very last moment, simultaneously saying to himself that he did not have a single chance to build a defense. As suddenly a cold stronger than before appeared in the air, and a female voice firmly said that it was time to stop this. Soha, with a smile on her face, carried out a quick attack, she destroyed the guildmaster's defense, who clenched his teeth in fear and said to himself that he had put up a defense too late, and at this rate she. But before he could finish speaking, frost appeared in the air, and his teacher said that it was time to end this. At that very moment, the girl took a strong blow to the body. Pain and horror filled her eyes. She flew into the ice wall that was behind her. Hami slammed her heel on the floor. Stretching out her hand, she said that it was quite an entertaining event, but right now she and the student were having a very serious conversation. She sent frost to Soka, which made her turn pale. Hami came closer and said that the hysteria she had created was very cute, after which she asked how they could end it. The girl looked at her opponent angrily. Her eyebrows knitted together, when suddenly a smile appeared on her face. From what she saw, Hami's eyes were surprised, and she asked if she had just smiled. At that very moment, a huge firebird appeared in front of her face. An insanely powerful explosion was heard. A few minutes later, the smoke began to dissipate. Soka loudly coughed. Suddenly the girl extended her hand and asked if she was okay. Soha stood up and apologized to her sister for calling her so suddenly. Chiron smiled warmly and told her to keep the apology to herself since she was very happy to see her. The guild leader's brows furrowed as he remembered their fiery guest, and he said to himself that the shock he received from seeing her endlessly pouring out magic power without caring about the administrator was still vivid in his memory. But why was she here? Suddenly, the girls turned around when they heard Hami's voice asking if it was true that they were very close. A powerful magical energy surrounded her as she continued to say that she realized it when the person who lived without caring about anything suddenly intervened in this squabble. She gritted her teeth in anger, and the veins on her face stood out. Chiron looked at Hami with a smile on her face, asking if it was true that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Coming closer, she folded her arms across her chest and asked her if she remembered her words from that day. Some time ago, Hami was sitting in the snow. She was gnashing her teeth in anger, and Chiron was saying that since it was now impossible to return to the earth, here they were like true sisters. She appeared in front of her rival in a hot flame and added that she also did not want to continue fighting her. She did not take her eyes off the girl, saying that she must give her word. A huge firebird hung over Hami, and Chiron ordered her not to mock the weak without reason and not to do anything bad, and then she would never appear before her again. Currently, she looked at her with the same eyes and said that she clearly said exactly that, and after receiving her promise, she let her go, but Soha told her everything. She claims that all the actions of the Hippocrates clan were planned by her. There were papers on the floor to prove it, splattered with blood. Hami smiled widely and asked what the two of them were going to do now. Were they really going to act as apostles of justice? The guild leader watched from the other side of the room and said to himself that it was strange, because even if it was a spontaneous decision, he couldn't believe that only two people were able to invade the clan's headquarters. In his hand was the emergency call button, which he pressed, but for some reason no one had come yet. Suddenly, shock appeared in the guy's eyes, this consciousness. At this time, fire appeared in Sharon's hand, and she said that it was time to get down to business. Her eyes filled with anger, and she asked what she was going to do with the protagonist. The guild leader and his teacher looked up to the ceiling when they realized that there were more than just these two. Immediately after that, a powerful explosion was heard. The evening sun rays fell on the roof of Reynolds' workshop. There was a lot of food on the table. The guy was eating and asking if there was a fight on the 50th floor, what happened there. The main character was sitting opposite and answered that he had no idea, because he himself only knew about this situation from the words of the viewers, who at that moment wrote that there were no victims, and the head of the clan and his right hand were missing. After reading this, the guy looked away and asked himself if it was really his fault for this situation, but perhaps he was overdoing it. Having drawn a tower of trials in his head, he added that although it was said that the tower changed because of him, but this only concerns the 30th floor, it is unlikely to affect the 50th floor, which is called the free zone. Leaving his performances, he, looking at the chat, told the viewers that if they know such information, it means that they all live at least on the 50th floor, or even higher. After saying this, Jeju stroked his butt and said to himself that if most of the viewers lived above the 50th floor, he could influence them without even knowing it, and yet he had to do what he could now. After thinking this, he looked up at Reynolds and asked if they could create their own clan, causing him to choke. The protagonist handed him some water and asked him to eat slowly, adding that as the clan level increased, it would also be possible to find out the location of the clan members, so creating a clan would be convenient in many ways. Hearing this, Reynolds smiled widely and exclaimed that he was all for it, since he didn't really care. Hearing this, Jeju opened the system screen and said that he would create a clan right now. The system window said that creating a clan costs 10,000 gold coins, after which he was asked for the clan name, which he could not change after registering. Seeing this, the guy thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, and the guys in the chat asked him if he was thinking about the name alone, adding that they were a little upset because he didn't even think to ask their opinion. After reading this, the main character smiled and asked what name he should choose, to which they answered him that there was nothing to think about, it should definitely be the unbreakable pillar, and someone said that it should be something cool. After thinking for a while, Jeju entered the name Popa, saying to himself that since the clan is created in any case only to perform certain functions, it does not matter whether the name is what the viewers want to see. But surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes when he saw that this was a repeated clan name, and the chat asked what kind of crazy person did this, and whether there was already a clan with such a name. The protagonist scratched his cheek and said that it was not urgent, so he could think about the name again, while saying to himself that creating a clan costs a lot of coins, so it is unlikely that anyone would use such a humorous name. After a short pause, he stood up and asked Reynold if it was true that he would be in the workshop all day tomorrow, to which he replied, of course, and then asked what his plans were. The protagonist smiled and replied that he was going to go to the 33rd floor tomorrow. Reynold approached his comrade and wished him a safe return, to which he, stretching out his hand, wished him a good night's sleep. After a while, he entered the floor through the portal. Raising his head, the guy saw that his broadcast was over. The space around him began to ripple strongly, when suddenly everything disappeared, and the protagonist found himself in a white space. Looking around in surprise, he asked himself if the test had really been changed. But suddenly his eyes were filled with shock when he heard a familiar voice say that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Kafnil smiled warmly, that it hadn't been that long, but he had run here so quickly that he was even a little confused. Seeing the Duke, Jeju was confused and asked why he was here. Then the demon snapped his fingers and replied that such confusion was unnecessary, because he just wanted to talk to him. A chair immediately appeared under the guy's feet. The Popa looked out of the backpack in surprise, and the guy asked what was going on here, while simultaneously saying to himself that Kafnil and the administrator, either one ever got to the point right away. The Duke smiled sarcastically, when he suddenly said that the administrator was very angry, when he suddenly asked if it was true that it was his fault. The Duke was lying in the chair and asking the guy to sit down more comfortably. The protagonist frowned tensely and asked what was going on here. Then the demon exhaled heavily and replied that the manager was very angry, and he believed that it was because of him, to which he replied that he did not even know what to say, because he did not think that it was his fault. Hearing this, Kafno raised his hand to his face and, laughing, said that he had just reacted as he expected. Then Jaja closed his eyes and asked what he wanted from him, at the same time saying to himself that no, he was not the manager, they never get to the main thing right away. The Duke did not take his eyes off the guy, asking him if he did not want to save the earth. After these words, surprise appeared in the eyes of the protagonist. He remembered himself working in a store. He also remembered how he came to the interview, after which he asked if he really said that it was possible to save the earth. Then the demon drew a tower of trials in his head and said that the manager was not able to use his power outside the artificial world he created. Imagining the earth with a huge hand reaching out to it, he added that this was why he had summoned people like him, the people of earth. Raising his hand, the Duke finished speaking, to create connections and influence the earth. After listening to his interlocutor, a vein appeared on Jaju's face, and he asked him with displeasure what he wanted from him. Kafnil smiled slyly. Spreading his wings, he replied that the boy should destroy the tower, because it was about putting an end to this false world. Drawing in his mind images of gods who flew around the earth, the Duke explained that they liked to interfere in the affairs of the earth. Imagining destroyed buildings, he added that when humans made a huge leap in development, and showed that they were ready to surpass other races, they secretly crept up and stopped them. The warriors raised their swords and shouted loudly. They met monsters that were full of magical power, roaring, ready to kill everyone. The people fought the monsters fiercely, and the demon continued to say that they even punished them for daring to imitate the creations of God just to escape the cold. After a long winter, the snow melted. Magic power began to rise into the sky, and suddenly an explosion occurred in the forest. The centaur held his wound with tears in his eyes. In front of him was a huge monster with its mouth open, which had come when the forest dwellers stopped praising the gods. These gods broke the world tree, which was said to be the center of the world. The queen of the fairies began to lose her power quickly. A high tower of trials rose into the sky. From there, a man with a staff looked at the core in the sky and said that they would have to pay for their arrogance, and the demon said that those arrogant beings who dared to look at a god were granted a corresponding end. The next second, the magic core flew into the tower. Such coincidences do not happen in the world. This is an inevitable fate created by someone. There was surprise in the eyes of the protagonist. Kafnil was less than a meter away from the guy. His eyes expressed fatigue as he said that his goal was very clear. He must finish the destruction of this tower. Hearing this, the guy frowned tensely and asked what would happen to him after the tower was destroyed, if what he said was true. Then the demon folded his arms and answered that he would most likely die, and then asked why he was asking about something so obvious. Hearing this, Jeju shifted his gaze. He looked at the chicks that smiled at him and understood that then these babies would also die, and there was no need to continue asking because he already knew the answer. He remembered the Astrode Empire that welcomed the real emperor. Then the boy remembered the kingdom of Tarhal, which finally found its future. He also drew an image of Kafnil in his mind, who looked suspicious, but ultimately helped. The protagonist remembered the inhabitants of the World Tree Meadow, who miraculously escaped the disaster. He remembered the Queen of the Fairies, who welcomed him with open arms. And the boy also remembered La Antu, who finally met the Queen of the Fairies. Looking at his joyful pets, Jeju understood that all the creatures he met in the tower would disappear along with it. Worry appeared on his face from this realization. Seeing this, the demon smiled and said that he understood what was bothering him, but initially, everything that was made as a fake cannot be kept forever. Hearing this, the boy looked at his interlocutor and asked what about the administrator, who he was. There was kindness in the Duke's eyes. Drawing an image of a boy holding a tower in his head, he replied that the administrator is a being who cannot give up this world because of his great love for it. He is a being who has lost himself in trying to fix what is broken. Imagining a boy who no longer looked like himself, he added that at first he also believed that he had the power and potential to change the destroyed world, so he refused death and accepted the administrator's offer. Having said this, Kafnil imagined a destroyed tower flying in space. Leaving his imagination, he folded his arms on his chest and added that this world is irrevocably destroyed and it is time to return to oblivion. When suddenly his image began to ripple, and he realized that their time was running out, but he thought the protagonist knew how to do it without his prompting. Jeju jumped up from his seat in fear, asking the demon to stay for a while. The Duke began to disappear, begging him to fulfill his request. The protagonist covered his face with his hand. When everything calmed down, he slowly lowered it. 2 portals appeared in front of him, because he passed the test, after which his broadcast began again, and the guys in the chat began to bombard him with questions, asking what happened. The guy's expression changed. After a short pause, he smiled warmly and said that a system error occurred and the broadcast was disconnected, but he cleared the 33rd floor, after which he was asked if he was really going to go straight to the 34th floor. Then Jeju turned his gaze and replied that he first needed to go back to Reynold on the 30th floor. He suddenly received a message from Jean, who asked if he was busy, adding that he should come to the 30th floor.